Stocks mostly higher to start things off once again this morning, back at session highs basically right now on the back of a decent earnings report from Palantir after the close last night. Stock is down, however, in the pre-market here this morning. We'll touch on that. Shopify, another one downside here this morning. Decent numbers coming from Shop. We'll get into all of those. Some job cuts to come across this morning as well, causing a little bit of interesting price action in crypto, specific crypto names. Coinbase cutting 14% of their workforce. Coinbase higher on that news, of course, this morning, but never want to hear that. Also, PayPal coming through with some job cuts attached to their earnings report this morning. We do get some interesting economic data coming up today, so just keep that in mind a little bit later on. We'll bring you these as they come this morning, 8:30 specifically. Import-export data, balance of trade going to be interesting given all that is going on. ISM Services PMI for April coming up at 10 o'clock this morning. And then JOLTS, we get non-farm payrolls end of the week. JOLTS, the first of 3 employment-related numbers this week. So decent look at the economy over the next coming days here. AMD, obviously, the big one coming up tonight after the close as well. But yeah, market liking so far. Some of these earnings reports, AMD, as I mentioned, higher heading into this earnings tonight. Palantir was an interesting report from them, but market selling off. I mean, this thing's up huge, so taking a little bit of profits.
Yeah, trying to hold that 140 level, not that much. Brendo here down 2 3/4 to start the morning. We'll have to see if it can have a recovery bid to start the day, but as you mentioned, good report there. USO also in focus. Apparently there is movement in the strait, if you believe that. There's a different approach being taken by the U.S. Navy here, Brendo. So what the Iranians had done was the ships were being guided about 2 to 5 kilometers off their shore. That put them within, let's just call it what it is, striking distance of the shore. What the Americans have done is they've moved that a little bit more west, about 25, 30 kilometers off the Iranian shores, creating sort of an artificial pathway. They've, if you believe the reports, have gone through, cleared the mines that were there, and now are escorting ships a little bit farther away from the shore. So we'll see if that makes any difference with respect to the strikes that we saw yesterday as well. Shopify reporting this morning on semi, also Race, Ferrari reporting, as well as Duolingo and Fly as well, up big here, up over 10%. And then Intel and Samsung could get in business with Apple as Apple looks to diversify their basically their chip business away from Taiwan Semi. Too much concentration risk there. Good for Intel.
I saw that headline on Ferrari. I didn't see what it was doing. It's down a little bit, not really doing a heck of a lot for Race in New York, trading in Milan already this morning, downside as well, but trying to bounce. Anyways, there's USO right now. Just wild price action. If you go back to yesterday morning in the pre-market, huge move up. We give all of that back and then right back up again throughout the day, and then we give all of that back again. Here we are downside. So it's just back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. I mean, I think more and more headlines I was reading this morning on this were suggesting a little bit about what we were talking about yesterday. The clock is ticking here. It's going to get to a point where the lack of supply around the world is going to overshadow any of this nonsense, back and forth nonsense that's actually happening. And I think by that time, people are going to get to a point where, we need to get some sort of resolution.
Been almost 2 months since ships have been flowing out of there normally. And again, we don't really have the problem with the supply in North America. We're well supplied, but the prices keep going up. Yeah. And you just take a look at the gas stations, easy to see that. Yeah. It's a world market and we're not spared.
So volatility going to be the key here for energy markets anyways. Back down right now, but just wait for the next headline to come through and we could be heading in the opposite direction. Ton of individual names moving around this morning, guys. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. And you know what? For all the, Palantir had a ridiculous quarter and still looks like it went to the downside, and it has for now, and maybe it even stays there. NASDAQ's up. Bitcoin's over 80K. We got AMD tonight. You got Coinbase laying off 14%. That might break out on the daily. Here, you get crypto looking very good, and a complete shocker on Pinterest, though. Yeah, that's the one that stands out. Like Firefly, okay. I can see that for sure. Duolingo down, okay. No surprise there. But Pinterest, 17%. Strong growth for them, too, and user growth as well. So, congratulations on shareholders, if there are any. For GameStop and eBay, I'm thinking this is a sell again today on any kind of a pop. Just more profit takers coming in here. There's just more doubt about this actually happening, and that was the concern. The math wasn't mathing yesterday, and it was basically trend down. But a level emerged at 111, like right at the open, like first pop, and then another one there. So kind of continue that. Like this, it's just a lot of hurdles to even consider that happening. And given the fact that anyone in eBay can like sell and take some profit off of this now if it pops up, I think there's still going to be some sellers if this thing catches another bid. So I'm going to think the same thing about this. As far as GameStop goes, it's probably in its own beast. I'd probably just ignore that one today, even though it was also weak. But yeah, really good start for the market being slightly up here. I like it. I'll take it.
Yeah, I mean, it's another good day. Yesterday we were only down 0.19. So nothing to worry about there yesterday. And then today we're coming up another 0.6. So it looks like we'll try to get to that record high again here for the NASDAQ. And look at Intel. I mean, Intel's up another 3.5% here on that potential Apple news. Had a little bit of a dip down yesterday into $95. We haven't seen too many red days at all on Intel, yet alone that big one yesterday from $100. That was a big short that we had yesterday, and today I'm flipping it up. Yesterday was Intel short. Today the sticky note's already out. We've got Intel long written down here today. So this is some of the stuff that we're going to be looking at. Happy Cinco de Mayo to everybody there today. Yesterday, of course, we had tacos, which was kind of strange considering today is the day. But there's Intel. See if we can get it back into 98. I don't know if that's even going to be happening. So watch out for the 200 period. We're going to set our alerts today. IBIT 45.50, same kind of ways. TQ's long, Shopify long. So we're looking risk on here today as the market continues to bump upside. And there goes oil starting to go down. And oops, that's the wrong one. USO. I don't know. We just heard something about
Hexet.
Yeah, Hexet speaking. So Iran will face overwhelming firepower if attacks commercial ships. Okay. So we've heard that before. I don't know why that's rallying the market too much, but there goes oil down a little bit. Market right here trying to tick through its pre-market highs, and maybe we just did that actually, up to 28,000 again. There, that's going to be a big top. I remember when 25 was talked about for a minute. So we'll be looking at things like that. And yeah, we were talking about the Knicks there, got absolutely destroyed Philly yesterday. So that should be a fun one to look at. Tesla moving right now too, apparently.
Well, Tesla has
395. Yeah, so good little level there for Tesla now breaking through. We'll see if we can test 400. That could come right off the open as well. And then been talking a little bit about Palantir, not really expecting a whole heck of a lot from this name. And I was like, wow, if we ever got to 160, we definitely would sell some of that. We didn't get there. We had a nice little bump right when that number was released into 150. And then everything was all good, but the guide a little lower there for Palantir. So we'll talk more about that stock as we go, but 142.50 here for PLTR. And then, today's day is about AMD. So we'll see what that wants to do here today, and they're reporting tonight, right?
So love for MSCI or SMCI, sorry.
SMCI
Allegedly reporting today. MF Dangerous is like, are they reporting today? I don't know. Supposedly, you know how it goes with SMCI.
Yeah, sometimes they've either come late or they don't.
Yeah, or it's just like a little miscommunication here or there, and it ends up like a couple hours later. I don't know. We'll report the numbers when they come out for them, but they're a dog.
We'll
AMD's
get
a
that.
beast.
AMD's probably 405 or 410, something like that. So we'll get it all figured out. Which time? 4:15. Oh gosh. Okay, so we'll probably stay till 4:15 or so. Get that number out to you guys today, but it should be a good one. You had race report. Yeah, there it is. You have it up there. AMD. SMCI.
Oh, Lumentum.
Super micro.
Lumentum, baby. There's one. Yeah, come on. Like that's a biggie. Failed 1,000. Well, you know what? Failed 1,000 is a silly thing to say. Turned at $1,000. Right. Failed 1,000. If it's back at like $900, you could say that. But Lumentum, another like absolute rocket ship name. So yeah, it's not only AMD that's going to be reporting tonight. Scott Tomlinson says that SMCI, NVIDIA should buy them. Why would NVIDIA do that? They don't need the problems. But yeah, there should be a lot to look at. I like that Tesla. Tesla's.
Yeah, what was the news there? Full self-drive in Europe, maybe?
It's a pretty good-looking consolidated chart for a push. And there's room. Like, if you look at these candles, okay, well, forget about at the earnings jump and just sort of look at this resistance up at like 406. Like if you break away, you've got room for this to hold some kind of a gap here on TSLA. Good one. Gonna have to put this one on the watch today. I was gonna go back to crypto. Yes, Bitcoin 81. As we see IBIT cruising here. Been all upside in the pre-market. Like it's just been gliding and gliding higher. Pops Mafia says have a look at BBAI.
They're reporting. They're not doing anything right now.
Yeah, but they don't report till after. Say again?
Oh, spring rolls. Okay.
Okay.
Eggs and spring rolls.
Spring rolls were tasty. They were just greasy last
I don't know if
time.
they go together or not, but.
Well, I'm not saying no.
I'm going to come get some in a second.
Yeah, we'll grab breakfast in a second.
There. Thanks, Randy. Good to
have
see
a banana
Randy back
yesterday.
here, of course. Yeah, Tuesday now. Oh, what
They
the?
were like, see, usually they come
Actually, they
green
feel
and you
okay.
hold it for a day, but
They
these
feel
ones are
okay.
definitely ripe right now.
Feel okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, good to have Randy back in here on not a great report there, down 5%. We thought that one could be one of the ones that had, performed really well into the number, and they are not receiving that really well. I didn't go through the numbers or anything, but on right here was one of the ones that we thought could beat yesterday, or not beat, but have a good reaction, because we saw NXPI starting to go to the upside on their report as well. So here's NXPI semiconductors. They should be going to the downside a little bit today. Oh no, maybe not. Upside when they busted through, and not downside when on reporting. So we'll have to check out for them. And then Nvidia, we'll see if it can have that 200 pin again to it at some point here today. So waiting out for 199.25 to see if we break through yesterday's sort of peak level there. So we'll see. That's actually not a bad trade either, with the market starting to get going here. We're above VWAP, we're above the 200 period moving average and everything. Oh, the spring rolls did make an appearance there.
Oh, this
199.25. That's actually
sauce.
With sauce. That's actually not that bad of a level right there for Nvidia. I already put the note out, so, but we could add some NVIDIA. Oh my God, it's those kind of spring rolls. What am I going to do with 2 spring rolls? Like, what is going on here? I just so much rather have eggs. But okay, 199.25, not a bad level there for NVDA. We're getting ready to rock and roll here. Thanks, Randy, for the food there as we go on back and forth here with spring rolls. But
Palantir's popping here already.
why is it doing that? Oh yeah, wow.
It's like flying
Time.
a little bit here.
As the market goes back
Yeah,
upside
but this is.
Oh shoot, man! We said risk on.
Well, the dip buy levels are going to move on Palantir. We'll figure it out. Obviously, when it was gapped down, you're looking, you're trying to pull back into prior support. Now you're filling in the gap. So put the note out, and then the market breaks through fresh highs. Initially thinking like 140. That might be the level. Got that crazy dark pool wick on a few days back. Yeah, I mean, 140 is around the pre-market low. But if you get all the way back in there, you might not love it. VWAP will be potentially a bit of a play here. But with the market barely bouncing, Palantir threatening to go green today, you're seeing pretty much everything run. Ooh, that DXYZ is going again? Mm-hmm. Destiny. Destiny's been running. Yesterday, big day for Destiny, and another high break today, so 5%. This has a chance to break some big levels up there. So yeah, the market looking pretty good. And Palantir, usually you get like the dips on the dip and rip in earnings. They're not lasting as long. It's like we're still getting good earnings sold off, but you're not really getting as much continuation. Like this one getting bought up already. And Sandisk bought up almost that same day. Like that whole, give yourself a chance to dip and rip, just not happening. I'm gonna try one of these.
Yeah, try one of those. All right, guys. Yeah, we're gonna be covering everything here. It's nice to see this market running to the high side right there. You talked about, Brendan and Sharif just talked about the volatility in USO, and there it goes downside a little bit here for USO. But those are just like the normal. I think those are like the Costco kind of spring rolls. But whatever. I don't expect them to be made, just for us. So thanks, Randy, for all that. We'll have some spring rolls, and we'll go back over to the desk. We got Joe with options coming up soon as well.
All right, yeah, we're back to the upside here. This Pentagon briefing still going on. It looks like they're talking about some Marines, 22,500 Marines trapped in the Gulf and unable to transit. So that kind of seemed to kick off a little bit of a move there in the overall market, including a move higher here for Palantir back to basically 2 days ago. some resistance levels coming into play for PLTR. I mean, we can dig into this a little bit. It was, I mean, as we said, just a crazy, crazy report. 85% revenue growth, 33 cents EPS. Valuation, though, standing out there 46 times on earnings at this point.
Brendo, they quadrupled net income.
Yeah.
That's the take-home money. That's the profitability. Quadrupled. $214 million is what they took home last year for profitability. Jump up to $870.5 million, closing in on that $1 billion worth of profitability. And, you know, when you look at the revenue itself, the revenue is $1.63 billion. So they're taking home net income. What are their gross margins if their net margins here are almost 50% or thereabouts? So fantastic look. Also raising the full year guide. They're guiding full year revenue 7.65 to 7.66. The street was looking for 7.27 specifically for Q2. So their Q2, that is $1.8 billion in revenue. They're guiding. The street was looking for basically 1 2/3. So another beat there. U.S. government revenue up 84% year over year. But let's get to the one that I like the most, and that you and I have been talking about, as well as the guys as well. Commercial revenue, Brendo, 133% year over year increase in that number. So that's a good look. I like that. I like it, but you know, it feels like it's really run up so much in anticipation that these would be the numbers. So I don't know if the price reacts. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, it's, as we said, not a huge move. 2% was a little bit more than 2%, so maybe people just taking advantage of 2% cheaper at this point this morning on the back of those good numbers. Here's Shopify, meanwhile, coming back into 3 days ago. Some support level going back to last week here, 120, 119, 118, we'll call it at the bottom there. On a bit of a bounce right now. It was the questionable consumer, it seems, as the negative that the market took.
Yeah, their Q2 guidance in line, so not a beat. Kind of keeping an eye on that. Expectations were certainly elevated. And here's what they're saying. Look, the macro backdrop is the key overhang. It's the tariffs, the Middle East conflict kind of pushing up costs. We're talking about fuel, we're talking about logistics, increasing that cost number there, rising operating expenses for merchants as well, and a possible slowdown in spend, as you mentioned, with the consumer. All these variables are keeping kind of investors on the sideline.
Yeah, I mean, again, it could be a lot worse here if you zoom out. Really not a huge move. We're just back to that last pivot point on the daily chart after we bounce back up to 130, 132. So, I mean, still chopping around in a range here, guys, for Shopify, but I mean, it does raise some question marks, I think, as far as what is to come.
Yeah, like when you're...
I think the business is firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, the uncertainty, I guess, is going to be a bit of the issue. You know, this was one that was very much primed. Like, you know, if you had a little bit more certainty, you probably get the breakout that you're looking for on the weekly chart here on Shopify. Whether it's able to do that in the overhang now, I think you'd probably just want to see the support come in. There's been a lot of buying at the 110 there. You should probably find that on the note as well. And if it had been SSR, it would be on my list. It would have gone down and bounced in front of that support level. Again, with the uncertainty, like, I don't know, we get a couple of good headlines here, like, oh, we'll take responsibility of the Strait, and maybe this will only be another 2 weeks to conflict. But the market sort of knows which names are a little bit less affected by it. Like, we're getting leadership from the chips and leadership from AI for a reason, because those are the types of names where you just feel a little bit better about the growth and not having to worry about supply chains as badly here. And obviously, you know, this is a name that has worked really, really well, but you cannot ignore that it has been in a malaise for about it's the entire year. Like, it's basically the start of the year. It's mid-January, and we've just been sitting around in a 110 to 135 range. So it would have been a lot more exciting for me had it either maybe traded into the support level or giving you a chance at a breakout, but instead of that, we'll look for a bit of a pass. But there's always something interesting when we look at options, and I just got, you know Palantir is going to be on the list. That's not any surprise, right? No. It's Palantir earnings day. You know we'll be talking about them with Joey Options.
You got that correct, Neil. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the options activity from yesterday's session. Of course, we're going to kick things off with some Palantir, and then we'll get into a little bit more, you guessed it, Palantir. All right, guys, let's kick it off with the $142 strike price, slightly trading in the money at this point, but after the close yesterday, this was an OTM contract, okay? So it was down slightly, but nonetheless, let's take a look into some of the metrics. Now, open interest sitting around 14,000, guys, at that $142 level, but relatively light volume. Speaking, they reported after the bell yesterday, that's going to be expiring on May 8th. Now, as for the bid and the ask, the reason why I brought up this specific contract is relatively expensive, okay? And it had the most amount of open interest throughout this expiration cycle on the call side. Now we're sitting at $9.35 and then $9.20 on the bid. That's a $15 spread. That's relatively wide for Palantir. But one thing that we will take a look at is the exposure to delta. Some of our Greek metrics here sitting around that $61. That's pretty hefty. And what we're essentially going to see is that after the open, we'll see a fluctuation not only in the delta, so you'll see an increase in this specific contract, but then you'll also see an increase in the at-the-money IV, 115.7%. I wouldn't be surprised if we see slight upticks, but be cautious and be prepared for day after day for that to start to slowly come in. Now, compared to the previous contract that we're just looking at, the $142 strike price on the call side, I want us to take a look at the put side here, and we're going to go all the way down to $125. Now, the volume substantial and open interest relatively high here, guys. Speaking so, it is extremely out of the money as well, considering we're trading up in the 140s, but the open interest sitting around 9,530 with 17,000 contracts open and closed, okay? That was the most amount on the put side, but I want to look at the discrepancy between the bid and the ask that we looked at on our call contracts. So you're almost looking at $1,000 for those specific ones. These are less than 100, okay? And these are farther out of the money. Now, as for our delta, you can see there's very little exposure just due to the fact that it is so far out of the money. And the exact same thing with your gamma. It's going to have the exact same expiration cycle, but the at-the-money IV sitting around 115%, that's not going to change throughout your put and call. But one thing that we will note is that after that sell, you will see a slight uptick within this specific put contract just due to the increase in implied volatility and then also the selling down 2+% here this morning. Moving forward, GameStop is another name that we wanted to take a look at. An out-the-money contract here, guys, we can tell by our delta. But one thing that we do want to look at is this $26 mark, trading roughly around $23. Open interest at 28,500 with volume substantial here, guys, 41,500. And you can see that our bet in the ask, relatively tight, only a $2 spread, which isn't bad whatsoever. Now, gamma exposure, relatively high. You would see a 0 after that decimal point, but nonetheless, we're sitting at $12. And now the at-the-money IV, slight uptick around 71.2%. Now, let's focus on the contract itself. So we heard the news. The news was released that they're looking to acquire eBay, but nonetheless, what do we have within this contract? Off of that catalyst, a 589% increase within that specific contract from the bottom to the top. You can see it's slowly starting to come back, and in the value of the contract is reverted right back to the mean. Let's send it back to Neil, Sean.
I think they're Joe and Palantir actually running off that 142.
Yeah, oh yeah, it's a nice level.
Yeah, like that's the thing. Like it broke out pretty decently from there, and looks like you're gonna fill in the gap, and the buyers have come right back in. You know what? I mean, it's not necessarily VWAP, but looking for a dip level, it just gives another place. If it comes back in heavy at the open, just gives another place for you to look to pick up that bid. GameStop is not really. On the other hand, GameStop is just flat. Flat, more flat. Didn't even get going with the market as the market bounced here. So I don't know what's going to give this one a little bit of pep and step. Palantir's certainly going to be on watch. And yeah, I might even like that 142 coming back in. Forget about some of the prior levels. You're gonzo now, right? Like we're filling in the gap here on this stock. So maybe some VWAP, maybe some 42s. But yeah, GameStop's going to be a pass for me. I still like eBay. I think that can move around a bit. But I feel like GameStop might have to calm down as people try to digest this latest news. I think if it falls far enough, that would be an interesting pickup, but not at these levels.
Yeah, no, I was actually, we talked a little bit about Shopify. I like this sort of 120 area. It's on the note. I want to see us take that back, and be able to hold this view up in and around 119 and change. So I think Shopify actually, with pretty good report overall. I mean, we are worried, as Brendan said, a little bit about the consumer. We're going to hear the jobs number coming out. There's a couple numbers coming out today, and then we had the big one on Friday. So, I think Shopify, with that kind of a report, it looks like a beat all over the place. Should be able to hold this 120. It's coming back in, which you don't like to see as the market. We just started the show, I was up 0.5%. Now you're up 0.75%. Shopify is pulling back in right now into 118. So we just got to be careful about that level. But I actually like this take of 120 if we can hold it. I'm in the midst right now of setting up my alerts, as we talked about that yesterday. So IBIT, Intel, Shopify. And then that's supposed to be TQ, so we'll switch that. And, trying to make sure that we get long, we hit our prices, because yesterday we missed the IBIT, but it was a great trade. And we'll see if we can do that again here today, as it looks like right here, we're holding that $80,000 mark. So 81 change right now for IBIT, looking at ETHA or BMNR as well, should be in play today. And then we have strategy. So we have MSTR coming. JKL has been shorting this thing and not the greatest result as of this point, but there's up another move today, up 3% for MSTR. It's looked like a good, looked like a good level there for MSTR, so that should be interesting tonight. In and around 190 right now, so it's a good little level there. Neil, please take a look at Sezzle Technical.
Thanks, Jedi.
They report tomorrow.
Jedi announced, well, yesterday Jedi would make sense. Buy now, pay later, financial services. I mean, PayPal's a disappointment today. It literally didn't even move on their earnings. Affirm had a strong day yesterday. From a technical standpoint, there's a breakout that could happen, but they report, is it tonight? Tomorrow after the bell, I think you said. Anyways, they report this week. Yeah, there's this potential breakout play here, but look at the resistance at the 50 period on the weekly here. So even if it breaks out, then you want to make sure it holds the week above a technical level. So wicking above it isn't going to be enough here. The weekly chart's the one that stands out for me. It's got a good, higher lows, fine. You've had a little bit of strength in the space recently with Affirm. I know they were up 4 points yesterday or something like that. So yeah, there's something there, but the fun chart for me on this one would be the weekly. So even on a beat or a move up, holding the move so you close above 87 and then open, hopefully above 90 or 91 next week would be a better confirmation than just breaking out some kind of a shorter term level on a daily chart. But yeah, interesting name. Probably most people are more familiar or interested in some of the more traditional, like the Affirms.
Yeah, I don't know if we've ever talked about that stuff.
Not really.
Not ever.
No, I don't think so.
I don't know.
Maybe, yeah, you know what?
Probably, it doesn't mean it's not tradable.
Probably never. Yeah. I don't think it's day tradable. It doesn't really do a heck of a lot of volume, 3,000 shares pre-market. But if you're swinging in it, or if you just like the sector in general and you're looking for a play, I would probably prefer Affirm. But
Sezzle, there it is. Affirm reporting tonight, or they already did? They're reporting.
Good question.
It's this week for sure. Affirm.
I think they're on the big day.
Okay. We'll pay attention to Affirm coming up soon today. Yeah, PayPal, a little disappointing, but PayPal's been on a nice little run. So Thursday, okay. So we'll have to see now. Okay, yeah, PayPal. Oh, okay. Now PayPal's coming back in. Just hit 49, going lower right now. Okay, this is a little bit of a move here for PayPal just now. So I don't know how that's happened. There must be a call happening right now, right, for PayPal? Downside play there. PYPL. Continuing to go lower. I'm just charging on my headphone over here, Andre. Yeah, okay, so there it goes. PayPal downside. XYZ block. This is another one that we could watch out for. All these earnings are going to be coming through very, very soon, so that's going to be another one. But yeah, PayPal on their discussion right here, making lows right now for PYPL. So not sure exactly what we're talking about. Pinterest was a nice one yesterday, though, up 16%. I mean, sometimes they're so bad, they're so good. And this was the one that we were like, nobody uses Pinterest. And Adair said, her dad does, and so on and so forth. So, but there it is, breaking through 25 would be a good look today for Pinterest. See if that name can get going on a 20+% short float there as well. So, yeah, man, I mean, as we keep saying, every day there's different things happening. And today is another one of those days. So, there we go. Slower growth. Europe looks like another problem over there. We had Europe talk with Tesla as well. But you know what? I mean, look, I don't know if PayPal's a growth story anymore, but Eventually, maybe they get bought out. I don't know. I mean, people now, you can just hit Apple Pay, Google Pay, all that kind of stuff. It's so easy right now to get around PayPal. But I do know that there's, for traditional banking, a lot of people don't even want to have bank accounts, or maybe they don't even have a bank account. So you need to use different financial alternatives to support the life, right? So right there, PayPal. I don't mind.
There,
PayPal.
you still have options.
I don't mind PayPal at these levels. I don't know.
Well, let's see how it holds out the 50 period, right? Like that's where the breakout was from on this stock. So if it can't hold 47 today, you got problems. But they don't like what's going on in the call ongoing currently. That's sort of the thing. Like anything that reported this morning, you have to remember we get earnings calls throughout the session. So should make it a little bit interesting. I just remembered too. Carnival's going to be an upweight at the bell tonight. Decent enough size, Carnival Cruise Line, so that could be a bit in play. But yeah, we have a lot of earnings to get through. It's not even, it was a busy day today, but actually gets busier throughout this week, for sure, because I know Thursday is going to be a big one. Speaking of a firm, Uber's one. That's been disappointing.
Uber's been doing nothing for months.
Really disappointing. But as I was saying, the reason I was bringing up a firm, and it wasn't trying to throw shade on Sezzle or anything. It was just that I remember a firm was in the midst of a nice little break, and it's right back at the 200 period. Had a very strong day yesterday with a gap up and then holding kind of a bull flag. So that's a chance to break out here today. U.S. trade balance numbers out. Maybe let's go to the desk because we got it's not a huge. That's not really that big of a number. The trade balance number
looks fine.
It's not a big deal. Looks like
we never really.
Pretty much.
As long as it's pretty much in line, right in the middle of both of those numbers there. So, okay, let's go back. We can discuss that at the desk.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. The export side, positive. Import side, kind of thereabouts. So overall balance of trade, negative $60.3 billion versus negative $61.4 billion expected on that. So more or less in line with expectations there for balance of trade. Keep in mind 9:45 and then 10 o'clock we'll get more. Both the S&P Global and ISM flavors of PMI for April coming through. And then the JOLTS number at 10 o'clock as well, the first of three decently important employment data numbers coming up. Yeah, it looks like they dropped the good or the negative nugget on the PayPal call as it was ending. And maybe just hung up the phone and ran because that's what happened as soon as it looks like the call has ended. But slower growth, both in Europe and in certain business divisions, they're saying, going forward into the remainder of the year. So not only affecting the guidance for next quarter, but the rest of 2026.
We're really coming off here, man. Yeah. We're almost 8% here. Negative territory. Yeah, expects Q2 to reflect more pressure on a year-over-year basis. According to the CEO, it's driven by non-recurrence of certain prior year items. Also saying timing of anticipated cost savings and investment may not be in line as they had suggested. So we'll dig more into this. I'm not seeing too much in the way of headlines coming on my blotter right now with respect to what's being said on the call, but one can just infer that from the price action, Brenda. We're losing 8% here. We're on the way to 46. The market's not liking what they hear.
Yeah, there was some reports of job cuts coming through as well for PayPal. This one as well, also coming back in. Coinbase back downside a little bit here right now. 3 days in a row. Decent price action, higher along with crypto markets, really, which it's been a while since Coinbase has actually traded along with Bitcoin. But coming back in right now to 210, 14% of the workforce being cut over at Coinbase. I read through the memo. Brian Armstrong tweeted the memo that he sent out to everyone this morning. And I mean, they essentially pointed right at AI.
I was saying, ask you
saying, things that used to take 4 weeks to ship are now taking 2-3 days. And their work, he said, quote unquote, has changed, or the way they work has changed going forward. So there's another one. Whether you want to really believe it or not, they're using AI as the reason to cut things and make it more lean.
I believe it. Yeah. And I tell you every day, especially with how I do the morning note, a lot of my workflow in the morning, it just makes you so much more productive. Sure. And that's a fact, right? So if I see it with myself, I can certainly see it with others. A lot of different crypto headlines today. Did you see this one as well? Bullish, BLSH, looking to acquire, I don't even know how to pronounce this. Sorry, guys. Equinity for $4.2 billion to build a tokenization infrastructure. Initially sold off on the news, Brendo, BLSH, but looking to kind of pick up again here. There was also the crypto headline of the Clarity Act. Derek covered this yesterday, but we're on the way to 81,000 now on Bitcoin. So you feel like the regulatory clarity has something to do with that. But good, I would say, week and change now, or maybe even a couple of weeks right now for crypto.
It's interesting to see the timing of this announcement from Coinbase specifically as we get the move back higher in Bitcoin, as we get the move back higher in other crypto markets, maybe some more trading volume coming back into the platform. Everything's rosy again.
Everything's great.
Let's cut costs too.
I really wonder though, and we've seen this with Jack Doherty, we've seen it with Andy Jassy and with some other CEOs. They come out, they put the focal point on AI. They say we're more efficient, we're more productive, and then they get a little bit of pressure, maybe from shareholders, the board, their PR firm, who knows? Yeah. And then they walk it back a little bit. They say, oh, well, it's not really all AI. We got to right size. We hire too much, right? So I'd like to see if that happens.
I looked it up. It was globally they have between 4,000 and 5,000 employees total. So I mean, it's not a massive number. Let's be honest. It's like what 600-700, I guess, at 14% of the top end estimate on that. If it's 5,000 total, so I mean. It's not a huge number percentage-wise. Definitely, you never want to see 500, 600 people lose their jobs, but it's sign of the time.
And it's definitely not conducive to a strong consumer. And we just saw there Shopify speaking about the consumer and perhaps some weakness coming up there. You and I have been talking also about rising debt levels, delinquency rates going up, whether you're looking at credit cards or you're looking at cars. Each area, though, to be fair, geography plays a big role here. So not all created equal. I was looking at some of those numbers. So
yeah, I mean, it's not been a great year overall for crypto markets. I mean, Coinbase still negative on the year, but back above some key levels here, guys, to start the day today.
Yeah, well, the big one was yesterday was Circle. So, if you're looking at the space, that was an absolute rocket up, another 5% here, and in the midst of a big run. Just want to at least acknowledge it. And the one that's trying to go here, it's about 216-ish on Coinbase. It needs to break. You're a good 3% away from that. So if you get out and about, maybe it's actually 15. No, it's 16. That's right. It is 216. So you have a local high going back to, the 17th here on Coin. Looked like it was a better shot to challenge it before. And with the market popping up, it kind of is holding back a little bit. So it's not really, I don't know if it's going to be like front of the mind, given that we just had that push and Coinbase didn't really go with it. But yeah, 216, that'll be a level one way or another, whether it's today, tomorrow, I don't know, next week. Like, you can't ignore it. That's multiple times. You can at least count 4 days where it's tested 15, 16, and failed this year. So that's a pretty clean breakout level for Coin to watch. Circle's been much better as a trade. But yeah, Coin, it's a good setup for a breakout, just not as likely that it's going to break because, as I said, we just had a pop up in the market, and for some reason this didn't go with it, making it a little bit less likely. But hey, cutting costs, good. Doing it while you already have existing momentum can only help to press through. So when we get the break, we like it.
There's some news today, bullish $4.2 billion acquisition today as well. So there's going to be some, here I'm just going to get the exact story here. For its sale of, Shreve mentioned this already, Equinity. So there we go, man. Like an IPO that was not overly well received. Of course, bullish, and maybe just like we saw Circle come right back into some levels and then bounce off of here. You're nowhere near retaking what they came out with their IPO, but this little level of $70. Now we're not there yet, obviously, but that's a good spot there. We'll look to see if bullish can come up and take out this $44 area right now. Obviously, not moving upside too much with crypto, but it's now been 3 or 4 straight up days here. So, if this acquisition means anything, $4.2 billion funded through $1.85 billion debt, $2.35 billion in stock right there. So we're going to wait to see if they can figure out how to get a little bit more customers up on their platform. That's bullish with more news there as well. And this was that sort of, Neil mentioned that Circle trade as, the Clarity Act. There's a little bit more optimism around that. We've seen, that sort of create movements and opportunities for traders of Circle. And wow, that name you're going to see as well. I think this has been around a little bit longer. Okay, no, there it is. Perfect. Yeah, so it comes right back into those levels again and starts taking off just one more time through this $130 mark right there for Circle, up 5%. This might be a better trade today than Coinbase, period. You know, this is starting to move up. You don't have, stock-specific news. You just got the overall upturn of crypto. So, yeah, VWAP down here at 124. Really like the situation here for Circle today. That should be a good one. So let's see what winds up happening with 124 level here on Circle. So today it gets the square. I think it's going to be a good one there. Even potentially breaking through 130 today is also Circle going upside. Yeah, market just hanging out there. Someone just said, what's going on with NVIDIA? Is something going on with NVIDIA? Yeah, a little bit of a tick higher. I mean, good momentum yesterday to the downside early. We saw that many of these names get cracked. We saw Intel go down into the $95 area. Now Intel's trying to push $100 again. Chip names starting to go. A big day, man. AMD tonight. So AMD probably holds fort pretty well. I think that this is going to be a good report coming through for advanced micro devices. I mean, demand still remains very, very strong in the chip space. We saw that with SNDK and their forward guide as well. Wow, $1,300 today for SNDK. Like, I always keep going back to it. Like, it was just a week ago, this thing was $1,000. And it was just a year ago, this thing was $40. So absolutely unbelievable, some of the runs there. And I think that's hurting a little bit of, potentially keeping, Apple's been doing well, but I mean, the cost of these inputs to create these phones, ARM and everything starting to go and get much more expensive right now. So we'll throw it back over to Neil.
Well, actually, I think we're going to get some upgrades and downgrades. I'm curious to see what some of these analysts think about the quarters that we've been getting. Lots of earnings to get through, and we'll do some more at the big screen with Joe.
All right, guys, welcome back. Let's take a look at some of the analyst actions here this morning. We're going to kick things off with some downgrades. At the top of the list, we have Amgen getting the downgrade here by Erste Group. Going from a buy to a hold rating, we're down about 0.3% here. And then we also have Roblox getting the downgrade here, guys, down 0.6%, going from an overweight to neutral weight with a $50 price target by Piper Sandler. Moving forward, let's take a look at Fabrinet, down substantially here this morning, going from an outperform to an equal weight by Fox Advisors. You're down 12% here, a little bit more than that on today's session. Now, Verizon Wireless also getting the downgrade here, guys. You're down 0.5% here, going from a buy to a hold. Now, moving forward, let's take a look at some of the analyst actions on the upgrade side of things. All right, On Semiconductor getting the nod with a neutral weight target here, but increasing the price from $70 to $100. You're still down for over 4%. Duolingo also getting a price target increase here. You're down 3.7%, but JP Morgan increasing that from $92 to $94. Now, Palantir also getting the nod with that buy rating, guys, going from $200 to $225 by Rosenblatt. You're down 2.8%, maybe a little bit less now, considering it started to recover. Now, Chipotle, the one sitting here in positive, going from a hold to a buy, you're up 1.25%. Let's send it back to Neil and Sean.
Yeah, the one that would be, well, maybe a bit of a surprise there, Duolingo, which I know it's down 5% or 4.5%, but that's a pretty solid bounce for Duolingo. Unlike your Palantir, no surprise there. ON, no surprise, both strong quarters. The company's doing really well. Roblox, yuck. That's been a little bit rough. But Duolingo, you do wonder, if it doesn't break the low, there's only one place to go. And, if it can't lose 85, like, it's so well above this prior low. It's 20%. Even with the pullback, it's still well above its low on the year. Maybe you can hold this 50-period moving average. I think this would be more of a dead cat bounce, though, than anything else. I don't know about I just don't know about their model. And even my daughter doesn't use the language stuff like she used to. She's all into like the music and
and there's the chess is over there,
Yeah, like it's more about that stuff, and you start thinking about like what do you think? Like,
it's just about what can they charge for.
I just can't picture them being able to charge people for what they're offering in 5 years. I'm not really seeing that for Duo. Like there's a there that I'm missing, but Yeah, I think, look, it obviously has some kind of a chance to maybe do a bit of a relief rally at some point. And certainly when you have a reversal a reversal like this, it's a good start, right? Like you're down 10%, you catch a bit of a bid after earnings, maybe a little bit of bad news gets taken pretty well. I'm just hearing Marvell popping, so I'm going to throw over it. I don't know if I heard news on this, but it's moving. So it just broke HOD, 2.5%. Oh, shoot. Oh, no, he just said the name again.
Yeah, he just says up.
Okay, you know what?
Sometimes I don't know. It's just moving.
Sometimes we'll just hear it in our ear because the stock is moving, and then
not on much volume.
My thought is, I'll flip to it because maybe there's some news there. But yeah, it could just be market is strong, chips are strong, Marvell is strong.
This is called the Katina Family Vacation Stock. Yeah, Marvell just keeps on going higher right here into 170. Again, my headphone just keeps on disconnecting every time, so I got to figure that out. 168 and change upside right now for MRVL. So, yeah, who knows? Not much volume there, but starting to go just a little bit. And like I said, I think it's all going to be based on. We'll see. Maybe there is a story. Who knows? But right now, Marvell, AMD, it's a lot of this kind of stuff going on. Right now. I'm going to delete this bullish just to see if there's anything going on. We do have the Benzinga Pro update here as well. So we got Adair, we got Brendan Sharif. We're all just kind of scanning for news. If anything starts to come through, we'll talk about that. I'm thinking that Tesla could be a trade today as well, especially if this market wants to tick up just a little bit more. 396. I mean, we're right near that $400 mark, a big psychological level here. We will talk a little bit about Tesla coming through, hoping to get some more approvals for FSD and whatnot over there in Europe. But that's right where the 200 period moving average is, 403. Hit pretty good there, down into earnings. Nice little pop on a little bit of CapEx spend. And now we'll see if Tesla can hold forward here through the 50 period and now trying to get back upside into that 200. We've seen Randy wasn't here today. Oh, he wasn't here yesterday, but is here today. Yeah, man, how low can we go here? We like the stock at 18. That must mean we must like it at 1450. So here's Rivian. Not too many names that have reported that are now a couple days off their report where you're going to be seeing a nice area of support. So we'll see if we can get report and support. So they've reported, and now they got to support it, and we'll see if we can get that here at 1450. Looks like Rivian might be a prime candidate for a nice little buy and potentially a swing trade because, you can now use, and who knows, we want to see what happens today maybe, but you can use this low. This is day 3 maybe or 4 of Rivian earnings, so you could just give it a second and see if we do wind up holding this 14.25 area. If you do that, man, back up to 16 is very likely. That's $1.75. Give yourself about 30-40 cents to the downside. You could possibly have $2 upside there. So I think Rivian is maybe worth a shot here. We've seen Ford and GM both actually went down off of their report. Ford did get into 13. Yeah, I was going to say 14, but $13 there, and now right back down in as well. And here goes GM downside off their report. Maybe it's battled back, but let's have a quick little look here on GM. Yeah, so there it is, right? $80 down into 76. So, it's not a great business. I don't feel like some of these car businesses. And then we look over here at Uber. I just don't know. Is there not enough excitement right now about anything? Like Uber's going to report on Thursday. And as I said, it's been doing nothing for months. This goes all the way back to February, just sitting in this zone. So Uber's getting ready to do something, I feel like, at some point. Not necessarily coiling up. We'd like to see a little bit of a volume spike here, but we'll have to watch this name. Another interesting name coming in what is Super Bowl week number 2. Starting off with Palantir yesterday, and we'll see what winds up happening later on this as this day opens up, because it's 8:48. The imbalances only have New York names on them right now, and they're pretty tight. Right here, I was looking at them earlier. There's nothing going on, like no names in here that we really look at. Circle, we already saw that one up 5% today, so that's starting to go on a bid. But other than that, a lot of buys, not too many sells. But Palantir, nice little run up there into 145. We'll see if that winds up holding. That's your 200 period moving average. So on earnings, we like to say if there's a gap play to VWAP, we've already held that pretty nicely right there. We'll see if 143 can hold out there for PLTR. So, all right, we'll go back over to the desk, and lots of stuff popping through today. We'll see if the NASDAQ can hold bids, man. I said we're looking risk on. I got only long ideas today, one of them being Palantir, Shopify, Intel, the NASDAQ, and then IBIT. So kind of all over the place, but definitely a chip focus, I feel like, with AMD coming tonight at 4:15.
Back at highs here for DOCN, Digital Ocean. Really good report here this morning as well. Another one that's absolutely ripping up, better part of, what, $20 almost? at the highs for this one, but better than expected results for Q1. Full year 2026 guidance above estimates. Also, the company issued Q2 sales guidance above estimates. So it's definitely not all bad to start things off here this morning. Have you seen the daily chart, by the way, on this thing?
I don't even know this company, Brendo. It's kind of full disclosure.
I mean, 2 days in a row, this thing has definitely broken out through the highs. But I mean, $52 to, I mean, 120 almost in a month, 2 months, 6 weeks, we'll call it, for DOCN. There's absolutely screaming here. Another one with good earnings.
And the perfect niche, basically agentic inference. I mean, is that not what we're always constantly talking about? The shift from training into inference and using agents rather than, you know, these query questions for the LLMs. Yeah, this is really good. More than 10% here in the pre-market. They announced that they're raising their full year guidance. They reported better than expected first quarter results. They're expecting sales for the next quarter to come in at 1.13 to 1.45 billion. That's up from the prior guide, which was 1.08 to 1.11, and also above what the street was looking for, which was basically 1.11, so the higher end of their estimates. So EPS, we're looking at $1.10 to $1.20, but that is also well ahead of the analyst expectations of $1.03. Looking at the second quarter, the company expects adjusted earnings to be about 20 to 23 cents per share. That is a little bit lower, though, than the 24 expected by analysts, but you can just tell by the share price right now, the price action, market not really stressing about that too much.
We've had many conversations about some of the post-COVID stocks that made a huge run in 2020, 2021, 2022, gave it all back, you know, most of which, let's call it, I don't know, I'm just throwing a dart at a dartboard here, but 90+%, I'll say. We'll probably never see those highs that we saw back in COVID times. I mean, this one's actually not far off if you zoom out on this thing. I mean, it got to, what is that, 130, 135 going back to 2021, summer of 2021. I mean, here we are back to 115, 120 area right now.
That's like the mother of all rounded bottoms.
Crazy.
Right there. It looks fantastic.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't really complain about this. And can I say something else? I mean, we always try to make these comparisons between the AI trade and the .com bubble. But the fact of the matter is, there was all sorts of fiber optics at that time, the late 90s, early 2000s, that was not utilized and wouldn't be utilized for a decade. That is ipso facto not the case with these data centers, these neoclouds. They are packed 2-3 years down the road. They're charging 125% of what they were typically charging for the use of some of these GPUs. So I more and more, I'm starting to see these two comparisons be less and less similar.
Yeah, definitely good. Well said. 135 to $20 at the low. Here we are back towards 115, 120, guys, for DigitalOcean.
Yeah, you have like, it's a phenomenon that's going on for a lot of this stuff, and it's like it's basically reevaluating and repricing some of these names because you have such explosive growth, and we're in a monumental shift, and they're a big winner. And what's crazy about it is this actually has the ridiculous, like the U-shape potential breakaway pattern that you'd see on some IPOs, where you make an initial high early on or relatively early in stages, it ends up making a fresh low, you get the breakout. Now, why I think it's a bit different is because of how extreme the 2021 was. But if you just simply try to chase that gap, that would give you another 20% to go here. So like the trend has been your friend on this. This is a day trade. I mean, it's done, well, I haven't even crossed 1 million shares pre-market yet, but probably a little bit thinly traded. Right now, a volume low, spread 50 pennies, which is not too bad. But this might deserve to be on the radar. It's got room. It definitely has a little bit of room to go. And then you get this potential, like, U-top break. Like, we're at 29s, right? So 129.50, and that's legitimately 33. So that would be just an unbelievable break price. I just don't know that you can trust that kind of a break on a day one. I think maybe look for like a VWAP pullback. That's a heck of a trap to get set up 20%. But we've seen that chart in the past have continuation where you get that U shape. It looks like that kind of an earnings play. But Dock-in, for a day trade, probably a bit of a pass unless you see something really interesting off of the volume weighted average price. There's a lot of names to be able to look at here that are making similar types of all-time high runs. Intel's an example of that, or one that's going to do one tonight, which would be AMD, or one that's going to do one maybe in a couple of days, which would be, which would be ARM. You got Marvell breaking all-time high. So you have ones that are going to be a little bit more liquid without having to go over to Dawkins.
Yeah, we have right here, we talked about finishing their call. PayPal is actually doing quite well this morning. I got an alert on my phone that PayPal was up here this morning, and then now it is well down. We just hit SSR right now for PayPal. Comes right back into those levels that were pretty good for a bid. So we'll see if we can catch a bid right now on PayPal at some point. I'd say let it test this 43.50. Like, I know that means you got to go down another buck and change, but into that level, we'll see if PayPal might be giving us a great trade opportunity here if there is a bounce on PYPL. Just wanted to double check what the imbalance, there's no imbalance yet, what the short float was on PayPal. So just 5%, but still, it's actually not that bad for such a big company there, PayPal. There's the move down right here on this chart, but yeah, looking like it wants to potentially find a bid. I don't know if it doesn't look like it wants to find a bid, but I think it should, down there in and around $44. And look, it's trying to do something, PYPL. So, we just mentioned it. We went back with Brendan there. The call had just ended, and they dropped the mic and run out the door and shut it behind them. So no questions here for PayPal anymore. We'll see if it wants to hold. When there's that gap, we could play that back into VWAP, and right now it kind of makes sense. So if we could short in and around 48, I think that might be a good trade, and I really do like the long. I mean, we might have just saw the long at 45 flat. So PayPal giving us some trade ideas here early, as we didn't think that would be happening off of their initial move higher. And then, yeah, I guess slowing growth in Europe is the story here for PayPal. So we'll see if that wants to wind up holding this 44 spot here for PYPL. Yeah, I just looked at the eggs a little bit too. It's not that they're undercooked. I don't know if they use too much milk or what they use. They're a little too runny on those eggs there. So it's spring rolls for everybody today, that's for sure.
And fresh fruit.
Yeah, fruit. We got the bananas. There's fruit. There's pastries. I mean, there's still everything there. It's ridiculous how spoiled the breakfast can be around here. But all right, PayPal, $45. I mean, another good look there. And then Palantir going the other way. So we get PayPal, which initially started to go higher. Both these names actually were higher off their initial reports there. We'll talk about Palantir in a minute. It's going to be on the rundown, but I just want to give you guys an idea that we just broke through right now, that 200 period moving average. So now we look for some support here in PLTR. Wow, PayPal, Palantir. How many times have I messed those up there today? Probably just a few. So, all right, it's 8:57 already. I mean, we can start getting ready to rock and roll. We'll talk about the futures with Sharif. We'll get that rundown going. You can check out Sharif's morning note. We also have everything in link in description for our watch lists that come out free. Thanks to Adara putting that together, and it's been a great one. That's what I look at every single day. We use Sharif's note for the rundowns and for specific levels and key information, but the morning watch list is a very brief description of everything you need to know about what's moving. And there's also some lower stocks that are high floats, low float, runners are always on there. So I don't know, was that one on there today? ABCL? Yeah, so ABCL on there today.
Well, that's CLRB, I think, was the one on.
CLRB, okay. There's always tons of them. Palantir just took 145, so there we go.
Well, the hilarious thing about Palantir, I'm looking at it. I have my Palantir chart on my black chart, like right with USO, like they're back and forth, and they were almost at the same price for a full couple of minutes, almost exactly. No, but ACBL is a mover. The one on the watch list was CLRB. Oh, sorry, CLRB, not CLBR. It's always annoying. Like there's so many tickers that like you'll make like a, usually you make a mistake like that, a transposition, and like the stock doesn't exist. In the case it did. No, but CLRB, that's one underneath the volume weighted average price. The reason why I was looking at that other is like you still hold a little bit of the VWAP there, but you know what? Short these things can be a trade too. Like there's always something for everybody. Like there's, Luis comes on and we'll probably have him, I believe tomorrow. Usually we'll have him on a Wednesday, and he'll talk about how you make that pre-market high, you do those shorts, and then that can be a strategy for you. But small cappers, there's always a plenty, but there's a lot to get to when it comes to earnings season. We're going to drop into our watch list and the rundown right about now and get to every single name we can. Remember, when you're in the chat, don't forget to go $ and all those symbols. If you're saying, let's just say you posted Intel at 100, put in $INTC, and then you'll get that one. You probably don't have to worry about it until it'll make the it'll make the visualizer, but it doesn't hurt if you use a $sign in the chat in front voice.
All right, guys, 718 or thereabouts is where we closed out yesterday on the SPY. As you can see right now, we're well above 720, 721 and a quarter. But look how cleanly we held that 715 on that 4-hour candle yesterday. As you'll recall, we've been speaking a lot about 715 as a key area of technical support. Previously, resistance came into play yesterday, held, and here we are dancing above 720 again. So we're going to say 725, Brendo. That's where we rejected on Friday. We just glanced at 725. If we start selling off, we're looking at 720 as our first level of support. If we fail that, we're looking at yesterday's closing print, 718 as support number 2.
All right, if you haven't done so yet, down below in the description, link to the watch list. Grab that. It's free every single day. Comes right to your inbox with everything you need to know on it before you come join us then at 8 o'clock. We're working our way back higher here. I just saw this and was kind of surprised by it. HSBC downgraded Palantir today. Okay.
Must be valuation.
To hold, yeah, something along those lines. Downgrading to hold lowers their price target to 151 on the back of just an absolute monstrous earnings report. We are trying to retake some key levels here right now for PLTR. I mean, we touched on some of these gains, let's call them.
Ridiculous.
Quarter over quarter, year over year, just absolutely huge.
This is a ridiculous achievement here, Brendo. Look at this, 85% revenue growth and 60% adjusted operating margin. That is basically unheard of in the software space. And a typical, just to give you an idea of what to expect, you know, your typical elite SaaS companies, they're aimed for about 40 to 50%. This is well above that. So fantastic report here by Palantir. Really can't stress that enough. And as I spoke to you guys about yesterday, the sticky income as a result of the Maven budget lock-in by the Pentagon, it went from basically being a frontier sort of software model into being now, what are they calling it? A program of record. So good look there. And we know how sticky government revenue can be, a lot less transient than commercial. Speaking of commercial, transient or not, it's up 133% year over year. That is the top line number for the commercial revenue. Good look there, because we've been always criticizing, at least in the past, that Palantir was too focused on government revenue. Last but not least, last point I want to make here is the non-human agentic revenue. So buried in the customer metrics was a spike actually in automated API-driven deployments. Palantir's actually being used now by agents, not just humans. A lot of agentic software by large banks and logistic firms, all tapping into AIP. Good luck for Palantir.
Back to key levels, as I mentioned, but going to need a little bit more of a bounce here, guys. But we've already retaken 50% or more of that move down initially on the earnings.
Where will Palantir end up by the close today? Or maybe you think you know where Bitcoin closes the end of the week. Who wins in 2028? Where's GDP gonna land? Stop arguing about it and start trading it. Gemini predictions, yes or no markets on crypto, commodities, politics, sports, and more. Now featuring 15-minute and 5-minute crypto markets so you can trade the action in real time. Set your amount, see your odds, and get paid when you're right. Open an account at Gemini.com or scan the QR code for more information. Speaking of crypto, Bitcoin just made a new fresh high, so you check that out right there. Or you know, we could always gamble. Just go long on Randy delivering, being kind enough to bring us the cup of joe.
Yeah,
you got it?
Yeah, good.
Well, cheers, everybody.
I just got another coffee. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I'm always glad to take one because this one's already starting to get a little bit empty. It's getting a little chilly in here, even though it's going to be ridiculously nice today. It's a great day for Palantir. Well, you know what? Okay, fine. It's down 1%. But if you looked at what happened overnight, the bounce feels like it's already happening. It won't be the breakout trade on the daily that I'm looking for, but you're going to put up 85% rev growth, like the best since it came to market. Obviously, it was a company before that, but the best since it came to market and started giving us those reports. Forget about some of these heavy dip levels, like prior support and resistance that I was looking at way earlier when we sat down. It broke out at 142. That gives you a nice support level in here a couple of days ago. So I think looking there first off the open makes a ton of sense, and then worry about some of the like this close here at a 140 and then the 135.5. I feel like if we get to those today, require like a ridiculous amount of patience. Going to start with the 142 and go from there. Was looking for the dip and rip today, and it just kind of ripped to start filling in the gap. It's just a little slight adjustment in where we look for the longs here on PLTR. Great quarter, and when you think about it, the fact that it maybe sold some off, maybe had some people get out before this does the potential break can be good. Like a little bit of pressure got relieved before it does this from all-time highs in October, clean trend line break. And once we get above 150, I think it's gone.
Yeah, I was going to say, the thing about Palantir was, we were looking for that extension of the commercial side, and it looks like that does happen, almost outpacing the government contract, so that's nice. We had that list of all the different government agencies involved with Palantir. I still think it's a great opportunity. Look, this was $105 a year ago today, right? And so you're still up 35+%, 40% on the year. So, the rolling 52 weeks was $105 a year ago today, and it has had a nice move higher. But the problem is right now, and I've said this, Darwin mentioned it in the pre-show here, that in the chat, that this is going to be a tough name, and I've sort of kind of warned about this. I think competition's coming, man, for Palantir. I know that there's a lot of talk, they're now intertwined and everything like that. It's just, what if that next government contract goes to Anthropic? Then all of a sudden, people will start to panic and say, what is next for Palantir? So do you really want to wait to see it break this 128? It could potentially get back up to the upside, but I think it's a relatively big nothing burger considering where they beat everywhere, and they did guide a little bit lower than expectations on their forward years. So, yeah, I'm not absolutely in love with this name as a long-term hold. So let's just wait to see what winds up happening here with that 128 level. I think you got to definitely get something out if we wind up coming back in through there. And don't think that that's not, it's very, very possible that does wind up happening. It's too bad that we're not above the 200 period moving average. A lot of buyers won't come in until that happens. So, we're waiting for better news, but if earnings like that, and it was a great report, doesn't get it through those levels, then I'm just not sure what will, and hopefully it's just more contracts, and you log in and you say, okay, they signed another one, but you're looking at 7.6 billion is what they're looking for this year in revenue. So that's a big number, and I just think that whenever that's happening and you have such high margins, people come for you. And yeah, Palantir, just a little nervous about it. So trying to get a little lighter on that position myself, as we've talked about it over and over again. There's just a few better spots that I just feel better about than PLTR. But, down now 1% is not bad. The implied move was 11 or 12% or something on Palantir. So we're pretty happy with that move right now. Hopefully we can hold bid. 43 is VWAP, so we've held it down here. It graduated up with it, so now we'll wait to see if 143 can hold on Palantir. But I'm not as positive as I was, obviously, in the last few years about the growth potential here for Palantir.
Coinbase here, a nice run up with crypto markets over the past few days, back to recent highs anyways for coin this morning, above 214. On that note, yeah, about 700 people losing their jobs, 14% of the workforce being cut. They're targeting 50 million to 60 million in severance and termination costs for 2026. As we said earlier, timing is interesting here. With the positivity coming back into this space, maybe some higher trading volumes, at least for Coinbase, with the uptick in Bitcoin. Why not take the opportunity?
Yeah, and shore up margins. It's hard to celebrate this kind of stuff because somebody's on the other end of this and they're scrambling for a job. So, but it's our job to cover this. So let's look at the details of these layoffs. So there's 5 points I want to make. There's a one-person team mandate now issued by Brian Armstrong. He's moving Coinbase to a flat organizational structure where the individual employees are expected to act as a unified engineer, a designer, a product manager, all simultaneously, obviously with the assistance of AI. Also, the 5-layer ceiling. What does that mean? There's a new hard limit on hierarchy. Coinbase is kind of mandating that there be no more than 5 management layers between the CEO and any individual junior employee, 5 layers. There's also the kind of what they're calling the player coach enforcement. What does this mean? So every leader remaining at the company is actually now required to be an individual contributor. This means VPs, directors, they all got to write code, believe it or not, and design products daily. So really hands-on for the executive. And then they're also dissolving the traditional departments in favor of what they're calling cross-functional pods. They're designed to kind of operate autonomously as startups, kind of like startup mode, or what do they call founder mode within the company. And last but not least, he revealed, Brian Armstrong, that the non-technical teams now shipping production-grade code using Gen AI. And this is kind of really the hidden reason behind the layoffs. If you're able to kind of remove some of the engineering layers, which take up a lot of the labor income, Brendo, this is really interesting here. Vibe coding.
If they can reduce, I mean, we were talking about it before, but if they can reduce, like he was saying, some of the products that used to take 3-4 weeks to ship are shipping in 2-3 days, like that's an enormous reduction in production time. This just popped up in front of me. It's absolutely mind-boggling. How quickly can a business generate $1 million in profit? You and I were just talking about Google and NVIDIA, the market cap race. Yep. Google, $200 billion roughly, in shouting distance of NVIDIA to take over #1 on that list. 3 minutes and 59 seconds.
Infuriating.
$1 million in profit. 3 minutes and 59 seconds for Alphabet. That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm looking at that list and I'm asking myself, how many of those companies could I run a mile faster than they can make $1 million in profit? I think I got at least one. I don't know how many on this I could take. One of them was like 6.5. So I'm like, I could take that. I could take it. It might have been Amazon. I got you, Amazon.
Yeah,
make your million, but I can run a mile, son.
Yeah, Amazon.
359.
By the time we get through this segment, they've probably made a couple $1 million.
Exactly. That's impressive. But look, it's all the companies that you would expect to have. There was a small. I didn't actually hear anything, but there was a small move down there on USO. Caught the market a bit of a bid there. Nothing crazy. 145 to actually went about $1.50, so 1% down on USO just there. Coinbase didn't budge much, and I don't know, maybe that 216 it doesn't look as likely to happen. You're holding right around VWAP. It's still big resistance on the daily. Like, it needs to take out this 216, and then I think you can really go. But what did go to the upside just now, because I guess it's the opportunity to talk about crypto, is we're still in an upward trend in IBIT. So there hasn't been much that's changed here. Like, we made the break. You're above it. You held 80,000 now, so 80K is held. It was a good trend reversal yesterday, like dipped in, didn't really get all the way down into support, but then did a very good trend break. On any move down, I'm just looking for the trend break long. If you show me a pullback, I'm just gonna look for some kind of a clean trend break. And on the 3-minute is where I wanna see it. And obviously, like it was just slight down, and then you got this big reversal right in here, right around 10, actually it was like 10.10, so it was after the opening range got set in. So it might take some patience. Maybe we glide down slowly into VWAP and it takes 15, 20 minutes before catching a good bid and going. Bitcoin has a tendency not to be moving as crazy in the first 30 minutes, and then we get a better move after the fact. So patience can be a bit of a virtue here, but I think it can be worth it to catch more of this upward trend. As far as resistance goes, I think there's some at like 88,000 that's big, 84 a little bit. So you have more room to run here still.
Yeah, I was also looking here. We're talking about Coinbase and crypto, but I have IBIT written down. I mean, the same kind of ways that we had written down yesterday on the sticky note. I have 45.50, so right here. I'm just starting to set up some. I got some alerts set up over here for what I'm looking at down here right now. But there's IBIT 45.50. So we're holding the 80K, but now you're gone. So we wrote that a while ago, and we got to make sure that we do hit levels that we like. So right now, maybe 45.80 down there at your 200 period moving average for IBIT. So we'll give it a breath. See if it does want to pull back here. I mean, if this market comes back in, I could definitely see some sort of a nice play there with Clarity Act. react, starting to get a little more positive reactions. We've seen Circle have some nice moves to the high side here in the last couple of days as well. Bouncing clearly off that $90 level, which has been pretty great. We take that 50-period moving average. Now I think this looks like a good long if you do fall back into this 110 area for Circle. Again, USDC, you know, some of those stable coins look like they're going to get the nod to go ahead with being able to stake and whatnot. And I think that that's a good move here for Circle. You know, pretty stable profitability coming out there. I think these coins will be able to be used in our, you know, digital economy. So stable coins are a big part of what happens with crypto. So I like Circle here, and I think it's going to be a good stock to watch today, especially with this little bit of a dramatic move right there from 126 back into 122 right now at the 200 period. This should actually catch our attention right off the open with Circle today. So, you know, if you're looking at these spaces, I think you're in a good spot here, coming back into this 122.50, 200 period moving average. Yeah, let's take a look at Circle. I mean, if we take down this 123.50, then that's probably upside again up to day's high. So I think you have like a $3 maybe at least $2.50, $2 there to the upside, and I don't think you have that much downside. But let's just see how far we continue to go here as we wait for the imbalances. Circle's a New York name, so we could double check. We did see it earlier, but it was a buy, so it still is that bid here on Circle. Even though it's coming back in here a little bit. So crypto is still going higher, Circle coming in. This is a very interesting play for me. 123.50 break on Circle, I think, takes us back up to 126. So a good possibility here for Circle. All right, let's go back over to the desk and get that next stock going. PayPal. Yeah, that was an interesting turn of events there on PYPL. Let's go figure it out.
Yeah, they didn't like the call at all. Here's a couple of reasons why. Management on the call is saying Q2 will be worse than Q1. They also warned for the remainder of the year on specific areas. One was their branded checkout growth. The other, the simple operational side, still calling it quote unquote long and execution heavy going forward. So there was 3 points at least from the call that didn't come across well, getting crushed.
Yeah, it's not looking good. It looks we could be SSR on this one today. A few points I want to make, guys. Total payment volume, that was a positive thing here for them, but when you dig a little deeper, most, if not all of that increase in TPV, total payment volume, came from this Braintree brand that they have, and it's a very low margin product, so a bit of an offset there. And then they actually mentioned X Money. That's Elon Musk's sort of Venmo style. It's going to be within that greater X platform. This is on the earnings call. Management for the first time cited X Money as a potential direct competitor and a threat to Venmo's peer-to-peer dominance. We'll have to wait and see how that all works out. And then basically they confirmed that they're nearing the close of its Symbio acquisition to fuel agentic commerce. However, the report revealed that there was going to be a lot of R&D and integration costs there that were unreported before, so that could eat into margins. Last but not least, there's a bit of a guidance double talk here. They did raise their full-year EPS, but it was almost entirely driven by the share buybacks, $5 billion authorization there, rather than the organic business growth. So something to be concerned about there.
Higher time frame, this thing still looks terrible. If you go to a weekly chart, we're back to basically near the lows once again. 40 was the low, but trouble here, guys, for PayPal.
Yeah, I was feeling a little bit like it just wasn't running enough after this little break of the 50 period here on PayPal. Like right in here about the 47 break. That's why on the way back in, it needs to hold this level, and the buyers just haven't really emerged. Now, we get it. It's day one. Like you could, maybe this ends up being, we're 24 hours from now, this is some kind of bottoming tail candle, and it closes back above the 47 level, and then reevaluate. But as far as I'm concerned, the concern was there wasn't enough momentum to really make that breakout go when you're looking for a bottom pick on a bad chart. It didn't go now. So I'm not a fan until we see some levels hold maybe today, tomorrow, and then today's only Tuesday, so it's somewhere at the end of the week after this has settled down a bit. Maybe there's a second leg for it. For the day trade, anytime you're a big name and you're down 10%, there's the old SSR bounce play. We usually like that if a stock gets short sell restricted in and around a support level, which is pretty close, and that's $43.50. So you tick down around 44, and there's always that sort of drop and pop style trade. We look for a bottoming tail, big volume event at that low, and then a little bit of a release as the stock goes into the uptick rule being in effect. But that's not the case yet. I mean, it could easily open up at 9% and have to get there at the open. But in terms of looking for a place to jump back in, on like a swing or something. Wait until these earnings come down. It lost too much support.
Yeah, for Shopify, I was just looking at, PayPal, consumer-based, obviously, so is Shopify. So, Shopify have actually had a pretty good, if I hover over this, oh, look at that. It shows, I think this is new now for, IBIT, Intel. Oh, that's cool. Wow, it even links to the current price, or the last price. Closing price. Okay, so Shopify right there, 120. Look, reports seem fine. Well, let's see if we hold these lows right now. I mean, that's what we wrote down about an hour plus ago. So we're going to wait to see if Shopify winds up holding some of this bid. I mean, I was looking at 120. Obviously, we haven't held that, so we got to break back above. Now I'm actually wondering about this 122 area, if we could take that out on a nice upside move. But, maybe it's the same kind of story here. If the consumer's not overly strong, are we even opening up new websites and opening up new businesses? Shopify and PayPal, obviously, a little bit of competing product. They do have Shop Pay and all that kind of stuff as well, so very similar to that of PayPal. But as consumer wants to get a little bit nervous here, Shopify also to the downside today. So PayPal, Shopify, both good names. I like PayPal a little bit better for a swing trade. Shopify, I think, needs to come back into this 110 area just to see. I mean, we almost got there. We got to 113. So I think it's the same sort of thing that we looked at before. If you can pick something up in and around this area and use these as your lows, I think the risk to reward is here for many of these names. I think Shopify, I see a lot of advertising with Shopify. They did have a great 2025 right there, not so well here in 26. So, and again, we always look at things like, where they've come from. But, if you go back to a year ago right now, this is $90 for Shopify. It does double up to 185. And now it's just pulling back a little bit, trying to get into some levels. And good companies at good levels should be bought. And I think Shopify, again, obviously a little bias here with Canada, but we like Shopify down into this 110 area. I think there could be worse purchases. So maybe take advantage of a downswing here in Shop if you like the e-commerce business. Maybe a little bit of mix of both. PayPal and Shopify today, both to the downside. So some interesting levels there that we're looking at here on the day. Micron, I mean, will anything stop these names? And SanDisk, again, $1,300. Micron continues to go higher. These names were like single or double digits a year ago today. And now you're thinking about, SanDisk has 4 digits on it, and maybe Micron's making its way up there again. I have no idea. I thought this party was stopped at like $250, $300, and now I just look over here, Micron 600. Yeah, I feel like, is that a question mark behind it? But that's where we're going right now.
So that's where we are.
Yeah, I know. It's up another 5% today. It's absolutely ridiculous. Let's go find the story with Micron.
Well above 600 at this point so far this morning. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks in a row. I mean, this thing hasn't had a red week since April, the beginning of April at that. So, it's just, I don't even know what else to say at this point. The CEO comes out, says memory boom is just getting started. So, sure, why not? All-time highs again today.
Man, they're sold out all of 26 and almost 27 for certain models. So the ones that matter, the ones for data centers, HBM3E, HBM4 supply, officially sold out 2026 and most of 2027. Unlike previous cycles, customers were buying month to month. Now you can kind of gauge what they're doing. They're buying year by year. Also, the NVIDIA Rubin design win. A lot of people want to focus on Blackwell, rightfully so. What's really not talked about is that they're already shipping the HBM4 samples designed specifically for NVIDIA's Vera Rubin platform, the next gen. Good look there. And 81% gross margins, guys. They're a historical average of, 30%. And that's all as a result of pricing power because of rising demand. Fantastic look there. And when it comes to energy efficiency, we've been talking a lot about this, right? A lot of these data centers are getting canceled because they're taking too much energy. Micron alive to that, and they're designing their next-gen HBM3E to consume 30% less power than some of their competitors. So very alive to the fact that power is a major bottleneck.
As you mentioned earlier this morning, we don't hear from them on the earnings side of things until June. I'm sure that'll be great by then as well, but 108% on the year so far, just crazy for Micron.
They are home runs. I just noticed, like, even that one too has something. Unless I'm just wearing that color batting gloves, that's a little. We could do better. It's fine. No, but these are just like, hold it, man. The trend is your friend, as you said. Like, you haven't even had any sign of weakness on these. The only thing that would give me pause when I look at this, and that's just for today. I I can't remember the last time you saw 3 in a row, these types of insane breakouts off of the open. This is very relatively clean, like 514 breaks, and then it gets to a high of 45. So it's about $30 breakout on Friday. And then yesterday, 560 to about 590. $30 breakout yesterday. That's 2 in a row. I don't think you usually see that 3 days in a row. So I'd be a little bit cautious with the fail break on that one. But what has already been trying to chew through in the chip land, if you continuously try to break out a level and continuously put in higher lows, the first couple of times you look for the fade. And then after that, you look for the actual break to happen because it keeps on holding. Like it held. We never retraced back into this 92 level on Intel. And I mean, today, I think the support to resistance plays all the way at 97. You're a lot closer to actually holding a break over $100 than you are to seeing a dip into 97. But I'd be cautious with that Micron because two $30, those are like 5% type moves off of the open 2 days in a row, and you're already gapped up 5. I'd be a little bit cautious with that, thinking it'll do exactly the same thing 3 days in a row, and wouldn't want that break. But Intel, 925 just hit. Maybe a buy imbalance just came out because it just spiked through. I didn't have my imbalances up, but iBit's a sell 900,000. Okay, that's not what I was expecting. SoFi 250, pins 220 to the buy side. Nothing really.
No, nothing really there. I have Intel written down at $98 as a long. That's where the 200 period was when we had that. So, we'll just wait to see. The sticky note is now out. You can go find it on X. Thanks, Andre, for putting that one up. And yeah, I just wanted to say, Micron's one story. This is a completely different story right here because it's just every day, and Micron seems to be the same way too. Brendan just mentioned, the note, nothing red since April there on the chart. But so yesterday, pretty choppy, but it just right off the open, comes into the 200, then blasts off. Sometimes you only need one trade. So if that happens again, why not just sit there and try to get a 1275 bid on Micron? Yesterday, everything was kind of cruising until it wasn't, and it dropped down there at 936, and then it gives you the best buy of the whole day down there at 1208, and then it just rips up $70 straight to the upside within 30 minutes. So boom, that's your trade, comes back, test it again, and then we don't have to worry really until it breaks around noon, and then kind of upside there into the close, and then probably some sort of a imbalance there, creating this downside move. But right now, why not? Why not try to wait around for SanDisk? So I don't think you need to get too excited with it early because, again, you're at all-time new highs. But why not try to play a pullback? The low of the pre-market is 1278. You just have to dip down just a little bit lower than that. And then there's 1275 from yesterday as well. So yesterday's high plays today as your 200 period moving average. I think you can do a lot worse than trying for a couple bucks here on SNDK around 1275. So that's looking pretty juicy to me if you want to roll the dice today on what I think is going to be a risk-on day. Bitcoin just really cruising to the upside. The NASDAQ now trying to go. ES going as well. So everything right now is upside. ES up 0.5%. NASDAQ up 0.75%. So, you're starting to get those feels again about these names, right? So many stocks starting just to head back up to the upside. We'll have to watch out for Palantir. Amazon's a very interesting one. There's the tick higher at Amazon up to 275. Tesla's trying to break through 4 bills right now as well. It's going to be a good day. Just we need to get NVIDIA over 200. I just mentioned that. And there goes NVIDIA $200 again.
I forgot that we had a super chat about NVIDIA. It was just Assyrian trader?
Sure.
And today is NVIDIA Day. I certainly hope so. Okay. I don't know what makes it NVIDIA Day because AMD reports today and Intel has news, but we can hope that it is. Speaking of which,
Intel. Why is Intel up 5%? If you
wasn't there just an imbalance?
If you sold Intel on any day other than today,
yep.
Look at this name. Just keeps on going higher and higher and higher. And what's up to Taylor in the chat? We've seen a lot of traders get very, very excited about Intel, and U.S. government puts a 5 handle on this name. They're up 500%. Yeah, they bought it at 20. I bought this name at 20 as well, so pretty lucky to have these shares in the account right now. But there goes Intel, man, still holding on to a big portion of that trade. But yeah, through the levels right now, Intel up 5%. Oh, okay. Well, here we go. Maybe this is why. So let's go find out the story here on AMD. Here's a little hint. They're reporting tonight.
That story on Intel is surprising to me. I mean, Apple spent, what, 10 years with Intel as their main chip supplier, move away from them, and now they're just going to go back again? It just seems...
They're just going to manufacture, though, Brent, not design.
No, I get it, but it just seems if you're going to make that leap, why not, go all the way? But anyway, good for Intel. AMD coming back in here a little bit. I mean, no pressure, Lisa Su. No pressure whatsoever. I mean, I'm sure there isn't going to be a problem with their report, but let's see, 4:15, we'll bring it to you. Yeah,
Catch that on the market recap show. Here's what we're expecting. Revenue of $9.89 billion. That would be a 32% year-over-year increase, and earnings per share to come in at $1.29. Now, data center, basically a euphemism for their AI division. Investors are laser focused on this segment, projected to bring $5.56 billion. That would be a 51.5% increase on that top line number year over year. And also the valuation wall. They got a bit of a downgrade yesterday from HSBC, basically saying all the good news is priced in. And a major underreported concern is whether they can actually meet demand, because Taiwan Semi's 2 and 3 nanometer is basically stretched. Let's see if they get any.
Yeah, a lot of people selling into the report yesterday with a red day. Good luck, guys.
All right, thanks, Brendo. Yeah, Palantir just went for a dip. Intel's going for a rip. So lots of stuff happening right now. Look, we had mentioned a little bit about Palantir and being a little worried about what this stock could possibly do. We just touched 139 on Palantir, and now you're right back up to 143. So they're buying this name up, and boy, oh boy, are they buying up Intel as well. Brand new all-time highs for Intel, 101 and change. New opening. I don't know. We've probably gone before this, higher than this before, but I have $100.45. So there it goes. Intel right now, 102. Oh my, as they go bump in the night here for Intel. As they mentioned, man, a good deal with Apple. So we'll see if that, and again, it's a rumor, but people don't seem to be waiting around for that rumor. It's Intel's world right now.
By the time they sign any major clients for their fab business, like and it's official, forget about it, because you're talking years down the line. And you said, you already mentioned the Palantir, so that little dip. I suspect there might have been like a small imbalance on Palantir. Wow, what is Intel even doing?
Palantir's coming back in again, so who knows?
Yeah,
the market's coming back.
Palantir's still coming back in. By the way, I mean, the NASDAQ just wicked the high, so if you're looking for some, Intel's going absolutely insane right now, but if you're looking at pretty much everything else, it was a bit of a wick at the top. Bitcoin not really pulling back into prior highs. Let's see if it can hold VWAP. Bitcoin has been sort of like a slow roller early on most days. Gonna have a look here. I'm still thinking the only fade I was automatically going to be going for was eBay on any kind of a pop because of yesterday's move. But that's just sliding down. That's not even going to the upside at all. Let's see what Micron.
I think there's a lot of people loving some.
Micron broke out the high as well. Yeah, Intel's at 102 now.
That's what I was going to say. I'm going to take advantage of this drop down in NVIDIA and try it a little bit here. But I don't know. I mean, I was going to say it looks like the shine's coming off the king here, because maybe we have a new one anointed by President Trump. I don't know. Just right now, it's Intel going absolutely insane, as we'll stick around with some NVIDIA trading here against 198. We don't need to go too hard into this. I am bidding a little bit more down here. So there it is. So we get our pretty much a good level there. I'm going to get out if it breaks 197.75s. Give it a little bit of room through 198. So that's going to be that trade right now. And by the way, there goes INTC. Wow.
103.
What an absolute. Okay. NVIDIA also, guys, we got a big trade alert on NVIDIA happening. We just put it on, and there it goes, man. Nice little move there. Almost a buck right there on NVIDIA. We said we'd take advantage of the move down. I mean, just because NVIDIA is winning, or Intel's winning here, NVIDIA's basically already won. So let's wait to see what winds up happening here. If we can get back up to the upside, I like the stock. Good level there, good pickup. Oh boy, man, we're having a good little start to our day right now with NVDA trying to go higher and higher. Good little pickup there, 1 for 1 to start the day. NVIDIA along 198.30s. Trying to take, there it is, man. There's your first dollar club. One trade, $1. That's about it. We talk about takes one good trade. And I feel like we just put that one on for you right there. So here we go, man. Nice move to the high side right now for NVDA.
Yeah, NVIDIA dipping and ripping and ripping.
Wow, $2.
Well, Intel is going absolutely ham, but I got to watch out for Palantir. We didn't think there was a chance that we'd see 35s, but look at it go. So it's heading precipitously. At first, it's at the 140 level. So if we can hold 140 on a 15-minute, I do like that. I'm going to offer eBay to try to pick that one up. And we're going to still wait for our one entry in crypto. In IBIT, I shouldn't say crypto, in Bitcoin specifically. All you needed was that one shot off of the open yesterday. I'm going to take maybe a couple of shots here, not wait for the absolute trend break because the market just went. If we're going to hold VWAP, I'm going to take a shot in there first because the market is already going through the HOD. Tesla might take out that 400 level. Again, it already took it once and it's starting to pull back, but Intel's just the most far gone. That's the one I wanted to the long side, and we're not going to be able to get that. So we'll have to move on to Palantir on the dip buy. 135.5 is the prior support that I like the most, but 140 was also pretty key close level. If we close holding that, then this is also a reversal play, and just look for the V-shaped recovery. So IBIT giving it to the early low. Palantir, just want to see it hold 140 on a closing basis on this 3-minute. Still all systems go. The only place I'm offering to look for short, doesn't even look like it has a chance to get up, is eBay. That was such an obvious sell in yesterday's trade. Hopefully people took profit on that stock.
Yeah, hopefully. eBay, yeah. All right, so I'm just still feeling pretty good about this one. We just got up into the highs of the day and then we failed a little bit. Let me take another piece off here in the 30s if we do get another bump. We are starting to pull back just a little bit now on NVIDIA. We did take advantage of that, man. I mean, we take advantage of the dip. We buy a little bit more there as well. We took advantage of that and buy the bottom. Now we'll wait to see. There we go. We get some out at 30. We're out of half right now, exactly half of NVIDIA. So this could still get bad against us. We do have USS Services PMI coming out today as well. It looks like it is. Let me get another offer here out on NVIDIA as we are pulling back just a little bit right now on that one. So, all right, yeah, Intel's been the story today. We did want to look at Shopify as well. Shopify right here, still pulling back in. Maybe found a bottom on that earnings low of 114. A decent look there for Shopify if you're looking to pick something up. And NVIDIA's coming right back into 198 again. What's up, Adara?
What's up here is we have some news from our friends at Origenics. OGEN, thank you to Origenics, of course, always. And they just announced active enrollment in their phase 11A trial for ONP 002, which is a first-in-class intranasal treatment for concussion and mild brain injury. There's no FDA-approved drugs in the space today, so ONP 002 is designed to target the underlying brain injury, not just symptoms. Breakthrough treatment here, early enrollment underway. Data is expected before the end of the year. Thank you to OGEN. Back to you.
Hey, thank you, OGEN.
Yeah, shout out to OGEN. Appreciate them for sure. So still, I mean, the NASDAQ's breaking that 28,000 and continuing higher. Palantir is absolutely gone. Intel, well, if your plan was to different rip, it broke the 100. That was on that, well, there wasn't an imbalance, but I think there might have been like a flash of an imbalance. It's almost 9% to the upside on Intel.
Yeah, it's crazy. I'm just hoping that
stock
NVIDIA
makes me speechless. What's weird though is with this breakout, you got AMD, which is not really going. I'm looking over at some like lagging plays here. SMCI, what is red? And cratering, they report after the bell tonight, so that's another one that's not making a move. And then ARM reports Wednesday after the bell. That's failing a bit of a breakout. So it's not everything that's going. Certainly Intel standing out a bit, but I've been put in the higher low. Going to give it to the low of the day there. And again, it had its best entry point pretty much at 10 or like 10:02. Yesterday, but I want to take a couple more shots at it. I don't think it's so obvious as just doing a trend break at 10 o'clock or something along those lines. But now the first look above the volume weighted average price, we'll see what else it can do. SanDisk also, by the way, is unreal.
Is it right now?
Yeah,
it's probably through 1,300.
I didn't go to the memory names. Whoops, PLTR. I didn't go to the memory names. We're just going through the names that we hadn't already looked at. Palantir decisively closed above 140, but if I'm looking for a close over 140, I'm not chasing the move to 142. That key level from Joey Options actually holding up pretty nicely. So we'll have to look for a VWAP entry there like we're doing with IBIT.
Yeah, 142, a good one right there. Look, man, I mean, we're doing it right here. Again, $1.50. We did not reload that NVIDIA, but we're just going to watch out for it. I'm still now offering upside 199.93s. We'll see if we can get through that $200 marker here again for NVIDIA. We've hit our daily goal, and that's something that I think is important that we discuss, is that trading, we always talk about how difficult a business this exactly is. So if you're able to hit something even right off the jump, make sure you do take your profits, and you never know when things are going to turn around. Sometimes it's worth getting it, getting your goal, going spending time with family, or getting that, that full-time job. Trading is definitely something to watch out for. But thanks for joining us and watching us. I think that's the best part, right? We can all learn together as a group and just continue to focus on getting better every single day. And I think, continue to prove our worth here. With the trades that we're showing. So there it goes, man. Yeah, Intel just, again, cruising to that upside. I guess I'm not going to hit it. It was the #1 trade idea here today. And we wrote down 98, which was actually pretty close in the pre-market. I mean, we wrote it down, it was like 98.50. And then it just started to bump up. And we use the same story as everybody, right? Apple with that move. IBIT not near my level. We set the alerts today. TQ's starting to take off, so we don't have to worry about that. And we'll look at Shopify as well at some point here today to see if that one wants to go. But there we go again, man. It's a big move, that's for sure, for Intel. Just waiting to see if we can get something similar for our guy NVIDIA right now. Just kind of do its own thing here. But there goes Intel. I think I'm fine with this trade because of what it is, but at the same time, I do think that this is lacking a little bit because of what's been happening with Intel. And I'm going to put an offer out on Intel, get out of that some more shares today on INTC. I got a family. Yeah, there it is, man. AMD now trying to go back up to the upside. So let's hold on to some of this NVIDIA and see what we can do with that one. Coinbase, had a downside play there today. We did talk about their situation, of course, with cutting their workforce. They're heading to the downside. And I did say that, Circle's probably not done anything. Yeah, so it kept going lower. Really. We said that if Circle took this 124 area, that I liked the buy up to 126. But right now, Circle's not doing anything like that. It's actually going the other way. So, none of my alerts have hit yet, but yet we've hit our goal. So that's what it's all about, right? Is about finding that next trade, making sure you're into something that you like, if you like anything at all. And, a position is flat. So, if you are flat and waiting for something good, look for yours. And right now we just had Neil, you had SMCI and something else along there. But right now.
SMCI wasn't on the list, but it did something.
Oh, it was IBIT it was, right?
SMCI did something that made me get in. It was just when all of the other chip names go, I know this was not on the list and we didn't really even discuss the plan, but where it bounced yesterday when I was short, it just held and then did a trend on the 1. So on the 1 minute, it did a bit of a trend break. So I'm just going to go for the trend back to the volume weighted average price with the stop at the low. IBIT was at the first level, not really at the ultimate bottom, which I think is the prior high or the 45.3. But I said I would take it VWAP to the low. So I've taken one shot at it, but it's always, yesterday was one clean entry off a trend break, but you don't really have a trend until after the market opens. So I wanted to make sure I was in if it got VWAP, but the new one for me is going to be that SMCI. And because it was early, I popped to a 1 minute chart because 3 minute trends at 9:40 are kind of useless. What just happened? I went through my 3 minute and my chart just crashed.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm in SMCI here. I can just flash over.
Let's go, NVIDIA.
So I want to see it get past that prior close. That's like 27.9 and then into 28 and then into the volume weighted average price. And it's like everything started going, the chip flow going, and I had no idea why SMCI reporting tonight was looking so bad. So we picked that one up off of the low.
Good job on that one. Look at NVIDIA here. Low of the day, high of the day. This is exactly the kind of stock that we're looking for, man. All the time. Come on, NVIDIA. I see you guys in the chat. What's up to Super in the chat there cheering on for NVIDIA as well. I hope some of you do have this stock in your portfolio, and you'd like to also have Intel in your portfolio. We just get that 199.90 right there on NVIDIA. Low of the day, high of the day, banger for NVDA. Just one trade today. With Robinhood, we've seen crypto going to the upside there. I know Neil was in and out. We're still waiting for lower there on IBIT. But Robinhood now kicking lower right now pretty aggressively too. I was actually thinking, why is Robinhood's getting killed right now, by the way? This name was $79, now down to $76.80. Like pretty good destruction here on some of these names that I was not certain of this. Like I'm a little surprised exactly about what's happening right here. Yeah, with Robinhood right now. That's a pretty pretty
ugly. Breaking 16.
Oh, wow. Yeah. So what is going on? I mean, there's not, we had thought that this would be a crypto play that, we liked and could support.
This is fintech. Firms that low.
Yeah, that would make sense with PayPal. Yeah.
With PayPal getting hurt. I guess this is sympathy to PayPal, maybe. PayPal's, you know what? But PayPal held the low here pretty good. Like this is SSR. It's 10% down.
This is interesting here. I mean,
I held 44.5. It's making a higher low right now in PayPal.
Holy shit, Intel. Intel's at 107 right now.
Okay, if this gets to $110,
this is
happened like the last 3 or 4 days in a row.
This is why
I like the long on Intel, and then I only make money shorting it. This has happened so many days in a row. I don't know what's going on with my charts, man.
I might have to just log into my account, man. I mean, I'm throwing away a vacation.
Yeah, if we get to if we get to 110, it's been shorts the last couple of days that have actually ended up making money for me.
Oh, Ramin's here.
We'll wait
Hi,
for
Ramin.
it. We'll wait for a reversion on Intel. It's getting out of hand. Adair at the desk.
Yeah, good morning, Ramin, and good morning, traders. As we await these S&P Global Composite Composite and Services PMI prints here, did have a Google headline, a pretty brief one. Google's ban against a lender in a chip suit was upheld on appeal. So if I get more details on that story, I'll let you know. That headline did come through, though, for GOOGL. We're 16 seconds away from S&P Services and Composite PMI. Services PMI, 51.3, forecast 51.3 prior. Composite PMI, 52.1, forecast 52 prior. We're going to get ISM Services PMI, the more closely watched print at 10, along with JOLTS job openings. But in just 1 second now, 51 here coming in for Global Services PMI for S&P. That's going to be just below estimates at 51.3. Composite PMI 51.7 versus 52.1 expected. So for both of these services and composite PMI prints coming in a little bit below estimates, and the market not seeming to care, just continuing to push to the upside. Again, guys, we're going to be getting ISM Services PMI alongside JOLTS job openings at 10 a.m. So stay tuned. Back to you.
Yeah, we'll wait for some more numbers coming through. So it looks like we do a good one there. 51 versus 51.3 on the global services. PMI, let's go, man. TMI on this one with NVIDIA. I mean, maybe we have too much information. We'll wait to see if it does take out through $200. Again, we just have one trade on today, man, and it's been this one. So just looking at the scanners, that's how we come up with that Robinhood. We see that man making a move lower, trying to understand that one. Coinbase, obviously lower as well. I mean, this is what we're talking about with fintech. So as many of these names get lower, maybe there is going to be a buy area. Yesterday, we were all about buying SoFi at $16. It was literally on our note. Maybe that was something that we could have looked at here today as well. SoFi down at 16. I didn't even have it on my radar. We opened up the day at 16.50. We thought everything was kosher, but it doesn't look like it. Yes, NVIDIA, it is not a $1 move. Now it is a $2 move. So there goes NVIDIA right now into the $2 club. So again, if we could do this, I want to say if we can do it every day, we are kind of doing this, but there it goes. Nice upside move for NVIDIA. That's the low, that's the high, and NVIDIA just keeps on extending it through. So man, I mean, one trade now almost at our 2 times our daily goal as we just continue to watch this one go to the upside. We only have just under a third on, let's call it a quarter on right now of this trade. Should have got a little bit more greedy with it, but that's a good out, obviously, as we just wicked through. I'll take one more piece right now and get into about 20% left. There it is. We get a 10 level there for NVIDIA. So it's just what it is right now. Nothing but love on the upside for them. And then Micron, I mean, we looked at that. We said we had on the board Micron 600. How about Micron 630?
Well, it was at 607 when we.
Yeah, but I mean on the board 600 right there. That's where the 200 period moving average was, and there it goes upside into 635. Again goes Micron. Oh boy, man. You've now found the best place to go with. Neil and I putting on the trades, talking about the trades. You've got the news right behind us, man. It was an incredible April. It's early in May, but we're doing it here. Happy Cinco de Mayo to everybody celebrating there today. And we got some good feels going on right now in this market. The Nasdaq up 1%. Couldn't be happier. Just check the account, and we are in a jolly good old mood right now.
I can't bring myself to sell 2 days in a row.
Yeah, I sold some. Well, I have an offer out for Intel 107, so we'll see if that comes
just
through.
tagged. Oh shoot! My things.
I feel like I have too many shares. It's becoming too much of a.
I see 107.27 is the high. I am into that eBay in front of the volume weighted average price. Again, like the stock didn't really pop, so if you're not going to pop, I'll take a shot at that volume weighted average price. SMCI is halfway to VWAP and then re-entered back into the IBIT as it broke the trend. So it was a downtrend, got in front on the front end of the trade, but now looking for the back end here, and then a press into the high. PayPal ended up not really getting into that one as well.
Cheers, Chris.
If you miss the bottom, there's no point chasing. Ultimately, these fintech names have been pretty bad, so not going to chase into that move. And as far as Intel and 110, I guess maybe we don't even want to get to 110. That just turned at 107. As I said, 107 quarter or so. That just pulled back pretty heavily. But the market's still going pretty strong. This was going before the market went, so just a healthy pullback, I think, for Intel. So IBIT back into the long, looking for HOD. SMCI more looking for the volume-weighted average price because I think that's a bit of a weak stock.
It kind of was a perfect storm.
They report after the bell tonight, too, allegedly.
Who does?
You've seen SMCI.
SMCI, yeah.
Like time delays and I don't know, just weird stuff with them before. But they report after the bell tonight.
Yes, and this time it actually says they're going to report at 9:50 p.m. Last quarter they reported at 9:51 on the dot. Or sorry, 4:50 p.m. Wow, I'm tired. 4:50 p.m. Last quarter they reported 4:51 p.m. on the dot, which is, as I suspected, I thought was a pre-scheduled release. Sounds like this time they're actually just committing to that pre-scheduled 4:50 release.
Yeah, we wouldn't be sticking around for 9:50 p.m.
No.
No, because the day that we stuck around, and they literally reported, I think it was like minutes after we left that one day. But we should be able to.
Yeah, it's not a big. I mean, I remember.
They're not.
Yeah, they don't move as much as we think.
And people don't care as much about SMCI as they used to.
Yeah. Okay, man. All right, here we go. $200 coming in for NVIDIA. Was a good shakeout, whoever just mentioned that there. I think that was right because I did get shaken out a little bit there. I'm not sure where that was. Oh, yeah, sell calls against my Intel position. Yeah, I actually canceled that 107. I'm just going to wait to see how far this one goes. But, yeah, someone just said NVIDIA did an ultimate shakeout there, and I think you're right. It did make that move lower, and I did take some out there at 199.50. I take another out at 200, but we just ripped again. So we got back-to-back high ticks right here for NVIDIA. So we're doing pretty good and pretty happy with the way this stock is performing. That is for sure. I mean, just a quick little look at the U.S. Man, get over here, charts, at the U.S. dollar. I thought we were maybe getting new monitors at some point here as well. But okay, so this is what it looks like on a 1-minute chart right now. So we'll have a quick little look. So pointing downside, we do see some nice aggressive plays right now, possibly in this market on the U.S. dollar. I mean, if the U.S. dollar keeps on coming down, the NASDAQ right now is up 1.1 and looking to go higher here. So weaker U.S. dollar works for that trade. So we like to see that. And here is the rest of this world right now that we're living in. I mean, pretty green overall today. I don't know what's going on with Meta. I don't know why they're not celebrating this. Meta down 0.7, Netflix down 0.8, Microsoft down, Google right now upside, right? It's this space that is really, really rallying absolutely everything. Cisco up, Intel up 10%, of course. Financials, we got a little bit of a shake up there with that Coinbase miss. Dropping off. It was Shopify was the earnings display in this space.
It was mixed for the credit card companies.
It was PayPal was the word I was looking for.
PayPal.
So they started this sort of, everything was fine, right? And then PayPal off that earnings call dropped 10%. And then, some of these names trying to rebattle back there. Really like JP Morgan right now, 308. That's a deal. Like that was up to 330 and change. So I like that one. Robinhood bouncing nicely. We went to Robinhood when it was at $73, by the way, here on the show, or was it 76? I was like, wow, Robinhood just fell down out of nowhere. Right, 76, sorry. Now back up 73 would have been way too low. 76 down there, back up to 78. Now trying to battle with their 200-period moving averages themselves right there. Seeing Oracle coming on some of the scanners. So I think on a day where, we see strong chip names, obviously we project forward and say, okay, data and growth in this space with these data centers still going to be kicking out strong, or else we wouldn't be getting these moves higher in NVIDIA, in Intel, and Micron and all that. So Oracle, really, really like Oracle down here. I think that those levels at easy to say when it's at 180 that you like 140, but that little take right there, I'm going to up that bid right now into 160. If you get anything down here near its 50-period moving average, really like Oracle there to sort of right the ship, and it seems like they've been doing that. And especially when OpenAI comes public and gets that public money into it, Oracle should get funded. So we'll see there. And it's not like Larry Ellison's going to let that thing fall down anyways too much. But there it is. Nice uptake there to $200 again for NVIDIA. I'm not going to get out any more. We'll see how much this thing can ride. I mean, maybe if we want to do anything, it would be at the 50 period, which is 199.50. But the way this thing's moving, we only now have just under 20% left. So I don't want to give anything back, but going to start to use some of these levels like VWAP as indicators. So 199.30. I mean, our stop on this trigger was 50 cents. So we've already made $2 on it. Let's put an order in at 199.29 and get out of half of what we have left. And then we'll work with that last 10% and see where we can go there. But yeah, so far so good here today. Yeah, Intel, what a monster, man. 105 and change. DraftKings, you mentioned.
Baddies in the chat saying, who's in the chat saying that they think it's laughing at the notion that Intel, saying Intel will be at its highs. Taking profit on the way up doesn't mean you think that this is as far as it can go. But again, I took some profit on it yesterday. I still hold more than half of my position in Intel. It's just what do you want if you're in? I was in at like 22 as an average price on that stock. Sometimes you just have targets and it gets more than you expect, and I want to buy a dip. I've sold covered calls on it before, but not this time. SMCI is a play to the volume weighted average price. That's not a short. I guess I already had an order out when I took that fill, so it just coded as purple. I'm not short, as you can see. And then we have IBIT, which is pulling back off of the high of the day, just a little bit. Bitcoin, which is holding above 81,000, is pulling back off the highs. So took it in front of VWAP, but this was on the way down instead of letting it make the bounce. So I want to do the same thing again. Let it come down, let it make a bottom, and then try to get it on the other side of a V. For sure, Palantir is still continuing to gravitate towards some support at a 135 level, but there's not much standing in its way. Like, it's still all red. 135 was that prior level here on the 15-minute. So let it continue to head down, catch a bit of a reversion. I think when this stock starts to get going, you can definitely get some really good mean reversion trades on PLTR, but it's still $2 away from a pretty significant level that I'm watching. But you can now start to think about that reversion trade here on Palantir.
Yeah, I saw someone just mention that 133 level or something, 134. I like
35.
I didn't even look at Palantir. Wow, so it is, it is getting hit quite nicely. And look, man, I had forewarned about this stock and talking about getting some out. So I hope you guys are sort of feeling the same kind of ways about Palantir, which was a good report. Just worried about moving forward with Palantir. So, all right, Oracle, just trying to see if there's anything else hitting. You can see down here, none of my alerts have hit yet. So IBIT, Intel, Shopify, Qs. We can look at I mean, the Qs aren't going to hit right now. It's going to have to get a little bit of a decent pullback, that's for sure. I was still looking at that 120. That's your 200 period moving average. So we can hold out for a little bit here. We can look at the NASDAQ. When I talk about the Qs, that's what I'm talking about. I'd written down 65. I mean, yeah, right. Like when we write that thing down, it's at 65.80. We were waiting down here for 65.25. Looking at that 200 period, maybe right now for the TQQs, possibly something to play off of if we do get back into that level. 200 periods, like 66.20s, good little buy area there if it comes in. That was sort of the calm before the storm, and that storm was 9:30, man. As soon as the market opened up, we started taking off. So congratulations anybody that was able to trade the futures to the long side early. Not sure what the reason would have been other than just watching those chip names, because other names have fallen back in. Remember the news with Apple and Intel, that's what's really kind of sparking Intel as far as I can tell right here today. It's also helping out Apple. As you know what, for Apple to get some chip makers that are onshore, I think that's good, right? I think more U.S. love there, especially with the current administration. We like Apple, we like Intel today, and we like it when we get to throw over to Adara. So let's go find out what's going on at the big desk.
Yeah, too bad Randy's not here right this second, because I'm going to be talking about Ford, guys. F on Watch. Bloomberg reporting that the company's working on a new electric pickup truck at its, quote, Skunk Works operation in Long Beach, California. They want to create a lightweight plug-in vehicle starting at $30K. Back to you, Ford.
Ford, okay.
Asking Randy for a bit of a refill. So don't want to hold through VWAP, but I do want to get back in if we make the other side of the trade. So every single time we downward trend, I want to get out, look for the re-entry into IBIT. I know it didn't break the prior low, but I don't want to hold things to the low. I want to make sure we're getting the bounce play and then always holding into the HOD if we're able to get it. Palantir's at 38, it's close. I'll call it close without any cigars just yet. I don't want to be too early on that one, but Palantir goes one time. I think you can be absolutely fine. DXYZ could be going downside. Did Tesla break 400? No.
No, not yet.
Problem is every single time I flip a chart, this is happening. Apologies for my charts today. But Tesla losing VWAP, heading back down. So a bit of relative weakness over there in Tesla. And I'll attempt to flip over to Intel. No real levels forming on Intel just yet. I think it's a bit of a chase here. It seems like it's strong enough to see that 110. But typically when it's done this, I've been much better at picking shorts than trying to find ways into ridiculous upside longs. So I might just end up sticking with that. Look for the 110 and play a mean revert on Tesla, and then just continue to go for the scalp trade in IBIT. Like scalp to high if I get a reentry over VWAP, and then play any breakout as long into the break and then hold through, as opposed to trying to take a breakout trade here in Bitcoin. Micron looking pretty strong, but I want to continue focused. Like IBIT, you really only need that one entry, that one time that it went. Still hasn't really given you that, but I still think it will.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, we'll wait. We've got our ideas of what we're doing with IBIT right there. And that was a good trade, man. Let's bring the cash register there, as we have less than 10% left now on NVIDIA. There's that dropout right there at VWAP. So, yeah, I'm not even really looking at it. I will reload this thing at 198, but we do have services PMI coming out right now. So we're going to be careful with exactly how many shares we reload on this name. We'll just put a little bit, maybe half a unit down there at 198. Happening now in numbers with Adara.
Also, some housekeeping. President Trump is going to be signing a proclamation on camera. That'll be happening at 10:30 a.m. So in about half an hour, President Trump will be speaking. JOLTS job openings, though, in under 10 seconds. 6.85 million was the forecast. Prior print here, 6.882 million. ISM services PMI 53.7 versus 54 prior here. Let's wait to see if we get these numbers. JOLTS job openings, 6.866 million. That's going to be above that forecast of 6.85 million. We've got the ISM services PMI 53.6, just below estimates of 53.7. And again, along with the S&P services and composite PMI below estimates. We get our third PMI print of the day, all below estimates, though that JOLTS job openings higher than expected, and we get this push lower here in the queues as we digest these numbers. And we have tons of earnings after the bell: AMD, SMCI, LITE, and I believe also MSTR. But one of the biggest names moving today actually has nothing to do with earnings, or at least not directly. It's Intel. INTC and Watch Bloomberg reporting that Apple is considering U.S. chip production, and they're talking to Intel and Samsung to do that. This will also help them reduce their reliance on Taiwan semi-manufacturing. PLTR, though, one of the many earnings names on Watch today, along with the likes of PayPal, Pinterest, and Duolingo. PLTR on Watch here, beating EPS and sales estimates, raising their guidance here for fiscal 2026, and meeting guidance for Q2 2026. Be sure to make sure to subscribe, and stick with us all day, every day, as we send you back over to Sean and Neil.
Before I do this ad read, I just want to show you guys right here. NVIDIA, we told you we were going to buy some 198s. We do that, and there it is, man. Watch out for your face there. Some glizzies coming right at you. 198.50 right there, 50 cents in the money on that one. And hey, if you're following me, then you know that these markets and all of us here have been extremely active, especially with names today, man. For traders, this kind of environment should create lots of opportunity, more setups, more momentum. But to really take advantage of these conditions, you need two things: discipline and access to capital. And that's where Trade the Pool comes in. Instead of being limited by the size of your own account, traders can access firm capital and focus on executing their strategy and managing risk. No more fear of blowing up your personal accounts. No more moving your stop loss too early because you're worried about your own savings. This is what we call limited risk trading. So if you take advantage of the volatility in trades markets without risking your own capital, please visit tradethepool.com and scan that QR code and use Trader TV, one word, to grab 10% off. And oh no, we did it again on NVIDIA, Neil. This is back to back right there. We took $2 the first time. Here's another $1, man. The stock has only moved $2, but we'll take 3 out of it. Good job there for NVIDIA as we continue to climb through that, man. Buying that 198 dip works out one more time.
One more time, we're gonna celebrate. Love that song.
That's right, baby.
For sure. Right back in, same price we got out, but let it make the bottoming tail candle, and then take the shot on the way back in for IBIT. And first shot at the reversion on PLTR, on Palantir, I should say, is that just came, held a higher low. We're past 10 o'clock, so wait for the opening range to go, holding the higher low. Why is that one coded short sell? Thank you very much, Randy. Appreciate it.
That's his nickname,
As
Joey
long
Shivers.
as it holds a higher low, we're good to go. Looking for the VWAP retrace on PLTR.
Right.
Thanks, brother. Appreciate it.
All right, a coffee and a tea. I like the lemon
little
tea.
hungry.
Yeah, why not?
I don't know. Throat's been bothering me a little bit, but it doesn't really make a difference. So we got the reversion on here. As again, we're into IBIT. Intel. I don't love any long that's setting up here. Just haven't really seen anything pretty cleanly. It could always do something nice, like trend down very clearly. And if I don't mind a trend down because that gives you a bit of an entry. But I'm not really seeing anything too obvious. Like right now it's got a little bit of a three-pointed trend line. You could try to break this out, which would be a nice little play back into the 107 high. Otherwise, I wait for a 110 and a potential reversion trade here on INTC. I haven't really checked back in on PayPal, but enough moving around here. SMCI could be something, but I feel like it went to VWAP once. If it fails VWAP again, I might start thinking about this as a short more than anything else. It's down when the market's up, right? So if you get away with one, don't need to go back to that well over and over again. You got some relative strength here in IBIT, so if that presses into the high, same plan. I'm going to try to take out half into the HOD and then hold the rest for a break of the high of the day on IBIT. I want to see that 82 go, the 82,000 mark on IBIT go. I just want to quickly show you on Bitcoin. We were able to get to 81.7 before, so I want to hold through the high and see if we can get to that even dollar again.
All right, good play there. Yeah, so we're just kind of doing the same thing, man. We just watching out for NVIDIA. Yeah, we'll look at SNDK. What's up, Benton, over there? We talked about SanDisk earlier. I said if we ever got a dip into that 200 period, which was 1275, we could look at that one. But, I mean, I was just, like, the proof is right here. This is SNDK. Joey and I last week, we each picked stocks. SNDK, 1030. This is just to show you just how crazy these stocks are. 1039. This was last Monday. It's Tuesday right now. You're at 1367 as this just keeps on going 30% higher. And then we were screaming about that buy on earnings down there at $1,000. I mean, what a good deal that would have been if you were able to catch something there. But right now, man, it is just rocking and rolling, SNDK. And yeah, I mean, we could definitely have looks at it, but I don't really know what to tell you guys because, if it doesn't pull back, then I'm not sure there's a trade here. So, I mean, you want to just keep buying the tops? I mean, it's been working so far today, so you could wait for it to break that 372. For me, you had obviously a good opportunity right into here, and then it broke out. So, maybe what we're waiting for SanDisk is to let it form out and then base, and then maybe we can get a rip off of a base. But for right now, it's just, it's pretty much on one once again, man, up another 8.4%. And when you're making things that people can't get enough of, this is what winds up happening. SanDisk to the moon with its good friend Micron as well, both doing heavy lifting right now in the NASDAQ because we looked at the broader markets here and there wasn't, Western Digital probably, murking names as well to the upside. But right into here, like, it's not all roses, like, to see the NASDAQ being up right now, what we're doing, and that is up 1.14%. It's nice to see Google has starting to hit upside again. Microsoft was a little bit lower than it is right now. Netflix does not look very good on that stock side of things. ServiceNow, I see some of these names that have been affected, obviously, by, the most recent AI, IBM, Salesforce downside. Palantir, I said, is a big sort of, sort of barrel pointed right at them. And we've talked about that. I think we'll get a little lighter on some of our Palantir shares very, very soon as well. Intuit, now that Joe's filed his taxes, Intuit downside, now down 3% as that keeps getting lower as well. Healthcare technology, man, it's nice to see Eli Lilly back up. This is the largest holding in my account in this space, although maybe we do have XPI as well. And then the manufacturing names, again, like, it's a data center story a little bit today with these chip names and Micron, SanDisk, Western Digital. There goes Lam, AMAT, G Vernova, Deere, John Deere as well.
That's safe.
Caterpillars. Yeah, man, these are all the great names. They're all at or near all-time highs.
Deere's a good value.
Pretty
Deere's
much.
not at the highs.
Yeah, Deere, the tractors, there, get some tractors going. Philip Morris, Coke on earnings last week there as well. So here we go, man. Yeah, good so far today. we're obviously hella green. I only have one trade today, man. It's just back-to-back jacks here on NVIDIA. So, yeah, I think the trading is speaking for itself right there. All right, somebody buying that pile of Spirit Airlines assets. Yeah, so Fly QQ is Fly IIIQ right there. I don't think anyone's buying anything today, but there it is, down 3% right now, not doing a whole heck of a lot of volume, 1 million shares right now. This is Spirit Airlines. So, yeah, good. Thanks for the super chat there. But if you do want to get involved in it, you got to go over into Pink Sheet Land there. Yeah, light is tonight, Lumentum. We talked about that as well. So LITE. We can have a quick little look over there. Or we can go over and update your IBIT if you want, but right now it's just light.
No, that's a keystroke. Oh, well, it must have been. This didn't break the low. Why am I getting out flat? But I just jumped right back in. The stop was supposed to be prior bar, and it did not break. So I just entered right back in at the same price and replaced the stop order there. As far as Spirit Airlines goes, I mean, ultimately that's whatever. I don't want to get into politics, but at the end of the day, sometimes you have a bit of a better option if you let the free markets do what they do. There was a chance for that deal to go down, and now shareholders got absolutely rinsed, and you can look at the fault for that. USO for breaking some fresh lows, so still like the long. And PLTR, it did break prior bar on the first trend line break, but it didn't make a fresh low. And now it's setting up again. I'll let this one confirm. Instead of trying to grab the candle, I'll let this one close above. I just didn't want to miss this kind of a reversal candle, but I don't think it has that kind of strength on it. So I'll allow it to confirm above a trend line before getting into it. And here comes Intel now. So Intel is breaking towards HOD. So if it takes out that top, at least now it'll have some kind of a trend to get into. This is almost exactly like 2 days ago, where you like the dip buy into support, it doesn't go, and then there was like 1, 2, I think 3 or 4 quality short opportunities. I didn't like the first one, so I didn't bother taking it, but the second one is going to be a trend break or 110. That's all I'm focused on now. Now you've got a pretty clean upward trend. You get one shot into VWAP and you're good to go, or you get the 110 level as a nice round number in there. SMCI, you could make some arguments that it's made another bottom in here, but I'm going to stay away from SMCI unless it holds like 28 or something and can go green. Market's entirely too strong to be fighting that one. Again, they report tonight as well.
All right, Coinbase down 2%, breaks through again some levels there. So we'll have to wait to see what winds up happening right now with USO critical metals as well. We just hear CRML now. Up or down 8%? I think it was down, was it? Their critical metals, no, up 8%. So nice little move there for CRML. And man, we just took advantage of that move up again there in NVIDIA. So right now I only have about 30%, a little bit about 40% left of that reload right there. It looks like we're having a hard time breaking through that 200 period moving average because the shiny thing in the room here, and we haven't traded it yet, is INTC right now. We just hit 107 again. So if you're looking for a trade, man, it might be Intel today, up through 107 one more time. We could check out what Marvell's been doing. That's another name that I believe, can and already has moon, but I think could get going even more than where it has. But your downside right now in Marvell, it looks like Intel definitely capturing everybody's excitement now in the space. So Intel, nice move today, and Marvell, downside. I really like ARM. So if ARM...
Marvell and ARM's charts, the amount of times that I see these two stocks have this weird connection, like it's just, they'll do the same thing and they're not the same company. It doesn't make a lot of sense, but for whatever reason, these are not going with the rest of the chip names. The second you said Marvell, I went over and looked at this ARM fail. They report tomorrow after the bell. I don't know what time. Adair will probably be able to tell you what time. Oh, so we'll be able to cover them for you tomorrow after the bell, right at 4 o'clock. We'll get ARM. But whatever reason, this is only up 1%. You know what? Forget this. The chips are stronger than Palantir. Let them be the trend break today. Like, I can't see this with the market higher and not want to go over to a name like that. But Intel just continues to go higher. Looked like it was threatening to break the trend and then just bounced off of it. So as long as it holds this line, we wait for that to break and play it into view up. The further it goes, kind of the more the opportunity there is, obviously. But that also means that it's even stronger and closer to that 110 level, which is sort of an obvious place to look. 10% up from that 100 break as well.
All right. Yeah, we're staying. I mean, I don't know what time BBAI earnings are, but we are staying tonight for a little bit of time there. But the most important thing for tonight is the NHL lottery draft. So that's tonight. Yeah, May the 5th. So we'll see if the Maple Leafs do hold on to that 5th pick.
There's not till 4
or lower there today. So
it's not supposed to be till 4:15.
Yeah, I was saying, I think AMD was 4:15 too, right? So hopefully we'll get both of those today for you, AMD and Big Bear AI. I don't know. I mean, look, man, Palantir, I don't have any expectations. I mean, Palantir, we saw, I just showed you CRM, Intuit, some of these names that are software-based names, like getting hit to the downside there today. So, you know,
USO, huge spike.
Okay, so yeah, the market pulling back down again. We did get another opportunity to get some out there, 198.80 in the last 3 or 4 minutes, but here comes the move down right now. So it's probably news. I mean, you just mentioned USO on the move down. The NASDAQ also pulling back. Oops, USO. Why does it always go to USOI right there? Okay, so yeah, not a huge move up. 50 cents up for USO, but it looks like the market is taking out some of those lows right now, or NVIDIA is, sorry. The market right back into the 50-period moving average, definitely something to look at right there. Remember where our stop is on NVIDIA, 197.75s. So we're getting close to, there it is. Okay, well, I did not trigger there, so I'm going to have to just offer it out and see why that didn't happen.
USO move just
all right, well, now we're out. I don't know.
For sure. You know what? This might be a chance to, let me look over.
Why did
No,
that
Intel's
run?
not breaking trend, but that candle to the upside, almost certainly, like we were just getting right back into VWAP, looking like, okay, well, where do we want to take some profit? And then boom, we just broke that low. So if we're going to get a move up there, and we're still going here on USO, like we're still breaking almost at the volume weighted average price and trying to break that out. If that continues, I'd be looking for shorts anyways, but we'll stick to the rules. It would be easy to just say, whoa, punch short because the market's going up. Nah. No, break the trend, get to 110. Intel's not the kind of stock where you want to bust the rules out because of what's going on in USO. Like Intel doesn't have to care about it. It would be good if this sets up perfectly and we get that VWAP trade. But UAE saying some air defenses dealing with a missile threat. Same headline as yesterday.
Yep, same headlines pretty much as every day. It seems like something going on over there. And yeah, so we get out of NVIDIA, but like I said, man, have some water, relax, chill out. We are definitely doing well there today. We just have one trade. I think we got to go over if the market is going to fall down. You want to look at names, you know, potentially that are going to be reporting tonight that people have some good feels about. But AMD right now breaking lower downside right now. Shopify was a reported name today as well. That's holding out okay. It's still down 8%, but holding out during this market move. Trying to hold VWAP, so that's something that's interesting for me as well. We'll trade if the IBIT comes down even too much lower. We'll be on that one. I know it's been a little bit of a rough time trying to hold on to IBIT, but if it comes into our levels, then we're going to be there to buy that up. 45.50 is what we wrote down on the note, so we're going to be ready for that. We have our alert set right here for when and if that ever comes through. IBIT looking for lower right now, right here. All right, Uber as well. Let's go. This is not the price of Uber. Uber and why, I guess. That's probably why. So there it is, now down to $74, but holding out pretty good, right? Near the highs of the day is Uber, despite having this move lower right now. So we'll wait out for earnings on these guys on Thursday. I'd definitely like to have a quick look at Uber. Looking over at my notes, it was just the NASDAQ looking to buy on some sort of a dip, right? So we are getting that dip right now. And of course, based on what's been happening in the Middle East, I mean, that's the only way that dips are probably going to happen anyways. So we can wait here now for TQs, just bouncing off VWAP. So we might have just missed that trade on VWAP. So 66.60, we'll see if that comes through again right there. 66.70, sorry, where VWAP is. So maybe a little look there as Intel just took out the highs one more time. So Intel just ignoring everything that's going on and just takes out highs now and says, thank you very much. We're going just a bit higher. So there goes Intel right now. Yes, it is taking out new highs, 107.50. Amazing to see this name continue to go right now. You know, tag us, whatever you guys want to do in the chat, let us know, because right now, looking for a couple different names. I think Neil's traded 3 or 4. I've traded 1. Pretty good day so far. 10:20 on your clock. So we'll see if there's some sort of an actionable trade. No more numbers, I don't think. Right here, we can check our, just Fed speak all day. The last number, Jolts, Fed's Bar and Bowman. Bowman's supposed to be speaking now, Bar at 12:30.
Also, Trump at 10:30 a.m. signing a proclamation. I have no idea what it's about, and he could start late.
Proclamation.
Okay.
No idea.
All right.
Okay, we'll figure that out then.
That's not nothing. Tape maybe not as Qualcomm, by the way. Just I saw that in the chat. That is going absolutely ham, and that was distinctly different at the open. I don't know why it was dipping so far, but now at 5 points, they had a good. Hey man, they had a good Q as well. And a potential breakout if it can get above 180 doesn't look that great. 185 on the daily. 180 local, 185 as the bigger level. But that is an intense move back up. I just saw when we took out that high on Intel, it's not as, what's the word I'm looking for? Mean crazy as when it was breaking through earlier. So it's slowing down just a little bit, but I'm trying to be really patient about this one. This is very against the grain, and it's hugging the trend line so ridiculously tightly here that like a break, I won't chase a break down like $1. If it breaks the trend line and falls $1, then that's the move, and if you miss it, you miss it. Be willing to miss it to make it. But this is the one I'm looking for next, right? Like, it's just too big of a move and too big of a reversion not to make a play for. We got the small cap recap with Adair. I haven't talked about too many of these names or any of them since the pre-market, so let's see.
And this first one, actually, one that we talked about yesterday, I noticed a lot of people in the chat taking this one, so I wanted to bring it up. Nice bounce off of the intraday lows here for CNSP, which we know rallied massively yesterday after announcing an oversubscribed $22.5 million private placement. They also have a $4.8 million market cap. Now you have SDOT Sadot Group here, market cap of just over $1 million, float of 1.5 million shares. No news on SDOT. Last but not least, BLZE Backblaze here. This one has roughly just under $500 million market cap. So larger market cap than the others, but still very much in that small cap realm, sub-billion-dollar market cap. EPS beating estimates, actually posting a surprise profit here. Sales also above estimates. They raised their FY26 guidance and their Q2 sales outlook coming in above estimates. Back to you.
Right, that's too bad, man, because we should be $2.50 in the money on AMD, but unfortunately we didn't give it enough room. We took it right there at 50s. We gave it to O's, so we were just long at 345.50, and now it's at 347.70. So man, fail there, but whatever. Just absolutely wild action on AMD. Like we lost 50 cents. I mean, but now look where it is. So, but whatever, man. We'll get it back at some point here, and we have a new position right now, and it's my guy Marvell. So shout out to Marvell and Company. Let's see if that one wants to keep going a little bit here with MRVL. Oh, sorry, there's AMD. There's Marvell right here. So we did buy that dip at 165. We'll give this a little bit of room. It just shot up into 165.50. So again, could have had that 50 cents, but we're looking at AMD there and wondering, what have we done? As now it's at 48. Oh my.
Oh my God.
Going higher right now is our good friend AMD, and that's too bad because we would be ringing the register right here as we had. Look at that. Look, we take a look at that. But that's a nice move anyways for AMD. I hope someone bought that dip right there as we were all over it, man. A good positive day here, but yeah, we did give some back on that. That's crazy on that move. But here we go. Just took Marvell for some 30 cents. We did get a fill there at 30s. Pretty illiquid, right? I mean, we've looked at this stock a couple times, and it always amazes me because it doesn't look like the rest of them. Decent spread always on Marvell, so we got to be careful if this one does dip down, which it's trying to do a little bit right now. I'm going to give this one to basically the bottom, 164.50. We're a little lighter because of the fact of this spread, and maybe we'll just wait for some AMD to come through again down to that upside. But if it comes back from upside, we'll see. There's a little bit of a dip buy there. We'll see if it can get going here. Marvell back up right now. Good little dip buy there. See if we can punch some out. We'll offer some 12. 12s. There it is. We take it. And now into the 30s. Wow. Was that ever a good dip buy right now? Spin it again for Marvell. That's too bad, man. AMD, I'm going to come back and get you, my guy. You don't worry about that. But there goes Marvell. Just bought that dip. Now we'll see how upside this name wants to go. MRVL. New trade alert, baby.
Yeah, Marvell going, but Intel's really starting to struggle at this high. It's gone into 108 like several times on a 3. You can't really see it as well on a 3. If I went to the 1, I'd be able to show you. But back and forth over that 1, like it just gets over 8, gets about like 10, 15 cents, and then it gets slammed back in, and it's riding this trend line as it does so. So I'm going to be pretty locked and loaded as long as it holds. Fair enough. You're not going to see me jump into it, but this is going to be the next. The frustrating one is going to be no questions asked. It's going to be eBay. I'm staring at this. It broke the volume weighted average price, which was the area that we liked, and it's still at lows. So we get in the consolidation, runs the stop, just in the first time it didn't, and then just barely runs it the second. And then you could look at this, everyone has their own style. You'd be like, well, Neil, it went in the money like 40 or 50 cents. eBay not looking for 40 or 50 cents. Looking for much more than that. So you could scalp it if you like, but not really looking for a scalp trade on eBay. And maybe there's another pop to be able to get back into that short, but for now the eyeballs are going to be on Intel. A little bit too much potential for this if we break that downward trend. Break the upward trend here on this one. So AMD's going, you have the chippings trying to get back into some of those highs, but you're really starting to see a little bit of consolidation off of these tops on some of the chips. It's like that.
Look at this, man. Look at this AMD trade. Oh, my God. Look, happy we found it, right? The process is better than it ever's been right now. So, you know, just picking yesterday, we were 4 for 4. This one, like, honestly, 50 cents. I should have given it a little bit more room, but came into the low of the day, so we're just going to follow the process. And like we keep saying, man, I mean, you guys can clearly see the trades that we're putting on here. Process is working, and this one just got away from us. Wow, that's $5 right there, and I gave it up for 50 cents. That is really too bad right there. But that's okay. We'll be back. We'll be back, baby. And then, by the way, like I'm saying, crying over spilled milk, and then we have this. You know, Marvell, almost $1 club on this one right there, but it was AMD was much, much bigger. So we'll hold out that comes back at some point, and maybe we can retrade some AMD. Yeah, Robinhood came right back into those levels just 2 minutes ago. We were at the lows of the day again for Robinhood. So, you know, that could have been bought up right there at $76. Lots of missed opportunities here today. So, and yeah, you guys saying that, you know, Micron, some of these names going absolutely ballistic. But there it is right there, man. Every position we've had on so far has gone for us about $1. So we'll just continue to watch out for those plays. And again, you know, missing out on that AMD is what it is. iBit 81.3 did not get into my level right now. I know Neil's been back and forth with it, but I haven't been able to make any trades yet. That came pretty close, man. I mean, we were about 30 cents away from our targeted level. We do have our alerts finally set up now, so that's
still not holding VWAP though.
Good. No, yeah, I don't think it's going to be the greatest move.
No, like it's come in, it's held VWAP. I've been long at VWAP, above VWAP. It hasn't broken. Like again, every single time it tries to break the trend, I want to be in it. It's only trying to do it now again. So every single downward turn, if you don't look, did it press back into 45.3? No. Did it press back into prior high? No. Do I like the long if it breaks a trend? Yes. But it needs to hold above that trend line. So a couple of scalps in and out, and then most of the time it just ends up losing the bid. So it's relatively weak here. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. The market's pressing, and it's really just the chip names that are going. But I got to follow the rules, which say if it's in the downward trend, I don't get long until it shows me a break. And that's going to be the most important thing. When you get that break, then I like it. Now, Intel seems like it does want that 110. That brief all that little battle here at the 108 doesn't result in a trend break. It results in a move into this 110 level. Well, that's where it felt like maybe it was going to be headed. But until it gets there, you're going to see me try and follow the rules and look for that, ideally, one entry. I don't mind taking 2 or 3 shots at something. But like ideally, you're looking for that one place where it just makes the turn. There's some days where I probably would have been short this 2 or 3 times already. But I feel like today came in a little bit more bullish on it, so that's a little bit of a different story on INTC. But do not want to miss it if there is a trend break. Like this is one that we just got to have. SanDisk 1400.
Probably.
Well, Micron's going crazy. You saw Qualcomm. Western Digital was up 6
Why
points.
not?
That wouldn't surprise me. SanDisk should be up more than Western Digital. So if Western Digital was up 6, it should be up 10. That'd be my guess.
All right, man, we're right back. We made back everything we lost there, obviously, on AMD. We made back everything we lost on, and we didn't lose anything on NVIDIA, but like there's that drop out there on NVIDIA as it just battles right back upside again. So, yeah, we were feeling kind of ways there because we had dropped out some of our positions, but again, we're just following our rules. Could have bought back some NVIDIA, but glad that we glad that we didn't, glad that we were able to find Marvell, as right now we're out. We only have 20% left on this one. And just because the up and down movements, I'm going to punch a little bit more out, right now as well on Marvell. So just trying to, absorb a little bit of that trade back there to the upside. I still got to get some more sleep some of these days at some point here. 179. Boeing hitting some scanners coming up here.
The sleep is
right now.
Cousin of death.
Yeah, I know. Sleep is a cousin of death, but everyone around here always talks about how important it is. So I got to definitely get into that one a little bit more. Sleep, I think it's 6 hours last night about. All right, so Boeing there, 222. Yeah, 6 is not bad. 222 there, upside. We'll see what happens for Boeing, but definitely a good little level there. Not really sure why this just hit on my scanner. But it did, so that's not VWAP. There's nothing really going on here with Boeing, so I'll have to see what that alert is all about. But yeah, I like Boeing. That did give us a good opportunity to dip by some of them earlier, and Boeing, good opportunity to take advantage of some of those moves in BA, just to diversify a little bit away from some of the tech names. I mean, as more and more travel names come into play there, we'll have to wait to see as gas comes down a little bit, hopefully. I mean, oils is making a move lower. I don't think it's going to make a move lower at the pumps. I saw a big price tag again today at our pumps, but there it is, downside right now for USO. So I could see CCL and some of these names starting to pick back upside a little bit if and when oil prices finally do settle a little bit. But okay, so for right now though, Marvell still $1.30 and change in the money. We'll continue to watch out for this name, MRVL, right now, good trade. And I'm just gonna, woe is me on this one a little bit, but we did have AMD. We lost it for 50 cents and then it goes $5, but good trading there as we wait for earnings report tonight from AMD, Advanced Micro Devices.
Yeah, AMD after the bell, it'll be a big one. SMCI sort of. And shoot, who was the other one? Oh yeah, it was, of course.
Big Bear AI, Big Bear AI.
No, it's Lumentum.
Yeah, of course.
Lumentum, an absolute rocket ship to the upside. But we did wait for that trend break, and we'll always jump back in on the trend break for IBIT. But I'm staring down Intel. We'll play, again, half out to HOD and then hold and then try to buy any dips as long as we continue the trend. But Intel just took out the high and is very much, I don't want to move too late, very much headed for that 110. So the more it glides, the more we wait for that one chance at the reversion trade. SMCI is at 1,400. What would be really interesting is if you get all of these things converging at a theoretical top at the same time, like SNDK 14 would be a good 10% from the local high. Micron doing something very similar. No, they're not all the same, but when you start to see a lot of parabolic stocks, double digits, when one takes a turn, it's likely that you might see a few other ones start to top out a bit as well. But Intel's the one that'll be on my mind. IBIT, again, just going to take some out into the highs and try to hold that second half. And then the second I see that turn on Intel, I'm going to be punching into the short. It looks a little bit too juicy for sure on this bad boy. Haven't really looked too much at the other Mag 7 names for what it's worth. But there's not a lot to be excited about. Like Microsoft is literally at the low, almost at the low of the day here and not participating. Like you said, it's mostly a chip story for the NASDAQ. You got Meta, which is literally at the low of the day and not participating. These names are absolute dogs here. But it's not, I don't know that it's necessarily their fault. The market's just being driven by the chips specifically. And then, of course, Microsoft may be falling for some of that software punch, right? Like Palantir. Think of it along those lines.
All right, everybody, yeah, thanks. Make sure you do hit us up in the chat. Hit us up, ask us any questions you want. Ask us about your stocks. Ask us about our stocks. We do have the stock visualizer as well, Andre, if you can put that up. Right now, we can have a quick look to see if there are any names that you guys are talking about. AIOS is also one that's flying around a little bit right now. I just noticed that was a halter, recent halter, AIOS. We can definitely have a little look over there. Tesla, Palantir, NVIDIA. I mean, we've been focusing on these names, but we didn't look at Tesla yet, up there near 350. This is how you vote. You got to put $sign in there and then get that, sorry, up at 400. Get the $sign going there on Tesla, whatever you want, man, and we'll be able to identify it on here. There's IBIT as well, 4617. Neil's in that one, added that exact price. So Apple, Robinhood, AMD, Google, SNDK, all rocking and rolling. I think we've done a good job covering most of those. But there's Tesla right now. Wow, Tesla does see $400 today, and then whoosh, all the way down into 394. For what reason? I don't know, but Tesla is falling back in pretty good right now. 402, like whatever got that stock going, put the brakes on that one pretty quickly. All right, just to let you guys know, Marvell goes all the way up, and we take advantage of that. And that was a really nice trade there for Marvell. 10% left. You know, we get VWAP, we get the 200 period moving average, low of the day to that. Boom, boom, pow. One mistake on today, and that was a $7 winner. That's AMD right there, man. Just in and out there at the lows as quick as you like. You know, to have that keystroke back, fine. But we're still at double our daily goal right now off of basically 3 trades. That was a reload of NVIDIA, worked out perfectly right there, able to get out of the majority as we did not take the 200. And look at this, man. 200 period, both VWAP rejections right there on NVIDIA. So we're going to stay away from longing that name there. And then the only other one was Marvell. So Marvell, NVIDIA, AMD. You can tell we're a big cap tech trader right on this side of things right now. So, you know, this is what we do best, man. We trade. Yeah, it's been really a fun one, that is for sure. JP Morgan, again, been a really, really great April, great May. May's young, but we'll wait to see if it continues to hold out. We talked about this at 307 or 308 this morning. I thought that was pretty decent there for JP Morgan. And looking at the charts, this is kind of why we like it, bouncing in and around these areas here. If rates can hold, JP Morgan can make money in any environment, but I really do like this level here, 305. Pick something up if you're not into JP Morgan. But yeah, Robinhood, the mover these days off earnings and then crypto.
Well, the bigger problem was all the fintech today getting dragged down by PayPal. And as strong as the market is, PayPal got waxed a little bit. You had SoFi get waxed. I think just on a little bit of sympathy.
Oh, yeah, what is PayPal?
For sure. PayPal, actually, I don't have that one up anymore, but it was trying to bounce off of 45 the last I checked. So it's making some lows, but the fact that it reversed the move, it was up on earnings initially and then getting absolutely shellacked. Okay. This is Intel. For the first time, it could be a red candle making a top into this trend break. Ideally, I would much rather it have like a parabolic and then an obvious reversal candle, but beggars can't be choosers. It's going to break the trend however it's going to break the trend, if it even does so. And someone said in the chat, are you shorting it at 110? I'm like, yeah, if it breaks the trend line. But I don't want the short if it doesn't break the trend line. Same way I didn't want the long in IBIT until it starts breaking like up any downtrends. Right? Like I'll take it whenever it does this. I'll take it when it does that. I'll take it when it does this. But not going to try to get it on that way to the downside. Same way I don't want to be short Intel on the way up. That'll just run you over for sure. What's Apple doing? I feel like if I look away from Intel, I'll miss the break. So I'll just pull Apple up on another chart.
Intel 110.
I know, it's insanity. Like we were just talking about this at,
I love it.
Forget about like the $80. We were talking about this at like $40 it was consolidating.
Yep.
Apple's much stronger than some of those other Mag 7 names. That's good. If Apple dips after earnings, it's always a buying opportunity. That Fold story was an easy buy because, well, first of all, it turned out to be fugazi, but easy buy anyways on Apple. It's going to be a boring run to the all-time high again on Apple, but it's still going to get there this month.
I think we can let Intel go one more time up to 110.50, and then we'll see if it fails that, and then we'll short that if it does break. back down below 110.50. So I'm getting ready to maybe do something on that one if it does come back up. That is the high. Let's see it test it, run a little bit, then break back down below, and then we can take some Intel short. But until then, I'm going to stay away, man. Thanks, Taylor, and everybody there said, yeah, probably don't sell at 107, so we did cancel that. We mentioned it. There we did not sell. Now it's up to 110, so we can make an extra $3 there. I sold some at, I think it was 55 or 56, as Neil had mentioned. We did have some consolidation. Yeah, probably right here, the last time it made that move. So I was going to say probably this candle, 57 to 58, maybe even a little bit earlier than that. I don't know, somewhere in there. And then we only sold our next piece at 90s, 89 there. And so we still got in a decent portion as we try to make new highs on the day for Intel. I'm just wondering if the pullback might be in right now, but we all might have thought it right there, bounced off of the 25 period. So we got to make sure that we do beat and hold 108.80 if you're looking short on Intel, because the last couple of times we've dealt with the 25 period moving average, we have made moves higher back through there. Make sure you take a sip of water. People talking about Poet. Poet had that deal with Marvell. I don't know if that deal is back on or not, but right now Poet, huge move to the upside. Maybe Derek can help us out with this one. POET, up from $7 up into $9.40. There was a canceled bunch of contracts from Marvell.
It was canceled.
I'm only seeing call sweeps. I saw a lot of people actually talking about this on social media today about the Marvell thing, but nothing like super bullish or nothing. Again, nothing super specific. Apparently, though, July 17th, $16 call sweep is what I'm seeing here for POET.
$16 call sweep.
Wasn't the story there was, yeah, I thought it was the other way around. They lost
They did.
Right, yeah.
They got and they lost it. That's the
Right.
huge move right here, from 16 down to $6.
Yeah, that's what I thought for
Poet there, yeah. And so, man, that AMD is really starting to grind me up a little bit here. Just 3 trades for myself today, and we'll go 2 for 3, but AMD was just a baby one. Baby loss, but big win potential. And that's how we're trying to keep them there. PYPL, as we mentioned, bouncing off 45. That's definitely a trade to look at for PayPal. I think down in those areas, just like we were talking about Shopify, I don't know what it's at right now, but that 117 area, yeah, that's where VWAP was. So we're starting to trade underneath that right now. Maybe the market has lost a little bit of its ways. We're under 10% on Marvell. We did have a talk about that one as well. So maybe we'll start to get out a little bit more as we're pulling back nicely here on Marvell. Let's just punch out there at some at 50 as we take the 25 period moving average. Now we're at 5% left for Marvell. Whatever happens right there for that one. But yeah, big profitable day today, and hopefully you guys are having that some kind of success. I mean, the Nasdaq's starting to pull back a little bit. Hopefully maybe you got some of those highs. If not, it's only 10:40. Lots of the day left. Midday show coming. They'll talk about some small cap runners, and they'll talk about their successes and whatnot. So yeah, we'll see what they're doing on the midday show.
We'll still have 20 minutes to go. Intel's trying to go. So it just confirmed the trend break. Nibbled in, but we'll let it confirm the trend break here in this candle. Breaking the trend on a 3-minute, and then I want to see it hold the second candle underneath, which it is doing. So I think we're pretty much in the trend break. But I'm eyeballing 107.5 here instead of VWAP. If it doesn't pop in and give me another shot at the 109.40, call it 40 to 60 range in here that I can give to the 110, then I might want to jump out of this one a little bit tighter. 109 is already battling pretty heavily. It did so on the way up at 108, and that's the reason why I'm looking at the exit here is when it tried to break the trend the first time, there was a lot of buy consolidation, like right in this little battle at 108. So that same spot looks like a bit of a target for myself. So as long as we close this candle underneath 109.5, I look to add and play it to 107.5 to 108. And then from there, if it breaks down, fine, VWAP will be a bit of a thing. Let's go over to Adara. Time to see Sector Watch, where we already know the chip should be leading.
Electronic tech is, as Neil kind of alluded to there, in a category of its own. SanDisk up 9%, Micron up 11%. So the strength in this group continues. Got to give honorable mentions here to Seagate and WDC. All of the memory names as of what I checked before the bell in the NASDAQ 100 are 4 of the 5 strongest names in the index this year. The other name in that mix was Intel, which is up another 13% today as we get that report from Bloomberg suggesting that Apple's talking to Intel and Samsung about manufacturing potential on U.S. soil for their products. Now we have tech services, which is a lot more mixed. That SaaS pullback coming in here, at least for some of these names, with Palantir to the downside on earnings, ACN and Intuit also weak, Netflix, Meta, and Microsoft to the red as well, but Google to the upside. Finance kind of mixed here. Consumer non-durables flat to mixed. Industrial services actually quite mixed. Health tech mixed, but Eli Lilly and Johnson & Johnson to the upside. And retail trade with a lot of strength. Amazon here up well over 1%. You've got Carvana up about 3% here. This is going to be earnings day 4 for CVNA. And I have to talk about producer manufacturing. This group incredibly strong. Caterpillar, LRCX, and AMAT both up more than 3% each. Only weak name here is ETN, down about 5% for Eaton. Back to you.
Thanks, Adara. It doesn't stop. We just put some Tesla in our account there and took 50 cents. It's still a 50-cent winner. You can take it if you want. We're going to wait for it. We took out half. We're going to wait for a move up to $3.94 again. Take $1. Hopefully, we can get that here on Tesla. And it's not about the dollar club, although it's been a great club to be in these days. We're going to wait to see if it can extend out a little bit more than that. There's $3.94 and change. There it is. On Tesla one more time. Maybe there's some more run here. Maybe there's not. But we're out of half there. Our stop is going to be the lows there. So we'll give it about $1 now. Open it up a little bit. Play with some house money. 395.20 there. That's 390. Okay, that's we can go to 394.50 on Tesla. Maybe we do get a nice little move higher there on TSLA. Yeah, definitely found our way here trading recently. Tesla, boom, shakalaka there to the upside. The only thing we got to wait for is looking at our levels here. Intel, so, just looking over at our note, right? So far here today. We don't even have Tesla written on it. That just showed up there. But we'll go to here. We'll check it out. We have Intel 98, right? Like when we wrote that level, it was 98.50. But now Intel's at 110, 111. That's gone. IBIT, Neil's been back and forth with IBIT. We can review that. 45.50 didn't come in for me. TQ's nowhere near that level yet. We almost bought that dip. Maybe we should have. Instead, we go to Tesla over there. And then Shopify does not get above 120. So it's just funny that we write down all those names. And today, man, we're not in any of those names. And we still have our daily goal there. And it was just following it, waiting for dip buys, right? Tesla, we saw that exhaustion candle. There goes the move higher. So we're in that one. We don't even have NVIDIA written down. That's going to be P&L number 1. And then Marvell comes right in again. And there goes Marvell right back up to the upside again as well. So we should take something out on Marvell. And it's just about, being ready, being prepared, being in your zone again, and finding opportunities. So there it is with Marvell. Here's my board, right? Like nothing triggered in here yet, but we're able to find it. And then, oh boy, what a day this could have been if we had it's still having a great day, but if we just held out for AMD a couple more pennies, we would have had that one. And here goes Tesla right there, man. It is a hot dog cannon there for Tesla. So a bunch of great opportunities we're able to find here today. And I hope you guys are able to capture some of that. And I know we're still waiting for IBIT dip buys as well. So that's the only one that could maybe come through for us. And I know you've been on Palantir as well. Someone just mentioned Palantir as that goes to the downside. What was, you were long that name or short that name?
At one trend break.
Tried it,
we tried it. 135.5 is the level.
Palantir.
But one of the reasons I love levels and they're good and I like the plan of action, but when you don't get to the levels, I like setups even better. And when I was going over, when I look at the last, it's about 6 to 8 months-ish, probably a little bit more than that, because it's actually probably closer to 8 to 12 months. It's really been the setups that have been better for me. Like in the example, someone was like, well, why are you waiting for Intel for the trend break? It was just as simple as when I looked at the last few months, like I said, about 6 to 8 months, maybe even a little bit longer than that, I looked at all of the best trades and every single month. In momentum, the top 2 or 3 trades were just always trend breaks. And the longer the trend break, the better. And a pullback, and not even the ones that fall through, like the one where you just get in, the level holds, and it gets to the volume weighted average price, or it gets to your target spot. It was almost always something like that. So recognizing that, that's what I look for. And you look for those shots. Now it requires a bit of discipline, because something like a PLTR, when you try to make the break, the rule is trying to get in as it breaks that bar. So I wait till it comes back to that price. I get out at my stop level, and sometimes that'll happen. You just don't have it timed perfectly right. But when you do, you make sure you lose small for the upside of the volume weighted average price. Right? You want to look for that big potential. And as I say that, the all-day trend break on Palantir could be coming in. It's not at 135.5, which is the level I like, but it could give me that breakout here. So let me just hit save because I want to see that trend. I want to see that line back in when I go over to it again. That's essentially just like a trade setup that I like. And the more parabolic and the wider the move, obviously, yes, it gives you more opportunity, but you're going against the grain more. So in this case, once we hold here, it's like keep it really tight to the 110. There are buyers galore at the 109 this $0.50. So I've been getting in at lower highs as it wicks lower. But the second it's not making these little tiny lower highs, that's a do not reload and do not try to scalp in. So Palantir seems like it's the next thing setting up. Pretty close, but not just yet. Not just yet.
Yeah, there it goes. You guys are right, right there, Joey. Good trade off that Tesla there. I basically took it. We did fall into the 200 period moving average there on a 5-minute chart. So that's kind of what got me started there with Tesla. But good look there as we talk about setups. And yeah, good look on that Tesla setup there. I hope you guys were able to take a little bit of profit, obviously, on that trade. Nvidia's it's just amazing that Nvidia's been like kind of like not great today, but yet it's going to be the #1 P&L name here, and it's on the longs. So that's just like, take advantage when the stocks are there, and then when the tides turn, right? I mean, it was an easy one not to reload, in my opinion. We went up there into the 200 period. We got dropped off right there. When it came back in, we did not reload it because we got rejected right there. So, even if I do reload it, like it's not giving enough love to the longs. So you got to take advantage when the pressure is there. Sharif, look at this trade right here. 345 long on AMD. We lost 50 cents, and then the thing blasts $7 right to the upside. So watch out for advanced micro devices today. A halter for you, my guy, Sharif. AIOS again today. Almost 1 million shares. I don't think this will be fitting your criteria because there's tons of halts everywhere right now, but it's above VWAP, so we have just about 12 minutes until we see what Sharif's thinking about and Joe on the midday show. So get ready for that, man. Great chemistry over there.
Only 2 million on AIOS.
Yeah, exactly. So that's going to be a good one there. Okay, SKK. I know this was one that you guys talked about yesterday. That's halted as well a couple times today, down 52%. Right there. SKK today had its day, and we had talked about it whenever you're going to reverse split or anything like that. I don't know if that was the case, but SKK downside play for now on that one. So we've got Marvell in the money, we've got Tesla cooking, Nvidia and AMD all on watch there. And as Neil just went through it, couple shots for Palantir at this low might be worth it. We'll see if Palantir wants to hold out right now, 137. But hey, man, 2 times a daily goal, not too bad. So maybe we take tomorrow off. Just kidding. We'll be back in here tomorrow to put hopefully some damage back on the board as well. It's 10:50. Why not go for it right now? Let's go talk about what's for lunch before we go over there and get money talks. Yesterday, it was chili tacos. So it was actually pretty tasty there yesterday, I felt like.
Hard taco.
A hard and a soft. So that was great. I love
hard
those.
Taco was better.
Yeah, I love those combinations there when you get that a little bit of each. All right, man. Today's lunch is a Greek flag. So Greek. All right, so that's good. Today's Cinco de Mayo.
You know what I'm going to say about
Yesterday was tacos. Taco Tuesday. Today is chicken souvlaki. So that's a winner right there. That's a face slapper. On Greek Day, we get grilled chicken souvlaki. So there we go. We get the rice pilaf with pita. So there you go again. Another Greek taste there. Mediterranean vegetables. And I find it really weird when Neil whispers, but he did it again. And he said, please have Greek salad, but it's mixed green salad today. But I promise you they'll have some Greek flavor to that, I'm pretty sure. It always says that, man. It says chopped salad, mixed salad, garden salad, all the same. We hope that there's a little bit of cheese on there today. But that's what's for lunch. Sounds like a good one there. On Happy Cinco de Mayo, we celebrate Greek cuisine around here. It is grilled chicken souvlaki with oil going to the downside. Let's go find out what's going on with the world's global currency and the US dollar with Money Talks.
This DXY chart continues to have some of these lower highs here on the daily. We had this gap up then slam down last Monday with the high of 99.3. Then you've got last Thursday with the high of just over 99. Today, trying to make a little bit of a pop here at that 98 halves level. Currently trading around 98.40 their way here, looking to give up its 3-day green streak is the US dollar. Now, as Sean mentioned, we're going to have massive unemployment and overall employment data coming through on Friday, US unemployment rate and non-farm payrolls. But today we did get some jobs-related data, namely jobless claims, or sorry, not jobless claims here, JOLTS job openings coming through at 10, higher than expected. 6.866 million versus 6.85 million expected. Other economic data was mostly these S&P services and then ISM services PMI. All of those PMI prints below estimates. S&P services 51 versus 51.3 expected. S&P composite PMI 51.7 versus 52 expected, and ISM services PMI 53.6 versus 53.7 expected. Again, though, JOLTS job openings above estimates, and we'll have to wait and see what happens with initial jobless claims on Thursday, then NFPs and unemployment coming through on Friday. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. And it doesn't look like we're going to get another lower high. So I don't see topping tails again, so no reload. Much weaker on the first two and the hold of the 108, so leave the stop in, don't reload it. If it breaks the top, it'll be closer to a flat trade because we got to reload. But obviously, when you see a trend break, I want it to go like this. Like you want like that confirmation and then a plunge. Hence why it turned into a bit of a scalp reload play. And then the other one we're waiting for again is going to be Palantir. That one, whoops, yeah. Blue Ocean is always going to be the first thing that shows up on the drop down, but we don't care about that. It's still holding the trend line nicely without making a fresh low. So as long as that's the case, once it breaks, then going to jump in over to the long. I feel like, obviously the missed opportunity is going to be eBay, and it's not really giving me any signs that it wants to come back. It was just no chance. Like once I got away from it, there was no chance to get back in. Through lunchtime, I'll look for that volume weighted average price at 106.5. 2 days of selling after this GameStop, allegedly. I mean, GameStop did take a 5% stake. So it's not like they didn't, they have made a bit of a stake in there. But it's just closing this cash and stock would require probably a little bit more dilution than I think anybody would actually like. So I think it's pretty unlikely that it happens. It might still. And at some point, it's not going to be a short. It'll just be a value. Because eBay actually has been a pretty strong stock for the last few months, if you checked it out.
Yeah, we are going to go back to Adara. Look, some traders don't really want to, talk about, or they put, their losses under the rug. Not here, man. We don't do that. We could talk about all of the wins that we've had today, but damn, AMD, did you run off of those lows there to the upside? Just like we post our Tesla, just like we post our Marvell, and just like we post our Nvidias. We'll go 3 for 4, but man, AMD, you got me right there, my guy. That was a good one. Just 50-cent stop. Should have learned a little bit more about that one. But, we will, and we'll get a little bit bigger stops as you go. And we always talk about that, man. It's always a happy medium between trading, the right amount of shares with the right amount of risk. And we did that with Tesla for sure. We don't even have to worry about it. We are now we have 20% left. I mean, I had hoped that we had been able to get a little bit more out above 394. We'll take some more 50s right now. 50-cent winner on board. Like we said, we hold, we don't have any LFT right now, so whatever we lost on AMD, we made it way back on Marvell. Marvell's $1. We made it back on Tesla, so we'll end the show at the highest spot we were all day. So I think that's definitely worth something right there. We found our groove, that is for sure. So yeah, we did, we got it back, but I'm not sure it went anywhere. Okay, so right now, Boeing, Tesla, BMNR, nothing's really hitting on my scanner, to be honest with you, right now. Affirm, maybe, Boeing, Oracle, pretty much the same. Oh, yeah, good. We got Adara. What does she got for us?
I have for you guys here some USO headlines, nothing massive, but I do want to mention Associated Press News here, AP News, reporting a couple different sources talking about how difficult it's going to be here for the Strait of Hormuz to be reopened in an operational way. They cited a Hapag-Lloyd executive, that's a German shipping company, who said that passage through the Strait of Hormuz is, quote, still impossible, and also cited former military officers said that reopening the strait remains, quote, a daunting task. So a couple different sources here, both military and in the shipping space, saying, hey, this strait will definitely be a little bit difficult to get reopened. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. Looks like, I elected not to because it wasn't a lower high, but there's still this there's still some selling happening on the top end of this 109, but again, gonna follow the rules. It holds the consolidation and doesn't go right away, so I can add to it early, but I'm not gonna add to it late when it's making that rounded bottom, but there's still some sellers up there. PLTR still refuses to break that trend, but it's getting pretty close. Like, it took Intel a while. This is about as tight as it's been to this level since the open. Like, at the open, it was hugging it, but that's way too early. Now you're starting to see it hug, holding that prior low. So gonna just try to get it in one time and look for that view up here. Not a great day for Palantir overall, down 6 points. But there's a couple of ways to look at this. One, the expected move was like 9.5. So it dropped, but it didn't fall farther than the expected move. So therefore, continuation, I still think gives you that nice little inside move and gives you some places to bounce here on PLTR. On the long term, again, it didn't break the trend that I would have liked to see on the daily chart. So in terms of any like swing in Palantir, unless it's above the 50 and breaking that trend line, I'm not a fan. But for this one breaking, this 3-minute closes probably when we're firing off to the midday, and I'm looking long. It'll be about 137.5 if it can hold this candle. 2 U.S. destroyers are off the coast of the UAE inside the Persian Gulf, according to reports. Well, okay, so you mean you have assets there? No, I, for one, am shocked. Well, it's just we see all of the same. We're seeing just a lot of these. It's like the UAE preparing for missiles, or they see threats from missiles and yada, yada, yada. There's a lot of the same hot headlines coming through, and USO is not really reacting that heavily to any of them. It's still gliding slowly to the downside. Like, you're not actually seeing any of these causing ridiculous spikes in oil like we were when this was like 20% ago. So just to reiterate, in case we get there, 107.75 to 8. Just that battle in here the first time it looked like it was breaking trend. That's what I'm looking for on Intel. If there's more to VWAP, I'll look for another place to jump into the short. It just feels like every single day, come in looking for a dip and rip. It ends up breaking out, miss it, and then it's like the Intel ends up being a short for me at some point, even though I liked it long.
Okay. Yeah, so Pinterest, what a good level that was there, breaking the low of the pre-market and continuing to go lower there. We saw Pinterest come up with a huge move yesterday, and it looks like, that $25 mark, what a great level that was right there to come in and back and forth with. So Pinterest right there, $25, dumped off into $22.50 right off the open, and now trying to battle back, and it looks like it rejects it off of VWAP again. And back in there, watch out for $24 mark. If you are looking for a long on Pinterest, I don't think it's here. Underneath VWAP, underneath the 200 period moving average, Pinterest continues to move lower there. Another move today was PayPal. We saw them really starting to get hit as their conference call was ending, and a nice battle back. And we mentioned the 45 level, so nice battle back there off of 45. It's trying to climb again right through VWAP. So yeah, man, it's been a good one. I hope you guys enjoy the midday. The big name, Sharif Poet, you might want to look at there. Put that on your radar right now. $9, but 44 million, and actually looking pretty good. Sharif mentioned that he's already on it, so we'll watch out for that. $9, what a great level there for Poet. We can see if it wants to wind up holding or not there. P-O-E-T. Right now, Poet trying to go. The market's maybe pulling back just a little bit, but it's 11 o'clock, so that's it for us. Thanks, Adara. Thanks, Brendan, everybody. Joe with your options. Sharif with the morning. It's Andre. Ramin's back in the building. Yeah, anybody that's helped us out today, and especially all of our viewers. We want to thank you guys for watching. That's Neil. I'm Sean. We'll check you back at 2 p.m. Over to the Midday Show.
Joey, it's like 87, 88% humidity outside again, man. It's decent. It's decent. It's 15. It's not raining yet, Katina, man. I don't even think it started raining. But boom, greetings and salutations. Beautiful people, welcome to the Midday Show. The reason I'm getting excited is I see Benton, see my man, and he's saying COYG. Do you know why I'm getting excited, Joey?
Why?
City dropped points. They dropped 2 points by tying 3-3 yesterday with Everton away, and they just barely tied. They scored in the last second.
Oh, yeah?
Who gives Jeremy Doku that kind of room? I just don't understand, man. He scored a screamer in the first. He scored a screamer to end the game. Cover the man. They could have dropped 3 points. It would have been better for me. I would have been even louder. Let's go, Kirk D. Shout out to Hangry. Stop talking about soccer. Tell us your trades. All right.
Who said that?
It's Hangry Wife. He's just trolling. What's up, Dynamite Driver? Shout out to Trust Fund Baby. Kirk D. We got Crazy Dirt Weed. Ja. LP. Slow Motion. We got Damien. We got Richard. Shout out to Bailey Buttons and T-Dot. Kirk D again. Let's go. Boosted Red Spot. Come on, throw in the names, guys. I want to see new names only. What is this? Gamer Craft something or another. Buffalo Soldier. Mike PD Writer. We got Texas Hex and Friends. Motion Man Mojo. Dubs Dollars 2462 and Sean Hall. Shout out to Sean Hall. Data Robertson. We got Taylor Batty. Okay. Walt Country Club. I aspire to have a country club membership very soon, hopefully. Britt Brennan, Scott H, Art Mog, Ozan, if you don't have move button, better we break up. Katina Man, can we get the move for your friend Ozan? The Katina Man's coming in hot with it. We do appreciate that. Shout out to the Katina Man. And there you go, Ozan. Dean Allen, Joey.
Yes, sir.
Algo Assassin.
Oh.
I like that name.
Okay.
Good morning, brother.
Algo Assassin. All right, guys. Thank you, Hangry Wife. As always, typically with the kind words. Guys, what's going on, everyone? Having a fantastic Tuesday, man. I don't know why I'm shouting out that last little bit of
okay, it's because City tied yesterday. That's why, right?
It's City tied today. And the Toronto Maple Leafs acquired a burger joint manager. Yes.
People were really crapping on that guy.
Did I not tell you about it?
You did tell me that, but that guy
before?
From the Sun, the Toronto Sun, comes in hot with that kind of question. I hear scam artist, I hear salesman, I hear that.
They went off
to
on
his
him,
face, telling him that.
Yeah, but that's what he did. Because anyway, we're not going to get too much into it because I can go all day, Sharif, about this.
Joey.
So we'll hit the stone cold on this one. Fires in the bag. Austin, fries in the bag. Oh, okay. Yeah, make sure. All right, guys. So we took a couple tries here on the long on IBIT. One break even, one loss. Didn't get going. The crypto space a little bit choppy here today. And then also with Coinbase, we tried a couple attempts on that bad boy. Didn't work out for us, but nonetheless, we're going to be looking for some more opportunities here. We might have to put crypto to the side and find something else that's strong, or it might be an all-day fader. See, the thing is, though, we haven't had we have 1 second there. We haven't broken that 45.94 level, and we keep running into the back end of this trend line. So if we have that breaching, then maybe we can take one more stab. We're going to stick to our 3-strike rule, and we're 0 for 2 on it. Adara.
Doing very well, Joey.
President Trump is speaking live right now with some children and some athletes and a good portion of his cabinet talking about the conflict in Iran, amongst other things. Right now, mostly he's talking about sports. If there is anything market related, I will let you know. But I have to talk about a couple companies here that have been name dropped by Anthropic for their new financial services partnership here. So they're calling it Agents for Financial Services and Insurance. One of the companies name dropped here is VRSK, which did move higher. Another is MCO. Moody's, which is actually continuing to move higher here again. Anthropic releasing 10 agent templates for financial services and partnering with a host of companies, MCO and VRSK among them. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Joey. I know you're
make sure the kids are well informed. That's for sure.
You just said we're doing very well in Iran.
That's crazy. Like, look at these kids.
I just like to copy his voice.
Yeah,
I'm not trolling.
Yeah, I'm trolling him because it's like, dude, you're talking to a bunch of like kindergartners right now. Anyways,
is he telling them that?
Bro,
why is he telling the kindergartners that?
That's crazy.
Oh my days.
Hey, you gotta do your thing. But nonetheless, guys, this is what we have on our radar. Typically, the SPY and the Nasdaq in the corner of our eye in the peripheral. Tesla not doing too much. A nice couple strong upticks, but you bounce right off of that 402 level on multiple occasions. Boom. I heard Katina Man say he's long Tesla, so let's rock and roll on that one. It's a party. Anyways, aside from that, IBIT also there, guys, starting to head back in towards this trend line that I was referring to not too long ago. IBIT on the 1 minute, and then pins. We were switching this up from Coin, but Coin had a nice little bounce off of the lows. They're laying off about 14% of their workforce. I thought we'd see a little bit stronger of price action, and then we can also break through this daily pivot that I was looking at. Doesn't seem to be the case, right? So still weak. That 214 mark is what I was looking for us to push through. Not necessarily the case here today.
Okay, so let's just get right down to business. I'm looking at Poet. which trading near day's highs, 952. The high of the day is 64. Here it is in the 56. Somebody was just asking me about it. I'm keeping a close eye on it. Native New York just started Mandarin on Duo. Any tips? Yes. Use ChatGPT as well. In conjunction with Duolingo, you'll find it a lot better because Duo has this problem where they have this explain my answer thing now on Duo, but it's not nearly as good. Chat, you can actually speak into if you're using the voice prompt. It's a lot more nuanced. It gives you details. It's like, hey, the technical way to say this is, but everyday parlance is this. So use ChatGPT. Take screenshots, just post it into chat. Very, very useful. Them in conjunction with one another. Shout out to Native New York. All right, let's get back to work here with Poet. We're going to bring in the trusty side charts. And you're already going to see Just Blaze. Oh, baby. It's losing the bid, Joey. It just broke VWAP. Flat bottom break ensuing right now on Just Blaze. It's not called Just Blaze, but I'm going to call it that. 750 lost there. Multiple holds at the 750 area, which overlap for VWAP. All the way down now to 7. I want to say the low of this candle is 717. The low of the day is 712. So we barely hold on. So Just Blaze might lose its spot on the side chart, much like S dot. Coming from very, very, very higher over the, I want to say, Friday session. Sold off a little bit yesterday, not nearly as aggressively as it did on Friday. I don't know what the hell this pattern you call, like maybe an inverse head and shoulders if we can break through that 63, 65 penny level. I don't know. I'm going to keep a close eye here on VWAP, but all I see, Katina, man, is just lower highs. What's going on over there?
I said to my wife, I said, Mom, outside of the station. She says,
No way. Get it, Marissa.
That's crazy.
Yes, Marissa. Katina Man was just like, he's like, I'm almost done my positions, right? Because he's about to get up. And she's like, all right, Katina Man, that's what I want to see. Get it, Marissa. All right, S dot. About to break VWAP over here, but there goes SLQT above that 1.25 area. This one still has a high of 130. SLQT, Joey, up about 55% with $1.30 high, as I mentioned. Current bar high into 127. I do like the look of SLQT's jib because it has been quite respectful of trend. A lot of greenery on this chart. Moreover, most of the candles do find support at the 10 EMA on the 5, and that's kind of what I look for. So that's that one. How about BRCC? Good one, decent one, not as good as the other one, but up 44%. A lot of respect for the 10 EMA as well. You can see most of the pullbacks, the deeper ones anyway, do find support on that green line, the 10 EMA on the 5. So that'll be on my purview. EVER, Joey, this one's up about 48%. Looking awfully bull flaggish, and quite frankly, this is the second bull flag. We got the breakout, looks like, right into the close yesterday. The volume started coming in hot and heavy at about 10 minutes to close, and then it really accelerated in the aftermarket right at 4 o'clock. So bull flag number 1 from yesterday's aftermarket. Bull flag number 2. We're not really getting the break through $22 because it's a $21.96 high, but EVER looking pretty good. As I mentioned already at the top, Poet, I'm keeping a close eye on that. I was about to get in above this $0.50 with a view of stopping out below the 11 o'clock bar low, which would have been 917. I was going to put 14s, but I don't mind this coming back down, perhaps to a third. Let's see what Poet has to offer us here. Just going on here before we send it back to your boy Joey Opsh. BLDP also having itself a good day to the tune of 20 1/3%. Dilly-dallying here below $4, but as you can see, a couple of candles holding up at the 10 EMA. I was a bit more biased with this one that we would have a VWAP retracement just given sort of the parabolic nature, Fabian, of the move up. But that 385 level where VWAP is may not come in, especially now because the current bar high is just breached prior bar high. So we could be on our way to 4. That's the bullish myopic view. Let's go with the bearishness. Well, we have basically an unbroken lower high trend after putting in that 405 high on BLDP. So I'm keeping a close eye on that. And then last but not least, DARE, much lower on volume. This one's a backup, probably loses its spot on the side chart if it doesn't pick up on some volume here, Joey. But Poet looks like it's holding up here decently well into about 9.5, 9 2/3. I've got a bit of a bias that this one moves into 10.
All right. I'm with you on that one, my brother. We have who is it? DeVille, Patrick, Del Valle saying that Bitcoin going to fly. Yeah, I don't
mind that at all.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind it at all. I don't know if it's going to here. We can't hit the Randy thing. Randy, it's Fabian behind the.
Love that.
Well, yeah, Fabian behind. Can we get the little Randy in the middle here just for a little bit? I need some comfort.
You miss him?
Yeah, I miss him.
Get it, Randy.
All right, guys. Yeah, so I mean, what we have going on here today is that Bitcoin, I mean, is it going to fly? I don't know, but you can see, you clearly can see, but in my notes right here, I said that we gapped up, and just considering I'm not looking at Bitcoin as it has somewhat of this chip strength, like we're seeing in the Intels, the Marvells, where you could just buy every dip, and then it's just day after day continuation. Even though we are starting to get an uptick right now, the third attempt at the break of the volume-weighted average price, we want to see the volume really start to follow through as well. But there it goes. I mean, I wasn't going to hold my previous position because I was essentially, there we go, I was martingaling? Is that even a term? Anyways, I was just continuously like, when one position starts small, you add a little bit more, and unfortunately, one of them didn't get going for me. Otherwise, we would have eliminated the majority of our losses. But I'm prepared to get back in. Patrick DeVale, there you go. You're starting to be a little bit right here, my friend, as we're running into that high of the day of 46.34. And then you can see a slight base being formed here in Tesla as Katina Man is long off of the lows. 392.18, I'm going to guess he's in around that neck of the woods. Oh, 39? All right, that was pretty close. But nonetheless, there it is. Coinbase starting to get a curl over too, and the market heading towards the high of the day. So a lot going on here. There's that breakout. What a dog. IBIT was an accumulation, and then sure enough, that third attempt, right? So we have punch 1 through VWAP, punch 2 through VWAP doesn't work, and then you have to take that third punch in order for things to get rocking and rolling. That's a 20-cent pop right there in the coin, Bitcoin that is. So yeah, other than that, I'm chilling, sitting on my hand, waiting for some next opportunities. Is Tesla going to be that one? Maybe potentially. You can see the uptick on the lower time frames within that volume by time profile here on IBIT. So we're going to keep our eyes on the tape just in case there's some form of defender. But at this point and at this pace, I wouldn't be surprised if we put in a new HOD on IBIT.
All right. In on AIOS, I'm giving this to prior bar low, which is a skosh below VWAP. Prior bar low, 25.78. Current bar low, 26.70. I'm in at 27.33. I'm looking for a general hold of VWAP and an attempt at $30. We'll give this one the old college try. It's good entry here near the current bar low, but it is losing 27. So let me put in my risk parameters over here. So we have 27.33. That makes 1 hour for me, 28.88, okay? Which is good because that's below that $30 level. So let's go ahead and do that 28.88. We're going to put that beak wetter there, should that make it up. Otherwise, we get stopped out below the 25.78 area. Let's see how this ends up going. What else we got? BLDP looks like it might be making a quick move over here. I don't want to take off Poet because Poet's still dilly-dallying at that $0.50 level, and I don't mind that. Let's put on BLDP over here. On the, not on the NZ, sorry. On the NQ, here we are trying to take out $4 again, but it's still putting in those kind of lower highs. So I'm kind of insist that this actually decisively take about 405. That's because I see a lot of resistance between 4 to about 405. Obviously, the high of the day is 409, but we're going to keep a close eye on that. All right, AIOS. It's at VWAP here. I'm not going to add. I will insist that I add into a winner rather than DCAing in here unless it really comes down, knocks on the door of my stop, and it doesn't make any difference if I get in. Like if I'm going to get out 25.78 and it's dilly-dallying at like 25.85 and not breaking that, then I'll add. But at the moment, it's holding VWAP. I don't see a bid, quite frankly, right now. And unless buyers step in at VWAP, we're going to get stopped out below prior bar low. So we're going to keep a close eye out on that, as well as BRCC. So those are the ones I'm looking at. Joey, what do you got?
Yeah, let's see what Jimmy Donnelly is up to. Playing BBI from $4 flat, watching 1 and 15-minute time frames with a 920, 150 EMA, waiting for crossovers and tests. Breaks of the volume. Any suggestions on, okay, options plays with that one. I think that's what you're saying. You then removed that comment. Nonetheless, young boy, never leave money. Oh, okay, all right, there it goes. Jesse, I see what you did. I see what you did there. Tesla's starting to break down a little bit here, guys. Let's head over to our watch list as we're just waiting patient for some quality opportunities to set up, and then we can take advantage of them. We had Apple continuing to climb all the way up to 283 here today. Is that no? Oh, not too far off of it, a couple of dollars or so, right? So we get into 287 as that wick high. The previous all-time high on this one is around 288.50. So let's see if we can continue on that path. I mean, in the next couple of days, I wouldn't be surprised if we get a full-blown recovery here in AAPL. We want to draw our basic trend line from the trough there to that previous peak. Now, we went over Tesla. We've been talking about that enough here today. How is Ethereum performing on today's session? Not that good. Choppy mess in the crypto space. I mean, I'm not surprised by this. I'm waiting for Ethereum to break through this 1875 level. I think this is going to be a trade, right? Like, so if we open up around this wick high or this previous close, and then it's just a bullish day within the crypto land, then I think Ethereum's going to rock and roll, and that's a trade. I mean, think about how much we were trading this last summer, and it just completely cools down to the point where Ethereum drops 60%, and you're like, all right, well, what are we even doing with this thing? Why are we even looking at it? And liquidity issues just honestly really started to arise. I mean, liquidity just out the window. It's not nearly as liquid as it was before when we were trading it in the summer and throughout this whole trend when Ethereum was just off to the races, obviously, in regards to the Genius and the Clarity Act. But Bitcoin, okay, is this going to be your time to engage here on Tesla as 392 is holding up? We want to see that rounded bottom start to be formed, a base, right? So you can get to as low as you can to this end of the range and then curl over and then maybe somewhat of a recovery. But what isn't good is that the market is climbing higher and putting in new highs of days while Tesla is just hovering around its low of the day. So it's a weak underlying at this moment. 10 billion FSD miles, Sharif, logged for Tesla. So that's some pretty good stuff. Yeah, man, a lot of people can get behind it. I think that had a little bit, obviously, uptick in Europe sales yesterday as well. So, yeah, a couple good things going for it. And we talk about autonomous miles and how Waymo is outpacing them. We don't ever take into consideration the FSD miles that Tesla's clocking in. So, Katina, man, you got to add up those miles. Just do it for a month, brother. Do us all a favor. Pick me up in the morning. Pick me up in the morning on that FSD subscription.
Can I say something else? There's data that Tesla has that Waymo can never get, which is basically disengagements and human behaviors in certain contexts and in certain situations. For example, what is the human, what's the threshold for autonomy? So for like if you're at a specific intersection and there's a lot of disengagements at that specific intersection or a specific type of intersection, that's all data that Tesla has about human behavior and how to design FSD that Waymo could never get because there's no driver there. There's nobody, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, fair.
So I like Tesla's data a little bit better. Personally, I like the system. I think it's more streamlined. We know about LiDAR, the better technical side of LiDAR, but there we go. All right, I just have to focus at the moment. Right now, we're in AIOS and we're in POET. Basically, break even here on AIOS. The spread is really opening up, and it is a little concerning here. So it's holding VWAP, but we have multiple bar lows, lower highs, excuse me. And we're not really finding that aggressive bounce off the volume-weighted average price quite yet. So we're in and out of the money. We're a little bit in, a little bit out. Let's see how this cookie crumbles.
Check your DMs.
Yeah, just give me a sec, brother. So let's let this trade resolve, and then I'll take care of that. So continuing to watch here, 27.5 is what we're showing. But look at the spread. It's almost $1. It's 26.56 on the level 1, that is. If you look at the level 2, it's 26.98, 27.30. So about 35, 40 penny spread. But the level 1 definitely giving me a little bit of concern. There it goes into 28. Let's cross. There we go, baby. Now we're taking it. We're doing it live. Let's go up into 28.5. Looking for a bigger move here. Looking for a little bit more. Let's see if we can price spike up into the high 28s. On this one, 28.40, looking for a little bit more. It definitely didn't cross my resting order. That was something that I punched out with willy-nilly there. So definitely didn't make it all the way up there. So the prior bar high, 28.28. Currently, we're showing 28.38. So no continuation above this level, at least not yet. So going to pack the patience here, looking for a bigger move up, Joey.
All right, good stuff. I'm looking for a potential long here on Tesla. We are starting to slowly curl over. So let's see if we can engage here momentarily. I mean, 13.20 is the lower end of the range. We're pretty much at that level. We can give it to about 11, so about 9 cents. A little bit more that we want to give it. So let's engage here on some Tesla just in case we do want to get a move back in towards the volume weighted average price. So that's what we're looking for here on this name. If it cracks 13.10s on TSLA, then we just get out of the trade. I mean, there goes Bitcoin right back up to 46.23, so that's not bad with a high of around 46.27. That's a pretty good move. Yeah, other than that, guys, like a nice indecision print off of the lows, right? So maybe this is going to be our signal. This is going to be our stopping. There's no volume really behind it. But here, you just give it a little bit of room. It's either it's going to go or it's not. The longer that it takes to do, the less I like it. So what I'm finding here is essentially with my style of trading, it works either relatively quick, the longer that you're sitting in the trade. And I know you don't want to hop out prematurely or anything along those lines, but sometimes it's just like, hey, if you know your system, and then within a couple of seconds of you entering the trade or right away even, it starts to move for you. But if it doesn't, and then it's like the longer that it chops around, I look at it as it's somewhat of an accumulation phase before it continues to move to the sell side. And that was the narrative here on IBIT. All right. Pins starting to recover. I was thinking you're going to get that $23 break here on pins. Not necessarily the case. And I remember trading this previous quarter. The last time it reported, it was like, okay, we got a nice, I believe I had a nice short on it. And then out of nowhere, it just started to rip higher and just squeeze. So whatever happened there is just like, oh, okay, all right, nonetheless. So, I mean, if it doesn't break this level, this is a big time shelf, and you can see the price action within the buying really starting to cool off here. But we're in Tesla starting to slightly uptick. I went to a half risk on this one. I don't know how much of a full-on recovery we're going to get, but we're going to try to hold this all the way into VWAP.
That's my man. All right, AIOS, we're doing it. We're doing it live. Here we go, 28.5. We got 27.33. I'm looking for a breach of 30, man. I'd like to see a decisive breach of 30, and then I'm going to add into this position, which is a little risky. Let me explain why. Take a look at the bottom screen there where I'm circling. Look at that topping tail candle, the ugliest of all candles. If you're a long trader, well, maybe not. Maybe you're looking for a dip into support. But this candle, not good for me. Reason is, it breaches 30, and it breaches it quite aggressively. 31.78 is the high. So it breaches it by $1.78, okay? And then it tanks. It loses the bid. It halts down into about 27. The halt opens up, and it drops into 23 and a quarter. So needless to say, losing like $8 just like that off a halt doesn't make you feel, like you should be punching in aggressively through the break of 30. But that was the first time. Let's see what happens the second time. Anyway, back into break even we go. Anything below 27 now ends a trade for me. I'm holding still a little bit, but we're going to be positive on it no matter what. So, well, shouldn't say that. Maybe I'll get some slippage. In any event, I'm holding here. I'm looking for a holding of 27. If it breaches 27, I'm going to stop out. I'm looking for a break above 30. We did breach prior bar high on AIOS, and now it's losing it, and it's turning into a topping tail candle that's red. All right, so that's that trade. Poet, we're doing okay on Poet. We've taken out a decent portion of the position over here. It does look like it just keeps getting more resistance at this. I want to say 2/3, half to 2/3, $0.50 to 2/3. So 9.54 now into 53, 52. I got 57s on. I'm giving it, let me tell you, my stop over here at the risk of getting stop hunted. I know I do believe in that. We're giving it to 9.15 into 9.10. I probably won't do that. Prior bar low is 9.47. I'll give it to the mid 40s. And here's the $0.50. It's losing the $0.50. Yeah, that ain't the move here. I'm not looking for that. There's just so much resistance up here on Poet. It just keeps putting in more resistance at around the $0.50 to 2/3. So I don't know how this cookie crumbles. I could insist that this one hold up above the 10 EMA. The 10 EMA is giving to 1/3. So I think that's what I'm going to do. I was giving it to the low of the 11 o'clock candle. The low of that was 9.17. That's why I put 9.15. But since then, the price action has obviously developed, and now there is the 10 EMA on the 5. The 10 EMA on the 5 is 9 and a third, 934, 933. That's where I'll give it to, so I'm going to move up my stop on Poet. Don't want to give too much back, but still focusing here on AIOS, looking for a bigger move above 30. We're not getting it. It doesn't feel like we're going to get it, quite frankly. When you have a wider view of the time frame, and here comes 27, it's going to lose 27 here any second. When you look at the wider view of the time frame, we're just putting in lower highs, and it's basically unabated lower highs. There's, one or two candles that do breach the prior bar high on a wick basis, but nothing closes. So looks like as if these ones are a little bit top heavy at the moment. So that's what I'm looking at right now, Joey. I don't mind setting up on BRCC, which is looking less top heavy, and BLDP is taking out those levels that we talked about earlier. It's taking out that 405 almost into 409. But there goes AIOS again, man, back into 2820, holds 27 clean. And here we are knocking on the door of 28 again. So I'm going to continue to hold this. If it breaches 27, I'm out. If it gets into 30 or thereabouts, I'm also out. But I'm out for profit taking, Joe.
All right, let's go over some of our viewers here on TikTok, as Bravely kindly asking us to give them a nice little shout out.
Hola.
Hola. ¿Cómo estás usted, boy?
Oh. TikTok.
TikTok.
As my mom would say. Did you go on TikTok?
Today?
Yeah, no, I didn't. Not today.
All right.
Hopefully Ram makes me a video today, Ram.
Silver.
Ram?
She locked in. Silver, what's going on? N08, Joshua Bunchen, Oluivi, Sassy for Life. Oh, okay.
Crazy.
Camilo, what's up? Kendrick, Koala, Jag, Libror. Okay, talent. This is really lackluster, guys. I apologize. Dog, Jello. We gotta amp this up. Lucky, Ella, Taurus, Crystal Leg, Patrick Melville, Bax, Escoda, Buzz Bruno, and we have Steven Jackson, who's in the chat all the time. I see that. Let's get it, Steven. And Chaotic Knight. I like that one. Hail Caesar, Maximus Aurelius. All right. Then.
Oh.
Or Marcus Aurelius, sorry.
Marcus
Aurelius. You know Marcus Aurelius?
I do.
All right, I'm playing it. Roby, Egg, Z, and As a Man Thinketh. All right, I like that one. We're still sitting in this trade here. Oh, there goes Pins. Pins is finally breaking that trend. So let's get involved in a little bit of Pins here, ladies and gents. This is the trend line that I was looking at here. So we just drew that higher low. And then now we're starting to breach it. So let's get involved in some pins. We're going to hit it up here and see if we can get that continuation to the downside and maybe even retest the LOD, low of the day, right? You guessed it. Congratulations. Oh, don't you love it when you hit your hotkey and then it changes the ticker on
I
L2?
Absolutely love it.
Man, oh man.
If there is something that I like better, I can't even remember right now.
Oh, I like that. Sorry, sarcasm. We're down. Oh, okay, there we go. Pins up nicely here today. So let's see if we're going to give back a little bit of that move. Initial flush to the downside right out of the opening gates, but now we are starting to move a little bit lower. Got to be cautious with this one. I mean, is this supposed to be negative or positive? All right, nonetheless, hey, $23, if we can break through that, then I like our chances, but I'm also prepared to get out of this name relatively quick if it decides that it wants to squeeze and punch through this resistance zone one more time. Why? Because we don't have time for that nonsense. It's either it's going to work for us or it's not. It's literally what our relationship is right now. It's either you're going to work, it's good, we like each other, or you're not going to work, and then I'm just going to toss you to the side.
Oh, that's what my dad told me at 21.
Oh yeah, did he?
I'm kidding, bro.
That's all right, man. Hey, man,
like either work.
The nuisance.
No, you get it. No,
or you got to get out of here. All right. Anyways, but there goes Tesla. This thing's been an absolute grinder. Shout out to people who just do nothing. But let's get this breakdown. The trend line is now officially breached on pins, and then we're slowly climbing higher, not only in Bitcoin, but also in Tesla, as we're now 1326 and change. We want to try to diamond hands this all the way to the volume weighted average price, which is going to put us approximately right at 1345.
Money.
There goes AIOS ripping through 30. There's 3121. 3121 limit up, guys. Here we go again on AIOS. This one is absolutely ripping. Clean hold of 27 on the last move and a clean hold of VWAP, and we're rewarded. This one just ripped up from 29, breached through 30, and now it is halted up 31:21 halt time, 11:30:18 earliest. This will be open. 11:35:18 tap, already showing 33, dropping to 32, 31.96. You guys get it. It's all over the place. But AIOS is looking fantastic. It's looking awfully bull flaggish. We're going to keep a very close eye out on this one. Let's see if we can get in a little bit here. But I want to remind you guys, the last time we did breach 30, we did drop off pretty aggressively. The high of the 10:40 a.m. bar, 31.78. And then when all was said and done, on the opening of the halt, we dipped all the way down into 23, low 23s. So be on the lookout here for resistance. Keep a close eye on the top, and the top is losing it in a hurry, Joseph. It is down at 27.78 right now. The halt level, 31.21. Yeah, these ones, they live fast, they live furious, man. You got to get them when you can, but make sure you're using sound risk management here. Just before we go to Adair for the crypto segment, there goes EVER ripping through $22 into $22.62. We're talking about the two bull flags of note over here, one in the aftermarket yesterday, one in regular trading hours today. You get the buyers. Look at the clean hold of the 10 EMA and just rips up above that $22 area, almost on the way to 23. Trade this one carefully as well. Going to keep a close eye on EVER. We're going to Adair for the crypto segment.
Let's talk about MSTR earnings after the bell here. They're expected to come out at 4 p.m. We'll talk about this before we get to crypto overall. We are expecting this company to post losses. So Strategy expected to post losses of $3.41 per share. Revenue estimate here, $124.6 million. Here's a daily chart at MSTR. Certainly hanging out around that 190 level, which has served as resistance previously. Let's see how that level comes into play tonight, if at all. Now, speaking of levels here, Bitcoin just barreling past that 80,000 level. We're now above that area that served as support going back to November of 2025, namely that 80.5 level, currently trading around 81 halves. Next level of prior support that could turn to resistance potentially here comes in December. Topped this level a couple times. That's 80, just shy of 84,000. So let's see if 84K proves to be a level of resistance for BTC if we're able to push above it. Back to you.
All right, Joe, I got to cover this. PN is also ripping. We have two ones that are halted right now. PN is halted at $8.93. That's the chart on PN. It's had a couple of good days, mostly Friday, the 1st of May. Yesterday, we were looking at this one. We kept talking about how it kept rejecting the reclaim of VWAP, so I stayed away from PN. Yesterday, today, it's back. It's got a lot less volume on its hands, having only traded 1.38 million shares. I'm assuming because of the umpteen amount of halts. Let's flip to the one. Each of these dashes, if you're able to count them on your side of the screen, I don't know if it's high quality enough, is a minute. So just to give you an idea, the first halt up on PN today, 10:56, didn't open up till 11:06. So 10-minute halt there. Then it halted up basically immediately at 11:06. It didn't unhalt to 11:31. So you got to be ready for this, okay? Because that's really a long time to be waiting for that. About 25 minutes there worth of halts. As if you're a newer trader, it's my responsibility to tell you that these volatility halts come in waves of 5 minutes. The minimum it'll be halted for is 5, but it can be 10, 15, 20, etc. So this one ended up being 15. So, trade it carefully, but PN, in my purview, very, very interested in this one, Joey. So we're going to keep a close eye on that, brother.
All right, man. Yeah, I mean, we're almost out of that one, but it's starting to come back in. The tape is really fishy on this name, and now we're getting this pullback here in Tesla. The thing is, right, guys, so we're trying to catch the bottom on this name for somewhat of a recovery, but considering the market has been slowly grinding higher and now starting to come back into VWAP, you can see that Tesla's weakness is really starting to show itself, so we have to be prepared to get out of it. NYSE stocks are what Amex is to Sharif. So, I mean, sometimes they're just completely annoying. What they'll do is they'll just chop around, and then eventually, when no one's really paying attention anymore, then they'll make that little bit larger of a move. So, all right, Joey, TA on AXP for Jan calls 320. Is that American Express?
AXP?
Yes, sir, it is. 320 calls. When do they report? For January.
AIOS open.
I mean, you should be all right. January is quite a ways away. Yeah, I mean, just understand what you're doing with them. Consistent lower highs, but you know how the wealthy do. They typically do all right, and eventually this name will recover. Big time run up. But if we zoom out and head over to a higher time frame, look at the bigger picture, right? So you have this drawdown. What was this previous one here from 325 all the way down to 222? 31%. And where are we kicking at right there? Around 25% at that low. So keep an eye on it. I'm not saying that. I think this would be a good time to engage once this trend breaks, right? You have a weekly, higher the time frame, the more conviction you can have potentially within that trade. Breaks to the backside, and then boom, maybe off to the races. So, I mean, don't jump the gun too early on that, in my opinion. And then sure enough, once you have an open on the other side of this trend line, then I think that'd be a good time to get involved in on some AXP. It was a good call. I just scalped it. Thanks for the call out. On what, my friend? On pins? Pins, yeah, I mean, it's coming right back in here. The tape, I'm going to pull that up for you guys because what I'm seeing on the tape and what is actually on the level 2 are two totally different things. And I'm like, what is going on here? That doesn't make very much sense. It's printing 20s, but yet the bid and the ask are sitting at like 27 and 22. So I'm just like, what is going on? Nonetheless, it was a good call. Anyways, shows you APLD breakout.
Yeah,
is APLD moving? No way.
Sorry, I was looking at A-Lab. Sorry,
Yo, APLD is him and has been hit for quite some time. Man, I really like this stock. It's like, what do these guys even really do? I know they signed a big deal not too long ago to lease something. Yeah, 300 million
Very
senior
big
secured
deal.
notes. Oh, so they did an offering maybe or something along those lines. But yeah, APLD looking absolutely fantastic. Not too bad of a look at this pace. I wouldn't be surprised if it breaks this previous pivot of $43.
That was up 15%.
Yeah, man.
Oh,
Like, what are we even
man.
doing
Oh,
here, man?
man. Micron's up 10.
Look at DRAM. DRAM is him.
What the hell, Joe?
Yeah, DRAM.
Unreal, some of these. Yeah, APLD up 5 1/3. Not bad at all. All right, just watching AIOS here. I was looking at getting back in, but as you can see, I'm not. And the reason I'm not is because it doesn't look that good. I'm out of the money on Poet. I'm going to get stopped out if it loses prior bar low. Prior bar low is 928. So you know where my stop goes there. Let's keep an eye out on that. If it drops, then that means it fails the 10. It means it's not jiving with how I trade, which is fine. So we'll go 1 for 1. We'll stay very positive, though, as this one was a much more profitable trade than POET will be a negative trade, thankfully. So we're going to keep a close eye here on AIOS. As I mentioned, Poet not looking that good. Doesn't hold the $0.25. I'm Gonzino. What? BLDP is halted. No, it's not. Why is this grayed out? Oh, that's because it's PN. My mistake. I was like, what's going on? That's not accurate. BLDP. Excuse me. Let me just load this up. Yeah. Okay. There we go. So I'm waiting for PN to unhalt. It's 11:31:50. Currently, the time is 11:38:41. So it won't obviously be a 5-minute halt. It could be 10. We'll wait and see. But I'm very interested in PN. It doesn't have a lot in the way of volume, but it's really ripping. Now, the problem is we're showing a top about 1 penny higher than where we halted, showing 8.94. The halt price, 8.93. And there we go. So we're going to get stopped out of Poet here. Let's just go back to Poet. It's losing the bid in a hurry, and I think I just did get stopped out, but only for half the shares, so let's just end it right there. We're going to end that trade. We'll go negative on Poet, which is fine. Still positive on the day. And if Poet wants to weasel back in and hold structure, we'll get involved in that. But for the moment, Poet looks like it might be heading down back to 9. We'll keep a close eye on that. How's AIOS doing? It's like hugging $30, a little unusual on this one. Looks like there's a seller here in and around 30, sometimes a little bit below 30, sometimes a little bit above, but the current bar is quite rangy. 32.42 high, 28 on the button area low. So that is something to keep an eye out there for AIOS. Very, very rangy, but yeah, that's it. We got to go to Adair because there seems to be big news.
Yeah, just be aware here, guys. Not much too much of a market move, but President Trump talking about Iran here. He was asked, what will count as a violation of the ceasefire? Like, what will you guys see as a violation? He said, quote, you'll find out. So we're going to have to wait and see here. Market near its highs. President Trump further saying that Iran knows what not to do and what to avoid. Also comments coming from the UAE president here saying that they remain able to deter any aggression. So a couple comments here from a geopolitical standpoint. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Joey,
Yes,
we
sir.
have a guest here that, you know, the viewers may or may not know. He's been on the show before I was even a viewer, let alone on the show as a host.
Yeah.
He usually comes on Wednesdays,
You know what?
sometimes Thursdays, but
Sometimes
he's in
Thursdays.
studio. He travels a lot.
Yeah.
I'm giving a lot of hints away here to see if our viewers can pick up on
You know
who's
who he
coming.
kind of reminds me of?
Ooh.
Bruce Wayne. He feels like he gives
A
that
little
Bruce-
bit.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
He is a little bit
He's
Bruce
always
Wayne.
somewhere.
Certainly is
right?
well-dressed.
Right? He's always somewhere,
Yeah.
too, right?
There's no question about that.
The Caped Crusader, maybe.
Let's bring in everybody's favorite guest, Raheem Alani. There's my man. How's it going, Raheem? Where are you, brother?
We are at Select USA in just outside of Washington, D.C., conference related to opportunities here in the great country of the United States of America.
Excellent. What's that conference all about? What are you there looking into?
The conference is they've got delegations from countries all over the world, businesses that want to be doing business in and with the U.S. So all of the states are represented. Yesterday morning, we were front and center for Secretary Lutnick. And basically, he was just talking about the fact that the U.S. is going. And if you want to be part of the great economy here in the U.S., you got to jump on. And he coined I don't know if he coined the term, but Trump speed. So as Adara was just speaking, everything is moving at a new speed called Trump speed. So you can make a little logo. Sean can make a little logo for that. Anytime something happens fast, it's going to be Trump speed here.
I love hearing that. And I'm assuming there's a big build in America, produce in America, do everything in America push.
150%. Each of the states, I've had the opportunity to meet a couple of governors. We actually have just after this, going to hop on with a meeting with one of the governors where there are some mining assets. And again, it's go, 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 build here, build here, build here, and develop here. And if you are with that cause, there's a lot of government support here, and it's great to see.
And I know one of your main focuses has obviously been mining, minerals, commodities, Raheem, and that is very much in vogue right now, whether you're looking at oil and energy security, or whether you're looking at the critical minerals, rare earth elements for microchips and everything else. There seems to be a big, huge push there. What more info can you give us on that?
Yeah, no, certainly it's identifying the assets. There are assets here in the States, obviously. There are companies and countries that have access to rare earths as well. And the U.S. wants to ensure that they are locking up supply chain because they don't want to get to a point where, you've got all the chips, you're doing the semiconductors, you're doing all the things, and then finding out you're short on lithium or you're short on zinc or whatever it is. So it's great to see all these different countries that are coming here, and there definitely is a big push with some of the particular governors. They want to see assets developed in their particular states as well, because of the fact that they're going to need all of these things. And it's like, you have the asset here. I hope you guys can see it. So, but theoretically, you have the asset here. You want to have the refining capability close by because you're going to be shipping the product. We were with Oklahoma yesterday, and they were talking about the fact that I think it's in Kansas. There's a chip manufacturer, and they want to have critical minerals developed in Oklahoma so that they can deliver it to the chip manufacturer. So they want a lot of proximity, and they are doing anything they can to have those assets developed in country.
Hey, Raheem, how's it going? I want to take a couple steps back here and more or less talk about what you were referring to not too long ago, in the fact that a lot of countries are coming over and they want to do business with the United States. What I was thinking was essentially, we know we had the tariff tantrum and countries started to diversify their trade. What is the overall sentiment there? And do you find that typically, maybe under a different government, you would see more countries there wanting to do business with the States, or do you think it's relatively strong?
So it's a great question, Joe. Yesterday, we had the privilege of sitting at a round table with the ambassador of the U.S. to Canada and the ambassador of Canada to the U.S. And, you know, being in Canada, we have a diametrically different opinion on how things should, not diametrically different, but on how things go in the countries that we are lining up with and the way the U.S. is doing what they're doing with respect to tariffs and how they want to cooperate and work with other countries. So, I wouldn't go with the tantrum word per se, but countries are definitely coming here to do business. The Canadian lens is because there are these things that happen in very quick order, like again, like Adair just mentioned, things happen very quickly. Some countries are saying they want to diversify away from the U.S., and other countries are saying they want to be here in the U.S. because of the economic prowess of what's being provided by the government. So it just depends on your lens.
Yeah, absolutely. So one more question here, just in regards to China, essentially holding the majority of the refineries within the mineral space. Are we seeing anything? We know Donald Trump's onshoring plan. Are we starting to see more of a move in potentially the build out of more refineries in North America?
I definitely think so. Maybe speaking out of school here, but I was just speaking with a particular state, again, just about 20 minutes ago, and they noticed on our business card that we have offices in China as well as the U.S., and they're like, are you looking at stuff for China or are you looking at stuff for the U.S.? And it was a very interesting question because this state is a very, very conservative state. And I said, no, we're looking at assets and investing into assets here in the States and developing those assets onshore. So there is a big kind of, I wouldn't call it a butting of heads, but definitely do these countries want access to the resources, and can they get the resources here versus Chinese entities that are developing those assets in China as well as outside of China and bringing the assets and resources back to China for refining purposes. So it is kind of a race to who can get as much stuff as possible. So we're definitely seeing that hurry up and go point of view, and the national supply chain here in the U.S. has a big impetus on that.
Great response, Rima. I had a quick question for you with respect to basically the vertical integration push and the basically a price bottom. So my understanding was anybody who wanted to compete with the Chinese in rare earths or minerals, whether it was extraction or refining, the Chinese would come in, they'd undercut them, they'd drop the prices aggressively, basically push them out of business, make it unprofitable for them to operate, and then they'd have free reign sort of to be able to dictate market terms. We saw the U.S. government come in and say, no, we're going to give you a minimum price. Therefore, the Chinese can't undercut you. Are you seeing that really kind of create confidence with some of these mining companies and their ability to throw money behind it and initiate?
Yeah, so for our viewers, Project Vault and Project Forge are two things that have been initiated here in the States. And Project Vault comes with the idea around mineral security and price floors. So we're yet to see the full result of that, and I think it's going to continue to develop. But you are seeing different U.S. entities go in and provide the security to the companies via whether it's EXIM, DFC, Department of War, Department of Energy. They're also making investments, and they're putting their money where their mouths are to help the companies develop. And then I think we will see that price floor come. But that's all part of these political negotiations. Again, I was speaking with the Ambassador Wiseman yesterday, and obviously my lens is more onto mining, and I was talking about that, and he said, but there are other things that we have to consider here in Canada. There's dairy, there's steel, there's auto. So everything can't be seen in a vacuum as much as we'd like to. But I definitely think the price flooring that you just mentioned is going to be very, very, very key, and it's going to be the way that the U.S. is going to combat China.
Fantastic stuff. One final question here, Rahim. So essentially, we know the narrative in the States is drill, baby, drill, and we often talk about the Ring of Fire here in Ontario. How's the progress with that going? Are the steps really starting to form, or what's going on with it? Is it lagging a bit?
It's a great question. And again, being Canadian, being from Ontario, we do love our province and we do love the government, and they are making pushes. But it's not as quick as what the U.S. does. And so when even entities in the U.S. are looking at the Ring of Fire, and they have spoken about the Ring of Fire, to be frank, it can't be a conversation where it's in 6 years we'll have a road built. It's got to be faster to be competitive. We do have a dearth of rare minerals and critical minerals in Canada, and the Ring of Fire, things like that. That infrastructure needs to be built for us to be able to be of substantive value.
Perfect. Fantastic.
Thank you very much, Raheem, for coming on. Great information, man. And you're always traveling, Raheem.
Yeah,
you're always traveling.
I was going to say, I know the audience likes to talk about stocks when I come on, talk about particular stocks. I apologize if it was a little bit waxing poetic about politics. So I can't see the comments, and you guys know that I always look at the audience's comments when I'm on. So hopefully they didn't get too bored with the political.
Not at all.
No, they were loving it, actually.
They're loving it, brother.
Yeah. Where are you off to next? We'll close it off with that.
I am going to Manhattan on Thursday. I'm going for a business trip.
Love it.
It's my son's business trip.
Hey, what's he doing out there?
I'll share some footage, but he's walking in a fashion show in Manhattan on Saturday.
Like father, like son, right?
Like mother, guys.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I think you're pretty well dressed, Reem. So make your way onto that runway.
Yeah.
I'm going to be watching a 4-year-old walk on a runway, and people are paying money to attend this fashion show. It's wild.
Absolutely love it.
I figured out how to get a cut.
Right? Yeah, there's got to be some sort of royalties here. Well, of course, you're going to save it in a savings account for the little guy. No question about it.
You know, my son likes his stock talk, right?
I love it. Start him early, Reem, and he's got a good mentor there.
He's probably already in some gold, right? Yeah.
I would. Hey, he is gold and copper.
So there you go. Fantastic stuff. All right, brother. Much appreciated. Thank you for coming on.
All right, guys.
We'll see you soon.
Thanks. Have a good one.
Ciao.
You too. Thank you very much, Raheem, for that great information. Guys, just got to get in here. PN is ripping. All right, we just got in right at $9, scalped up right as it was rejecting 10. There's a huge seller at $10 though, guys, at PN. Every time we get an aggressive buy that moves this one up right into that $10 area, we are being met with aggressive selling. Here it is again into 97. Look at the selling come in there. Can't shake the seller at 93, 94. I'm looking for a decisive clearing of 10 and a possible move into 1063 high, perhaps a little bit more. PN really zigging and zagging here. We're going to keep a close eye on this one. But right now, we got to send you to the big desk with Adara.
Yeah, just be aware here, guys. President Trump has been discussing oil and Iran in the press conference with the children and the cabinet members since we last saw you. He said that the Hormuz situation, quote unquote, prompts countries to purchase oil from the U.S., also saying that Project Freedom will, quote, have a big impact on gasoline prices. We know Project Freedom is that recently announced initiative to help shepherd safe passage of ships through the Strait of Hormuz. Either way here, he's saying that's going to have, quote, a big impact on gasoline prices. And again, saying that the situation with the Strait of Hormuz has prompted countries to purchase more oil from the U.S. He also said the increase in fuel prices in the short term is, quote, a small price to pay. Back to you.
Boy, I hope so. I hope this brings down gas prices because they're really quite high. Adam, Sharif, sorry, got poor connection on the plane. Congrats on the first title since your pharaoh ancestors walked the planet. I love this guy. He's so politically incorrect. I just love him for that. You look, bro, the last time we won the title, we were the Invincibles, okay? Because we didn't lose a single game. You know that, man. Yeah, that's one of the only team in the Premier League to ever do that is Arsenal. I think Leverkusen or somebody did it in the Bundesliga in Germany not that long ago. But hey, man, I'll take that and then a long hiatus of title drought just to have that title. The name Invincibles, it rings. It just flows off the tongue, Joey. But no, look. We have an easier schedule than you, Adam, and that's why I think Arsenal may have a little bit of a leg up on City there. It looks like you have some tougher games. We are playing two of the bottom teams. I think we play Burnley and West Ham, and they're both in the relegation zone. Burnley, they're done. They're going down. West Ham still has a shot. It's them and Tottenham, so they could fight pretty hard. And I think we're playing at West Ham as well, which makes it a bit more difficult. That's a derby, obviously, with both our London teams. In any event, Joey, I'm continuing to watch here. PN, as I talk smack to Adam, West Abroad. Dude, I think he's back in Mexico or something now.
He was in Mexico City yesterday. Yeah, there he is.
He's talking to Mimi.
Get it, Mimi. Shares earlier last year.
Joey, number one, first and foremost, AIOS is tanking. It's really bad. It's lost VWAP. It's 32.45 high. We're about to lose $22 now. So this one is going to, lose a spot on the side chart any moment. PN, however, still looking like it has some support here in and around 9. By the same vein, I should say, it has resistance at 10 that we can't shake. So I want to see how this one does. A couple of topping tail candles in a row, Joey. One that made the high of the day in a 10.63. The other one is the one that's rejecting 10 right now on the 5-minute chart. So I'm all eyes. We're going to keep a close eye on this one. Let's see what we get.
All right, PIN's working out for us a little bit here, but what is not is Tesla. We were going to take it all out at 1340s. But we're not getting that right now, and it looks like it might want to start to come back in. You can see it had an indecision print during that interview here with Raheem, so we start to curl right back over, and now we're really starting to pick up some steam towards the low of the day. Pinterest keeps selling. Even though I only have a quarter of what I have on pins, we'll take it. As for Tesla, doesn't want to rally or even recover here today on the session. So, I mean, come on, Elon. I don't know why I hit that, but nonetheless, guys, I mean, we have this trade on right now. We're coming right back into the break even. We are only pennies away from getting that full position out, and I was being prepared. I didn't even care to really leave on any for a runner. It's like, Joe, well, that's 3 cents. Why are you holding on to it? Because I had a specific target, and you can see that it's correlated with that base. I'm pointing at the screen again, like you guys can see it. You can see that it's correlated with a base right here, right? So that's where I kind of wanted to aim for. No, it's not kind of. It's exactly where I wanted to aim for, and we weren't fortunate enough to get it. But pins is Nicey. The Nicey boys, man. Yeah, with the Raheem. Yeah, the Raheem will be over there. But there it is. A nice move to the downside. Took a little while for it to get going, but that support level eventually did break. So yeah, slowly. I only have a quarter of the amount of size that I have on this position. And watch out, is this printing 87? Oh no, it fluctuates. I'm like, man, watch out for this name because it really can start to squeeze. Now we're printing 86s. We'll take that one. There, a clean flush down. Now printing 83, Sharif on pins. Too bad. See, that's how it typically works, right? The one that you're like, all right, let's start a little bit slower on it, and then opposed to what we have going on here with Tesla, it's coming right back into our break even. I'm going to remove half of the position right here at 83s, for it is working nicely for us. Shout out to John Chayka, the new burger manager of the Toronto Maple Leafs. I think that's going to work out really.
I couldn't believe this stuff. They were just saying straight to his face. He's
Rightfully
like,
so.
I talked to 20 of the biggest names in the NHL. And all but one used words like con artist or salesman. Yeah. What else did they say? There were other words, other adjectives.
Yeah, not very nice words, that's for sure.
And there was only one who endorsed it. So then the GM, who was that responded
Keith
to him?
Pelly, he's the president.
He's the president.
He's like
I was talking to different people then.
He's like the head of the board of MLSE for the Leafs. But yeah, anyways, that guy's got to go. He's got to get out of here. Did you see his reply?
Hold on, can you explain this to me a little bit here? What was his association with the Arizona team? Are we talking about the Coyotes?
Yeah, the Coyotes.
Okay, so this is what you were telling me about before.
Yeah, he was the general manager. Okay, so he was the general manager of the Arizona Coyotes.
And they're no longer an entity.
They're now the Utah Mammoth.
Got it.
Right, so Arizona. So he was the last guy at the helm there.
Was he the reason for the failure?
There's a bunch of things, right?
Okay.
Like you can't make him the single factor, but he was a part of it, right? As the general manager, you got to take some of that into consideration. Sure. But a lot of the players within the NHL don't like is that there's this individual named Shane Doan.
Okay. I've heard of him.
Yeah, Shane, a great all-time a great hockey player. Anyways, nonetheless, whole career with Arizona, was willing to do anything to stay with Arizona. Pay cut, everything. Chayka, boom, see you later. Pigeon tosses him out there, and essentially, so that's why they're like, this guy, he's a snake. Right? And he was really young at the time, but he hasn't been in the NHL for 6 years.
Well, he's running franchises now, Joey.
He's running Wendy's.
Yeah.
He's running Wendy's.
Oh, where's Wendy's Pendies at?
Yeah, wait, I don't know. I haven't seen him in a couple of days. We're getting this continued breakdown as we're printing 78s now on pins. We removed half of the position. Oh, well, I mean, should we have removed that much? It is what it is. We could have took a third out, but we're going to take some profits when we can here because Tesla not wanting to cooperate and continue and run into our price target that we were only a couple of pennies away. Should we have taken it? Maybe so. Are we going to allow this to go all the way into our stop loss? Absolutely. But we're going to get out when we're supposed to, just in case it wants to take an additional leg lower. And the NASDAQ is really starting to form some of a shelf here, right? Like a steady channel up and to the right. But I wouldn't be surprised if you have sellers engage and then push price right back in towards the volume-weighted average price. Could I be totally wrong? Absolutely. It depends on what Apple's up to, what Google and some of the other larger names are doing in order if we're going to continue this grind or not. But if we get a headline step in, watch out. It will only take one to eliminate all of today's gains here in the NASDAQ and in the SPY.
So, hey, man, some good news coming out of Europe. Remember when President Trump was coming at them and was going to put another 25% tariffs on cars, this, that, and the other, because they weren't implementing some of the trade agreement details or deals?
Yeah.
So they just told the U.S., the EU tells the U.S. they should implement key parts of the trade deal by July. I don't know exactly what that means, which parts, when in July, but that's probably got to be, that's going to alleviate some of the tensions there.
Yeah.
Also, the SEC is unveiling their proposal to allow for semi-annual reporting. We know that President Trump wanted to get away from that whole thing where they had to do quarterly report earning or reporting. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm killing it right now. But that should be interesting as well. Anyway, I don't think there's going to be Neil's lesson of the day today because I don't see him here, but we're going to go to Happening Now for Adara, and then we'll be back shortly.
NASDAQ just hanging out here around these intraday highs of 682. Nice look here for the NASDAQ, but can we hold this area or are we going to push lower? We'll have to wait and find out. S&P 500 a little bit more removed from these intraday highs and actually kind of at this point below still these levels that we were trading at on Friday. Now, it is worth noting President Trump also praised the stock market performance during his comments with these children, talking about this new proclamation for fitness for kids. That just ended. He also spoke a lot about oil here, so keep an eye on USO. President Trump over the last 20 or so minutes making a handful of comments on oil, including saying that we're seeing a lot of countries buying oil from the U.S. now due to the situation in Iran with the Strait of Hormuz. He also said that higher fuel prices are, quote, a small price to pay for the goals of this operation. Palantir, of course, on watch. PLTR here, Q1 2026 commercial and government revenue continuing to grow sequentially and year over year. Commercial revenue growth here still over 100%, but a little bit smaller than it was last quarter, while government revenue, while growing at a slower rate than commercial revenue, continuing this path to the upside when it comes to its growth. AMD earnings on watch after the bell, along with those of SMCI, LITE, BBAI, et cetera, et cetera. AMD here, we're looking for just under $10 billion in revenue and earnings of $129 per share. Join us on the market recap for all of these earnings and check us out on X at TTV Research for A, live earnings coverage during the recap show, and B, tons of pre-earnings prep graphics. Back to you.
Yen is ripping again, Joe.
All right, man. Good stuff. We took a little bit more off here on pins, slightly ITM once again here on Tesla. Can we hold up? Can we get that move back in towards the volume-weighted average price? We've already failed to establish a break through it, and we're trading under it. So what do we have? Sellers in complete control so far on this session. You had that strong move, but then you double top almost to the penny at that 402.15 marker, and then poop. Down to the downside we go here on Tesla, but pins, it's him today, well, for us anyways. There's much better names, the Marvels, Google. Let's head over to our watch list. We haven't pulled up the options chain, guys. If you guys have any questions in regards to the options, you know what to do. Take your boy, and we'll go over a couple of the names. But it's time for us to go over and take a look at how NVDA has been performing on today. The forgotten stock. That's what we're going to call this one, Shreve. Apple, how you doing? All right, hovering around those highs with the high around 283. We already went over this. It's about $6 off of its previous all-time high. That ain't nothing for Apple to gain a little bit of ground. Now, Microsoft heading a little bit lower, guys. The weakest out of the Mag 7 and continuing to be so. Tesla, we don't want to go over that. We've been beating that one essentially dry. Meta, oh my Atlanta. How much from off the highs are we down, Sharif? 24%. Bang, I knew you were busy, so I figured I'd just answer it for you. And Palantir continuing to get hit on the noggin here, guys. Knockout blow, 34% to the downside on Palantir. Now, Netflix, 87 schmackers. Oh, hold on now, time out. Let's take a couple of steps back. Let's calm ourselves, breathe. And then let's take a look at that $90 level that I was referring to not too long ago. We just had this shelf in the middle of the abyss on the chart, and we're like, hey, watch out for this level to break. And then sure enough, we're now trading at $87 here on NFLX, slowly grinding higher. We'll go back to Tesla as we continue. Now, I don't even have to look at this chart. We know it's not going to be performing relatively well. When it does, we will find out and we will know, because Mark Benioff and company are not doing good. You're down to 184. There's no reason for us to take a percentage metric, even though we can. It's just absolutely brutal, and I hope that no one here is bag holding Salesforce. Now, as for MSTR, up bigly and a big time gap up here today off of that yesterday's close 184. But if we take a look of how we've been performing off of these lows, you're up 84%. So if you were buying MSTR off of the lows, you almost have 100% return in the span of the year, February, right? The second month from February 4th to yesterday, that's 84%, and even a little bit more, like we'll call it 0.5% off of that previous high. So MSTR really acting as that leverage play right now, Sharif.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Keeping a close eye on PN. I'm not liking the way that this is quite setting up at the moment, so I'm going to have to steer clear of this one for now. We're going to keep a close eye on it. I think AIOS is pretty much done. Look, there's a seller at 10, but the seller is moving down aggressively now. What's happening? Oh, it's not triggering my order. That's great. PN. So the seller is kind of pushing down little by little. So initially we saw the selling at 10. Now we're starting to see the selling at 9 2/3. I'm going to need a decisive trend change, and you're not getting that, right? You're just getting a bunch of lower highs. It's holding up generally above 9, but you can see it does wick below 9. So my suggestion to you is don't put your stop right below 9. You're just going to get stopped out. Perhaps maybe try to shadow the 10 EMA. It hasn't quite made it down there. That's if your risk parameters allow for that. So it looks like the 10 EMA is like high 850s, maybe low 860s. That's what I'm quite looking at the moment. PN, I don't like AIOS. It's got to reclaim the volume weighted average price around 2650. It's far from that at the moment. What else we got? Poet is basically using the 10 EMA as resistance now. Prior it was support, so unless it can get above and stay above the 10 EMA, it doesn't really interest me at this level. What else we got? EVER just had an ill-fated trade. I was looking for a continuation above the 10 EMA. It did wick below 22. Look, if EVER changes its trend here and starts putting in some green candles, I'll just ride the trend. But right now, it's very much a downtrend after that 22.74 high and holding at 22, which is the good news. But I'm going to need to see a trend change vis-a-vis some higher highs and higher low candles. BRCC could be of interest to some people here. It looks like it has kind of a weird looking double top into the mid 160s, and here it is losing the bid into 153. There is basically double the support area in my humble submission at 150, the psychological area of support at 150, and then you also have VWAP at that level. So BRCC could be a hold up, but not liking anything, Joey. BLDP losing trend. Poet still not really setting up quite well. SLQT lost VWAP. I was eyeing this one for a VWAP bounce. Didn't come in at all. And now you're getting the moving averages crossing over each other. That could be a bit of a sell signal there. EVER really losing the bid now below $22. So that puts the kibosh on that theory. If there are any new small cap gappers that I don't have my eye on, guys, always interested to hear from you. Let me take a quick look at the scanner over here, see if there's anything moving. Not real. Oh, DGXX. Okay, I just spotted that one. All right, let's load that one up, Assassino. DGXX. Let's see if we can. It's coming from way, way lower. So this one's still below the volume weighted average price. This is a Bovin special here. If Bovin's in the chat, I bet you he's probably looking at this. He loves to pick these ones up off the area low. It retraces into VWAP in it. He does well with these. I don't trade them. My rule is you trade these long above the volume weighted average price. That way it tells me the buyers, for the most part, are in control as opposed to the sellers. But we're going to keep an eye out on here. DGXX, should it reclaim the volume weighted average price, it will be in Uncle Sheriff's good books. But for now, you know where it is. Jesus thinking, well, we won't be able to say that right now, Joey.
Don't say it.
Let's look, well, the boss is here. So
we
you
gotta
can't be
watch out.
throwing around that kind of stuff, Joey. But let's put this up. Let's see what people are looking at. Mike P. DeRider, SLQT, take money from me. No, don't say that, Mike. Let's see what people are CLRB, says Bill. Let's look at CLRB. Let's flip to the 5-minute here. CLRB. Yeah, so Bill, this one was really good. As you can see, right at 7 a.m., that news headline comes in, and then it was basically a fade the pop. And this is coming from a lot higher, man. This thing got to 720. We're right back down to 3.5. Now, albeit it's still positive on the day because I think closed out at 280 yesterday. But this isn't for me, Bill. I think that this is definitely a short if you're able to get your hands on it. But I feel like the best trade for the short is kind of behind it at the moment because it's basically faded all the way down into that 3.25. This is CLRB for those who are asking. Let's take a look at NVO. That's Novo Nordisk. That's not a small cap gapper. But very consolidative today is NVO. Sorry, let me throw in the ticker. I know I'm going to get hate in the chat if I don't. Yeah, not for me. If you're insisting upon trading this, buy off VWAP, sell into that 44.80, 44.75 area. But you've got some lower highs certainly here to be on the lookout for. Let's have a look at what other people talking about here, man. I'm just looking for small cap gappers. Check out SSM, says M. Patterson. Let's check out SSM. We got, oh my Lanta, as Joey would say. What is this? Okay, we got a halter, Joey. SSM. How many shares has this done? That's why. 138,000. It didn't quite make it onto my my list because it hasn't done enough volume. My scanner, that is. But this is good looking. You're going to have to be careful with this one, obviously, because of the illiquidity, which could create problems with the spread. Let's load this up on a trading screen, get a quick gander as to what the spread looks like on this one. So do we have PN on 2 screens or just 1? We got it on 2, so we can take it off this one and put SSM on. I'm assuming the NQ, yeah. So the tap is showing positivity here because we halted at $8.80 at 12:08.34. So the earliest will be open is 12:13.34. The tap is showing 9. So we're already 20 pennies above. It's up a respectable 52.25%. I know it's not that great on volume, but we're going to keep a close eye on it here, especially if it's a multiple halter. Let's take a quick look to see how many times this one's halted, Joe. Are these halts or are these illiquidity? I mean, no, okay, so this is a halt. This is definitely a halt there. So it looks like we halted up at 11:58, opened up at 12:08, so a 10-minute halt. Then we halted, as I mentioned, at 12:08. The earliest will be open is 12:13. But if history is any guide, it could be a 10-minute halt. So look, not much in the way of volume. You're going to have to really be careful with this one, but one that you can be quite profitable on. Let's go back to PN because it feels like it might be kind of changing its tune over here and trying to get back above that 9, I want to say 9 3/4, but it's still dancing above 9. It's not giving me the feeling that it's rounding and curling and starting to make higher highs and higher lows for a possible retake of 10. I'm going to keep a close eye on this one. I feel like PN, out of the bunch right now, it is the best potential for a long, so we're going to keep a close eye out on that one and see what we can execute, Joey.
Yeah, checking the. I've never used Tasty.
Tasty trades?
Yeah, but
check
checking.
That guy coming on all the time.
Yeah, I forget his name though. He sold that.
He always wears that beret.
Yeah. I like him, man. He's
cool.
Heavy options individuals.
Yes.
Heavy stuff. KT, checking the overview of the actual stock, he's looking for some short interest. Maybe you'll be able to find it there. So here we have Pinterest, right? We posted up at these lows, but then it bounces right off. It never caught that fill. But Tesla not looking good right now, guys. The market going higher, and then you have Tesla moving lower. Yeah, it is. I think Tom Train Tom Sosnoff. Yeah. I like him. Nonetheless, guys, I know a lot of people were talking about this. Like, this is insane. Okay, like we were talking about it this morning at $610. It climbed to a high of $650. Like this is absolute madness in my opinion. And the same thing with SNDK, right? SanDisk. Like, what are we talking about? $1,400? This thing was $1,000 just not too long. When did it report? I believe it was like last Thursday or something. Pardon me, Thursday? Yeah, last Thursday. Like, I mean, from that point, you're already getting a 30% return. Are you? Yeah, I don't even want to know the year to date, Fabian, because I don't even know, man. That's insane. Like, you could just be done. It's just like, okay, if you happen to be in the right place at the right time and be like, oh, okay, yeah, we're gonna get involved in some of this memory storage, and you're like, yeah, just let me YOLO some SanDisk. It's like, all right, done, you've made it, and then you can go retire in Da Nang, Vietnam for pennies on the dollar if you were looking to do that. You know about that place, Fabian, or no? No? Okay. And he's not listening to me. But even, look at this ETF, up 78% from the beginning of April. Like, what is even going on here? This is some crazy, crazy movement. And with that being said, Palantir started, PLTZ, that's inverse Palantir. Oh, dang. Yeah, inverse Palantir going oppo right now. So, yeah, exactly. Oh, Daniel, you're going? All right, you hit that trade. Congratulations to you on that one. You're not holding a position in S. No, man, I'm not. Unfortunately, I'm not. I think Joe was answering your question. Stop fooling with Tesla. Come over to MU. Brother, I know. Is there a leverage play? Guys, put it in the chat. Is there a 2x leverage for MU or even SanDisk, and what's the liquidity like on those? I want to get involved with it. It's just really expensive, right? So it's like minimal shares, but nonetheless, if there's a leverage product that we can use on either one of them, then by all means, we're going to look to engage on it. But now 5 cents OTM on this Tesla trade as it's heading right towards the low of the day. Picture perfect curl over. We'll hold it until our stop loss. So as soon as it establishes a new low of the day, then we get out of dodge. Let's pull up MUU. Do we even have this? Yes, sir, we do. Oh my God, what is he? Like, why isn't anybody telling me about this stuff? Why don't you guys tell me about this stuff a long time ago? But volume is pretty hot garbage, though, in all reality, right? Like, I mean, look at this, 1.9 million shares. Come on, this thing's up 24% in the day. Yeah, that's insane, man. This is crazy. It's still $400.
What happened, Joey?
Give me a cheaper one. What is this? MUU. So I'm like, what are some of the leverage plays here to play Micron? But they gave me something that's only 30% cheaper. Come on, man. We're looking for something a little bit less. I've been telling you about MU. Says Arun, have you? I apologize. Just trade DRAM. Yeah, you're not wrong. What's the volume like on this? Because it's relatively new. Do we even have access to it? Oh, Sharif's not going to like it. It's on the Amex. What's it up today? 10%. Yeah.
What is that? DRAM?
DRAM, yeah, man.
Well, it's an ETF, right?
Yeah,
so it makes
ETF,
sense.
Yeah, so up 10%. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, this is crazy stuff, man. Crazy, crazy stuff in that space. Am I going to be buying? Am I going? Yeah, it is. It's a mad world.
Yeah. I thought you were waiting for it.
No, but you know the song, though, obviously. It's
Which
a mad world.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
There would know.
Didn't ring a bell immediately.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's get out of this. Let's get out of this Tesla trade. Maybe there's going to be another opportunity to engage, but we'll unfortunately take the out. We couldn't get that 1340 level we were looking for. We get that curl over as the market was continuing to climb higher. Tesla going oppo. So yeah, not the best session here. Yeah, not the best session here for moi, but plenty of time left. Let's see, I thought we were going to start to turn things around with yesterday's thing, but not necessarily the case, but plenty of time as Coinbase is continuously bleeding. So whatever pop, it just faded that and then some. So I'll be keeping my eye on it maybe tomorrow. But I don't even really care to trade it, to be honest with you. I like trading CoinL, which is up substantially off its lows. But the market just hovering in a danger zone. I think it's like Q Donald Trump truth in the next like hour or so. And then sure enough, the market's definitely going to switch. What's USO been up to today? 143.
It's down 3%.
Yeah, it's down. So, I mean, USO down, market up. Sorry, I should say. But Tesla down, man.
Are we ATH on the triples? Yes, we are. Another all-time high on the triple Qs. Here comes 700. That's what I think. 681.94 all-time highs on the triple Qs. How about the SPY, Joey? Not quite. We had a topping tail candle, 724.87 all-time high. Today, the intraday high is 723.66, so we're right there. I don't think we've quite made it on the Dow. Let's bring this in. Sorry, guys. I don't know why I'm looking at it. The Dow, where are we at on the Dow? No, we still got ways away. 505 or thereabouts on the DIA. How about the IWM up 1.56? The IWM more all-time high. So 3 of the 4 major averages, or at least they're ETFs, okay? Don't come at me about futures and this, that, and the other. All-time high. So the Dow's got to catch up, but there's obviously reasons why that is not the case. It's not cap weighted, it's by price, so a little bit of a different look there. All right, I'm in PN. I got very, very little shares because I executed during the halt parameter. So it barely gave me anything. Right now, the top is not changing. So this is the NQ. So it's showing 10.15. The halt price was 10.14. Let's see how this cookie crumbles. But I'm very interested in trying to take PN. If we can take out high of day, currently that's 10.63, we're going to rip, I feel anyway. PN we've been keeping a close eye on this one. It's a multi-day runner. Didn't have the best day yesterday, a lot of VWAP projections, but we're gonna see what we can do on this one right now. 10.15 is the top, having halted 12.16.43. Earliest this one will be open, 12.21.43. We'll see how that goes. We're going to Adair.
Keep an eye here, guys, on MSOS. MH here, I believe this publication is Marijuana Herald, reporting that a senior advisor to President Trump said that the rescheduling plan for cannabis is, quote, legally airtight. Advisor also saying that the administration fully expects the process to be completed before the midterm. So they are expecting here not legalization, but rather rescheduling here of cannabis to be completed here fully before the midterm elections in November of 2026. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Yes. People saying MSK, mask is moving. Let's have a look at that. I was just talking to Grunfeld in the chat. I'm like, yeah, this could be quite good if it can kind of hold above VWAP. MASK is the ticker. Yeah, this is the look. So nice breakout there in the aftermarket yesterday and another big move in the pre today, but it was basically selling off all day. But here it is, trying to reclaim the volume weighted average price. Let's see how this one does. Thank you for this one, Grunfeld. I'm going to take off BRCC on the side chart because it sucks. And we're going to put on MASK. We're going to see if this one wants to kind of hold above the trend or what its situation is. The top is $11 on PN. The high of the day is 10.63. Here we go, 11.11, 11.02. And you know what I was telling Joey yesterday on that trade that I had on SSK? Was very interesting. The tap action, the theoretical price action right before it opened. The tap was like at 12 something, at high 12s yesterday. And I noticed something was afoot with how this one was trading as we got close to opening. Because the tap started going crazy and really dropping. And then a second later, after monster drops, I think it dropped like $1.50 on the tap, it opened. So I was like, is that the pairing volume that the exchange is doing behind the scenes before it opens? But why are there a flood of orders that are being paired all of a sudden right before the open? So either there's something fundamentally that I didn't understand about the mechanics of what was happening behind the scenes, or there was some bamboozlement there, really, though. So we'll have to, I can look back at the chart later, but it was quite interesting. I wish I had recorded my screen, right? Because the tap really there was coming off pretty hard. In any event, Joey, still showing 11 here on PN.
Yeah, good luck, man. We're still sitting in this. Pins. We're gonna re-engage here on Tesla to see if it's gonna bounce. A nice indecision print off the lows, but that looks like that's gonna be absolutely gonzo. So a nice little bull trap right there. There on Tesla, or it's just a whatever you want to call it, a Joey trap or something, man, because it's got me. As we're going to head towards the low of the day, that'll be it for Tesla as the market. Something's afoot, right? You have the market hitting highs of the day. You have the NASDAQ hitting all-time highs, and then we're just over here like, huh? Tesla's like, I don't know what you guys are talking about. Yeah, exactly. I'm doing something else. You guys continue what you're doing. I'm selling off here today. And there it goes as it breaks the LOD here momentarily, which is going to be around that level. Key pivot at 407. Oh, man, it's such a love-hate relationship with this stock, man. It's absolutely crazy. It can make you want to jump. You know that song? Ooh, John. Yeah. But anyways, yeah, this thing will drive you up a wall. That's for sure. That's what all you gotta do. You know that one meme where it's like, yeah, it's just that one guy sitting and everything's just on fire and he's just smiling, drinking his coffee. That's how I feel about Tesla sometimes. There it goes. It's fine. Everything is fine. Everything is absolutely fine.
Get it, Joey.
As we put in a new LOD, let's get out of this thing. We're going to take this off the side chart. Take something out of Shreve's book. If it frustrates you and it annoys you, you throw it away and you find something else here to drink.
Beat it, Joey.
Yeah, so that one's got to get out of here. Like Michael Jackson once said, beat it. Yeah. Beat it. Beat it. Yeah,
no one wants to beat it.
Beat it. Tesla. All right, let's find something else. We're not going to go back to IBIT or anything along those lines. We're still going to sit in this Pinterest. I have DRAM. Is this going to be a dip buy potentially? Shake it off, as Taylor Swift once said.
Get it, Joey, get it.
We're getting it right now as we're sitting in Pinterest. We'd like to have a little bit more. Still up 9.5% here. I'm curious to how the launches. Neil's eating it right now. I'm getting a little.
We need a rating, Neil. Oh, he's eating auxiliary food. He still hasn't unwrapped his.
Okay. All right, that's.
So we're not going to get a rating quite yet.
How has Circle been performing here today? I mean, this thing went on a monster run from 107 all the way up to. You gap up to 121, so that's a pretty big move. And then now you're starting to come back in a little bit. Before we send it back off to Sharif, let's actually pull up our portfolio tracker, our trusty portfolio tracker that was established by our good friend Fabian. We're going to see what we got going on and see where everybody's sitting. Come on, man. Just do it. There we go. So what we have going on here, your boy Josen at 2.8%, Randy in that 4 slot, 4.8%. But there goes Obi. Obi overtaking Sean there for the lead once again. As for the tracker, we had CrowdStrike working in our favor. It is now positive, Sharif.
CrowdStrike?
Yes, let's go on that one. JP Morgan, the name that I thought would have been, was going to be my safe haven aside from Walmart. JPM still down 4 3/4.
It'll come back.
It'll come back. So let's go. Come on, CrowdStrike. Go Walmart as your boy is slightly cooking up. Katina, man. Okay, Obi's got 2 names. Sean. Oh, there's Sean. Like 36%. All right, man. Our portfolio, Fabian saying our portfolio average almost at positive, but like, come on down. 36% being led by this one name, man. This guy. All right, nonetheless, good stuff. I expect myself to climb a couple ranks here. Hopefully, we can surpass Randy if we can get JPM and CrowdStrike to really rock and roll for us here.
All right, I'm waiting for this one to open. It's going to open possibly at 26.43. It is currently 26.33. The tap is showing basically $11 on the dot. Let's see how this kind of cookie crumbles over here. Let's see if we can get out. There's a rejection. So rejection of 11. Nice rip up. There we go. Again, limit up 12.10. We got it right at 10.94. So not great. We had 10.15 on. Not a great trade. 11.20 high. I just didn't like the way that this had trouble with 11. I wanted to see it directional. There 11. Okay, there's 11 again. Let's watch now. Can 11 hold or thereabouts to kind of get us going again here? Joe, take over, brother. I just have to watch the tape on this for a second. Sorry about that. Let me just see if I can get it.
Don't apologize, man. You know what we can do, man. We can ramble on a little bit more as Tesla. Good thing we got out of that. You know what?
You tell that stuff.
You tell him, man. Yeah, that's why I was like, okay, yeah, we're curling over. We're not going to bounce. We have that indecision print bomb off to the races it goes. So that would have been 20 cents OTM, and we're only looking for 20 cents in the opposite direction. So yeah, there it goes, a flush city. Tesla going negative here today. And this is what I was talking about. The market's starting to come back in. Sellers stepping in the game right now, guys, as we really flush right back towards the volume-weighted average price. Sell, Pinterest, sell. Adair, what do you have?
You're also seeing a lot of selling here in these memory names. Here's MU dropping here. I'll pull up SanDisk, I'll pull up WDC, and also Seagate. I'll let you guys look at the Seagate chart as I tell you the headline. Nikkei reporting that the Trump administration is looking to ease the memory chip crunch with a supply chain block. So again here, they're considering a block for supply chains for memory chips as a way to ease this crunch in the space. Back to you, as reported by Nikkei.
Boom. 1076, there's 1166. Let's go. We're still holding. Let's see if we can get up a little bit more. There comes 12. Let's go again. Seller in the 80s. No continuation, Joey. into the 80s again. I don't see one single 90 print. The seller's coming at 80s. That's going to end the trade for me right there. Let's see. Can we get above 12 again? Man, what a scalp. I literally have the bottom of this candle. This was a good trade. All right, looking for a little bit more, Joey. Let's see if we can get above 12. 1187 high. Seller at 70s here, moving up incrementally. So keep your eye on the highest print that's coming in on the ask, or just use your 5-second chart. Flipping to the 5, I'm trading PN, looking for another halt here. Definitely some localized selling. Look for support at between 11 to 11 and a quarter. We did have an initial rejection there. There it goes right down to 11 and a quarter. It's holding back into the $0.50 it goes, selling at the half. So now we have multiple lower highs here on the 5-second chart. I still see the same resistance, support. It's 11 to 11 and a quarter. Wow, what a drop off there. Joseph, options dropping down into 1075. They're around for a good time, not necessarily a long time, but yeah, what a drop down. But look at this. This one's a good one here, Joe.
Zoom in on that,
That's
John.
entry, exit, entry, exit. So I like this one. Obviously, never satisfied, always want a little bit more shares. Guys, look for support also between 10 and 4/5 to 10 and 2/3. Right back above 11 we go. Let's see if we can change trend. If we can get back above 11 and a quarter, that's the area that I was talking about that had a local resistance level, support between 11 to 11 and a quarter. So if we can get back above 11 and a quarter, I think we resume trend, but back below 11 we go. Yep, not quite yet with this one. You're going to have to really pick your moments with a PN. And what I'm looking at there, why am I staring at the top screen? Well, I've got the 5-second chart on the top screen. And what I'm trying to use that 5-second chart for is to spot areas of local support and resistance, also to gauge trend. It's basically very similar to, if not the same thing that you can see on the level 2. It's just, it's not as transient, so it stays on the charts. You can always refer back to it, but it looks like this is a bit of a downtrend here. So we'll see. We'll see if we can make a little bit more on this one, but I'm liking the way that I've traded the halt names today. I'm positive on AIOS. I'm positive on PN. They're my biggest winners. I'm negative on Poet. I'm negative on EVER, but I'm positive on the day. The reason I was so gung-ho to trade these halters is because I really was disappointed in myself yesterday and how I traded SSK. I had the right idea. My problem was I kind of did it on a whim. I didn't execute the plan using the risk calculator with the proper cost structure and ins and outs. And as a result, I hit the flatten key probably a second too early. And that ended up being red on it as opposed to being quite positive because it moved $4 a second later. So I was really want to come home and hammer these halters. Shout out to KC526, man. Where's she at?
Casey, yeah, I seen her
Where's
this.
she at, man? I saw her in the morning,
yeah,
man, because she'd be all over these right now. So get it, Casey. Bovin's on the way. He just messaged me from the car. He's like, yo, you got to look at UONE. I'm listening to you guys. I can't respond because I'm driving.
Oh. But
Shout out to the OG Bovin, man.
Oh, he's listening? Oh, he can't respond.
He's in the car. So
but how's he even telling you that he can't respond?
Well, we don't have to out him. All right.
Oh, but you just
texting.
No, I know,
Well,
yeah. But
I think it's a little bit harder maybe to go into the YouTube chat than it is to message on Instagram. But Big Rudy Smasher. Love the name. Love the name. You're getting the money falling there. $2 super chat. Thank you, Rudy. I got 5. What should I get into today for the long? You got $5.
Got 5.
Maybe he's got $5,000.
He's got 5.
He's got 5.
Oh, he's got 5.
I got 5 on it. Get it, Joey.
Yeah. Okay. Let's play this game, Sharif.
Play it, Joey.
You got 5. We don't know whether it's $5, $5,000, 500. You have 5. You don't know the complete metric. What are you looking at right now?
All right, this is always a tough question because there's so many different areas of the market that I like.
Okay,
right?
but you get one thing.
I
right
know,
here,
but
right
I hate to be asked like this on the spot. I don't have. I'm not a ATM. You just hit buttons and then an answer comes out. I have to think about it a little bit. Well, what do you got? Let me mull this over.
Yeah.
You got $5. What are you buying right now?
DRAM.
DRAM.
Yeah.
You're buying DRAM.
Yeah.
You didn't see the Trump administration there come out and say they're going to alleviate some of that's all it's cap?
Well, I mean, hey, man.
What are they going to do in the?
What do you think?
What are they going to do in the short term?
Yeah, exactly.
That's a good point. Yeah. We got to go back to Adara because there's more news.
Another Trump administration-related headline impacting a specific sector. In this case, it is the tobacco space. You have PM and MO both on the move as the Wall Street Journal reports that Trump is pressuring the FDA commissioner to approve flavored vapes. So once again here, President Trump is reportedly pressuring the commissioner of the FDA to approve flavored vapes. Good look here for MO Ultra and PM Philip Morris. Back to you.
They banned those flavored vapes or something like that? Did they do that here because it got kids to vape?
I think it's menthols.
Was it menthol?
Yeah,
Wasn't it all flavors?
Yeah, I don't know. I think so. Remember the old I don't know. You probably never had them. The cigarellos.
I remember. I remember what cigarellos are. Yeah,
I don't know if those still exist or anything. Yeah.
Joey, I just got to interrupt. Let's get back to this conversation. I want to find out if they actually did ban. But PN is back above 11, guys. Here we go. It's turning into a bottoming tail candle / red hammer candle for now. Let me give you the range on this one. Current bar high. Oh, bad word. PN. Let me just do it over here because sometimes the mouse over feature doesn't work, and now they're not working on it. Okay, so current bar high, 1119. Current bar low, 1036. So we're locked in a bit of a range here. I thought this was going to be an aggressive retaking of 11, but it looks like the 11 seller is right back and keeping us down below that. So I'm very interested in getting back into PN, especially if it starts curling, giving me some higher lows with a breach, a decisive one that at that of $11. So we're going to keep a close eye on that. $5, bro. I'm just small time, bro. I'm only 18. We love you anyway, man. We don't mean anything bad, brother. I don't know if you're being serious. You want to buy $5 in a stock? Maybe he's asking for a small cap gapper.
Bro don't look 18 either. But I know that's
maybe it's his old man.
Well, I mean, with 2 super chats, yeah, you had $5 before. You've now super chatted $4, so you have $1. What fractional are you actually going to buy right now? It's a great question, man. What fractional? Yeah.
I don't believe this guy. I like him though.
I can say.
I don't know what to say to that.
Fractionals.
What's wrong with fractionals?
Nothing. It's just
like literally, try buying fractional of Tesla with $5. I don't know if IB lets you do that. What's the minimum fractional? Have you tried buying fractionals?
Well, think about it. You got to pay 40 cents in commissions. Right?
So, for fractionals?
What, for any transaction?
Oh, okay,
so for any transaction. So now you're down to 50 cents. You got 10% of what you initially had. I don't know, man. That stuff's comical.
$5 will buy you half a big, half of a big yellow airplane during the Spirit Airlines fire sale, FLYYQ, going on today. Talk about this guy's pumping his position. Look, man, I wish you all the best. I don't know. I think didn't they seize operations? So now it's just about what their assets are worth in the bankruptcy liquidation. Let's see what the trustee or the appointed bankruptcy administrator, depending on the jurisdiction, obviously, that they're operating in, does with some of those assets. But apparently, did you hear about this? Who met with Lunatic? Somebody met with Lunatic, with Howard Lutnick, and Lutnick was trying to persuade them into a bailout. Who am I thinking about, man? I was just watching this interview. There was like somebody who met with Howard Lutnick, and Lutnick was like, hey, Ted Cruz. Apparently, Ted Cruz met with Howard Lutnick at some sort of lunch. Lutnick was the one advocating for a government bailout to the tune of $500 million. Ted Cruz being, I guess, according to him, sort of a laissez-faire capitalist. And he's like, no, we really shouldn't be bailing these companies out. You got to let them fail.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think that is, it depends really how you feel. I don't think the operating structure of the airline was all that well.
Yeah.
And the proof is in the pudding.
Yeah.
But I think that there is a market that Spirit Airlines was targeting that's now going to go unmet. The flyers, people who were frequenting on Spirit Airlines, where do they go now?
Right?
Well,
they're not flying. Right?
Or they're not flying.
Or they're not
they're
like, I mean, you're not going to completely eliminate the whole kind of the group of people who are flying within Spirit
people
Airlines,
are not going
right?
anywhere.
But yeah, I mean, what are you going to do? They're going to obviously have to rotate into another company, right? Is that going to be the American Airlines?
Some people are saying Frontier. I don't know too much about Frontier. Do you?
No, I don't. The only one I've ever been on American is AA. American Airlines.
I've been on Delta. I've been on United.
Yeah, Delta. Those two I've been on. I've been on Delta.
AA as well. Some good comments coming in. If it was Southwest, Ted would have been for it. Should have allowed the merger with JetBlue. Couldn't agree with you more, Yuppie Mullets. I think that was probably a mistake by the previous administration.
Yeah. So that's not really fair, right? Like, so it's like, okay, you have this company who's trying to acquire this other one that's potentially going to go completely under, but now in the result of them not allowing that merger to happen, you have that company go completely under. So I don't understand that. I don't think that's really fair. I don't know what's all behind that.
Well, we got to go to Adair. She's got news.
Keep an eye here on eBay and GameStop. More updates here with this offer, at least reportedly from Semaphore, saying that the eBay board will be meeting this week to review GameStop's offer to acquire the company for $125 per share, though the headline of the Semaphore piece is, quote, GameStop CEO's unlisted bid for eBay looks dead on arrival. So it looks like Semaphore does not think this eBay GameStop deal is going to go through. Regardless, eBay's board will apparently meet this week to consider GameStop's offer to acquire them. Back to you.
Did you watch this interview with Ryan Cohen yesterday and the CNBC team?
No.
So I watched the entire thing.
Yeah.
So the clip that I put in the midday is not the entire thing. You can watch that obviously if you want, but I would suggest you watch the entire thing.
Yeah.
I felt they were very unprofessional. They were getting very emotional. They were emotionally reacting.
CNBC crew?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah, and it wasn't just one or two of them.
Well,
Santoli was emotional. Becky Quick was emotional about it. Sorkin was kind of laughing it off, didn't really know what to do. I think the only person that was professional was Melissa Lee.
Really?
Quite frankly, yeah, she gave it to him, though. She's like, look, bro, I mean, this doesn't make any sense. But she didn't have an emotional reaction to his kind of one or two word answers. Right? I'm not saying what he's doing is right. I'm not saying he's coming up with the money. Basically, what he's saying is, I'm going to dilute the shareholders. I'm going to issue more shares, and that's how I'm going to make up the difference between the 30-some-odd billion that I have and the 55 that I'm offering. Essentially, what he's saying. He didn't want to drill it that way because it doesn't look good when you say I'm going to dilute shareholders. Right? But I didn't like the way that they
handled it.
No,
really,
that's just my opinion.
They pressed them. Really?
They pressed him as well as their right to, but the way that they were reacting to some of his answers, you got to have that professionalism in that case. They didn't, in my opinion.
Really, eh?
No, that's the way I feel, man. Half cash, half stock. It's on the website. Yes, Ram. Was that you, Ram? Absolutely. And that's the whole point. He kept trying to refer to like what he put on the website. I got it. We got you, Ryan. But anyway, that's just my opinion. What do you got there, Beth?
Yeah. I'm looking at the same thing now. We're getting this pullback here in pins. This is my smallest position of the day, and this one ended up working here. Now it's starting to come back, so we can trail this stop at the break. We were posted up at 2260s. We didn't get that level, so I have no issues. You might get some form of a pullback, or if it climbs a little bit higher, back into 23, then we'll just take it off there, the remaining of it. But a nice little short to the downside, almost giving us, 50 cents. So that's not bad, man, especially after that breakdown. We did sell the lower end of the range. I often talk about how it's just best to get in at the higher Y because it drastically increases your risk to reward. And then what does that give you? Another 20 cents to the downside. So yeah, that's what we have. Tesla finding some form of a bottom. I don't know with that thing anyways. I already removed it from my one side. It's going to get removed from this one here momentarily. But then Bitcoin, double top, right? So you can see that curl over, that inverse turtle shell, a nice roll over here in Bitcoin from 46.34 and then down to the low of the day here pretty much on Bitcoin. Let's pull up the actual options chain on this thing and see what we have at 46.50 to see if there's any open interest or a call wall, a supply zone, and why we can't continue to climb any higher. Now, moving forward, options chain. Uh-oh, Neil. What's Neil?
Dude, I love when Neil chimes in a chat that he starts reading the messages. Now he's coughing because he was laughing.
He just swallowed some stuff.
It's on the website, bro.
It's on the website.
Anybody asks me, like, yo, where do you get in? What stocks are you trading?
It's on the website.
Website.
Okay. All right, man.
PN is coming in here, guys, into 10. This is, oh, wow, it's losing it in a hurry. Let's see if it can reclaim 10. Seller at 10 now. Aggressive. Price action. The reason I was looking at 10, number one, it's a halt level or thereabouts. Number two, it's a psychological area of support. Number three, it was a little bit of an overlap between the 10 EMA on the 5 and the $10 level. But this one is dropping in a hurry now. It is losing $10 now, down into 970. Limit down is 944. Buyer at around the $0.75 here on PN. So limit down 944, 929 now as we lose a 3/4 on the way to 2/3 or even half. So PN an aggressive drop here midday. Yeah, a couple of names I'm looking at, guys. I just want to bring this up. I haven't executed anything on them now, but I'm very interested. The first one is if DGXX can kind of take out that volume weighted average price, I'm interested, even though it's still technically below the pre-market high. I want to see how this one dances at around $6 and 580, 580 being VWAP, 6 obviously the psychological area of resistance. PN now is halted down. Joey, the halt level, $9.29, halt time, 12:43.56, tap, showing 914 below the halt price. So PN on a bit of a move down, but there goes. Sorry to digress back and forth here, but you know the market moves fast, so do I. DGXX here coming into area highs. 568 is the official high of the day because that's after the 930 print. But as you can see to the left of your screen there, a lot of price action well above that with the high in the pre-market being 730. So watching this one and then watching UONG. Bovin told me to keep my eye out on this one from the car. He was telling me about this one from the car. Shout out to the OG Bovin. 1290 high. It's at the day high right now, being up about 46.5% on the way to $13. What a move up here for 1G. The only problem with this one is, Assassino, that this one has very low volume, and the volume is quite sporadic. Case in point, let's just look at the prior candle, 32,000 shares. The one before that, 13,700. The one before that, 17,000. So you're likely going to have a wider spread. I haven't quite loaded it up on a trading screen to see what this one is like IRL, but we will momentarily. And then just before we go to Adara, MASK has kind of, whatever reason, found support here at $1.85 or thereabouts, and now it is above the volume weighted average price, going in above 2 1/3 right now. The pre-market high is that 4:05 a.m. candle, $2.68. This one could be in focus here, guys, up 60%. And you can see this one broke out quite aggressively in the aftermarket yesterday. Adair.
We're here on that memory story in case you guys missed it. Bit of a drop here for SanDisk, Micron, Western Digital, and Seagate after Nikkei Asia reported the Trump administration was looking to ease the memory chip crunch with the supply chain block. Now, further details here. They're going to be using the PAC Silica supply chain block, which was created in December of 2025. This will be used to ease the global memory chip shortage. 14 countries are already on board, trying to get Norway involved as well. U.S. officials also planning talks in the Philippines this month, so May 2026, as Washington pushes memory capacity higher. So again, some more comments here and details on that memory supply chain block that is reportedly occurring here with the U.S. Back to you.
Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, we catch a new low here on pins. So it popped up there and then a clean flush to the downside. So we take a little bit more off. We're only sitting on 20% remaining of our position. So this one's been working for us here today. I used a guy from work. I used at the beginning ChatGPT, and then I moved over to Claude to implement it and how to create a batch file and just essentially how to connect it to the API. So what it was made in at the beginning was Pine script, so it can be plugged into TradingView, and then from TradingView, I'm like, okay, well, you should be able to just connect your broker, but that wasn't necessarily the case, so you have to use another third-party thing. So I'm like, okay, let me just use Trader Workstation's API. So with that being said, I had to convert that from PineScript into Python, and then use that Python and create a batch file that when I opened it, it just essentially just opened up the algorithm into the Trading Workstation API. All right, I mean, did you guys write that down or no? Sarcastic. All right.
It's on the website. Put it on the website,
Yeah,
Joe.
it's on the website.
Put it on the website.
Yeah,
Joey.
it's on the website. I'm actually listening to that now. Chat's always moving. But guys, we took some more off. I don't know if this is going to be the bottom here on Bitcoin, but the market's right back at the high, the SPY and the TQs. I'm going to be waiting for 2 o'clock, and then we're going to see if we can find another potential trade. Other than that, we're going to be sitting in this Pinterest short until proven otherwise. Yeah, I can actually repeat it if you're serious. If you want me to, but just say yes. Thanks for sharing. I'm picturing late nights and a bunch of empty Monster cans next to you. I don't drink Monster, dude, and like outside of the office, I don't even touch caffeine. So for me, it's just I sit at my desk at home It's not as long as you guys think as it takes, man. To be honest with you, to refine that one strategy, it took me a couple of hours. If you know exactly what you want, and the more specific you are within the code, and then you plug it, okay, this is what's missing, you just type it right back into whatever tool you're using, and it spits out a whole new code until eventually you get what you want, and that's only a couple hours, but now connecting it and getting it to operate in how you want to, that's where essentially the time is. To be honest with you, Jose is like, man, I made like 15 algos the other day, not too long ago, so I have 4 total now, and combined they only took me like my best one, obviously the longest amount of time, but once you get the process down, it's actually so much easier. And the more specific you are within your algo, then the chances are of it working continuously, and the less it triggers, to be honest with you. And I think that's really key because the criteria is so specific, so specificity is really important.
Yeah, I want to show my workout from yesterday. This was like a bit of a split.
Yeah.
I like doing legs with core. I feel there's a good amount of, like, so when we used to, when I was doing basically some of the training initially, PT, they would always make us activate our core before we ever did squats or anything like that. So if you were, sometimes we do the dead bug, sometimes we do, sit-ups just to make sure that core was activated. So keep your back up, back straight. So this is what I did yesterday. This was the combination. If we can show this assassino. So we're doing 315 on the bar here. This is, it's not heavy, but it's not light either. And then we go into 365 on the bar. Now I didn't get as quite as deep as I would like to on this one, so I definitely want to work on that. But these are what I like, man. These kettlebell swings create so much power and so much linear chain connectivity. And then this one, look at this one. This one, RDLs basically, but off the GHD. And then look at the mix, right into core. If you're not activating your lower back and then supplementing that with your with core activation, then I don't know what you're doing. But I love these GHDs, Joey. I'm gonna put these on my Instagram almost every day. I was like, why am I not putting on my workouts, man? I have some interesting ideas for some of these exercises, things that are not done too often. So I'm gonna be putting those on. So join me on Instagram if you like trading and you like working out. Certainly, that's kind of right down my alley there, babe. Not deep enough, says Deep Cheeks AI. I like that. I like it's coming from you too, right? Because you're the Deep Cheeks AI. Thank you very much for the $2 super chat there. Yeah, sorry about the butt shot, bro, but you can't really do much about that, my guy. I mean, you gotta focus on the legs, guys, but I'm also focusing on MASK as it rips up into 2.5. Mask is on here, guys. We're gonna keep a close eye here on MASK because we are now all but, what are we? Just like 18 pennies off the pre-market high. This has been a great recovery here for MASK. I didn't have a lot of faith in this one, especially the topping tails through the volume weighted average price. I figured this was gonna fail, but it comes right back into the 10 EMA on the 5, holds like a glove, doesn't breach it, wick, close, or otherwise, and now is ripping up into the $0.50. Alas, this is a psychological area of resistance, so there could be a chance that we breach here, or we fail here, pardon me, but there it goes, Joey, officially breaking through 252. I see you, Bovin. Bovin's in the chat, baby. Now we're keeping a close eye on MASK, and I'm gonna look for a possible entry here. You could give it to current bar low. If your risk parameters allow it, you could give it to prior bar low, VWAP, really depending on how you want to get in. But this is a trend trade. Look to follow it. I also want to see if that 2 1/3 ends up holding, because that was an initial area of rejection, right? That 1215 bar that breached VWAP ended up rejecting at about 2 1/3. So that could possibly be an area of support. And there it goes again, man, into 255. So the breakout is on here on MASK. I got to send it to you so I can set up some orders.
Absolutely, man. So yeah, we're still sitting in this trade, a slight recovery here, back into a resistance zone that was acting as prior support here on Tesla. So it was just an additional move lower, and then now you're getting that grind. Bitcoin not really tradable today, in my opinion. You've been trading within this, what is it, about a 30-cent range on the session, with a low of approximately 45.88 and then a high of around 46.32. So I mean, if you're looking for something that's trending, you have to head over into the SanDisks, the Microns and a couple of the other mag names that have been performing relatively well here today. The crypto space hasn't. Coinbase is finally looking like it wants to find a bottom. Nice indecision print. After it's printed multiple throughout the intraday session, we're still sitting in this pins for a potential leg low and a breach of this wick low that will put it in a new low of the day, and then we'll take out the remainder of our position. But this, so where did I initially go long off of? Let's get into the detail. And it was right out of the jump, right? So within that first 5 minutes, it was like the third candle that might have been printed here on coin. I'm like, oh, okay, all right, this could be a good signal if we bounce. And it had that initial pop. So I'm like, oh, okay, this is really positive. When things work right away, I play the open of this specific candle right here, and then we get a nice little uptick, but then it comes back and fails, right? So when you have an indecision print like this shortly after the open and it fails, well, look what happens on multiple other occasions, all right? So we try one more right time, fail. You start to form a base. Well, guess what? No, bang, fail, and starts to head a little bit lower. And then now, as we get into the latter half of the session, it's 1 o'clock now, so we got 3 hours left essentially in the day, is look at the liquidity really starts to dry up here in Coinbase. It's not like it was in the first hour and a half of the day and up until 11 o'clock, right? So just be prepared. Maybe it's going to be easier and emit more of a tellable flow, but I don't know for anything such as a rebound. Why? Because I think it would be the complete opposite. If Bitcoin had a super strong session, then I think we see a little bit different of a narrative here in in Coinbase. Now, as for Tesla, yeah, we got to switch up our charts here because just what I'm looking for, they're not giving me, and there's no point in me holding on to the names. I got to find something that's going to display something that kind of is more or less along my playbook and is going to give me some forms of entry or an entry point right now. Right now, it's just up and down, something that I'm not really in favor of trading.
Ooh, Joey, mask just topping tailed. It could be ugly. It might not be. We talk about how the topping tail candles are not the end all and be all in the world of small cap gappers because, well, let's just call a spade a spade. They are intraday trades. They are not holds. Most of them are not holds overnight. That's not a hard and fast rule. Point being, you're going to take aggressive profits off the table at certain key areas, and they'll sometimes manifest in topping tail candles. Sometimes they're indicative of more blood to come. So the current bar on the 5 did breach prior bar low. So current bar low is 236. Prior bar low that we breached was 238. We're showing 38s right now. I'm seeing support at 30. That's the topping tail candle, 32, this area right here. So it doesn't quite make it down. Now you could get in here, give it to 30, right? So if I was to say to, let's say 28, all right, so then for that many shares, so we can go half that. I just like, you know, I don't want to bottom pick. I'd rather, now this is gonna, I'd rather just get it off on the trend up after it's kind of made this big move and got everybody's attention, rather than trying to pick it up off levels that I think it's going to hold up at, because sometimes those don't work. So I don't really want to give back on the day, so let's see what we're going to do here. Keeping a close eye on this one with a bias that there is support at 2/3. Let's see what we get in and around that 2/3 area. Can continue to watch. If it fails that, we're possibly looking at 2 1/4, because that's where VWAP and the 10 EMA on the 5 are hanging out. And it's been quite directional. Now, there is a situation here where we don't see the pre-market high, because the pre-market high is 268. The official high is 255. So if that ends up being the case, then we're probably not going to obviously make it into 3. That goes without saying. So it looks like there is buying here locally at around 35, 36 for now. Not really pushing this up back into the 40s, but there is buying at around here. But as you can see on the tape, most of the color that's coming in there is yellow and red. Very little in the way of green or orange, right? And if you've been watching the show a while, you know yellow and red, especially red and blue are aggressive sell orders. The yellow are mid prints, green is at the ask, and orange is above the ask, which shows a lot of bullishness. And there you go, you got a wave of blue, but right back above here, Joey. All right, we're gonna keep a close eye here on mask. In the meantime, we're sending you up to the big desk with Adair.
Keep an eye here on the market, guys, and on oil. Apparently, in a social media post on X, we've got the Iraqi Prime Minister designate saying to the Iranian Prime Minister that Baghdad, so again, Iraq here, can help contribute to a mediating role between Iran and the U.S. So basically, Iraq trying to say to Iran, hey, we can help you guys mediate along with Pakistan if you want. Not much of a move here in the U.S. or oil, but Middle Eastern countries apparently trying to step into that mediation role with the U.S. and Iran. Back to you.
Yeah, I want to touch on this stock here real quick. STRL. Sade in the chat was bringing this to us. I mean,
Satan?
Sade.
Oh, my bad.
Sade. Yeah, no, not that one there.
My bad.
It's all good. So a year ago, you get 329%. No, I don't think I would call that individual out. But anyways, nonetheless, Sade, thank you for bringing this name. I mean, if you just, there's so much outside of the tech trade.
I was just going to say the spread on this is insane. Like I was
Have
watching
you been
this
trading?
earlier. I did not trade it. I watched it earlier. $6-7 spread. Now spread's a lot tighter. Volume's a little bit better. But yeah, like this thing is kind of unreal.
Yeah, big time. And I mean, it's a massive gap up from 548. I know they reported, and then you're up 43% to 787.93. Now, this is a pretty big candle, right? Like, I mean, at some point you might get a gap fill and be prepared for that. If you've been sitting at you're up 50% and you want to trail your stop, I think that's the route you want to go. Nothing wrong. And as Neil and all the traders typically say, no one's ever really gone broke taking profits. So if you can extract money from the financial markets, then continue to do so and lock it in when you have the ability to do so. Now, I want to head over to this Micron talk. And I want to do a little bit of a comparison here. I mean, we obviously had the news in regards that they're going to try to cool the supply restraint here. Micron, multiple gap ups and just an absolutely insane run where you almost go 100%. You do go 100% from this previous pivot low of March all the way up to where we're currently trading at right now. May, 100% return, phenomenal. But is this going to be something like this? Right? Like, where did we see this? Oh, I just typed in the exact same ticker, right? I'm not saying it's the same sentiment or the same scenario, but if we're talking about a name where AMD in the past, I mean, it was a while ago, you got to go back to 2023, but it's just consecutive. But let's get in days up, but let's get into the detail. Okay, let's head over to what we got going on over here. And the fact that I remember this is pretty cool. But anyways, nonetheless, uptick you just keep moving higher and higher and higher. It's like nothing can stop it. And then eventually you just print a candle like this, and then you start to sell for an extended period of time. Now, different sentiment, right, compared to what we're sitting in right now. But let's do another comparison. Different metrics, but you just have consecutive, and I'm going to go over to Ava's budget group, just boom, 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 boom. And then in the end of its run, is when the days really start to expand and you're seeing that average true range and the volatility really start to uptick after it's already been trending for X amount of time. Am I going to say the exact same thing is going to happen for Micron and SanDisk? No, but we have to be prepared and ready for a potential trade or something to come in if you've been long this name for quite some time, is that why is it in the latter half of, I shouldn't say the latter because it can continue to climb, but as we get further in our uptick and gaining from a percentage standpoint, why are the days getting bigger? Obviously the price is increasing and the volatility is going to increase with that, but we're having stronger and stronger sessions, and at some point, someone's going to pull the plug and say, hey, we're looking to take some profits. We're up multiple 100% from X amount of time. Let's do it, and it's probably going to be a large participant, and I wouldn't be surprised if at some day you see like 15 to 20% pullback in the span of a couple of sessions in some of these memory names.
Well said, Joey. I'm looking at EZGO. Thank you, Bovin, for pointing this one out. I think some other people were pointing it out earlier as well. Let's have a look. EZGO. We're going to start the news soon. No Sia today, guys. She's still out, but we're going to do our best to fill in. So, yeah, not bad, Bovin. General area support at about 182. It did breach it on a wick basis, so still held trend, though, because the low of the area here was 162, 163, so it doesn't quite breach that area. So if you're looking for higher low, higher high trend, still intact here on EZGO. That's a 1 minute candle. Let's flip to the 5. Yeah, certainly resistance in and around 185, despite the fact that it did knock on the door of 2 at 198. Be careful here. There's a bit of a range. It looks like it's about 163 to the south side and about 182, 85, depending really on the north side. This is EZGO. EZGO. I remember I used to have this on my watch list on the side for either it's an EV name or a charging name, because I remember there was one that was EZGO Technologies. Which one is this? Company involved in providing transportation solutions, engages e-bikes, bicycles, battery and e-bicycle rentals, the sale of battery packs, battery cells. Okay, cool. So they do a lot of that kind of thing. In any event, not a bad look here for EZGO. Nothing really to do on this one. I'm still keeping a close eye on Mask. I got in, I got stopped out pretty quickly here. I'm looking for a trend change. I'm also looking for a breakout above 246. That would put it above the high of the 1255 candle. It's not coming in. That topping tail candle is still eliciting some selling here as we put in several lower highs in a row on EZGO. So that's the look there. What's up, slow motion, Joe? What does LFS mean? Is that a ticker? Oh, nice call out there. A little light on vol, but hey, not too bad. Let's look at LFS. I thought that was like an acronym for something. Yeah, into 284, current bar high, 253, current bar low. Spread on LFS. Let me see if I can find that. It's been showing me the spread. 180. Not showing me the ask though. It's showing me the bid. I can find it. I can find it after. But yeah, not a bad look here. Nice breakout midday on LFS. What's the headline? This is the headline here. Awarded contract to manage weekend club activities in Xingu Town. Okay. Doesn't really matter. Sometimes it doesn't matter what these headlines are, but there's the breakout there. Not too bad. Up, I want to say, what's the percentage? 30 and a fifth percent on LFS. That's the ticker. I do apologize. Let's keep an eye on the volume because it's only done 172,000 shares of volume on the day. So if it catches a bit of a bid, maybe increases some volume, we'll get involved. Other than that, I'm going to stay clear on this one. Not much happening in my world right now. I'm keeping a close eye on EVER as well, as that one is changing trend and getting back above that $22 area. A clean hold generally of the 20 EMA, getting back above the 10, getting back above 22. So EVER is up about 51.5% on the day with a 22.74 high. I wouldn't be so quick to jump into this one. I did try to catch it off this area support on the 10 EMA, and it gave me this candle here, the 12 o'clock candle with a higher low and a higher high, and then it ended up failing pretty quickly. So view this one with a little bit of suspicion, but it's still, you know, it's up a respectable amount on the day, 50 some odd percent. Who can complain? Continuing to watch MASK as this one is trying to work back into 40s here. Let's see if this one wants to change trend. Current bar has a higher low, but not necessarily a higher high. Here it is, breaking above 242 now. Let's look at the localized selling. So I'm going to flip to my 5-second chart up top to spot the areas of resistance. So that 246 area is still the area that I'm earmarking for a long. That will necessitate the breach of this area right here. So that area right there where I got in and then got stopped out, there was a seller there of note. So if that seller gets kind of moved out of the way, that will get me into the long. Here we go, 44 showing up. Let's watch here now. 45, let's see what kind of strength possibly for the long we have or lack thereof. And there you go, another 244 rejection, doesn't quite make it up into 245. So that same seller who stepped in before at around 12:57 or so about 10 minutes ago now, still there on MASK. For how long, we'll see. But we are holding that general 2 1/3 support. Now we've got about a mid-240s resistance over here. I put a script order that gets me long above 245 into that 246. So keeping a close eye on that. Grunfeld saying BLZE is moving. Quick look on the side chart over here. Yeah, good call out there, brother. BLZE was one that we had on the side chart we took off. So we needed room for other things, but nice reclaim of VWAP. Thank you very much, Grunfeld, for pointing that out. BLZE, Black Blaze. Just Blaze, oh baby. We're going to put that one back over here. Here we go, Joey, showing Mask, showing 245 again. No breach of 245, but we are above, I believe, that area from 1257, 1258 that we couldn't get above. It's 246 that's going to get me long into the trade. We're going to pack the patience here, see if we can take that, and maybe even a breach of 255, the high of the day.
All right, good stuff. We have a $5 super chat from our guy Brett Green. Sounds like a winner to me. Love the programming. Also, shout out to the chat, Pure Gold Chat. Yeah, the chat is always undefeated. All right, these guys can't lose over there. Just born winners over in the chat.
Love it.
I'm not being sarcastic either. These guys, they'll roast you. They'll tell you that they love you. Everything. You get the whole bag. All right, guys, let's take a look.
Breakout, Joey, breakout on MSK. There it is, high of day break. There we go. Looking for continuation, seller at 55. That is the high of the day. Look for a rejection here. There it is, 56. Looking for a little bit more. Wow, what a flush. Right back down into 45. Okay, this is going to be yet another topping tail candle here. Anything below current bar low ends the trade for me. Current bar low, 236. So we're going to risk about 11 pennies on this one, Joe. Wow, the zigging and zagging, eh? Just bears, sellers coming in right above that $0.50. And they're probably the bag holders from 7 a.m. So anything below current bar low, get me out of the trade. Sorry to interrupt.
All right, let's take a look at DRAM once again and see what we got going on. Bitcoin starting to slide a little bit here. You can see that we're having that head and shoulder pattern starting to form with a key support level at 45.90. Now DRAM starting to head right back towards the high of the day. Nice indecision print. I don't know why it's showing me two different volume-weighted average price. That is just complete bamboozlement, and I hate it when it misdirects you like that. It misleads you in a way. It's like, okay, well, what is my gauge? What am I going off of? So you can see that VWAP is on the 1 minute time frame up here, and same with that one. So if you have multiple charts lining up like that, then we'll just have to find something that is definitely more accurate. Now, as for pins, we're going to be sitting in this trade until proven otherwise. We'll get out of it when we're supposed to, but it's only, I don't know, I'm just getting that feel. I don't know how you guys are looking at this, but it was a steady grind higher here. Grind in, and then sure enough, now we're starting to come back in. At some point, some seller, some news headline's going to kick in, and then off to the races it goes to the downside. Is it going to go higher? Maybe, possibly, but just what we got going on from channel up, it's giving me weak sauce. It's giving me weak sauce vibes.
Crazy.
And we don't want that, all right? So just be prepared. 2 o'clock, it's now 1:09. So yeah, anything can happen at any given moment, especially when USO is continuing to climb a little bit lower. You get an oil spike and an oil catalyst saying, Iran's like, yeah, okay, we're fully back on in this fight. We're going to be launching stuff at Israel or whatever it may be. Once again, off to the races it goes, and you can see it slowly starting to curl back over. Right, 143 and change. You're now at VWAP. VWAP hugging price relatively tight, but you have a flat top roughly with a couple of whipsaw moves. And I wouldn't be surprised if it's only a matter of time. It looks like it's priming up for something. You have a big time. Oh, wow, Gorv, look at this. I haven't seen you in the chat or Los Pollos a couple of times here today, only in the at the beginning of the session. Nice volume print right there, but you guys know where I stand on USO. I'd rather be looking at some other things. It was at the all-time highs not too long ago, or a previous pivot of 150, 138. So cue the Donald Trump truth or something from the Iranian news outlets. I would like to see something along those lines. Add a little more volatility in there. Do you look at RSI divergence, DRAM 15-minute forming? No. Guys, you can see I only have one indicator, and that's the volume-weighted average price. Well, I shouldn't say one because I used the tape, the level 2, and actual price. So if we're going to talk about indications, the volume-weighted average price is the only one aside from price action itself that I have on my chart, and that's all that I use.
Yes. Just continuing to watch over here, looking for a hold of prior bar low on MASK. Not really much happening there. Keeping an eye on BLZE. Not much happening there. Looks like it's rejecting the $0.75. Double top at 375. It looks like it might be headed down here to 750. Again, blazes up, nice, 65%, but we need continuation. Mask still holding that prior bar low. That's what gets me out. So that topping till candle at 105, that breached the high of the day by an entire penny, that low is still holding. So if that low loses, I'm out. Simple as that. That is at around 236. So we're going to keep a close eye on that one. EVER stair stepping up, incrementally, not rocketing up, but a good look. It's holding that $22 area. It's a little illiquid at times. So keep your eye on that. 2274 area high for EVER. Clean hold of the 20 EMA. Also that other one that I gave you, 1G. This is above and special here from the car. Coming back into about 1258. 10 EMA on the 5. Just right around 1255. Look for a $0.50 hold. 1G has been quite respectful basically all day of the 10 EMA. So if it fails there, I'd be getting out of that, Joe. So that's what I'm focusing on now, and I'm focusing on my trade on Mask.
All right, cool, man. Good stuff. Let's pull up some other things. What are you guys looking at in the chat? We can go over a couple of names. Oracle, we went over our portfolio tracker not too long ago, but let's pull up Oracle, see if we've had any form of continuation. ORCL. Okay. All right, I see you, Oracle. Nice little recovery. Let mean, not bad, right? Off of the lows, 131, you're getting a nice 38%. That's not horrible. It looks like it's heading towards a flat top, so you can see that we have a clear resistance zone that was acting in the pre-market. So not horrible, right? Are we going to continue this move? This is going to be a key pivot at 189.39. But if you just zoom out a little bit more, it just hurts, right? It's just like ripping the Band-Aid off, essentially. It's like, yeah, that little move right here looks pretty good. But then when you're down 47%, it's not all sunshine and roses now, is it, with ORCL? ONDS, I've seen a couple people talking about it this morning on DAS Holdings. This thing's already went para from the same time roughly around last year. You get 1,000%. There's your millionaire maker right there in OnDAS Holdings. Now, as for Robin, do you have OnDAS, Katina, man? That's a $1 million position, MRVL. Let's pull it up there. Yeah, 172.06, new ATH. Yeah, you're up 100 and something plus% in our portfolio tracker. So yeah, Marvell being him today as it's continuing to climb. And just way to locate. I think one skill that is underestimated is just being in the right spaces at the right time. And I have to give credit where credit is due. So that is definitely a good play in Marvell, as custom ASICs, as Sharif would definitely be an advocate for, is most definitely in vogue and can continue to be for the foreseeable future, I think, in my
Especially if you're trying to save money or be more power efficient. We've talked a lot about the fundamental reasons, guys, right? A lot of these data centers getting canceled now, and that's not for no reason. That's because people are worried about their electricity bill going up. So the more power efficient you can get and make the case, oh, there he is. What's going on, baby? Make the case that you're not going to be sucking up people's energy and increasing their home energy costs, well, then maybe you might have a little bit less opposition to the whole thing. So custom ASICs, not the end-all and be-all for all that, but certainly helps. We saw that as well coming from Micron as well, Randy. They're looking at making some of their RAM more energy efficient. And, you know, that probably helps with the hyperscalers as well, who are trying to shore up their own costs. But yeah, man, there is not much in the way of weakness today in the world of semis. Let's look at this. NVIDIA's down, but, you know, that's a different story. Down 0.5%. SMCI down 1%. And then Taiwan Semi, 1 1/3. That is it. You're getting Intel 14%. I know, bro. Broadcom's up 3.5, AMD 3.8. Don't forget, we have that after the bell today with the market recap show. Micron 11.4, SanDisk 12, Lumentum another 4.25, breaching $1,000 quite decisively. That's another all-time high for LITE. Gave you guys this one a while ago. AMAT up 5 and change. SMH obviously is the ETF. ASML has been basically doing nothing here, I want to say, for the better part of 6 months. So we got into this range back in January, late January, and we've been stuck in a range on ASML. But anyway, it's still a good look, up 3.85. What else do we have over here? Moving big, Qualcomm, another 8.5. Lam Research, 7%. And I'm not a big fan of the people who compare Lam Research and ASML. They are not the same. One makes deep ultraviolet lithography machines exclusively, and that's Lam. And then you have ASML that makes the extreme and the deep. ASML has a monopoly on extreme ultraviolet lithography, so I don't like the comparisons with Lam. MCHP, another name we've given you. I rang the profit bell on this one a long time ago. Probably a bad exit there at around $75. Now knocking the door of 100. MCHP, very similar to TXN, is that they make these sort of less advanced chips, everything 7 nanometers and above. Another good look for them here. Marvell up 5 1/3%, going on $200, up 172. You got NXPI. That reported not long ago, up 1.57. Even On Semiconductor was decidedly negative this morning when it reported earnings. Now they're up 0.6. Just gives you an idea about how strong the space is. But yeah, as you can see, very, very few names, Joey, that are red in the world of semiconductors. Let's take a quick look at Bloom Energy. Not quite at all-time highs. We're knocking the door of 300. Today on BE, back up to 299.51 all-time high. But this one feels like it's just a matter of time until this one blows through $300. BE is a rocket. Good look for BE over here. Let's keep going down. Chinese ADRs decidedly negative on the day, with only the solar names barely green. But there we go, Joseph, as we work down the watch list and we get to the crypto section. Crypto, Bitcoin specifically, 82,410 day high today, dropping down now to 81.3, but a good look nonetheless.
Did you say 84?
82.4.
Oh,
Man,
I'm gonna say no.
have you seen Northrop? Northrop got tanked.
Damn.
So from all-time highs, we've lost 25% on Northrop here. That's a monster head and shoulder. But this is an interesting buy area here on Northrop. The only reason I bring this up is because it's like one of our picks. This has got a great support level over here. I'd be very interested to see if it holds up at this 550, 540 area. I might even pick it up. I don't even own it, right? But that would be an interesting pickup area there. A lot of the military names decidedly negative on the day. The only one that I can see that's positive is Textron Aviation. That's up 1%. How's GME doing? Okay, 1.4%, you know, recovering a little bit there, Joe. What's it called? The cybersecurity name's a mixed bag. You got CrowdStrike up 1 3/4, Pandub the opposite, looking like down 1.16. Zscaler also down 0.4. How's FTNT? Kind of split the difference over here, down 0.5%. And then the fintech space has been dead money for a long time, being led here by PayPal to the downside. SSR on the day down over 9%.
What's up with the fintech boys, man? Come on. Yeah, that honestly, it sucks that some of these fintech names haven't been performing. Obviously, we're talking about the Robinhood, Webull. I don't even know if it deserves to be in the same conversation or anything along those lines. Bullish. Bullish has been performing pretty good. Send it over to Adara.
AAPL pushing higher here, guys, seeing reports that the company is planning to let users choose rival AI models across their iOS 27. This will basically offer more AI flexibility for users. So once again here, Apple pushing higher, reportedly going to be letting users choose rival AI models across their iOS 27. Back to you.
Short.
Short it? Is that what you said?
I did. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. All right, you want to start the news? Ready to go? Let's get to work. Let's talk about the Strait of Hormuz. Interesting take today. Let's start over here, Assassino. Actually, I'm just going to keep it. Where are we going to do this? Where are we going to do this? Give me a sec. Give me a sec. So we're going to put it over here so that we can keep it away from this one. There we go. Oh, that's not what I want to do, Joe.
Run away.
What I want to do. Setting it up over here. Give me a sec. All right, let's talk about the Strait. USO down 3 3.25 right now. Interesting developments. Obviously, we've had many different headlines come throughout the day respecting oil, this, that, and the other. What I did like, though, was basically the U.S. coming up with a plan. I kind of spoke about it this morning on the morning rundown, where previously sort of the shipping lane used by a lot of these shipping companies through the Strait of Hormuz was pretty close, about 5-6 kilometers off the coast of Iran. The Navy now has kind of changed their approach to this. So they basically dropped down the strait, so it's about 20 to 30 kilometers south, or west, I should say, of the Iranian coast, and they cleared a shipping lane, they're saying, of any potential mines, seaborne mines in that area. And the point of having it that far west of the Iranian coast is it doesn't put them within shooting distance, if you believe the reports of some of the Iranian speedboats as well as land-based artillery. So it gives them a bit of a clearer path. My understanding is they're being escorted here. The market liking that to the tune of negative 3%, Joe, but I think it's going to definitely need more than a day or two to start seeing, you know, some losses here on USO, big losses.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one, Shreve. Considering, right, we have that inverse correlation going on between the market. If they're going to allow some passage now, I think that's going to be a nice coolant for USO and the price of oil. So, yeah, I like it. It's a slow start. It's better than nothing, and it's better than the conflict continuing to escalate. So if they can start getting more tankers through that strait, then you're going to see USO really start to come back in here.
All right, let's talk a little Palantir. Great earnings for Palantir. Let's load them up, see where they're at the moment. Then I'll give some comments. So Palantir is down 6 3/4%, but they did do very well on earnings. Let's zoom in a little bit here. EPS coming in at 33 pennies versus the 28 expected, with revenue growing substantially 85% year over year increase on that top line number, taking it up to 1.63 billion, beating the 1.54, pardon me, expected. And net income, the one that really kind of got my attention in the morning, $870.5 million in net income, not gross, which is basically, when you compare that to revenue, that's about basically half their revenue. Half the revenue number there is pure profit. That's net profit. That's pretty crazy. And it's also very, very large compared to last year's take-home money of $214 million. So quadrupling your net income, that's a fantastic look. Full-year revenue also raised, to 765 to 7.66 billion, ahead of the 7.27 expected. Q2 revenue guide, though, so for the next quarter as opposed to the full year, $1.8 billion. That's ahead of the 1.63 they took home this quarter. So nice quarter-over-quarter sequential growth there. U.S. government revenue up 84%, but the part I liked the most, the commercial revenue up 133%, though it did come in slightly below estimates, but that's still a good number there. RPO, remaining performance obligations, also jumping big year over year, $4.45 billion versus the $1.9 billion in remaining RPO last year. That's good for future visibility of revenue, Joe.
Yeah, I mean, with Palantir, the numbers were fantastic. It's similar. I mean, it's been going on for quite some time where you see this triple-digit growth across the board. And then the guide, I think, was a little bit of an issue. 71% looking for revenue growth compared to what we got here this year. So a slight downtick, which the street may not have liked. But I think there's a little bit bigger of an issue with this one. I think the Palantir is obviously first in class, right? It's been first to market. It's been that name where it can just digest a bunch of information and spit it out to you kind of in an orderly fashion. But the software names some of these like SaaSmageddon, obviously referring to some of the LLMs and some of these AI tools like the Anthropics, the Claude, obviously, ChatGPT, and OpenAI. It might be a little bit of a disruption here to Palantir. They're positioned well, commercial growing, that's what we want to see, global still growing, and then government contracts as well. So, I mean, it's not a bad look. A lot of it may be priced in already, and that's why you're seeing this name continue to slide a little bit. Adara.
Just be aware here, guys, there was an aspect of that Apple story that involved Google as well. I know this was a couple minutes ago, but I want to go over it while I have you guys here. As we know, Apple pushed up higher, reportedly planning to let users choose rival AI models across iOS 27. Now, we know earlier there were reports that we're going to go with Google, which is why GeoOGL likely spiked lower on this story. However, Apple is still reportedly testing integrations with both Google and Anthropic when it comes to AI updates. Furthermore, some comments here coming out of the Middle East, nothing massive, but just a bit of an update here. We know yesterday there were some strikes from Iran in the UAE, quite a few strikes actually, including ones that hit oil facilities. Israeli officials telling Jerusalem Post that they believe Iran strikes on UAE were just warning shots, and that Iran is not expected to escalate and that it will stay within the rules of the game, to use their words. Back to you.
Thank you very much. All right, so I have a few comments I want to make about Palantir. The first and foremost is this rule of 40 that's in the finance game. So what am I talking about here? In this specific case, they obliterated this rule of 40. They had 85% revenue growth, 60% adjusted operating profit. That's kind of unheard of in the software space. And when you typically look at these elite SaaS companies, they aim for about 40 to 50%. That's nowhere close to what Palantir got, 85 and 60. So decimating the average sort of SaaS slash software elite level report. Love it. Maven. Remember Maven, the targeting system being used by the Pentagon? Interesting, because it was basically this theoretical sort of not tested software. Now they're getting the program of record. So essentially what that means, that program of record designation, that's basically future income. I don't say it's guaranteed, but it's a lot stickier than commercial income, which I do like. And I like, that aspect of being with the U.S. government. Then also expected growth. While people did expect the growth to slow somewhat, and we saw some, interesting guidance there, U.S. commercial revenue actually accelerated to 133%. I get that missed to the expectations, but still year over year, I really like it. And then there's like this non-human agentic revenue that's being realized now. A lot of these agents being used by other big tech companies are actually using AIP through agents, and that's caused Palantir to create a new source of revenue where they're not giving license by user, because typically that's how it worked, right? You want access to AIP, then I charge you on a per user basis. Now they're actually generating more money through a different billing methodology for agents. So I like that new source of income. I think it's pretty unique what they're doing here. Palantir, interesting look. Let's go on to the next story. Pinterest, Joey. Pinterest did quite well, as we know. Let's look at PINS. Well, first, let's look at the technicals. See, I forgot here. Let's look at the technicals on the trading plan to see if this one came in. So the intraday setup, it gave you 3 different options. It said look for a reclaim of 145 to 146 and then scalp long to 148 to 150. You didn't get that. You didn't get a reclaim of 145? No, sorry, Palantir,
yeah.
right? You didn't get that, so the first one didn't work out. There was a fail at 145 to 148, short back to 141 to 142. So this one certainly failed 145. You can see the move there at 8:55 right before the open, got to 145.01 on the dot. That was literally the kind of the high there during, I don't want to say regular trading hours, but when most people are likely to be on their computer, 5 to 9. That got into 145 and then filled pretty aggressively. And it set to short back to 141 to 142. You got that, and you got a lot more because it kept going with the low essentially right at that 134. What's the other one? Lose 140. Downside opens to 135 to 137. So you lose 140. If you had taken the fail at 145, you should have been looking at that 140 fail because you did get that 140 fail, and it's bang on with where it said you would find support. Look at the bottoming tail candles, all of which breach 135, but it moves right back up. I would have been taking this one here, the losing of 140, downside opens 135 to 137. So interesting look there with the morning note. Make sure to get that every day if you are a YouTube subscriber, paid subscriber, that is. Let's talk about pins, Joey. Let's load up the chart. So pins jumped big, but it sold off a little bit. Still up 9.33%. It was up over 15% in the pre, beating Q1 estimates and guiding above the street's expectations. EPS, Joe, 27 pennies. Street wanted 23. Revenue, 1.01 billion. The street was looking for 966 million. Revenue grew at 18% year-over-year pop, but the net loss, widened to 73.6 million. They actually made $8.9 million last year. There's got to be obviously some capex here or something afoot. The Q2 guide, revenue guide, that is 1.13 billion to 1.15. That would be better than the current quarter, so a quarter-over-quarter increase there. And they're saying the demand outlook is better than had been feared. Monthly active users rose 11% year over year to 631, and the average revenue per user, the ARPU, about $161 versus the 154 estimates. What are they saying here? AI bidding improvements helped offset larger retail weakness from tariffs. They also said TV Scientific, the acquisition expands their entry into CTV and ad analytics. And the implication here is that the ad recovery, as well as the AI tools, plus the move into CTV expansion is driving sentiment reset. Not a company that I closely follow. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, same thing. I'm just on the website right now looking at it. Like, I know very little about the company. I know you can get some ideas, design, obviously recipes and everything along those lines. But what I found fascinating is that Pinterest ended up the quarter with 631 million monthly active users. That's not small. I mean, 11% year-over-year growth, and then a lot of it coming from across the world. So you have U.S. and Canada, North America, ex-Mexico up 4%, 159 million users in Europe up 7%, and the rest of the world up 15% with 367 million monthly users. That's not small. That's a lot more than what I was anticipating with this specific name. If we look at the technical, Streetfor's going over them. It's not pretty. Is it one of those websites? Like, I think if you put your hands up around the board here, I don't think very many of us use Pinterest. I personally never have. Selena might have once or twice. But yeah, nonetheless, 630 million monthly active users isn't small.
No.
It's not small whatsoever. No. So, I mean, those are pretty good numbers. And you're still growing at lower end rates. So, I mean, double digits rest of the world and Europe up 7%. I mean, you're still gaining some ground here, which isn't bad. But the stock, obviously, a little bit more of a tough performer. But it is up quite a bit off of those lows, right? The February lows from that high, you're up 74% and relatively strong here today. So, yeah, I mean, not great, but not horrible either.
All right, so I have 3 points that I want to make. They process 80 billion monthly searches. So unlike TikTok, unlike Instagram, where users browse for entertainment, they're saying 90% of their users are now classified as product seekers. So it's not a passive reason that you're on there. You're on there to discover a product, whether it's furniture, clothing, whatever. You're a product seeker. That makes you more monetizable. I like that aspect. Secondly, there's a generational shift between which users are using Pinterest. Before, it was basically dominated by millennials. That's no longer the case. Gen Z now makes up 42% of the global users. That's good because you definitely want to get your foot in the door with them. They're the future earners, right? So keep that in mind. And then as Joseph mentioned, international monetization is really picking up. What do I mean by that? US revenue grew a healthy 13% year over year, but it was the world revenue which surged 59% year over year. So nice to see that they're expanding beyond the North American shores. They're also figuring out how to monetize their massive international audience. I do not mind that at all. So interesting look here from Pins. Let's have a look at the trade plan. What did it say, Assassino? By the way, a headline there, Iran sets up new body to manage vessel transit through the Strait of Hormuz. All right. Long above $24 for a push to 25 to 25.50. You got long above 25, long above 24, excuse me. When did you get that though? That definitely didn't come in at 9:30. It definitely tanked 9:30. You got 24. You didn't really get 24 above that. What was the other one? Break above 25.50. Momentum continued toward 26. You didn't get that. You got that earlier in the pre-market, but that wouldn't have been a trade you would have taken. And then lose 23.75, short fade towards 23, then 22. Did you get the short 23? Where's 23 at? Right there. So yeah, this one, you definitely didn't have the right levels on this one because of the amazing flush right at the open. But if you took 23, if you waited for that flat bottom to come in at 23, the short was still 22. You haven't ring the profit bell yet because the low of the day, I believe, is 22.5. So the morning note, a little bit on this one, not that clean. Let's go to the next one, Joey. Paramount Skydance earnings beats driven by streaming strength. Let's look PSKY, see where they're up on the day. They're down 4 1/3. Started out okay in the pre-market, then the flush came in right at 9.25, 9.30. They beat on both the top and bottom line. 23 pennies EPS versus the 15 expected on revenue of 7.35 billion, ahead of the 7.28 expected. Total revenue only up 2% year over year, but mix shift is key. What do I mean by that? They're now making money, or they're generating revenue from streaming, film strength versus the legacy TV decline, which I didn't like, to be honest with you, as part of their deal there with WBD. Streaming revenue up 11% year over year. Paramount Plus revenue up 17% year over year. Apparently they have about 700,000 new subs. They have 80 million subs total for Paramount Plus. Film studio revenue up 11% year over year. And that was boosted by franchise content. I guess they're talking about Scream 7 in this case. Film media segment down 6% year over year, basically blaming it on the ongoing cord-cutting pressure. They also reaffirmed their full-year guide with about $30 billion in revenue. The cost savings, always important here, Joey, for EPS. They're targeting about $3 billion in cost savings, $2.5 billion by the end of this year. And they're saying that's going to lead to margin expansion. And the WBD acquisition, how can we forget about that? $31 a share, still pending regulatory approval. Could be a major structural catalyst if it goes through. The takeaway, the transition story is intact. However, streaming growth is offsetting the legacy decline with possible M&A optionality.
Well, first thing I'm going to say here, and I find it actually comical, we're seeing the decline in, in legacy TV here, media. Who here watches the Comedy Central still? Isn't that a thing of the 2000s? Like, what are we even doing here at the end of the day? CBS and Nickelodeon, I can maybe understand, but nonetheless, I think a lot of the subscriber growth is definitely going to be due to the sports deal. I wonder how many actual paid subscribers Paramount gained with that UFC deal, and if I put my bottom dollar on it, the majority of it's going to come from those individuals who are interested in getting the fight nights in every card, because there's no longer any more pay-per-view here within the UFC. So I like that. Now, as for everything else, there's something. Paramount streaming service quartered 79.6 million subscribers, are only up 2% from a year ago. I don't think those are fantastic numbers, to be honest with you. Do we know? We don't get Netflix's numbers anymore, but if you ask me, I don't think that's very good. It's not strong. It's not robust, in my opinion. It's not negative, right, in which we've seen the opposite of the television unit side of things falling 6%. But you're telling me that the studio business also posted a growth in revenue of 11% because of the performance of Scream 7? Like, come on, what are we even doing here? Like, Screen 7 is really what you're reliant on? I don't know. I just think, like, no, I'm being dead serious.
I respect what you're saying, bro.
Like,
I'm just laughing because it's funny.
If we were to look up the ratings on that movie right now on Rotten Tomatoes, it has to be no more than 40%.
That's fine.
Let's pull it up. Like, there's no way that you can be that heavily reliant on the 7th movie of that series. Are we looking up? I thought you were pulling it up right now. Adair's got it on right now. So, I mean, I'm not in love with this, and I believe that Ellison and company paid a little bit too much for Warner Brothers Discovery, and we don't. 31%,
Joe.
You know what I mean? I said below whatever, and I'm like, are you kidding me? Being held by the performance of this movie? Like, get that garbage out of here, man. I don't know. I just don't like it. Overpaid for it. I'm glad that Netflix dropped out.
There's only one partnership that can save them.
Apparently. Well, maybe maybe she can help Paramount too.
All right, I have a few points to say. Yeah, that's actually a good point. That's, I think, more feasible, right? Given
it would make more sense. Like, get her a couple of more films.
There you go. All right, streaming profit. So their direct-to-consumer segment actually finally swung to a $251 million profit. That's about 10% margins compared to a loss a year ago. So positivity there. And hidden is this 59% EBITDA bump. What do I mean by that? So total revenue only grew about a modest 2%, up to, what was it, $7.35 billion. But their adjusted EBITDA, there's a massive disconnect here because it surged 59%. How'd they do it? What they were saying is, on the call, internal cleansing of the corporate overhead and non-core staff. We never want to celebrate people losing their jobs, but they are factually an expense on the company. Thirdly, the UFC 324, Joey, right down your alley. They're saying that this is going to be the largest exclusive live event ever, and it's going to reach about 7 million households. Underreported, obviously, is a shot across the bow against Netflix and Amazon, who are also getting in to live sports. Very costly endeavor, by the way. And then the $10 billion WBD bridge loan. What does that mean? So we know that the deal is not finalized. There could be antitrust issues at the federal level. The banks don't feel that way. Why do I say that? Because they're already extending them that $10 billion loan under new terms. They're kind of gauging this antitrust noise in D.C. to be just that, noise. They're fully committed to the merger because they're putting their money where their mouth is. $10 billion in a bridge loan here. We'll see how that all works out.
A couple more things.
Go ahead.
Don't forget, I think what was kind of brushed under the rug here is that if this deal isn't finalized by September, then they're going to have to be paying shareholders a payout as well, too, right? So, like, if that's going to be coming straight out of their pocket. So whatever amount, I think it was like a quarter a share, 26 cents a share for every day that deal is not done.
Let me find out.
Yeah.
Keep going for a second.
Yeah, absolutely.
I find out.
So, I mean, I think 324 was the first streaming of the UFC that they had on there. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ryan O'Day, Hangry Wife, and iGirl Fighting, but it was one of the first ones, and it was a fantastic card. They did it right. I was happy about that. They have some good lineups, but I just don't love the way that Paramount has handled it. Like, some of the theatrics and some of the commercials and how they're promoting, it's just like, dude, I feel like I could do some of this stuff in my backyard sometimes. Yeah, I'm just not in love with it. I'm being extremely sarcastic in that fact. I just don't love how they kind of made it a joke. Like, you have two guys that are about to go to war, and they have them doing like these little scenes with each other. Like, get that out of here. I don't
So
know.
the rate is less than a penny per share per day. But when you do total everything, the cost comes to $7.22 million per day across all outstanding shares. If they don't close it, as you mentioned, by the 30th of September, they're contractually obligated to pay something called a ticking fee. That's to Warner Brothers shareholders. Actually, great point, though. I totally forgot about that.
So what's the ticking fee for its?
That's right there, right there. So it's less than a penny per share, but when you look at the total value per day, it's going to be about $7.25 million, a little bit more.
What is it? Oh, but why does it say the ticking fee is capped at a total of 25 cents per day?
Of up to approximately 650. That's quarterly.
Okay.
The quarterly cap. The maximum payout. The ticking fee is capped at a total of 25 cents per 90-day period, so quarter, ensuring the penalty doesn't spiral indefinitely, but still providing a significant yield to shareholders if the regulatory approval drags into 27.
Right. So
you had the right point there.
So like, what are you going to do? So if you don't get that deal done by the deadline, that's literally 7.25 gone every day.
Yeah, and they may not have a hand in that because the regulator could postpone it, right? You don't know. They don't have a hand in that.
Exactly. And for something that, if we debate about it, that you've already overpaid. Like, what was it? It was like $10 billion more than what Netflix or something was willing to pay.
Yeah, and they have to deal with the legacy assets, which I'm not a big fan of.
Do you think they'll just kick? Like, I mean, if it's operating at a loss, we just kick that to the curb, and then just start coming in with some more series, like use.
But like some of the legacy assets, like I'm, CNN. You can view CNN however you want to view it, but the fact of the matter is, they still generate a lot of advertising dollars because every single biotech pharmaceutical company loves to put their advertisements on CNN, right? So we'll see what they do with these legacy assets, but there's quite a few of them. Let's look at the technicals here for Paramount Skydance. So what did the morning note say? It said long above 1130 to 1140 for a push into 1170 to 12. You didn't get that. It flushed right off the open. It didn't touch 1130. How about the break and hold above 12, momentum continuation setup, didn't even come close. So you're looking now for a loss of 11, and that's where this one really did shine. Loss of 11, fade towards 1070, then 1030. So how do we do here? You got a loss of 11, quick as you like, right off the gate right there. I hope you guys took that. What was the low? Well, it bottoming tailed into 1016, but look where the closing print is, right into 1040. So you were looking for 1070 beak wetter, you got that. Did you get the 1030? You did, but it didn't hang out for all that long. So a good look here. I hope some people took the loss of 11 on the morning note money there. The other two didn't even come in. Let's talk a little PayPal. How we doing on PayPal? You all right, buddy? Still down 9%, 9.12%. What's up, Tom? They would just have to buy $3 million in Trump coin and the deal get approved. Tell me how you really feel, Tom, my man there. All right, let's keep going over here. Let's see what PayPal, how they did on earnings. They delivered a Q1 beat with revenue coming in at $8.35 billion. That beats at $8.05 expected by analysts, with EPS beating as well at $1.34 versus $1.27 expected. Total payment volume, TPV, guess, 11% year over year. $464 billion in payments was made on their network, while transaction margin dollars grew 3%. That's a modest profitability expansion. We're going to pause for a second. We got to go to Adara with news.
Keep an eye on GOOGL. Business Insider reporting that Google is building an AI agent that could be the company's answer to OpenClaw, according to this headline. Again, Google reportedly building an AI agent to compete with OpenClaw, as reported by Business Insider. Back to you.
That would be amazing, given the amount of product suites that Google has that you can automatically integrate. Google Drive, Google Docs, Gmail. I mean, if you're on the Google ecosystem, it makes so much sense to have an OpenClaw that can tap into all those different. I know you're not a big fan, but the fact of the matter
of what?
Because it's you were shaking your head. I figured it was a privacy issue.
I'm like shaking my head in agreement to you.
Good.
It's like yeah, in agree. Like it'd be. Think about how much of a disruption Gemini has been to the OpenAIs. Imagine, right? Like, imagine this stepped in and you have the ecosystem. The reason why I was shaking my head is because the playing field is starting to become slightly unfair. If you ask for Google, like if there's a league here, Sharif, and then in my opinion, I think Google is just above everyone else. And one thing is that that's so my next point, Fabian, is that they have unlimited cash, pretty much, right?
They do.
Yeah,
All
man.
the other ones are running else,
man.
Fabian. But I like this angle specifically because the ecosystem is already so robust.
Yeah, man.
And, you know, you're having to give OpenClaw access to your Google Drive and, you know, not knowing what the hell could ensue from that.
You click this tab and you got Gmail, Drive, Gemini, Docs.
Well, don't show them that.
We can't show them that there, my boy. That's the work stuff over there. But, I mean, it's like here, you have literally everything. Gmail, Google Drive, Gemini, Google Docs, Sheets, Slides, Calendar, Chat. Do you want me to keep going on? Maps,
Forms.
YouTube, Forms,
News,
Groups,
Maps.
Like, you know what I mean?
Beautiful.
It's crazy. Travel.
I think this one will really be disruptive because it's going to integrate all of that. I think
super disruptive, man. These guys, it's almost like, now I can see, like, I love Google. That's the one I let get away. It's
all good.
That one, man. It's that one.
It's still available to buy, Joey.
But it is just so much better than everything else. I don't know who uses Google Wallets, though, to be honest with you. I just
people who have Android,
yeah, Android use Google Wallets, okay.
I'm assuming. I don't know.
Right.
I haven't had Android like in 10 years. Let's continue on with the PayPal earnings, though. Their branded checkout growth improved slightly, about 2%. That's still a key concern versus their competitors. Venmo stood out. I'll have more to say about Venmo when I have my opinion. We're just reading the prepared notes here. But Venmo stood out with 14% growth, signaling possibly a stronger consumer than the market had been expecting. Q2 guidance, though. That's where it all fell apart. Disappointed. Adjusted EPS is expected to decline about 9%. And that's worse than the street's expectations of about 4% drop. The company did maintain their full year guide when it comes to revenue, but they did announce they're cutting about $1.5 billion of cost cutting over the next 2 to 3 years. So don't expect that all in 1 year or let alone 1 quarter. It's going to reorganize apparently into 3 segments. Firstly, checkout. Then there's going to be Venmo consumer. And third, crypto/payments. The focus here is going to be on the execution and the speed thereof. Really, the kind of the look here, even though it's down 9%, it was a mixed print. The operational improvement, there was good cost discipline, but that's offset by the slowing growth and the weaker near-term earnings. So the market implication here is the stock remains a turnaround story, but needs stronger branded checkout as well as margin expansion, Joey, for a re-rating.
I'll just say I don't like this name at all. I'll just be full disclosure. Just what we have going on from our system, Sharif, significantly easier. Margins are compressing on transaction fees. There's just so many other disruptive things. I don't know what's going on with that Apple. I thought Apple was supposed to release the thing where we could just send money to each other via Apple Pay. So when you have all these tools start to come in,
tap. I think that's
like tap or something like. It's not even that I can send a request. Like I understand that, right? Like I understand that the Venmos and all of the Cash Apps, whatever it may be, have this feature. But the way it works here is that if you just have someone's email, you can send them money. You can send money to any form of account. This is just such outdated technology, in my opinion. I get it if you want to send things across the world or with different currencies. That's when it can come into play. But I think there's just so many more disruptive services. If you're holding this iPhone right here, you should be able to send money to one another without having to have a third party necessarily step in. So yeah, that's how I feel about it. I don't like it for the long haul. And I think it's eventually going to be a thing of the past.
Apparently, Iran's president saying that the U.S. demands are unrealistic. So we'll have to see if that causes any sort of market movements here. Here are the points that I want to make about PayPal. First and foremost, total payment volume grew, but the underreported part of this story was that nearly all of it came from a segment called Braintree. This is like unbranded processing at payment, and that's a very high volume, but very thin, low margin business. That's a bit of an offset there. And then X Money. Remember Elon pounding the table about that integrated app? X, obviously, and then X Money is going to be part of that. They're saying on the earnings call that management, for the first time, addressed X Money as a direct competitive threat to Venmo's peer-to-peer sort of dominance. So that's something to look out for there. Still very nascent, obviously. And then the agentic acquisition cost. So PayPal confirmed that it's nearing the close of its Symbio acquisition, and the point of that acquisition was to kind of fuel agentic commerce, AI shopping, in other words. The report did reveal, though, that there were higher than expected, I should say, costs and integration costs for the acquisition. So that ate into margins. That's a bit of something to look out for there. And then there was a bit of a guidance double talk. So they did say that they raised their full year EPS guide, but it was entirely driven, almost entirely driven, I should say, by aggressive share buybacks. They have about $5 billion authorized rather than any organic business growth. So great, you're able to shore up costs. Great, you had some cash on hand. You could buy back shares. But what about the actual business growth, the organic growth? Not there. And so a bit of accounting practice that may have thrown that off a little bit. So PayPal, let's look at PayPal's technicals here on the morning note, see how it jived with the price action. So there was a buy reclaim of $50.50 with a target of $51.25 to $51.75. Didn't even come close to that because the second this thing reported in the morning, it tanked. And then there was a pullback long into 50 or 49.50 hold, scalp bounce. You didn't even get close to that. This thing tanked from the get-go. Then the fail below 50. Short towards $49. You would have been really taking profits very early. And I don't think that trade came in either because we lost $50 at about $8.25. So nothing really came in. The price action basically all happened right when we popped off there, 7:10, it popped up. The earnings call started at around, I want to say, 8:15, 8:30, 8:25, whatever it was. And then it never really recovered from there. So the morning notes levels, they don't really come in. Price action was too aggressive to the downside. Let's talk a little shop. We got about 6 minutes left. Talk a little Shopify here. Good Canadian company. What are we on shop? Oh, my days.
Yeah.
Oh, my days. 15.5% in the Ville of Red. This thing doesn't have a bid. Whew. Beat on Q1 revenue, 3.17 versus 3.08. 4% beat, driven by strength in e-commerce services. Growth remains strong, 34% year over year. That kind of showed the continued platform demand despite some macro pressures with the consumer. However, the stock traded very, very low in the pre-market as well, as the Q2 outlook only came in line, not a beat. Expectations certainly were elevated, and you can tell by the price action there. The macro backdrop was the key overhang, namely tariffs, as well as the Middle East conflict. That's pushing up costs, whether you're looking at fuel, whether you're looking at logistics. They're both more expensive. That eats into margins. That's point number one. Point number two, rising operating expenses for merchants. We're talking about a potential slowdown in demand as well. So that's never really good. So those are the two key overhangs. Perhaps there's more, but that's what was articulated there in the article. They did credit the consumer for being resilient, whether it was the Visa, MasterCard data, but the confidence remains fragile within the industry. They revealed that they're heavily exposed to these SMBs and global commerce flows. That makes them sensitive to geopolitical and cost pressure. The net takeaway here, Joe, strong execution, but macro headwinds are capping the upside. Thoughts?
Yeah, this is another website. I mean, I understand that it's Canadian, but I gotta just say it how it is. Like, I'm trying to scroll. I don't know if I control this for so long, and it's just doing this inverse. That's not fun. So user-friendly, not loving it right out of the gate. I'm trying to get it off the screen here just in case they're Assassino, but nonetheless, I'm looking at some of the numbers. Down 20%, not really pacing with the overall market. But EPS and earnings, as Sharif mentioned, 12.7% beat compared to a quarter ago, I should say. Shopify belongs to Zach, so $3.17 billion for the quarter ending March 2026, surpasses the estimates, obviously, by 2.79%. We were talking about that not too long ago, but I don't know. I just think they have too much competition in this space. Upwork's revenues are expected to be up 2% as well. So there's a lot that you can do. I can see you can build websites, you can trade things, but I think there's names like Marketplace that have a little bit more popularity, and obviously with the Amazons and everything along those lines, I can see that you can build websites on it as well. So there's not much I can really say about Shopify, but other than the e-commerce segment, it's a really tough business, man.
All right, 2 points. This $1 billion investment mirage Go ahead.
Well, yeah, one thing they
sorry,
did.
go
I
ahead.
remember they did sign. They made a deal with ChatGPT and OpenAI.
Integrate.
Yeah, to integrate,
Remember
right?
that.
So you just have that direct link. I forgot to mention that. So that's something positive, right? So if you're talking about something, and this is where I think the digital ad sales are going to really come into play, because ChatGPT going to be paying, or Shopify going to have to pay ChatGPT essentially to have that direct access from the platform onto the website. So
Well said.
I think that's something important there.
So the point that I have 2 points on this, the $1 billion investment mirage, for lack of a better term. So like the main headline kind of focused on the GAAP net income, but they reported a huge, massive $581 million GAAP net loss. That was almost entirely driven by that basically a bit more than $1 billion mark-to-market loss on their equity investments. It was likely from their investments in Affirm and Global E. So they're taking a bit of a hit there. Those are companies they obviously do business with, hence the need to invest in them, but those haven't been performing well lately. So a bit of $1 billion unrealized mark-to-market, to be fair, lost there, but something to keep in mind. Then as Joey was talking about, their kind of adoption into agentic AI. So management spent a lot of time, a lot of money on this agentic commerce. That's AI agents who shop on your behalf. However, apparently, if you believe the reports, the internal metrics here are showing that while merchant adoption of these AI tools is high, the conversion of these into actual revenue quite low. And that's really what matters, right? It's great that people are using them. Perhaps you're building habits, but at the end of the day, it's got to result in dollars and cents, and that hasn't done that quite yet. So a bit of a tough look there for Shopify. Hopefully they can catch up a little bit. Let's have a look at the TA. But these moves were just so aggressive here in the pre-market. None of these levels even came in. But let's see if this one came in, Assassino. Buy pullbacks into 128, 129. If it holds, target 131 to 133. You didn't get that at all. That was the release of the earnings report there, right at 7 a.m. And within 2 5-minute candles, we were down into 113. The momentum trade through 131 breakout, extension looking for 133 to 135, didn't even come close to that. And then you had a loss of 128 short towards 125 to 122. That probably wouldn't have come in either, because quite frankly, you have to have been ready at 7 a.m. to take that 128 short, and most people weren't, right? So there was that loss at 128. But if you took it to 125, then 122, that would have been printing. But yeah, you would have left a lot on the table there, because I think it got to a 107 low. So morning note, some of the levels didn't come in today. It wouldn't have got you into any bad trades, but a lot of the trades wouldn't have come in at all. Any final thoughts, Joey, as we round down?
I see Jody in the chat. I haven't seen her.
Edit, Jody.
Yeah, what's up, Jody? No final thoughts, man. Man, oh man, oh man. We're going to get prepared to go over to Atera here momentarily. Shopify to the downside. Adera.
TTD to the downside. The second I saw this headline, I knew I had to make sure and check on this stock here. OpenAI announcing that they're starting to roll out a beta self-serve ads manager in ChatGPT. This will be gradually opening the ads manager to more businesses as they continue to test and refine the experience. Again, TTD sharply to the downside after OpenAI announces they're starting a rollout of a beta self-serve ads manager. Other ads-related companies include AAPL. Not moving too much on this, but TTD sharply to the downside. Back to you.
Oh,
roll out. I get it. So, but okay, maybe ChatGPT thinking ahead a little bit of OpenAI, but they need to get some ads onto their platform.
Yeah, they need the revenue they missed.
Real quick.
Yeah.
Like,
well,
real quick. So there you go. If you're gonna look for something that is going to manage it, there you go. Self-serving.
Roll out. Yes, Katina man. All right. I gotta fly back home because Arsenal is playing Atletico de Madrid in the second leg of the Champions League semifinal.
Now I'm good.
Tied 1-1 on aggregate.
Yeah.
That was on their turf.
What time's the game at?
3.
So we're just gonna roll. We could go a little overtime.
We're gonna go a little overtime? You could do it alone, buddy. I'm playing. And then now we're on our turf. So we go back to the Emirates today. Whoever wins today goes to the final. This would be the first time Arsenal goes into a Champions League final since 2006.
Really?
We got into the semifinal last year against Paris Saint-Germain.
This is semifinal right now?
Right now. Second leg. So you know the semifinal is 2 games, right?
Yeah.
So this is the second game. So this is it.
So would you say it was tied? Was it tied again? You
It was
said
tied 1-1 first game on their land, on their turf.
But that's better for Arsenal, isn't
yes,
it?
because then you go home tied.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Hopefully, and I like the way we played on Sunday. So
against Barcelona.
No, we didn't. No, Barcelona was eliminated.
Okay.
So we can either, if we beat Atletico Madrid.
Atletico,
Yeah. It will either be Bayern or Paris. They play tomorrow, yeah. Schweinsteiger. He hasn't been there for a minute, but I like the fact that you know him. All right, guys. You see that, Joey?
So
2.25.
Yeah.
You got 2.25 in the bag.
You got to go. Yeah.
Got to go. All right.
We got to get everything going over here. We'll send it off to the gentleman.
Big boys.
Don't forget, you guys have until 11:03 tomorrow. So don't think about leaving anytime early or anything along those lines.
And market recap.
Make sure you pay those. Yeah, the market recap. Today after. But I'm telling. So they're going to be even late. So even more overtime for the gentlemen. No, they love what they do. They're going to have some fun with it. Let's send it off to Neil and Sean.
You got to love what you do. I mean, you're in the wrong spot over here. It's like, I
love what you do.
You'll never work a day in your life. I don't know.
That's
a fugazi. I don't know about that, but
of course, because you can't. Like
work is still work.
Work is still work. You got to get up in the morning. There's always the trade-off. I love what I do, but I still,
you'd rather be at home. I mean, let's be perfectly.
I would love to walk my daughter to school every single day, but I can't make that. I can't make that work. It's what are you gonna do? We start the show at 8 o'clock. That's when I'd be walking her to school every single morning. So
yeah. Hey, welcome back, everybody. Nice day. Hasn't rained yet, Sharif, so you're good to go. Out there, it's really nice
windy.
day. Yeah, really windy. I thought it was going to rain, and I was talking with Marissa on the way to the gym there. I was like, oh man, I'm gonna have to pack like a little umbrella in the gym bag or keep it here. What's up? She did on the chat. I told her about it. Marissa here today, she said, we messaged each other back and forth all day pretty much. I said, I'm almost out of it. So this was about 11:15 because normally I'm at the gym and I'm calling her on the way there. So I said, I'm almost out of a position. We'll call you then. And she responded to me, okay, Katina, man. And that was the end of that one. So I just laughed and she laughed and I told Sharif and that was funny. So
people probably think that
definitely
Sharif made that nickname up, though.
What's that?
People will think that Sharif made that nickname up.
Katina, man? I don't know.
But that's been around since high school.
Oh, is it? Has it been? Okay.
Yeah. In our high school football chat, Katina man has been said for a while.
Okay.
It's one of those, when you'll call your boys by the last name. It's just Katina.
No one ever calls you Roberts, though. I noticed actually.
No.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
What was that? I saw that. What was that fate?
What happened?
He's doing something because I saw little things came on the side of the screen for a second. I don't know if that was just us.
That's just popping. Okay.
What was it? Someone called me Robes, and I'm like, no.
Oh, Robes? Okay, yeah.
I'm like,
that was a trading thing.
Because first of all, because you don't even say Roberts. You don't say it Robe. It's Robert.
Yeah.
So one trader was like Nairobi.
Right. Yeah, we used to have our trader thing there.
And Shakady and Nairobi.
Yeah, I know. Katina is like a. I saw something there.
I don't just leave it up there, can you?
In Italian is like where it's in your basement where you store. It's like a cold room, and then also it's a cantina.
Oh, seriously?
It's a cantina, and Katina is a chain of mountains. It means there. Anyways, that's cool. We're short Robin Hood. We took a little small position here just because we were underneath, and then we put much more on. You can see our average price is $77.40 right now, although that's a 45, that's a 30. So average fill, okay, there we go. We get a 20 fill. Just trading it through VWAP here, not through, but hoping that we would hold out on VWAP and bring that rate back in now on Robinhood. So here we go to the downside on that one. We did take a hit. There was a story in the middle of the day about Apple and Gemini and all that, and I just thought we were underneath everything here, so I would try. So we made a little bit of money early as Apple came out and said, I'll have to read that exact story again, but basically that they're starting to test implementation of all the different AI bots and whatnot, the large language models into Siri, and I think it was something with Anthropic and I don't know, OpenAI, everything like that. So that spiked Apple there because we get a little bit closer to hopefully getting some sort of a LLM there built into Siri so it can be a little more effective. And I was like, okay, well, you know what? I thought it was potentially going to be a Gemini Soul you know, kind of like Chrome and everything like that, where you can choose maybe Gemini or just native Siri. So I was going to go short, but then we broke through the 50-period moving average, and that changed my mind there. So we'll have to wait for Google upside. We still have Marvell is. even when I tweeted this out and I said, well, we still have a piece on, but like, I never know. Like, you never know this is going to happen. But Marvell into AMD earnings, we still got a very, very small piece left. I think it's like 5% left of Marvell near the highs. I put a 170 stop. Maybe we get a little more aggressive than that right now. We go 170, 150. So let's do that right now. And that's it. That's it for me, man. I mean, it's not too complicated. I'm going to go 170, 148. We'll put a stop order on that. We should have potentially Brian Shannon coming through today, so we'll see if that happens or not. But Marvell right now, nice upside play on that name. And I think it's all because we have tonight, right? And tonight's AMD. So if they report another big number, I feel like SanDisk and, you know, Marvell's another one, Broadcom, everything that's in the space runs. ARM runs. Like, I just think, oops, that's Robinhood again.
Doesn't it usually show the
Earnings calendars? What, for Marvell?
Yeah.
Oh, they're late. Marvell's always pretty late
Still should be here.
in it there. So, yeah, ARM I think is going to be a great stock. I didn't even, honestly, I didn't even look at it today, and it just happened right now at 4:02.
Oh, what happened there?
I don't know. I was only calling it up because I was thinking about all the names that should benefit from, you know, this chip game continuously moving forward, and then SNDK and Micron. What the hell? SNDK is $1,400, up 12.5%. Oh boy, talk about a great opportunity there to watch out for SanDisk and Micron into the close today as we got some big earnings.
SanDisk?
Send it. Yeah.
Send it.
Yeah. I was going to say something and I caught myself and then I said SanDisk, but you got it there. So yeah, send it over here, man. Send all the longs over this way.
Except for Palantir.
Oh yeah, do not send that one to Dan Ives.
It made the bounce at the 135, so eventually played off 135, but you know, I'll call it like 1.5 for 3 there on Palantir for 2 reasons. One, because that looked like it was a good out, but I had to get up, and I can't move. You could code something for trailing stops, but I just sort of left a break-even stop in there. But realistically, like that other out should have been up here once it hits the target. And if anything, let's see. Yeah, now that I look at it, whoops. Ugh. That's one thing that bugs me. Like if I misdraw the trend line, I actually have to unclick it and then click it again to start a new one.
Yeah, it's not a great system.
It ends up holding this trend from VWAP, and that one could be taking into the volume weighted average. That's too late. SMCI, only short this one because, yeah, it was a long early at this price into VWAP, and then it lost the bid and started making lower highs. But I think I'll probably just get out of this here, as it looks like it wants to go. And wait around until VWAP. They also report after the bell at some point tonight. I think we determined that SMCI was a little bit later than the others. But I'm going to hop out of this, maybe look for another spot to get in. Still want to play weakness or relative weakness there. Again, if you're downward trending and, you know, under the volume weighted average price, all that kind of good stuff, then I want to look for the short and find some strong names that might be able to find some dip. Biggie, how about STRL? Sterling Infrastructure. Do not know them.
Always random names people.
There's always a lot of random.
What was that other one
get
this
thrown
morning?
up.
Sezzle, and we never really did too much about it. I mean, we've heard of it once we called it up, but
that is a Sterling chart.
Is that sterling silver over there? Silver.
Well, that'll play.
We actually, you know, we haven't talked about.
There's no technical analysis on something like this. Congratulations, you know. Trend is your friend.
What do they do? Wow.
I don't know Sterling. I have no idea what this company. I could look it up, but then what's the point? Anybody else could look it up too.
Yeah,
I mean, look at the chart. There's no technical analysis to be done when you've got a winner that.
I'm going to say something to do with the data centers.
Somewhere, but
needless to say. Yeah, so here's the names that are coming tonight as Neil and I just sort of stumbled over what times we're coming through. Big Bear AI, I am very nervous about Big Bear AI. I mean, I didn't like the Palantir put up a huge quarter. You know, it's like 2 quarters ago, Alex Karp said this is the greatest quarter in tech history or something like that, and Palantir tanked. So I don't know. I mean, I'm hoping for the best and not thinking the worst, but whatever. That's coming at 4:15. Join us tonight, Neil, myself, at Dara, I believe. I don't know if Brendan's gone for the afternoon. We'll have to figure that out. But Lumentum coming through at 4 p.m. Strategy at 4 p.m. as well. Tempest there. Lucid. Oh yeah, I just saw you thumbs up. No, I'm logged in. Okay, good. I didn't know if I was logged in or not. Lucid 405, that's probably going to be a disaster. And this morning we had PayPal, that's still down 10%. Shopify was down 12% the last time I checked there as well. So super micro. Look, we have it at 450. So I'll see everybody. I'll be in my car at 450. So hopefully that one won't worry. And maybe it'll come a little bit earlier because sometimes it doesn't come at all. So we'll wait. Oh, man, this screen, I don't think it's the mouse, Joe, over here. Something's wrong with this screen. No, it's not watch. No, it's not watch. Because look, you can't go up. You see how
It is. I was telling this to Joe. It's like when the configuration of each of the monitors is like not aligned properly.
Yeah, like I can't. Okay, anyway. Sometimes it lets me push up, sometimes it doesn't. But
yeah,
bro, it's the mouse, bro. Come on, we can't afford mice around here. This is a good one. This is a Corsair. It's supposed to be. I talked to Obi.
It's not the mouse. Anyway. It's like you can only go up from one screen to the other.
I promise
like
you.
2/3.
Want me to switch it right now?
You guys know what I'm talking. Anyone that's multiple monitors knows what we're talking about.
I'll do it. No, I promise you because I took it out as soon as I listen. Neil, I don't know. Okay, I know what Neil was saying, but I was actually using it, and as soon as I used the other mouse, everything was 100%
Let me show you an example.
operator. It was
look. I'm trying to go.
I know, man. It drives me nuts.
See, like there now it worked. It went through, but sometimes
but you have to it's like there's some form of wall there. Yeah,
there is a wall there. That's right.
Man, it's crazy.
What are we even doing?
Honestly, like if you find yourself. Unable to figure out very simply what you were explaining there, Sean, that maybe you had a traumatic brain injury, which is a serious thing.
That would be.
And if you have, then Origenics has some serious updates, ticker OGN on the NYSE American. The company has now activated its phase 2A clinical trial in Australia, with its first site fully operational and patient dosing expected next. They're developing ONP-002. An intranasal treatment targeting concussion and mild traumatic brain injury, an area where there are currently no FDA-approved therapies. Alongside that, Origenics has spent the past year strengthening its balance sheet, raising capital, resolving liabilities, and restoring exchange compliance. The focus now shifts to execution. With clinical progress underway and additional CNS assets under evaluation, remember OGEN on the NYSE American. Again.
I mean, it was a little. It was a nice throw. It was a little dramatic. It
was a bit much.
We don't need to have
It was a bit much.
brain trauma to be able to figure this out. But
I didn't know enough.
I do think there is something. That was a good one. Good segue there. I am getting a little bit more out of Robinhood. I mean, the Robinhood out was going to be a break of VWAP, and maybe if we were able to get some out, we would hold it a little bit further. So I think we're going to use. I have 70s now on Robinhood. That's that tick right into here. So if we do get out on it, this looks like. I guess it was Meta maybe mid last week, where we ran into a level like this, but it was to the high side, and we bought Meta. I think it was 606, 607, something like that. I was talking to the guys on the midday, and then it just ran, and we got like $13 or $14. We're definitely not expecting anything like that from Robinhood, because look at this, man. We take a look at that. Look at the market. I mean, this is another 1.5%. Like, what in the... Like, if you have money on the sidelines, it's just like it's burning a hole in your pocket right now, because the NASDAQ, like, just easy day, every day, seems to want to go up. Now, I know it was down yesterday, don't at me, down 1.19%, but, you know, we're up 7x that today as it just continues to climb higher, and obviously on the back of some big data names, right? I mean, we had seen sort of the climb up there in Micron and SanDisk and everything like that. And if I even just go over here, Apple's doing some heavy legwork. I mean, these are some of the names that I look out for every single day. And if we just go zoom it in here, okay, the SOXL obviously is 15%. Intel, come on. There's even like a little marker I've never even seen before on my screen. I mean, that must mean parabolic or something. 108, Micron up 10%, Qualcomm up 9%, Marvell up 5%, AMD, ARM. There's like, look at all these names on here, Qs, SMH, Broadcom, and then there's Apple doing heavy lifting too, 2.5%, Oracle 2%, Bitcoin up 2% from yesterday's close, Google up 1%, right? And we flip it over to the downside of it, you get Shopify, poor Shopify. Actually, they broke through that 110 area, not good. That was something that we were hoping would hold. PayPal. Isn't it just hilarious that the bottom 3 names are all names that reported? So it's just like they can't get out of their own way, it seems like. Netflix, what story did we miss with Netflix? I mean, why is Netflix below $90 right here? I mean, I thought that was going to be some sort of a wall. We did not like to see that break, that's for sure, on Netflix. Like, I must be missing something. There must be a story here, because this oopsies, that's from the splint. This Netflix right here, like I thought it was going to hold right there, because I didn't see a reason for it to come back in. especially after that Warner Brothers deal has been passed
I
up.
want to see it back at 80. That would be a bad sign.
I don't want to see it anywhere. I don't. This is not good. So okay, we'll have to watch out for Netflix. I think that was a story that AI would be part of that story, and it would be actually a good thing. You know, we talked about how Spotify can curate maybe your playlist a little bit better than Apple, and that's what people are preferring and things like that. And I felt like Netflix also has a decent algorithm. I guess they just need a little bit more content. Silver just showed up on my scanner. I was just talking about that when you looked at that stock sterling, and we said we hadn't looked at silver.
Made me notice something on my hot list
in a minute.
now I don't even know what it means.
Yeah, I don't know either.
No, like my hot list has like these. See this?
That's what I was saying. Yeah, there's little markers
Restricted?
there today. Maybe we downloaded a new. Oh, restricted. Maybe that's for short sell.
Oh, it could be SSR.
Maybe.
That doesn't apply for. I guess SOX S.
Maybe
Oh
yesterday?
yeah, the blue means
Well, SOX S is the other way around. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, because
Okay,
that would be the short.
that makes more sense. So the blue just means restricted. I don't know what and then orange ones show up every now and then. It's a weird thing, but yeah, so that's their way of showing that it's SSR, I suppose, which is important to know. And the reason why you want to know whether a stock has the uptick rule in effect is imagine you're trying to trade it. Now I'm shorting this on the trend line on BMR, but imagine that I was trying to take a break of the low. So you're sitting there, you're waiting, you have like all the time in the world for it to make this bottom break at like just call it 2270. It's not, but let's just imagine it is. And then this breaks, you try to get 68, 69, your key swipes down, and then, oh, that's right, it's SSR, you don't get the fill. So you might be better off, if a stock is SSR, looking for little pops up to be able to get into position. So that can be the better way to trade it if it's SSR. What was this? There was a stock the other day where, like right off of the open, shoot, was you were gone. I don't remember what it was.
Is it Roblox?
I don't remember if it was,
Talking about one that went
Roblox.
SSR?
No, there was an SSR, like just a breakdown. Oh, I know what it was. It was CAR. It was Avis. Oh. It was a pullback day on Avis. And I don't want to say there was an obvious breakdown level, but to me, it was an obvious breakdown level after it halted. So halted down once at the open on the day that everything fell apart. And then it opened up, and then in that first candle, it was like $350, maybe the second day. It was a $350 level. So it halted, then 350 was an obvious breakdown. And it was SSR, and you try to punch the 350, and it's like,
right? And you
I'm like, you're not getting anything.
I'm not prepared.
Like, and there was no swipe back. Your only chance to have gotten the short was to sit there as it was trying to swipe back up, and then just kind of hope that it doesn't halt up on you. And if you did, it was a monster trade, but you couldn't hit the bid because it was short sell restricted. I know because I tried.
Yeah, I mean that's why it's good to have those little symbols.
I crossed like $1. Maybe if you crossed like $2 or $3, you would have got it.
I don't know if my
I don't know if you'd want to though.
I don't know if the scanners are working here, but nothing's really hit. Nothing's filled in yet. So IBIT hasn't really come into our levels yet. Shopify did not. We wrote down Shopify. I mean, Shopify is a little bit of an ugly candle here because I had thought, that Shopify did have some sort of opportunity to potentially get back to the upside right now. Someone's randomly calling me here.
Screen it.
It says tap to view reason for calling. So let's see. Anyways,
does anyone have the screeners that are built into all the phones now?
It's just a scam one.
Can I customize those? I've never tried to or even thought about it.
I think so. Like that one just said, oh, your phone, like, because they have to say, so it was like the guy put something in there. He's like, oh, it's a Chinese thing. It just says, your phone will be disconnected today if you don't answer this line there.
Of those?
So,
yeah, like mine gives like a generic thing, but I was wondering if like should I have a screen like options?
Oh, where it says like this is Neo.
This is what I want it to say. No, if I wanted to like mess with people.
Oh, okay, maybe. Yeah. I mean, it only does it for people that aren't in your contacts anyway.
Exactly.
Right? So you kind of are messing around with it. Okay, we did, as that was happening, spend a little bit of money here as Robinhood, just realizing I'm not even on any bids here. So let's just punch out a little bit there at 19 or 20 and take another out as it's coming right back in. So Robinhood's been a good short. We're out of exactly half of it right now, and we're going to wait to see if there's a downside play into 77 flat. So I'm just bidding right here, 77.05, maybe that hits, and then we're looking for the low of the day after that. So we'll see if, no, sorry, that's not the low of the day. We're looking for this right here, 76.80s, and then into the low of the day, which would be a 50 tick. So if that comes through, good for that. We'll wait for a Robinhood take, and hopefully it'll come through for us on that move to the downside. Uber just had a Uber move back up right there. Did that just halt? What is AIZN? Look, I mean, Uber, nice move right there into $74. AIZN. We have the Assurant.
What the heck
it's
is
open
that?
now? Okay, nothing. It's too bad that I can't screen this, and I apologize for sometimes.
Inc. 5 1/4 subordinated notes.
AIZ. Well, AIZ was also, oh, that's Assurant. Okay, so some are notes.
It's some kind of.
AIZ must have been the one that halted there.
Yes.
I don't know. It just looks like, anyways, it's now open. It's not halting. It wouldn't be open if it was halted. Anyway, this is just I wish you could filter out by volume here so we didn't have to, get halted notes about every single stock that ever halts in the middle of the day. Someone asked about AMD right here. Yeah, so if you're into AMD right now, I think it's great. You've got yourself obviously a winner. I mean, AMD has been one of those names that is completely parabolic to the upside with earnings coming tonight at checks notes 415 Advanced Micro Devices tonight. It will break higher. You might even see a 400 print tonight, to be honest with you. Why not go up 10%? I mean, it's up 5% right now. 10% from here, pretty much. I mean, depending on where we close.
The first move might not be up.
The first move might not be up, yeah.
That's the thing to remember.
The other way around.
Sometimes you get the first move down, and then you have to let it make the bottom, and then...
Yeah, I think the market is ready for AMD, so we'll see what they're looking for. Obviously, a well-covered name. It's funny because like NVIDIA has gone the other way today, so I don't know if there's potentially that switch is happening now. People are just layering into AMD because of it's not because of valuation. NVIDIA's valuation is much cheaper than that of AMD's. I just wonder if it's the fact that maybe it's a lower market cap. I don't know because. I don't know, maybe you guys in the chat can tell me, or maybe like I don't know what AMD is doing that much differently than NVIDIA to warrant.
Don't ask me, man.
This.
I've said already, if it wasn't for ARM and Intel, I'd be way more angry about the decision making on AMD versus NVIDIA for myself. Like that's one of the, sometimes it's the opportunity cost. Remember it was like 2 years ago, we were talking about SoFi versus Robinhood, and SoFi was fantastic, but Robinhood was better, so it was still like, it was the wrong decision, even though it made a bunch of money, and that's the way you gotta be able to think about things. So I don't know what's going on with AMD versus NVIDIA. I still think NVIDIA is gonna be absolutely fine, but it goes to show that it's not a one-horse race. Like what we were just looking at, what was that other stock, random one we were pulling up that was like the GE Vernova, Sterling or whatever. Like there's all kinds of ways to play data center. There's all kinds of ways to play AI push, and there's not just one chip name to rule them all. You just want some pieces of the pie, right? Like you can be winning in Caterpillar, you can be winning in AMD, you could be winning in Light, and you can be winning in Marvell. Like it's just, as long as you got a couple in your, a couple of these parabolic runners in your portfolio, then you can't worry if you don't have them all. I think that's an easy way to think about it. Something else to think about: the market continues to make highs, so any short, like on the trend here on BM&R. I'm going to show you what ETH is doing because I guess I didn't do that.
Is ETH going the other way? You're short BM&R, yeah, because IBIT
ETH is weaker than IBIT. IBIT's above VWAP. ETH has been trending down. So I paid for BM&R shorts this morning and didn't use them. Well, that was an interesting decision, Neil, because that was a great short. Anyways, but I'm using it now underneath VWAP and underneath that trend line, which is now gone. But I want low of the day here. As long as we're holding some semblance of the bid on ETH, and we'll just take it out, scalp it to the low of the day, just looking for other opportunities out there. Intel, oddly enough, the one short I had in Intel was basically, like that was it, and it just came back to the same price. I don't think I got back until after this, and I don't know how much I love it at randomly that same 109 half level again. So this one I think is a one and done. I'm not gonna try to, I didn't fight it on the way up this morning, and I'm certainly not trying to fight it this afternoon when it's catching that bid. Maybe if it does some kind of a weird, like false break of a high and a sharp pullback, it could be a little something on Intel. But 13%, unbelievable. It's another one of those days where I was looking for the dip buy. Once it had broken out, missed the first shot at a short. There's only 2 chances to short this thing. Maybe you could have had it at the same price before. You had to wait for your shot and then go for it. USO is creeping up, which does give me a reason to continue to look for some shorts. But it's not moving that much, but it's holding over VWAP. If you break out from here, that could give a reason for the market to maybe slow down and find some reversion. But I want to find weak stocks that you're shorting maybe at the volume weighted average price or better.
All right, everybody. Yeah, so I guess I was asking a little bit about AMD and what the difference was there. I mean, people talking about how it's just NVIDIA's captured so much market share that, it's time for AMD potentially to, take some of that back. So, maybe that's what's been happening there for AMD. And then some people were bringing up also the CPU aspects. So I want to give a shout out to those of you that were chiming in here on this one there. I can't see who you are. Oh, there it is. TPS reports said a few things there. Amy Liu talked about the NVIDIA leadership, and then coming in to take a little bit away from them here today. Like on the scanners, like nothing's really printing too much. You guys put it in the chat what you guys want to do. I mean, let me just quickly look.
I'm just going to ask the question.
I want to look at Tesla. Yeah, okay.
If we're considering the fact that AMD has to report tonight, you know what? I'm not even going to put a third option. If we're considering the fact that AMD has to report tonight, they've been going absolutely ham. You got to hold it for a year. You see that NVIDIA hasn't gone. Whoops, hit start voting. You see that NVIDIA hasn't gone. Type 1, but you have to hold for a year. None of this hold. It's not for overnight and how AMD is doing on earnings. NVIDIA 1, AMD 2, you got to hold for 1 year at these valuations. I'm going to double down on thinking that at this point, well, if NVIDIA's been lagging before, then hey, it's got to be a better value now for sure because that was so right before, right? I'm going to stick with 1. Now, but this is a little bit more mixed. And when you consider how far AMD goes, I think that's pretty telling. So keep the votes coming in. Maybe like 3 o'clock, we'll transition to a poll about
why not?
About some of these earnings names that we're getting after the bell. Not that there's a heck of a lot of.
I think there's going to be a lot of votes for NVIDIA there, and I
just because it hasn't moved.
Yeah, and I think it's NVIDIA is going and has been going parabolic. So. We will look out for some opportunities there to trade. So, okay, nothing's obviously hitting my scanners. We did talk about that a little bit. Look at Tesla, almost like a puff pass on this one. I mean, not much going on at all with Tesla right now, as you can see. I mean, it's kind of just stuck in the middle between the 50 period and the 200 period on the daily. We'll wait to see if anything hits with Tesla, but so far, not so good there because not much going on. With Tesla here. We did take a cover on Robinhood. That was a good one, man. It came right into, we actually got 13s down there on Robinhood. So now it's all good. We're out of more than half of this trade. We were waiting for 05s. It went to 08 there. So maybe a little bit of a dip down. We'll be able to get some more Robinhood. And again, just shorting it right here. That's why I sort of was watching Bitcoin, but I don't know if the Bitcoin Robinhood thing at this point. Robinhood's come out with their report. We already know the story, man. Bitcoin's starting to head back up. If we see trading continue to be strong in the crypto market, then we know that they'll take that revenue, right? We always, you mentioned yesterday, house money always, or the house always seems to win. So they are going to take a percentage, on that trading, and they don't really care what Bitcoin goes. Well, I'm sure they do. They're a holder of Bitcoin as well. So as Bitcoin goes back up to the upside, I believe there's a small piece of that on their balance sheet there. And then the other one would be, now remember, today there's a lot of hate towards this space because we have PayPal that was getting hit today. We have Shopify that was getting hit today. So both of those names like dramatically down. And, I read that Shopify report, man. I mean, we have it here today. I'm going to throw it out for you. You can go into, check the link in description. I've been told to say that many times. Right here, gapping down, like this is what we wrote down. This was only 9% at the time here. Maybe if I zoom in, we can all have a quick look. This is what's written, and thanks to Adara for putting this all together, of course. Gapping down after its Q1 2026 earnings, fine, all right, so we know that. Revenue 3.17, beat 309. Earnings of 36, beat 33. Gross merchandise volume came in at 101 billion, beating 98 billion. So 3 for 3. Here it is. The company expects revenue to grow by 28% year over year, beating the 27%.
You know what? If you want even more than that, then trust me, it's on the website. Everything's on the website.
Which website?
No, it's a running joke. Because what's his name?
We have something on a website?
No, Cohen.
Ryan Cohen.
Cohen.
That was the questions.
It's on the website.
Right. Stop asking. It's on the website. Yeah.
Well, that's I promise.
If we have our watches on a website, we should be promoting
on the website, son.
Yeah, Dara says it's on the website. Okay, so good. So
no, but like the 16% down.
That's what I mean. Like, why are we down? Why did we drop double from where we were this morning when I thought it was decent? But again, there must be something that we're missing on Shopify right here because I almost Now, we're always going to use our 3-day rule, right? We've talked about that a little bit. I like the first day, let it flush down, let the analysts and everything, get their piece. And, those that downgrade and everything like that, they're going to keep hitting this to the downside as they're looking for potentially where the buyers are going to come in. And then tomorrow, so you get upgrades and downgrades day of. Then tomorrow you'll get a few more of those. Some positioning will happen. And then day 3, if it starts to tick back up, then we can say, okay, maybe potentially this is a bottom. We found it. I think it's a little silly to get involved now to think this is a bottom. But if it holds here for 2 or 3 days after earnings, then that's when you sort of say giddy up, and we can start to go back, maybe back up to the upside after you found a little bit of a bottom. But right now, it doesn't look like Shopify has found one. And I actually thought that Shopify was going to find one in there. And, we say sorry about that, but we have a lot of real estate here in Canada. We don't want anyone to lose their jobs, but maybe that's what it takes. Like we saw Coinbase and a few of these other names start to drop out of, just say that they're, I think it was 14% of their workforce there for Coinbase. And it does suck when those announcements happen. But again, we've seen it battle back off those announcements to the upside because it's a cost savings, right? And we never like to hear that, but unfortunately, that is part of it. USO now, we're just hearing in our ear that crude is now closed. And again, that's happened to me every time today. USOI, I don't know why. But there it is, down 3. Yeah, that's right. It should be a fail sound right there. USO down right now into 143, down 3%. So we just hope that there's some relief at the pumps. I mean, there's definitely not anything around here.
Actual thing, by the way.
What's that?
SOI.
Yeah, I don't know. I know. It's on the Amex, I think. It keeps on dropping down. Your BM&R
just very quickly
flashed on my system.
Yeah, it just flashed. I don't know. My stop was right here, right above the prior bar at like 92. But it just flashed up on a volume spike. So it goes halfway to the low of the day. But that's a trend break where I'm not terribly interested in going long. Nah. There's got to be, I feel like there's probably something a little bit stronger from going into it. So I'll look for something a little bit better if we can find, if there's a continuation play in crypto, this breaking the trend at the volume weighted average price, I'd rather that be a topping tail candle and find my way back into a short on a relatively weak name than try to fight that on a reverse. So I'm not going to reverse it, even though sometimes you look at that kind of thing like a reversal trade. Not going to do it. Someone said IREN is going ham, Enphase is... IREN doing this is not, that's not weird because IREN's been up. It was crazy yesterday as well.
I'm going to take this up.
But Enphase, what got under this thing today?
Enphase?
Yeah. Because I couldn't, I couldn't find
It's
anything.
reaching for the sun today.
Yes. It's like Icarus.
It's going
to fly too
the
close
sun.
to the sun.
By the way.
Sunshine's a great movie, by the way.
Yeah, we didn't, yes. Go ahead.
So there is a sector-wide catalyst. It looks like Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said this morning during his press briefing that the ceasefire is intact. And I guess this is just semiconductor and chip-related news here for ENPH. I don't know why that would specifically impact ENPH. It had a underweight rating here, and they're going to be holding an annual meeting of stockholders on May 13th. So I don't know, a couple different things in Enphase. Again, it's being, for whatever reason, categorized as a semiconductor by Benzinga, so take that how you will. But yeah, I mean, Enphase, a couple things, nothing massive here.
Okay, well, interesting name, that's for sure. We can go back to that for a second. I just want to say that I did, so because we came back in here and I was bidding 5s, we would have easily got the 5s, obviously, because there's 4s on the bid right now. But I took 8s there because I was like, oh, I'll take it. It's coming back in. So we do take a fill there on Robinhood, and it's 40 cents. So we'll go stack up a little bit on that one. And we actually did have about a unit and a bit on this. Not like a 3 unit. 3 units is pretty high for a trade, and I didn't really want to do that right here in the middle of the day. So we take that Robinhood downside just a little bit as we continue to watch Bitcoin climb just a little bit. That's what I was talking about. BM&R started hitting on my scanners, but obviously same on Neil's. So got in and out of that one. All right, oil plays going through. Nothing else halting right now. What else you guys want to talk about here? Just looking at the chat. I mean, we want to enjoy. We do enjoy looking at the chat. You can go into our stock visualizer, and we can have a quick look at that. Oh, BE is almost $300. Jeez, man. Wow, Mr. Ducats. That's something to look at. A11Y Guru keeps saying Fastly. So was Fastly reporting last night? I think I remember Fastly in the news recently. FSLY, Fastly again. I believe this is one of those names that we have our good friend Kathy Wood talks about Fastly. I mean, UiPath and some other names like that, but there goes Fastly. Wow, this is actually...
They're tomorrow.
Is it? Okay, yeah, I knew... I knew I'd seen it on our board, but yeah, wow, this actually, not going to find too much of a better looking stock. Well, you will. There's lots of better looking stocks, but one that hasn't broke through the levels yet. That 50-period moving average, kaboom. This must have went from New York to NASDAQ because this is an old name. So we're missing data. But anyways, just if you look to be a stock that's maybe gone a little parabolic, how about 5 times right now? That was $7.
They flip markets.
Up to 35, back down. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think it was New York to NASDAQ, over there. So Fastly, yeah, really going up. We can actually have a look here. FSO.
Well, it makes sense. And someone put a note in the chat. Remember, DigitalOcean's up a bajillion% today.
Yeah.
So it's a sympathy play. DigitalOcean's up 35%.
I mean, but look at Fastly. This is actually if we go over to like a weekly chart, this is a daily chart right now. So you still have a long ways to go until we get anything over here. Remember, no splits, nothing like that. But there it is, man, looking like it does want to, well, I mean, there's really no significant breakout. This was a great breakout right there, $25. It danced around it for a minute. Now you're upside. So I think if you're into Fastly right now, this $25 mark might have been the jump spot there. I mean, it did jump up to 35, came back in, stopped and halted the move around 22, and now you're back up to $32. So yeah, man, good little look there on Fastly. I think you're right about trying to maybe hold out for more on that. You know, we've seen breakouts last for quite a while.
I want to answer Trade Sniper.
Ahead, yeah.
Trade Sniper TV. Yeah, I like that. It's a cool name. You guys use Trade the Pool to trade stocks. How do you connect that to TradingView? It could be a general, I don't know if that's a general question directed at us, but we're at Real Trading, so we use, like there's the trading platform PA is proprietary to here. So if you ever see, you might see occasionally I'll pull up like, I don't know, like Bitcoin or like the DXY or something that we might not have in our system, and you'll see me pull up a TradingView chart, but that's, of course, as I try to type DXY, I typo. But that's the only time you'll see me use TradingView. I know some of the, it's a charting platform people use. I have no idea how that works for Trade the Pool, but you know what? Whenever you're trading, I don't care who your broker is. Real Trading is extremely responsive to their traders in terms of asking for requests. We didn't always have alerts like Sean was using today, and then people requested it. You get it added. If you have a question of your broker, you get on them and you ask them. It is their job to make sure that they are attentive to your needs, right? Like you are the client. So I would just
they would love to answer.
Yeah,
that
of
question.
course. Like that's the thing. And you might have been asking generally in the chat to somebody else. Hangry Wife Pete Pro 8 doesn't have Bitcoin. It does.
It does.
We don't trade it. Like here, let's see if I can find it. That's the wrong one. Shoot. Wrong thing in the drop down. There's so many options for Bitcoin. I have to go BTC. There's actual Bitcoin futures coded in here. I can't even find it. Yeah, you know why we don't use it? Because it's a different asset class. I have to find it in the drop down. There's like a million different things we have for Bitcoin. But the reason why we'll usually use IBIT, and that goes for most people when it comes to trading the futures. That goes for why when I read you guys the list last week of like the most heavily volume things at Real Trading, there were all a bunch of things on the Amex, some of those like leveraged ETFs. It's because your equity, like your equity buying power and risk is one thing, and then there's like a futures buying power and risk, and then if you want to trade Forex, there's Forex buying power and risk, and if you want to trade Forex, they're all separate, and so would the crypto one. So if you've been an equity trader for a while, everything is built up in that platform, and IBIT looks like a stock, trades like a stock. I use the same risk for that and the same buying power for that. So it wouldn't even make sense to trade something that you can express to trade in an ETF if you're Real Trading in anything but that. And that goes for the futures too. It's a big reason why people will not trade the ES. They'll just all be in the SPY because the move's going to be the same, and you don't have to worry about building up multiple accounts. You can if you want to at Real Trading. They're all there. Sometimes you can get information overload with the amount of things you can trade.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's a good point. Well, I'm just going to go over right now. We're going to go to compare your profits right here. And we're just going to go over, and you talked about Trade the Pool. We are with Real Trading, and every day, if you are part of Real Trading, it's called the Trader Information Portal. We have all the top markets that are being traded here. And we always scroll down. Yeah, not a very profitable day yesterday, it doesn't look like. The top 10 traders from yesterday. Now, we've seen numbers here in the, oh God, I might sneeze potentially in a minute. We've seen names in here, in the 20s, 30,000 or so. Don't sneeze, don't sneeze. Blue Ocean last night, overnight. Palantir potentially, I guess. Yeah, I mean, $5,000 there. I mean, lots of things move in the aftermarkets, but yeah, most likely you want to lean towards something that reported. So that's Blue Ocean right there again. So we'll probably see that number even tick a little bit higher after tonight's names, and there's lots there. Oh, there's Blue Ocean again. Okay, so sometimes overnight you'll see you know, some big levels that are sitting around there, and once they're cracked, they go. So Blue Ocean, a couple of traders on there. But then yeah, just to the point, there's really no CME on here ever. People will trade to Amex to look for the SPY or, you know, oil instead of trading. Like, we actually have oil individual contract futures, like we showed you that before. And here's all the different markets that we actually have. We just start right here at Real Trading, like Stockholm, someone, you know, and so just to let you know, like, most of the time, a lot of the European names, there has to be something going on, you know, like whether in earnings or whatever. Most of the traders at Real Trading will look at the North American markets, but there are lots of traders that look in Europe, and I think that that's a very, very wise place to go. Some of the markets that are less traveled tend to be the better ones, you know, more opportunities there because less algos and everything. So there's, yeah, let's go Robinhood. Robinhood right now, 50 cents, as that just broke down through 77. I hope some of you have that one. Amsterdam, Chicago, Mexico, shout out. We have the Mexican stock market here as well. Get those agave stocks going. There's Turkey right there, Australia, the Hong Kong market. We always talk about the OTC market, so there they are right there, 1600. There's a funny clip I saw yesterday on the Daily Show. Someone asked President Trump something about a number, and he said 1112. But it was not, it was like he was trying to say 1,112 or something. But anyways, I almost said it right there. I almost said 1652. But there it is, Amex, Canada, Blue Ocean, we already talked about that, and then NASDAQ. So that's what's making money over here at Real Trading. And you know, for me today, I actually have all NASDAQ names. I traded AMD. This AMD is, I almost should frame this, to be honest with you, as just like a WTF moment. We went long there thinking that it came in. We're like, okay, let's watch this 345 level. We'll take 345.50s. And then, because the low of the day was already 345.20. So I said, okay, if it does break, then we want to get out. I actually gave myself even a little, I thought I'd give myself a little more room, but I didn't. That's a 97 print. So as soon as we got out, same minute, within 2 minutes, this trade was $3 in the money, and we got stopped. Now, we only had half a unit there because we were starting to build a position, but either way, man, I mean, how sweet would that be? 345 longs, we probably would still have a small piece on that. And I think even if I got out, right, let's not kid ourselves, most of the outs would be here, just like Marvell. We'll talk about Marvell, now 750. But right into there, most of the outs would be there. And then if I didn't get a lot of the outs in here, I might have even got stopped out. Because I don't know where VWAP was at the time, but like a break back down below these levels probably stops me out. But anyways, there goes AMD continuation play off of a sweet, sweet bid that we had at that one moment. But all right, we just talked about AMD, so it's important now that we figure out like where these implied moves are, because yesterday's Palantir was about 9%, was nowhere near that. Then the tank came through. So here we go. Adara, what are the implied moves tonight?
Well, I'm really excited because we actually have a whole bunch of really exciting implied moves for tonight. Occidental, I'm just going to start with that. Smallest implied move, as we would expect, 4.9%. But let's get into the big implied moves. They're all going to be in the latter half of the day because this is chronologically ordered. So you've got AMC, largest expected move, just shy of 15% here. Then you have SMCI and BBAI in third and second place, respectively. BBAI with a 14.5% expected move, and then SMCI 13.2%. Sorry, ALAB also up there here, 13.4% expected move. But AMD, the man, the myth, the legend, expected to report at 4:15. I find them to be incredibly timely when it comes to that 4:15 earnings drop. 9.4% expected move for them. Lucid of Timothy Chalamet and car fame, 11.8% expected move. Then you've got Lumentum, LITE, which will just casually make massive moves on an intraday basis without news or earnings. We've got an 11.8% earnings expected move here for LITE. But if you want to look at all of these names on your own, for yourself, check it out on X at TTV Research. This infographic is live. Back to you.
Okay, yeah, good look there. I didn't know anything about Timothy Chalamet with Lucid, but I guess he's a spokes. Oh, global brand ambassador.
I have like not one but multiple infographics of Lucid with his face on it because we legally can.
There we go. Okay. All right. Global brand ambassador. I saw last night that he did not
getting paid,
go with. I don't know if it's a girlfriend or wife, but she went to the Met Gala there. One of the and no, he went to the Knicks game. So he was sitting there courtside at the Knicks game. Get it?
Yeah.
The Chalamet there.
I mean, look. I'm sure the Met Gala is nice, but like,
which one was his?
Playoff basketball in Madison Square Garden.
I forget which. Kendall Jenner. Is that the right one for him?
I don't.
Anyway.
You're asking the wrong. I'm pretty sure it's somebody along those lines, but I honestly.
Oh, it's one of them. I just don't know which one it is. I'm just because I saw her over there too. All right, so a couple more outs there. Just took another 77 there. Remember, our out on Marvell is going to be 170, but I almost think we don't need to get too fancy with this. There's that 170 right there. Actually, I don't know. Part of me is thinking I should get out right now. What is that low? Yeah, let's go to 17. What is that? 171. Okay. I think let's just go on a 171 break. I don't want to wait all the way down. So, already there, 171.50. That's already what we're using. Okay. So perfect. We're almost shut down. So see, better idea than I thought. 171.50. I thought I was going to wait for 170, but my stop order was already in for right here. So if we break through 170, we're going to get out of that one. So we'll have to wait to see what Marvell wants to do with that. If it does break out, man, we're just going to get out. So that's simple play there for me on MRVL. If it breaks, we're out. And if not, we'll stay in it just for a little bit. We can now put our offer maybe at the day's high of around 173. So if it does kick back up there, we'll just thank our lucky stars that we didn't get stopped out there. Still $7, so we'll take it. Robinhood doing its own thing. Like, I wish there was more stuff happening. I mean, there's nothing halting right now as we wait for more plays. We could always trade SanDisk.
Might take another shot.
If we felt jiggy with it, but look at SanDisk is not doing too much. You're taking that shot on eBay.
eBay popped, has gone 105 to 106. Sorry, 106 to 105 to 106 to 105 to 106 to 105. I just took it the one time. This morning, this was the one that bugged me because it was really the short the continuation short that I liked the most. I didn't get back in until it played off VWAP. So if this pops into VWAP and the market's going to be slightly, trending up all afternoon, that gives you something that we could trend into and get a bit of a reversal. So I'm going to throw that up somewhere. A lot of people talking about the Lakers. I have no idea if Luka's playing, and why does LeBron flop? LeBron flops because everybody else flops. I'm not a LeBron apologist, but you literally had Jaylen Brown complaining about Embiid flopping, and then that guy had one of the worst flops I've seen in the playoffs. It was the night before. Yeah. And then he's complaining about flopping in the press conference. It's just, you understand that sometimes it's just about being competitive and trying to win, and if refs fall for it, then what are you going to do? You're going to do it. I remember one time I was in a tournament, we in high school, we weren't really we didn't expect to do much, and then we found ourselves in the semifinal, and I knew the ref was out of position, and a guy, he hacked at me, and he absolutely fouled me, but my back was to the ref, and there's no chance he could see it. And my first reaction was to, I did one of those. And then the ref made the call. I'm like, he didn't see it probably, but the guy did foul me. I'm like, whatever. I got to the line. We got the 2 points, and it mattered. So at the end of the day, you just do what you can to win within the rules, and you get caught, you call for the foul. So I'm not one of those haters on all the flopping. Because to me, you're either just doing what you can to win or you're not trying at all. It sucks. I hate watching it, but at the end of the day, it's not the end. Intel's barely even moving. I thought maybe there'd be something here. Tell me you're up 14%. And you're going absolutely sideways. What is going on in some of
the whole market is really slowed down.
Yeah, volumes. Not this again. AMD here. Yeah, maybe something. Yeah, double top on AMD. That could be a little something. Up there, chilling. I didn't know either. I was just throwing up this AMD chart, and then we're saying hi to Adair. Little double top action on AMD. That could be something, but
Andre the Giant.
Whoa, SMCI. Oh, I don't believe you. Right back into prior close. If this fails going green, this is now set up a nice trend up to try to revert. I was long in the morning. That was not a short. This was just long on a bounce into VWAP. Maybe something into 28 for a reversion there could also work. We'll see. I love that people are bringing up Deflategate. There's a big difference between Deflategate and flopping.
Oh yeah, deflate.
Like there's a type of cheating that like only one team is doing, and then there's something like which happens every single game by pretty much everybody. I don't equate those as the same. Dara?
As someone who was deeply fascinated by Deflategate when it happened, but knew nothing about football and still doesn't know much about American football, like, did they deflate? Like, because I know it was Tom Brady, right? And the Patriots, did they deflate the balls? Like, what was the allegation and how many people were doing it?
Yeah.
I'm actually curious here.
Oh yeah, I mean apparently they went to the ball boy and all that kind of stuff, and they did. I think there was some ratting out of him and everything like that, and it's just that he had preferred the ball, I guess, a certain pressure.
I'm not even remotely okay.
That was a long time ago.
My bias is implicit here. I'm a Bills
the Patriots
fan, so
are more
you know
about
how
cheating on the signals and everything.
It was the taping at practice.
Yeah, that was a little bit.
That's the bigger deal.
The thing is, like in college, like if you can decipher what somebody's play calling is, I think that's fine. Like honestly, if you're looking at a third base coach and like you figure out what the steal sign is,
perfectly legal.
I mean, that's completely fine, right?
You can signal anywhere.
I don't know about like chilling out at people's practice facilities and doing stuff like that. That seems to be a little bit off-putting. But other than that, man, I think the Deflategate was just probably a thing. There's a lot of haters for New England as well. Like, let's be perfectly honest. And I'm sure that they may be just, I know you're one of them there because, of course, because of Buffalo there as well. As a Green Bay Packer fan, we don't hate that many teams because there's not that many teams in our way. So
yeah, the Bears have not been good for a very long.
I mean, the Vikings
you guys used to be.
The Vikings never even won a Super Bowl before, and the Lions. I mean, if anything, people feel sorry for.
No, I have nothing but love for the Detroit Lions.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
because if you're
very
like,
similar.
Yeah, they're very similar to the Bills. White House press briefing at 3:00. We've got the Lumentum earnings at 4. We've got AMD earnings at 4:15. I like this little coming up thing, but it needs to have that black background all the time. There was a couple times it came in and you couldn't even read it.
And the briefing has Rubio. I just wanted to say this is our first press briefing with Secretary of State Rubio because we know Caroline Leavitt, White House press secretary, she's on maternity leave. They've decided they're just going to have a rotating host of cabinet members. Apparently J.D. Vance might also do a briefing. Secretary Bassett might do a briefing today. It's Marco Rubio to kick things off. I will be covering this with bated breath. Back to you.
With bated breath. No, that's a saying that I don't know that I know precisely what it means. It's anticipation. It's anticipation
for something.
Right? Oh, so it's like, yeah, okay. I know it's anticipation, but it's just one of those. So SMCI just did this whole move into the. Didn't even get fully filled. Just came into the high, pulled back in. Now it's going through VWAP. A little bit of a right-hand turn. BM&R also turned around, so I could have got back into that. You could have literally taken about anything on that curl off the high, and it looks like we started coming back in. So let's look for the prior low in the morning, 27.6 here. If I can get a reload on a snap back up and still give it to the high, fair enough, that'll work. For sure. Trig trades with a super chat.
Yeah, Trig trades there. He says like shooting fish in a barrel. Well, need to look at those barrels. I mean, we've been shooting some fish here in Robinhood. Yeah, go Seahawks. Yeah, I mean, Seahawks gonna have another great year, I feel like, but Sam Darnold really turned it up for them.
I liked them last year because Kenneth Walker is one of my favorite players, but now that he's on the Chiefs,
too bad that's such a boring Super Bowl. But
that's a tough one because now he's on a team that I don't want to win, and I like the guy.
It was Seattle, New England. That's who it was. Yeah, so I think. Out of both those teams, I think Seattle would have a better chance of repeating than New England. But
New England's gonna have we're gonna have a real schedule this year.
Drake May could be, but I think he got some help though on the receiver side of things.
Heidi Lundgren. Heidi Lundgren.
No, so we've gone over. Yeah, what's up, Heidi? We've sort of gone over Big Bear AI, and I've sort of showed you guys what we're looking for here with Big Bear AI. I mean, they're going to be coming tonight, and it's just going to be a tricky one to see where they wind up going. I mean, if we zoom in a little bit here, this is why I basically was picking Big Bear AI. I mean, we understand, that they are going to be an AI play. We see a name like Palantir get hit. And with all the software as service names, a little bit nervous, but you could see here their last couple quarters, you go from like -5 cents, -42, -25, -49, -3, -1. So their estimated EPS right now is -8 cents. I just wonder if they can turn it around and get a positive number there. And if they do, then I do think that Big Bear AI does have a very good chance of flashing through today. So we'll see if Big Bear AI does have it in it. But I mean, like I said, we saw what Palantir was up to right here, right now. So BigBear AI Holdings is anticipated to improve its revenue visibility as it approaches 2026, so that's great. Improved balance sheet, so hopefully they don't have to. Check out the balance sheet, see what their cash on hands are, cash equivalents, because we don't need to raise, and that's part of the problem. If you start to raise, then the market comes after you. We've already seen that on offerings. All right, so here it is. Positioned to benefit from the increased investments aligned with its core competencies. So we talked about that for border security and things like that, particularly due to the current administration's focus, there it is, on technology-led solutions. So I've never even read this before, and there it is talking about what we're doing there. They do have something called Ask Sage, that's right. It's like a large language model that has been approved for the Army there. So they have a recurring revenue of $25 million. We're hoping for more than that as well. And then on this side, they just talk about, it looks like the bears are worried a little bit about their balance sheet again and gross margins. So we already sort of know about that, but there it is right there. BigBear AI is a provider of mission-ready artificial intelligence. So this is the kind of stuff, like I've recently called this a baby Palantir, but now it doesn't really make any sense. There's so many baby Palantirs out there. Analytics capabilities, logistics, cybersecurity solutions, autonomous systems, digital identity services. Like these guys are all over the place. And I think they're positioned right. Just a matter of will the earnings show up and will it give us something that we like. Like look at NVIDIA right now. So anyways, thanks for the question on BigBear AI. I always think it's, here, we can look at the chart. I think it's a little foolish to try to play the earnings game. But, you know, if you're looking to dip buy, or maybe you, let's just say you have 10% of your position and maybe you're not into BigBear AI, and what I just read to you, and you've done some research yourself, and you think that there is a potential headwind to tailwind pushing this name forward, then yeah, possibly. But remember, like if it's a problem, there is a short vote of 28% or so. So BigBear AI, the shorts will come after this name and bring it back in. So if you bought off the lows, I mean, I think there's a chance for this to go. So we'll wait on BigBear AI. But you know, no matter what the name is, like we said, if you look over at Shopify, we started the show showing you what Shopify's numbers were like. We started talking a little bit about Palantir earlier as well, and that they had a decent quarter and, you know, down 7%. So the software names are coming, man, and they're hard.
But what's Meta's excuse?
Well, they're CapEx. I mean, Meta hasn't been able to.
I mean, today, I can understand. I understand why the earnings names go down today.
Money only can go one place, and right now, money. Hey, what's up, Adara again? Yeah, money seems to fly into the hot sectors.
It's like when if it's the AI
this
trade.
This is good. Keep it like this. There we go. Keep going, Neil. That's fine. It's better they don't see me.
It's just weird because that could just replace the column there for a couple of seconds. Anyways, it doesn't really matter, but it's cool to be able to see what's coming up. I think it's a great idea.
We're the guinea pigs around
here.
It's
a matter of where to put it. It's just a matter of where to put it. Someone's got it. I'm used to beta testing. Beta testing is a part of
we do that.
It's a part of a trader's life. We
do that around
if you're at a prop floor, for sure. Like although I'm not in the new version, you still are. Meta. What was I saying about Meta? Shoot.
Well, you're just wondering why it was down.
It's the AI thing. So like if it's when the chips are going to be strong, and we're going to be going nuts and bolts, and who actually is going to, and who's currently winning. You get more of the same, and that leads to some weakness in Meta. But what's different today is all of those same things. Usually that applies to the money going there and then Apple not being up 2.5%. Like I'm used to when our chip names are going ham, Apple looks relatively weak. We're not getting that today. Apple says, who cares? It's not the end of the week yet. It's only Tuesday, but Apple wants that high. I said it would be boring to the high. Well, today isn't all that boring. It's getting there. Apple's going to break that top this week, maybe even tomorrow at this particular rate. So another good day here for AAPL. Bad for Meta. Not the best for Alphabet. What? But it's at least
up 1%. I mean.
Yeah, it's up. It's held the gains, but it's been trending down. Like with the market at highs and trending higher, you have a few unfortunate names which are chilling at the lows to separate the winners and losers. I would posit that the comparison, you can't make a comparison between Alphabet and Meta, both being at the lows. Google is much, much better, Adara.
In this KOPN, we're seeing an interview here with the CEO. I've seen comments coming from this for the last hour or so. They said they're going to have a revolutionary new product soon. That was about 30 minutes ago. Nothing major here in terms of a move. However, CEO of COPN, which is Copen Group, just saying that a takeover offer, quote, may be coming for the company. back to you. Also, guys, a reminder, Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, could be starting his press briefing for the White House at any minute. Sorry, I'll be keeping you guys posted. Back to you.
So, some of you asking about they love having Sia on the desk as well. Yeah, she's just clearing up some paperwork, and hopefully will be back with us, just graduate and everything like that. So I'm hoping near the end of this week, but maybe even first thing next week. I don't know, but she's still around, so no worries on that one. Giving her some time to sort everything out, and then she'll be here. The idea full time, so we're excited to have Sia on board, of course, on that team. So and then doing the news desk there with Adara. And yeah, we're really happy, and obviously of that team, so as many of you are. So Brendan as well on the desk. So tonight we'll be staying late. We did talk about some of those names that we'll be kicking through later on, but let's just have a quick little look at the broader board right now, a little bit of a bigger picture. Neil just went over some of the tech names, but that's not the only sector there. I mean, Eli Lilly, I was really quite happy with this one, up another 2% today, really bouncing off some of those lows. They were starting to get to the downside there when they broke that 988 the first time. So we're right back at a key level. I will show that in just a couple seconds, what's going on with Eli Lilly there today. J&J is another stock, just waiting for that to get a little lower to buy some of that. We'll wait for some J&J. They've already reported, though. The financials really have been kind of sleepy for the last little while, so we haven't really looked at too much of them, but JP Morgan upside, Berkshire down. Berkshire had their annual report on the weekend. Didn't seem like it was anything too exciting over there. Even Warren Buffett was still around, saying that didn't really see anything that was worth putting cash into. So I don't know what that means exactly, other than exactly what it means. Schwab, Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley. So it seems like there's Coinbase down there on some worries there, cutting some of their staff and just worried that maybe the business isn't as rock solid as they had thought there. So Coinbase coming to the downside. We do have McDonald's earnings later this week as well. So they're starting to go upside, up 0.55 tomorrow morning. I just heard for them as well. Thursday morning, sorry. Marriott, Hilton, all upsides. Some of the travel names starting to go a little bit today. I think that a lot of that to do with much of the gas price, right? I mean, oil down 3% today. Could see maybe a little bit of a boon in some of these names, like an RCL or a CCL. I don't know what the best Carnival Cruise or Royal Caribbean or Viking or NCLH Norwegian, which name would be the right one to invest in, but they're all, down near some of these levels where I think they're probably going to be investable soon. I mean, this has already come back into these November lows, and you do have a nice chance to get back up to the upside here as vacations. I mean, cruises, I've never been on one, but they're pretty popular. We ran into some people that were claiming cruises on the weekend and go on some cruises. I think people, when they go on them and they like them, they really like them.
Yeah.
I don't know. I always fear the lineups and then just too many people, and I don't know. But the guys I talked to on the weekend, they said there's lots of restaurants and there's lots of stuff for kids to do as our kids get a little bit older.
Storm, you get the nice. No matter how big the ship is,
it's about the rooms.
You can easily still have waters that are rough enough that you will just have stuff moving all over the place. You know where that doesn't happen?
I don't want that.
That doesn't happen at the resort. That doesn't happen on the beach. As long as there's no tsunamis, which is incredibly rare.
Tsunamis,
yeah. You don't want to be on the beach.
Neil, if there's tsunamis, you won't be on a cruise either.
Well, yeah, that's a good point. I'm not a cruise guy.
Tsunami doesn't solve everything.
TCL is an upweight at the close.
Yeah.
So we're expecting.
Oh, that's right. There was that hantavirus.
Yeah, we're expecting a couple mil
on a cruise.
There was a virus and it was a viral outbreak on a cruise. That's the other thing. You're all in confined quarters.
Huh?
I don't think against it. My parents love it. We have friends that love it. I'm just not that dude, and I don't think I ever will be. But the CCL is an expected. It's a weird one because it's going. I think it's going from one of the Russells to the other. So it's more of an upweight than it is a down. So we're expecting a buy imbalance on CCL.
Trader TV Live New York, cruise. Right? Yeah, we could set up a Trader TV Live cruise. That'd be kind of fun.
No, we just finished saying. So right now CCL is already 3.3 million to the sell side. I think it's supposed to be a net buy. So that's the other way right now. Cliff, 2 points. This is early. 2.6 million already. Snapchat's a sell of 1.1 million.
Wow, those are actually pretty heavy so far.
CCL is supposed to be something
305,
tonight, but that's the wrong way. Snap, yuck, down again. Weren't we talking about potential breakout on Snap into $7, and then I guess it kind of lost a little bit. So keep an eye on CCL going into the close. That'll be potentially something. SMCI is still working through VWAP here, but since it broke trend, it hasn't really made a secondary push. I might look for a reload. I might look for a reload in here. I just heard that.
Yeah, I was just about Netflix. I should have waited till you were done. I saw it on there, but
hopefully now is my.
We'll look at that in a minute. Pops Mafia. I don't know.
I'm looking for the reload at this lower high here, but no, seriously, Netflix is a great question. I don't know, man. I thought Netflix was gonna hold 90, so I'm a little surprised it didn't even bother trying to hold 90 today. That's right.
I know Dara's with Fabian, but maybe there was a story about Netflix, like Netflix, like it's getting crushed, like
getting smoked.
I don't really know why. The Nasdaq's been up here right now, and not only that, man, but Netflix, and Dara's gonna come probably with something, but where's the green day?
I will be coming in with nothing because there is nothing. It literally says here on Benzinga, there are no fresh company-specific developments. We did have Paramount Skydance with earnings. We've got AMC tonight, so it's like maybe it's just having a little bit of like a horoscope. Like, I don't know, you know what I mean? Like certain things in the cycle. It's in that part of the earnings moment where we're getting a lot of these theater-related names. I have no idea if that's related, but what I can tell you is there's no obvious news on Netflix right now.
All right, so
getting a sympathy dump because of Paramount, that's not a good look. It feels, if that's the reason, that's not a good look for them. Because I think
no, but it's not getting anything.
It doesn't make any sense.
There hasn't been an update since April 16th. Like, this is the last time we saw an update in Netflix. Like, this is a nothing day, and then it's just been all down. I mean, why is that, for example, red? That should be green.
That's a green day.
I don't know. But anyways, nothing. You can have the time of your life, but there has been no green day right here in Netflix. So as I continue, I don't get no love for that one. But there it is to the downside as it continues to make lows right there on Netflix. Yeah, what's up to you as well, T2 Trades, man? You are right. I looked at Oracle earlier this morning and was like, what up with that, man? Oracle right now seems to be ripping. So we'll go over to Oracle and type in oracle.ny. And there it goes, man, up 3 and a bit percentage points. As, yeah, all these data center names, right? Everything involved there, whether or not it be Caterpillar, whether or not it be GE Vernova, whether or not it be SanDisk or Micron or any, the sum of the parts, Marvell as well. Everything today just seems to be upside. I mean, there's another 4% there on Marvell. We've even looked at ARM. We've looked at a bunch of different names that are really, really starting to go. And it's just a matter of believing in the dried up space as far as inventory is concerned and what's out there. Like SNDK, apparently they're already sold out through 2026. Like if you need any sort of memory or RAM or Micron's been DRAM, you need any of that, man, you're gonna be waiting a hell of a long time. So these back orders continue to get going, and that's why you see names like LRCX and Sharif went over Lam versus ASML and all that. And it's like, they need the equipment to make these parts. So as you can see here, Lam Research as well, upside, breaking new all-time highs right now. And I'd assume that ASML is also joining the party as well. I don't remember what the low was. I think it was 1,100 or something on earnings.
Got work to do, though.
Right there, 1,250, sorry, was that low. It still has moves to go here, but again, another 4.5%. So we're talking about what's working versus what's not. What's not today, some of these names, right? The fintech names, we've seen PayPal down 8-9%, and we saw Shopify down as we worry maybe potentially a bit about the consumer. I'm not too sure, but right now that's where we look for a little bit of a concern. Is the fintech space, because SoFi also.
I was worried about SoFi
hovering around 16,
but it's still held 16, so that's a good sign.
What kind of barcode is
SoFi?
Right?
The problem is SoFi got the dump and looked like it was closing in on the gap fill, which needs to break. It's probably almost exactly 17-ish, 17.05 or something like that. But it's holding on 16. For that next push up, it's going to have to do something a little bit spectacular. This feels like this could just be a really false move on SoFi, like that little shakeout. PayPal did almost exactly the same thing, right? Like you got the move up, held to 50, tried to go, went a little bit, and then if you got long after that first push instead of in here, still in the long off 47, 48. Personally, that wouldn't be my cup of tea under the 50-period moving average, but to each their own. You still have a little something going, but these fintech names have not been very good. And that was with us talking about how Affirm was looking okay. They report Thursday after market. Dara's not at her desk, so I don't have a Dara chiming and saying, Neil, you're right. But I'm pretty sure, they report sometime this week. And this one's setting up.
They do,
like this is a little bit better. if you're looking for like some kind of a fintech which is looking more bullish, right? Like what you expected out of, what I would have expected out of SoFi off that low, out of PayPal off of that low, you're at least getting out of a firm here with a chance to really squeeze if it can break $70. But all that will come to a head at Thursday, I believe, after the bell for them. Crazy Hood is not up today with Bitcoin. Robinhood's not only Bitcoin. It matters, but there's more to it than that. Like they're not going to get if you've got the payment processors and you've got the fintech names in general looking relatively weak, well, that's also the group that they're in. If they're not a pure play, like Riot's fine today, right? Like I'm sure Mara's having a very good day. I haven't looked. Riot's up 8%. Mara is up. I mean, they also have Bitcoin on their balance sheet. That's just sad, Mara. Mara's only up a point. Well, Riot's up, I'll give you that much. But it's not a pure play over there in Robinhood. Like, look at Coinbase. If we're making that argument, Coinbase even trimmed costs and they're down 3%. So there's been a lot weighing on some of these other players here. We're going to go back over to Sean. The only thing that I added was just a little bit of a reload at the lower high and then tighten the stop up here on SMCI as it tries to glide lower. I want it to lose VWAP, but if it holds VWAP again, I'll take some out.
I was just looking here, APUS, just quickly, I just want to bring this to everyone's attention. There is a story about this here. AppyMeds Pharmaceuticals, US settles, resolving dispute right now. So yeah, something happening here with APUS, a couple halts there, news pending, it's now out. APUS really starting to go upside again right now. And here on Robinhood, just a funny thing, like I'm probably helping their business out a little bit here, although we're not using Robinhood, but if I was, look at all these outs as we this almost looks like an algo again, but it's just me. Hey, it's me. Most of these lows, we got all in the bottom wicks right there, and look at it just continue to fall down in again. Just having some fun here in the afternoon, but volatility creates movement. And of course, if you're a sophisticated trader, movement creates opportunity. And Beta Pro by Global X offers Canada's first and longest running suite of levered and inverse levered ETFs built for sophisticated investors who understand the risks of leverage and the importance of precision. Its triple levered bull and bear ETFs are tied to the NASDAQ 100 index, are designed for daily tactical trades, providing amplified daily exposure and giving traders tools to engage with both upward and downward momentum. These strategies are currency hedged, seeking to offset US dollar exposure back to the Canadian dollar. For those navigating short-term market moves, both up and down, Beta Pro offers the flexibility to act with conviction, whatever that looks like for your strategy, your objectives, and risk profile. Trade tactically and learn more at betapro.ca. Same symbol that we always trade around here, TQQ. You can grab that Q, 3 Qs, grab that on the TSX as well. All right, so we were just talking about Robinhood a little bit. I mean, NVIDIA continues to get hit, man. I mean, you know, getting up to VWAP would have been pretty sweet there, and we can hit it right back down in, but that's not really happening right now for us. I'm kind of just like interested in this
happening in Zim.
Yeah, maybe Zim maybe have something to do with this name as well, but APUS, nice move. If we zoom back out on this and just to see, so the US here on APUS, there is a new story here. I just saw it, there it was. It's a pharmaceutical. They settled the resolve dispute regarding AppyMed's business combination with Mindwave Innovations. So this name looks like we either IPO'd right here back in May of 2025 and wasn't doing a whole heck of a lot. And there we go upside, clearing the way here for AppyMeds. So that looks like that story. I'm not sure what's going on with Zim right now.
I don't know. I'm trying to find it here. Zim was, there was a, no, they have a cash offer at 35 from some international company that nobody thought the deal was going through. So it traded like well underneath the price. Like ever since the deal was announced, this has been absolutely nowhere near. So if I had to guess, and I'm just guessing because I don't see a headline, there must be something indicating a better chance that this $35 deal could go through because it's being priced at a huge discount. As if the deal would, like, forget about Warner Brothers at like 10% underneath. Like, this one was trading like 30-something% under the value. Like, kind of like what WonderFi was doing with Robinhood. Yeah. Because WonderFi did the same thing, and sometimes that's a good value. Like, WonderFi was free money when it did this, but I don't know if that's the same with Zim.
I'm seeing one headline on Zim. I'm not sure if it's legit, so I'm looking into it, but just letting you guys know there could be something. I'm not going to say anything till I know.
Okay, perfect. You got to make sure you get it right.
It could be something, it could not be.
Volcan with the super chat.
Okay, Mr. Oracle. Hey, what's going on? What is your take on AMD earnings? Yeah, dump it. It would be my take. Hold on a second. I'll do that in a second. 77.31. Thank you for calling me the Oracle, but the Oracle of Omaha, of course, is Warren Buffett. I'm going to just quickly here think about getting out of this name as we look forward. Robinhood, if we do break it back above, we've done real well. I only have about 16% left on this one, so we'll watch out for that take of 70. What did I say there? Of 30s on that one. So we'll have a quick little look and see what's going on over there as well. But you want to talk about AMD. I think the numbers are going to be great. When I look at a stock that's been doing stuff like this, I mean, shout out to Taylor in the chat. It's been talking about how there's more upside to a name like an Intel. Is there more upside into this? Maybe. We've already seen, you know, sort of what makes me think differently sometimes is like we've already seen SanDisk and Micron and some of these other names. I know Micron reported a quarter ago, but they are a late report. The demand is still there, you know, and you're seeing names, and what I mean is for the chips, for the parts, for everything. So I'm not sure what AMD is going to report, but I don't think Lisa Su, like her and Jensen are basically like, they're geniuses when they get in front of the mic and Wall Street and analysts and everything like that. So they're going to know what to say. I mean, a lot of people thought AMD's lunch was getting like, you know, just absolutely eaten and destroyed and everything by NVIDIA. But I remember listening to CEO Lisa Su, and she was just like, nah, man, like we're good. This is going to be fine. We're going into different spaces, right? They're more into the CPUs. And, you know, they have high quality GPUs that are being made, and
they also offer a cheaper alternative.
Yeah, and that's the other thing, right? The pricing alternative is here. Although there are a couple of headwinds, right? Those TPUs that Google and Amazon and everything, and the custom ASICs with Marvell and Broadcom, like some of those are going to run into potential headwinds for them. But I mean, do you want to go short? Adair, do you remember what the implied move is on AMD? I could just 9%. So even if this thing comes back in 9%, we're kind of just where we were like last Thursday down there at 320. But we do have a story up there right now. You could see, I think Adair's going to maybe cover this, but let's go see what she's up to.
Yeah, I wasn't really going to cover that. It's more of just the U.S. saying they're going to be targeting Iran. I wanted to put it on the screen for you guys to see, but I think I might have the headline here on Zim integrated shipping. This is the one that I mentioned I was seeing circulate on social media. So again, this is just a report. I have no confirmation of any of this, but this headline has been circulating, this specific screenshot. Basically, there's a report that an Israeli investor group led by Chaim Skal has submitted an offer to acquire full ownership of Zim integrated shipping at $4.5 billion. That would be above the $4.2 billion offer that was approved by Zim's shareholders and brought forth by Hapag-Lloyd. So it looks like Hapag-Lloyd, who again, their bid was already approved by Zim shareholders, they could be outbid here by Chaim Skal. Back to you.
Oh, just one thing on that. That higher bid, like the bid that got outbid is $35 on Zim.
What is the price of it?
It was trading at 26. It was already trading at a huge discount to the other bid. So remember, this is clearly something that the market and the arbitrage traders are not pricing in as a high probability. If this was a high probability of closing, it wouldn't have been trading at 26 in the first place. It would have been at like 33, and based on like the time value of money and stuff. So this has been way out of the pocket for a while. So yeah, when you hear that, like outbidding a 35, like it's 10% higher, like that would imply it could be 37 or 38, but who knows? Maybe it's like some stock or something there. So that looks a little bit tricky to me. I don't wonder if there's not an opportunity tomorrow, if there's no response, to see it sort of just maybe even sell off at one of those levels. But I'd stay away from that one up here. I'm not chasing it. It's not just that it's going to go higher automatically. I've been in that. I remember I used to. You see price, you hear deal, you hear the price, and it's like, oh, there's a higher bid. You're like, oh, it needs to go above 35 because that was the prior bid. No, it's not automatically going to go above $35. Not going to be that simple. At 320 now, I might reload one more time. If these lower highs continue, might take another shot and continue to tighten up the stop there on SMCI. Not really seeing anything too crazy. In terms of AMD, that's looking like it's rolling over a little bit here going into earnings. That could be interesting if it pops right down into VWAP. I feel like most earnings names have gotten some kind of a late bounce in the chip space. We'll see. It is falling down a little bit here. So market kind of dully going sideways. We'll look for maybe a couple more shorts and head back up to the desk.
Lots of earnings here on tap, guys, for after the bell at 4 p.m. You've got LIET, Lumentum, TEM, Tempest, and MSTR Strategy. 405, Lucid, Arista Networks, Astera Labs, and Joby. 415, AMD, Occidental, Big Bear AI. 450, Supermicro, and 5 or TBA at some point after the bell. We'll get AMC. So please stick with us. Don't go anywhere. At 4 p.m., this earnings palooza will kick off, and we'll be right here. Marco Rubio also just started answering questions at his press briefing.
Be able to see myself in the book.
Pretty soon. All right, so here comes AMD into the close, right? I mean, a little bit of a pullback. Maybe there's the short coming in right now on AMD as we continue to push a little underneath VWAP, well, getting to VWAP, but underneath now key levels, right? I mean, 357. There's your 200 period at 355.30s. There's 357. You're starting to point a little lower. I don't mind this, man. Breaking the 200 finally for the first time here today. Obviously pretty choppy off the open, but we held it. And now we just broke it. I think we could go short almost right now on advanced micro devices, clearing the way to the downside as the futures. I don't know if it's going to follow the futures too much there. NVIDIA also making lows. I actually, for the first time in a long time, I actually want to short NVIDIA. I don't know if I've ever said that out of my mouth before, but right there, probably have 197 looks pretty decent where your 50-period moving average is, also coinciding with support that had broken in the past. So 197 or so there for NVIDIA, not a horrible short look. I don't know why I just thought about Beyond Meat, but I was like thinking like, is there anything that's going to be moving? No, I thought maybe if this was near $1, we could get a break, but that's not going on. Like I have nothing hitting on the scanners, literally. Like a firm hit at 305 and Starbucks just hit right now at 321. Like I don't remember the last time that we had.
Firm is literally not moving though.
Oh, that was 25 minutes ago. Oh. I don't know if it hit VWAP or not. Oh yeah, and then there's Starbucks. Okay, so this is why you set alerts and whatnot. But there's Starbucks off of VWAP. So silly me, we definitely could have identified that one there as well, as it did hit on the scanner. So okay, missed that one. Starbucks at VWAP, nice take there. Still above that 105. Kind of. This is one of those names where you do have like day 3 plays, right? I mean, Starbucks with their earnings report there last week took out a key level of $100 and just right in there, basically 102. Hasn't even really tested back in. I like Starbucks now. Maybe we can base out here and get back up there to the upside. Did we already have Dutch Bros? No, they're later on this. They might even be tonight, Dutch Bros.
They're on Wednesday, Sean.
They're on Wednesday. Okay, we're gonna go. Maybe some upside for Starbucks coming. All right, Adair's got breaking news again.
Yeah, also, guys, I just realized Upstart, unfortunately, was not included on the implied moves infographic for tonight. Upstart does report tonight as well. So does Navitas. People were asking me about IREN. They don't report till Thursday. So no IREN till Thursday, but Upstart and NVTS also reporting tonight. Let's talk about META, though. Financial Times reporting that Meta is planning advanced agentic AI assistants for consumers. Now, this comes just hours after a report suggesting Google is going to have its own agentic AI assistant for consumers. So the Meg 7 companies reportedly entering that agentic AI game, most recently META. Back to you.
Okay, well, maybe that's the way Meta can.
That's where the spend is coming from.
A little bit better in favor. It's just a matter of justifying the spend and finding ways to be able to monetize, right? And you got to be able to compete. And when you have so many good choices, they have a lot of catching up to do. I can tell you, like at the very beginning of all of this race, you used to hear me say every now and then, if I'm already in WhatsApp, I would use Llama. Now that ended. Now it's just, really? Okay. Well, I was in Claude until I hit whatever the limit was, and like you got to pay. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm going back to Gemini then. Forget you. And Perplexity for a little bit. I've stopped using ChatGPT a while ago. Sometimes Grok is pretty good there. And we have so many options. You just need to be in the game. That's it. Chip in a chair, Meta. That's all you got to have. A chip in a chair. You don't have to be the best. You've just got to be enough to get some simple users in there. You can probably catch my pops in there. He still uses Threads. All right. My dad is the only person in my entire world, like every single human being that I am in any kind of contact with. My dad is the only person that sends anybody anything on Threads. He'll send you something. People just send you like this story or that story.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
And he'd be like,
but he's linking it to
most people, it's like from like Facebook or whatever nonsense if it's someone older. And it's like, no, you just link it from Threads. I'm like, okay, keep hope alive. Keep hope alive. I don't get it because literally nobody uses that thing. I know we were on there for a minute, but we gave that up.
Yeah,
right.
I mean, anybody that had an Instagram account, I think, got a Threads account. Okay, so, right into here, I want to try it. I'll try VWAP on AMD. I don't want to go too hard at that level. VWAP, I'll try it into 352. If we break 352, we're going to get out. So I'm sitting bidding right here, 65, which is pretty much exactly where VWAP is. I had to tell you, don't really love this. I mean, it's coming back in there on earnings. So people maybe just saw the 5% today, trying to get out a little bit. The volume's not necessarily huge, but definitely heading into the power hour might be a sour hour for this name, but we'll see where it winds up going back in. Still up 3.5%. It's too bad, man. We just missed the bid there. We'll see if we can get it. We are bidding 65. I feel like it just printed 70s and we just missed it because I was like, I'm going to get this. Okay, there it is. And now we're into it. So, okay, now we're long. And we just talked about this. And I'm going to give this man 60 cents, 65 cents. So if it does break above it, then we'll get out. But look at this. Okay, Blue Jays, let's play ball. That's a good one right there, man, on AMD. We just took this. It's almost a dollar club right there. How about a dollar club in 15 seconds? There goes AMD, man. We just bought, boom, there's your dollar club. We just get 60s right there. We spin it again, man. Every trade, besides Robinhood, we wind up making $1 or so on at one point. And it doesn't matter. I didn't think this was going to spike up there. But, we're going to take 65 cents worth of a hit. So if this does move up into the money, we're now 65 cents in the money. We did get a 60 fill there. So here it comes right back upside again. Sorry, 53 was our best. There we go. We get a 57. And to complete the move, maybe we should put an offer at 65 just to make sure that is a dollar club. And there it is right there. So there's our face slapper. Brought to you by, Trader TV Live. And there it goes, man. There's AMD. Hopefully we found that for you. Everybody in the chat, man. Told you I was looking for something. I told you we were looking for something. And then there it is, man. We give it to you, and we give it to you pretty good right there. Now it's $1. What the hell? Man, did we get that one. Glizzy's to the left of me, Glizzy's to the right of me, because there it goes, man. Now we're almost $2 in the money on AMD. We found it, baby. And this is what we do best, right? I mean, trading, I hope. And there it goes. Nice move to the upside. Having some fun, putting on some trades. And there it goes. $1.74, just like that. So I don't know if people joined me on that, but I mean, that was pretty unexpected. No way. Me and Neil were just sitting here like nothing's happening. And I just honestly, VWAP scanner, right? I heard Joe say he doesn't look at much as far as
VWAP and volume.
Yeah, VWAP and volume and the way the market's moving around here. There it is, man. It's $2 now in the money. Now it's $2.50 in the money. And there goes AMD, man. We just brought that to you right there. So bye-bye AMD to the upside. Yeah, okay. Now we're laughing.
All you need is to find one, right? Whether it's long, whether it's short, you just got to find the levels and work it out and play that range. DB, that's DB's Pootie Tang.
Magic touch. I like it.
You guys were wondering why Netflix was down again, so I thought I'd share the news. Unfortunate. Sorry about that. I thought there was actually news because you bought $38K worth of Netflix 2 days before earnings. Well, I still like Netflix.
Earnings?
Yeah.
What day was earnings? Netflix. I thought it did well.
What
did you not
day
get out
was
of it? $38,000 or yeah, okay.
I mean, the price action doesn't care where you're in, I suppose. In theory. So it doesn't all you can do is analyze where it is. It doesn't really matter where you got it. It's about what's happening to it now. And the thing about it is that when it broke out because of the Warner Brothers thing, you had that support at 90. There's a chance that this could, be a false breakdown and maybe we reclaim the 90, but we're going to find out in the next couple of days whether it's temporary or whether we could be heading back down to support at the $80 level. I liked 80 as well, but you went right into almost, the 200 period's not going to be on here because this chart is unfortunately, we don't have ours adjusted, so it's not split adjusted, so you got to look at the daily. And Netflix went right in to the 200 period moving average and then pulled back. So it did give you pretty much the move you would expect from a technical standpoint, and then that's all you got. So I don't think it was a bad move. You just had to ask yourself whether that's the profit that you wanted to take. So I know AMD's going up, but SMCI is rolling down. It's about the same. Percentage-wise, you'll look at it about the same. It's just making a series of lower highs. If you haven't been able to get the same price before, we were going 86 and then 83 and then 79s, and then we'll just continue to play it lower.
Yeah, we just took out $3. A good call there on Netflix. I mean, obviously we thought,
I don't think it goes down because you specifically bought it, but
No, of course.
I obviously not. But there it goes now, upside, and we're just going to clear out more and more of this right there. I still have actually half. Actually, how many shares did I take on the low down there? Okay, yeah. So I still have just over half of this trade left right now. So $2.60 in the money as we continue. Oh, we're at the 200 period as we zoom in. Good thing we saw that. Let's just punch out a little bit there as we'll cross it. Oh, we crossed it down and missed it. Okay, there it is. We get it back there. 35s out a little bit there. Low on VWAP, back up to the 200 period moving average. So we realized we had almost too many shares left. So we did get out now. Now we'll hold about 30%. So about a third left right now on that. And you guys just saw, we just took out 15% right there on our last tick right there. So that's turning out to be a decent opportunity. And boom goes the dynamite, man. Just on that trade right there. NVIDIA is going to be my P&L number 1 today. And that was because of the longs, believe it or not, that we had early. So this is going to be my P&L number 1 right there. P&L number 2 will be Marvell. We didn't take as many shares and we didn't hit as often, obviously, as NVIDIA. So there's is, look at that, out at the 200 period. Oh boy, would have that been a good short there for Marvell, but it's a good out for me. So that's for sure. That's P&L number 2. And then we got and then actually we have immediately AMD and then Robinhood, and then we are down on Google. So that's it. And then Tesla, cup of coffee on that. Wow, there goes, we just got another fill on AMD as it just now $3. Tesla, we got in and out of Tesla here for pretty flat, actually, considering all the executions that we've had here on Tesla. So got stopped out there, and then stopped out one more time for relatively flat trade there on Tesla. But yeah, man, it's a moon city right now. Let's see how high we can get on AMD. Glad that we are talking about it. And yeah, whether or not it's a magic touch or not, it's just a VWAP trade that we found. And, you know, again, like, look at this, right? That's what you want to do. You want to put these trades on when the trades are available. And as we say, you know, we don't want to lose more than we make or anything like that. So we didn't have a huge amount of shares there because at this time of day, you might not get the action you're looking for, but there feel like, you know, not a bank error in my favor, but that's a big move. There's no way thought that was going to happen. I mean, look at the futures, right? So feel lucky to be part of that one. And we're getting out accordingly, and we just got out a couple more shares. So right now, about that 15 to 20% left or so. We just got another fill there at 66. So we'll see if it can climb up to the high side. Maybe we could even put our stop rate here, 350, 450. Let's get out of a little bit more if it breaks through there again as well. So yeah, man, that's what we do best around here. It's AMD right there for now.
Ludo, you can put it in there once. Oh, that's a super chat. Ludo just asked in the chat several times, when is the NASDAQ going to 26,000 again? I don't know what takes us that far down. I'll be real with you. I'm not sure. Something bad would have to maybe happen overseas, I suppose, right? That lengthens the war by like double or triple. Maybe that could be it, or maybe the war ends in something really bad with China news. I don't know. I don't know what takes us that far down. We already went in bear market territory and then back to the highs. As far as what a negative catalyst, I'm not sure what that would be. And then it was Dia. Thank you for the super chat there. Greatest show, the greatest people, and the greatest viewers as well. Dia, I want to thank you for that. And you can always just throw the message in once. There's never any need to spam the chat. And it's just easier if you want to get someone's attention. The easiest thing to do is literally just at one of the hosts, because then when I look at the chat, or when any of us look at the chat, see all the messages here. If I just go at Sean, I don't know if you can do it for yourself.
Well, you won't be able to. Yeah,
I can do it to you.
I'll be able to see it. Yeah, I'll show it.
Because it doesn't do it from. Oh, I can't. Why can't I at you?
I don't know. I've been in the chat before.
Okay, that's weird.
Let me see. At Neil. Here. There. You see him V? There.
Yeah, but it's not working for me. Oh, there it goes. Why do I have to type more than SHA?
I don't know. But anyways, there's the example.
Anyways, you guys already saw it. If you do that, it's a lot easier, and it's better than spamming the chat, which some people don't necessarily like. Yeah, it does. Oh, Dave says it does that from time to time.
Does it? Okay.
I think it's if you haven't messaged in a while.
What's up?
If you haven't posted a message in a while, then sometimes you have to do that.
There, people are now hitting us up. So there it is. What's up to channel?
Okay, well now you guys are just all
everybody there as well. So testing. 1, 2, 3, testing. Are you on AMD? Hello. Right now 350 now in the money, and this is what we talk about. Neil said it takes one good trade. Yeah, maybe multiple good trades, but this is a good one for sure. Again, 350 in the money. Let's go. We're just gonna hold it. We did get another piece out. Now we're unfortunately only into 15%. Let's see. Oop. Okay, well, just got another fill right there. So now we have 10% left on AMD. Did not expect it, man. Was thinking that this would be maybe the highs. So we'll just hold it now into the close, and let's see what happens with AMD. We are now at, after making a couple mistakes,
another one.
A face slapper, the highest spot we've been at all day, right there again now. Today we have one. My losses today are small compared to the wins. So, and I'm just saying that because I do have a hit on Google right there. This was the one that we're trying to go short, busted it out. And Neil and I will show you the same charts all the time. And it's just like when your winners look like, they do on some of those stocks, and your losers look like this, and your losers look like this, where they're quick dubs and quick L's. That's what you're talking about. And then you're hoping that, when things go right, this is what winds up happening. And then there's a stop out, as I told you, that we were going to get a Robinhood when it did break that as well. Is AMD still money destroyer? Yeah. The only thing it's destroying.
No, it hasn't been named back since like 120.
No, that was, I had talked that a long time ago.
That was back in
unfortunately
2024.
I don't know. I mean, it was down like that. AMD was down like $50, $60.
It's a really old nickname.
It's so stupid how much these names are going now. Palantir, I'm surprised. Like, that's now back-to-back quarters that this stock really motored. I mean, their earnings were real solid. We can show you their earnings reports. I mean, there's probably something online that just shows you like the beats and the guides. And wow, it's now $4 in the money on AMD as that's going higher. But yeah, just like, we could have showed you that. And I don't know, man. I mean, it got hit after last quarter, hit again today. And I would say it's in the penalty box until we almost need like a reverse Centrini report there where it's talking about the IGV being like way oversold. Then maybe something like that could come up.
I think 125 could be something.
Oh yeah, no, there could be some key levels, but I just don't know the timing. Like, you asked about like how long maybe in the penalty box. Some of these names have recovered, from the lows. Like a CRM really hasn't, but you could see like Microsoft's been back up to the upside a little bit, anyways. And wow,
it's had bounces today,
guys.
It had bounces.
I mean, I don't know if if Kathy's doing something, if Warren's over here. I mean, we know they're not buying anything. Maybe it's Kathy Wood, but we just took another fill right there, upside on this name. So now it's $4 in on that. We took 7 or 8 on Marvell. We've been really good on, this might climb to the top of the board here very, very soon. But AMD on one here into the close. Yeah, thank you, Zion, and thank you, everybody, for sort of tracking these, because, again, like all we can do is show you the trades that we make, and hopefully they work out for us. And if they don't, we explain why. And we do have our stop orders on there. But yeah, that's just another one coming through there for Advanced Micro Devices. Another $4 in the pocket here.
Yeah, and I'll get out of SMCI, but there's an easy way to take 1 point out of a stock that moves 0.8, and that's actually more than that, because if the range is going to be 1%, you just try to ride the wave as long as you can. I'm not reversing into the long. I get it. That was a downward trend into a bit of a breakout, but it's also 340. And given the fact that it's this close to the imbalances, remember I told you CCL is supposed to be a buy. That is flipped from 3 million to sell to 800,000 to the buy side, expecting a few million shares out of CCL, and then I'll be interested in it if it is that big buy amount. Dell, 500K, really low.
What time is it? Oh, it's getting close.
Snapchat, still a sell of $1 million. And then Cleveland Cliff. That's $10? Oh my goodness. Yuck. I thought this was, okay. Yeah, Cliff's all the way down at $10. So it's a pretty cheap stock. That's not going to do much. 2.6 million shares, it's a pretty cheap stock, just like Snapchat. You want to see bigger than that. So CCL, I want this to continue to grow. It's already paired off 5 million. Remember, it was a big sell side, supposed to be an up weight at the close today. This is one that I'm going to throw up on a side chart for sure. But that's a big fall from grace for Cleveland Cliffs. Very big fall from grace. Yikes. Not a huge fan. I know we've had some questions of where someone was adding me when we said we should let people just add us in the chat. Nice bounce there for Meta. Whether or not this is the bottom temporarily, I don't think a bounce because they caught a news story in the afternoon about agentic AI is necessarily going to be an automatic, this is a low, but you just held 600 on that news. So I would have the approach of, hey, for now, this is a double bottom after earnings. right? And the double bottom after earnings, you try to take out the top and then gap fill. So 615, we can take that out. I'd like that for a breakout now that you've made a double bottom here on this stock. It's always let it calm down. I feel the same way about Palantir. Even though we got away with it on Palantir today, like I was long 3 times, once, twice, thrice. Didn't work, kind of worked, did work. Only ever went went to a buck to buck change, which is pretty good. It's $100 stock, so it's still like almost a full % move up, but it hasn't done any bounces better than $1 and $1 change on PLTR. So yeah, the low is in at 135, which is a level I like. If it holds it tomorrow, then I'll probably come in Thursday, looking for a breakout trade on Palantir. But holding the bottom is just the first step. You got to do more than that. There was never any follow through. Right? You can only get $1 out of Palantir when it reverts. You know it's not a good day for Palantir.
Okay, thank you so much. There's Dane. I mean, a lot of you guys have been talking about that. We just took $5 there. It went up to $3.58. So thank you so much for the nice comments, man. We get a lot of support about all of this, and it means a lot to all of us. We are going to be staying late for the AMD earnings as well. So less than 5% left on this trade. What's up, Adara?
Keep an eye here on Amazon, AMZN on watch as we get the company announcing they're going to be investing more than 15 billion euros in France. This will create more than 7,000 permanent jobs. So again, AMZN to the upside, announcing plans to invest more than 15 billion euros in France to create more than 7,000 permanent jobs. Also, guys, keep an eye here on the market in oil. Just seeing reports suggesting that the second U.S.-flagged commercial vessel to exit the Strait of Hormuz is the CS Anthem chemical tanker. So we're getting some commercial vessels, U.S. flagged, that are going to be exiting the Strait of Hormuz. Back to you.
Yeah, I just said in the chat there, I think I found my role here. If we can find some decent trades coming through, just be very, very patient, man. And I say I might not talk the best, and I know that because I give myself a headache all the time. So we'll pass it off. If we could talk a little less and trade a little more would be my liking. But there goes AMD to the upside again. All right, look at Roblox. Neil and I have talked about this a couple times with Roblox, and I mean, it just was like basically a falling sword or knife or whatever the hell Roblox is. And I didn't even look at it today, and there it goes again. Like, wow, this is a name that I've traded this name before. There was a month or a little while ago where we ran this. I was talking about it in the summertime, right? And it was just kind of like we saw. It was right here, actually. Was it right here? Maybe it was 2 years ago. I was like, well, I know what my kids are going to be doing all summer. Obviously, they're very busy with sports and very busy with everything, but Roblox, and I know, Neil, we've all talked about this. Their friends want them to join them on Roblox. They want all this stuff to go through. But yeah, Roblox right now just can't get out of their own way. And I think that part of that, again, is that same story, right? Like, it's the creation of games. It's Google released an engine a while ago as well. It might have been one of these moves here in January or February about, it looked like it was sort of pointing almost right at Roblox or those game creators. And it's just been nothing but downside. If I was going to be into a gaming stock right now, I don't know, besides like the Corsairs of the world and everything like that, we've talked about it, this is still scheduled for November. Right here, right? And so if this comes through in November, then that's what we'll wind up doing, looking at Take-Two. So Take-Two is definitely something to come up with here as we look out for. So that's going to be one for Grand Theft Auto. So I think the Take-Two could be bought. I don't know when their report is, but it's a nice move there off of 205. Nice move up into 230 and change as we continue to go upside right now. So yeah, man, all is good on this side as well. But yeah, Take-Two rather than Roblox, I think so. I don't love Roblox so much anymore. Would rather just play for the anticipation of Grand Theft Auto. So that's what I'm going to be doing.
May 18th.
Oh, May 18th. No, it's November something, isn't it?
No, you asked for earnings.
Oh, earnings. Yeah. Okay, May 18th. Okay.
Apparently May 18th.
So we'll see. We'll see if they spend a little bit too much money on developing the game, but we'll see where it goes from there.
See, when people in the chat say things like Roblox is evil, I don't know. Daughter has such a positive. Like, she has a great experience there. You hear all the whispers and all that stuff, but I don't know. Every kid in her class and all the friends absolutely still love it. The stock has been so badly beaten up. I think there's a bottom somewhere. I wouldn't be ready to call it just yet. Like, if you're gonna take a shot at the lows, like you gotta limit the amount of times that you're willing to get run over, and ideally you can just sort of sniper into it. I don't think it's necessarily obvious for Roblox, but I've been looking for where that bottom might be. And again, you don't have to, like, look at PayPal. PayPal would be the perfect example of a stock that looked like it was in a bottoming pattern, started to go, went a little bit, gave you a couple points, and then failed the 50-period moving average. You take what you can get. You don't know what the move is going to give you. You just take whatever you can get. Did anybody know Intel was going to be 5x? No. And maybe it goes 10x. I have no idea with Intel off of those lows. Speaking of Intel, it is pulling into some support here at opening range high was 107. If it gets back in there, great. I've only made the one trade on Intel today, which is probably the most disciplined I've ever been on a 13% up Intel day. Usually it's at least 3, maybe 4. I might have gotten away with it if we'd tried that short, but it's easy to say in hindsight because I could have been short here, I could have been short. There's lots of other places I could have been that would have been wrong, but it needs to do something off of this 107 area, as Intel's going to close at an all-time high. Like, it's an all-time high on a closing basis regardless for this stock. But do remember, as good as it is for Intel today, they should move on AMD's earnings. So if AMD falls, I suspect Intel's going to close some of this gap, almost certainly. But I don't want to do anything until after the imbalances come out. Right now it's still Cliff and, oh, CCL's gone.
Oh, okay.
All right. CCL's now flipped. CCL's all over the place. The paired volume went from 5 million to 10 million, and now went from a buy to a sell. So it's kind of going back and forth. We'll really have to wait till that one comes out. There's not going to be, I don't think the early look is going to help whatsoever. I might just throw Cliff up here. That seems like a good potential fade opportunity. That comes out as a buy, pop to the high, flip at 355, and then take that trade. You set up for it. I think I might have done it twice in all of April, but they worked both times when there was a close trade. You don't think it'll be there every single day. You just prepare for it, and then when it is, and then you move on. But you cannot trade anticipating the imbalances. If what you look for happens, great. If it doesn't, you got to be willing to not take the trade. And if CCL comes out as a sell, it doesn't matter that it's supposed to be a buy. You'll just lose. Trust me, people have made that mistake before.
Yeah, you guys saw me one time. Nubank came out with a huge buy. We killed that stock. It just kept going, and it was a good buy. So it has to stay that way. So as Neil said, we just got out some more AMD right there at 356 and change. So breaking through 355 is done. I have 2.5% left. So this trade will be that ching ching cash register. Everyone's asking about Big Bear AI. And here we go. Yeah, it's going to come out at 4:15. And there we go, man. Obi and I battling right now, baby. Obi 89. I like that. Alexander McGillney, 89 days, #1 right here, Obi and I. And that's going to change dramatically today. I could actually shift all the way down here. Neil and I almost polar opposites, 20 versus -20. It doesn't matter. We still have a lot of time to go. Here's my picks, and we're just going to see. This is Big Bear AI. Yuck right now, down 34%. But it's Marvell, right? I mean, we could have, I feel bad, like I could have put ARM. I don't even own ARM. You could have put SanDisk in here. I'm surprised, like, none of us really did anything with that. Like SanDisk and Micron. Like, I know, where's Sharif? Sharif has where's Sharif's picks? Sharif has actually some good ones. He's got Broadcom in there. He was talking about Northrop Grumman. Like, that's strange. Like, I'm not expecting, there's been so many weird moves.
See, the defense names have been getting beaten up.
Yeah.
Like, I'm still waiting to get my money back into AVAV.
Yeah, exactly. Same thing. I haven't got my money back into Big Bear.
It's just one of those
here's
where.
Your picks. Where's your picks?
You know what? I didn't pick a thing that I already owned.
I know, there it is. Right
which was probably a mistake because I could have just picked a bunch of stuff that I already owned. But
I like AVAV. We did have a story about drones today as well.
I do like AVAV, but it does bear mentioning. I got out of the stock. It was great. It was a win, and then on the back half, ended up taking like a 10% hit after like a 30% gain, and it's still going down. Now, at least this one, someone was just asking you buy anything. Someone literally in the chat just asked you buy anything in your long-term account. AVAV on the monthly is pulling back into the 50-period moving average. So the trade before, because to me, these are trades, and the trade before in AVAV was pretty simple at the beginning of the year. Come on, load. It bounces in 30 seconds now. It's going to take forever. There we go. Thank you. So the trade was pretty simple. The 200 period on the daily, right at the beginning of the year, this was holding the 200 period moving average. It went $250 to $400 and now is getting destroyed. But it's at least at a support level coming in. So if it bounces again and holds on the monthly chart, this month holds the monthly, then I'm going in again. But that has to wait till the end of the month, and then I'll take another swing trade. And bounces in a couple of seconds here. We have a...
We'll wait for it. Here we go. Coming out right now. The straight up moves. Okay. I don't care about oil right now. It doesn't matter. Any of these straight up moves things doesn't matter. Okay, so here we go. CCL's there a little bit. Intel's there as a buy, so we can have a look to see if that's doing anything. Maybe I'll try to zoom in just a little bit here into the chart to have a quick little look. So this is Intel. You could see right there, so that's not moving around. Apple with, there's Netflix with a sell, yuck. That's coming back in a little bit. Apple with a sell, that's coming back in just a bit here. XOM, we don't care about that. Lucid with earnings today, disaster. We'll have to see what winds up happening there. Booking Holdings, Lyft. Okay, well, we've seen Uber not have the greatest moments, and right now Lyft also. Wow, Lyft getting crushed. Right now to the downside. So
that's still a good buy.
That might be a good stock to look at down there. Ford did some sort of a news today. I can't remember exactly what it was all about. But of course, with this new version, there's a little bit of a bug here. When you type in the symbol, it gets washed. So I had to type it back and flip it, I think, and then go back. No, still. So I got to figure this out. But Ford right now was doing pretty well today off of what's been, seems like about 10 or so straight down days. It's maybe there's one red day in there or one green day, but nice move down in there for Ford. Let me just check on Robinhood quickly because we did get out of that. All right, so Robinhood's all the way back down now as well. So there it goes back down into the downside. Hey man, we're gonna wait to see what happens with Big Bear AI. I'm long at $4.20. So as Neil said there, it's hard to take the prices that you see on, like, I would probably be up, if I don't have Big Bear AI on that board, I mean, we'd be up 70%. So, but here we go. Big Bear AI, we'll see today, $4.15 right now. I'm long at $4.20, so we're still out of the money here on BBAI. We have the weed smoking emoji there. But we'll see Big Bear AI, a little nervous. By the way, the NASDAQ right here, not having a fun time of it. And, good thing we did get out of our AMD. Right, we only had 5% left when this move actually started happening. So out a little bit there at 356.50, then out the remainder at 355 as here comes AMD. Now I just got to make sure because the other day we did our show and I turned over and I was long NVIDIA because I had some bids stuck there. So we got to make sure we don't have any bids. We don't want to get too carried away today. That is for sure, man. It's been 24 years of trading and sometimes you still leave those mistakes in there. And but we'll see what winds up happening here today.
Cancel the stop orders.
Yeah, that's what I just did. I just went through
and canceled everything. Booking had a buy and balance here, but already gone. Yeah, already moving off of that. Lyft could be something, but again, CCL was the one that I wanted. CCL not even showing up here, which is a pretty big disappointment. Intel ends up with a buy and balance of 1 million shares, but Intel's volume is pretty significant. This might be one of the, this is 165 million on Intel. I don't know if it's got to be close to one of the biggest volume days. I'm just going to eyeball it. It's probably had 2 or 3. Yeah, it's had a few days bigger than this. It's been doing a lot of volume lately. But either way, Intel, if it's less than 1% of the daily volume on the imbalance, that's a good indication that it's going to be insignificant. When you've done over 100 million shares, it really needs to be 2, 3, 4, 5 million shares on an imbalance. It's barely even moving here. I feel like that 110 for now, and remember when I was saying 110 was going to be the high, there was nothing scientific about it. It was a $100 breakout. It's 10% up from there. I think when you have a blue sky setup, I try to keep things pretty simple. I'm like, where did it pull back to most recently? Yeah, like 91, that's close enough to 90. So when it breaks 100, if that range was roughly $10, then I look for that range to the top to be roughly $10 and wait for that area to short. And then if it sets up, and that's the other point. Someone kept asking, Neil, are you going to short 110? Neil, are you going to short 110? And my answer was, yeah, if it breaks the trend line. I've never been a fan of just take the trade because it gets to the price level. It's just me. Like Palantir, I said 135 for Palantir. This is it getting to 135, I'm not in it. This is it trying to break the first time, I'm not in it. This is it double bottoming and then holding higher. Now I'm taking the 135 because it gave a setup. And then even then I had to get up and leave, and I only took $1 on the trade. So there needs to be an execution pattern or a setup for your plan sometimes. And I feel like, especially if the stock is going parabolic in one direction or another, and it's an outsized move, you want to make sure you have some kind of a setup there for you. Don't know what this is, ESPR. Ooh, Netflix is a sell of $1 million now? Man, that's stock.
And Netflix can't get out of the way there.
No, it can't. You don't want a down stock to have another reason to why it looks weak. Yeah, I got to revisit, because look, man, the buy in Netflix for myself at 80, at no point was I considering it a trade. Like, there were things that I considered trades. Like, every single one of the things on our little thing up there has been a trade. But Netflix, buying it there, I was like, yeah, if it was a trade, you get out in front of that 200-period moving average. But I just considered that a patient dip buy in the long-term account that I'm holding forever. Well, we'll get to see if we want to put some money back in at 80, because we have a little bit of extra. Just sold some Intel, got out of that PayPal, so I have some cash that I could put together. But I did buy some Chevron, so not all of it.
All right, yeah.
So look, I like
the good one. You must get the dividend over there.
Yeah, I just like adding to it. Like, the thing is, what happens in your portfolio is like you have all this like tech nonsense going crazy, and then all of a sudden like the G Vernova and the now Lilly's coming back a little bit, and then all the chip stocks are going higher. It's like, okay, well, now I need to add to energy somewhere, or like a more defensive sector. And Chevron or Enbridge are the only two that I own, so it's like I like Chevron here. So that's the one I buy.
Oh no, I might. I was just looking. I know you mentioned PayPal there. I actually
Enbridge reports.
Yeah, okay, Enbridge's not bad. Yeah, I've been owning Enbridge for honestly 30 years.
I started 5 stocks I bought.
Yeah, I started my own portfolio probably when I was 16 or 17, and just been managing my own cash ever since. And it's been a good one, obviously. I remember Microsoft in the 30s and 40s, and I said many stories about that back and forth. And I remember buying Apple. The very first day I got an iPhone was when that first iPhone was released. Not the first day, but in that cycle. And I remember taking that phone out and being like, this is awesome. And I just bought Apple shares that day, and that's obviously been something that's been pretty life-changing for sure. All right, so I was looking at PayPal right here on the daily. That's been a good one down there into $45. So we'll have to watch out for some PayPal coming. I'm just an average dude, man, just an average dude with family and a wife that stays home and works her ass off for the family every single day. So shout out to Marisa. Sounds like she's probably watching, but I don't think she is. So shout out to that. All right, PayPal, only 3 minutes to go, man. We will see what these imbalancers are doing. We're going to flip around, man. I mean, join us in just a couple minutes as we will talk all about everything earnings related that's going to come through. Here it is. Adara puts it up. If you are wondering, oh, there's our little show here on the side. That's good, so we can watch myself. How do I close that? See you later. These are the big earnings that are coming through tonight. I would say pass. AMD could be good. Joby is very interesting. That's going to come at 4.
Pass on Lumentum?
Yeah, I don't know anything about it.
Oh, Lumentum's been.
No, I know it's been hot fire, but I don't. Do you know what they do?
They're yeah. Optoelectronics.
Optoelectronics, yeah, but I just don't know. I don't know enough about them, so I'm not super interested. I've never been.
I don't own them. That is one of the bigger rocket ships.
Oh yeah, no, I know it's a big one, but I'm just not I'm not super interested in the report.
I bet the under on the MicroStrategy move. MSTR does not care about earnings. It is about Bitcoin. I don't know why people think it moves on earnings.
And then we wait for
never does.
Yeah, photonics. Yeah, Marvell bought a photonics company recently, so yeah, hopefully they do report well, and I think that'll hit Marvell then. And then Big Bear AI, we talked about that. Wow, 14.5% rate there, man. We'll see what winds up happening.
Oxy could be a buy at 50 if it gets
I might
down.
buy some more Big Bear AI if it goes down, get into a better price.
I think I like Oxy.
We'll watch out there. Yeah, Occidental's coming in there too. Astera Labs, Arista Networks is a big one too. So, all right, we'll flip over. Earnings are going to come right away, 4 p.m. Everyone's excited about Lumentum, so get ready for that one at 4 o'clock. Just right now, a minute 15 away. NASDAQ up 1.3%. ES up 0.6%. I turn around. Fabian's ready to go. Can we throw back there, guys? Yep, we're good to go. Okay, let's go back over there with 1 minute to go. We'll throw it back and we'll get up. Earnings imminent.
Yeah, lots to get to. Welcome in. Going to be an interesting one here this afternoon as we look to wrap up what is going to be yet another green day for just a market that can't stop going to the upside. Wow, I'm very high. There, that's a little bit better. We'll make an adjustment on the fly. How's your afternoon?
My afternoon was good, Brendan. I just re-upped on some tea, chugged some tea, ready to be here with you guys for some earnings because we have just so many earnings. It is a plethora, it is a slew, it is running the gamut, it is whatever odd phrase you want to use, Brendan. Here are the looks. I do apologize once again, guys. Navitas and Upstart are not on here, and that is completely my bad. But Lumentum, Tempest, Strategy at 4 p.m., 4:05, you got Lucid, Arista, Astera, and Joby. 4:15, AMD, Occidental, Big Bear AI, 4:50, allegedly, SMCI. I say that because with SMCI, you really never know. And AMC at some point after the bell, which often ends up being at 4:05 p.m. But guys, that bell is ringing, and we're going to give you guys all these earnings the second we get them. And if you want live updates here for these content, or a reminder of who's reporting when, please join us on X at TTV Research. I do have live updates scheduled to come out like every couple minutes when these numbers are set to drop.
I like how the ones that may or may not report, just put it at the end. Just put it at the end.
Yeah.
Everyone will be gone. No one will be paying attention.
Right. It's funny how that's how they schedule it. I do this in chronological order.
No, I totally get it.
Which is pretty funny.
Green Day, right across the board. Once again, if anyone was wondering, it was all-time highs for everything, basically. NASDAQ, S&P, 1.8% for the Russell even today. Small caps have absolutely been screaming higher. If you see anything, just yell, and we'll get into what is to come. I mean, it's not on that chart you just showed.
Yeah.
There wasn't a heck of a lot right at 4 o'clock, so we do have a couple of minutes.
Pfizer actually is moving on news. They reported this morning, just maybe interesting, they're developing a weight loss drug, according to Wall Street Journal, which is significant because, as we know, they have historically struggled to develop a weight loss drug. So keep an eye on PFE, again, at the bell here, LITE, MSGR, the second of which does not care at all about earnings.
I wonder if just on that, I wonder if the more and more there are of these GLP-1s, the lower and lower prices will go, and the less and less it will be a problem to get any kind of volume. I mean, Pfizer's not even moving on
And you
that.
get Novo tomorrow morning, too. And Pfizer also famously acquired that Metsera for this purpose, so it's not shocking they're developing weight loss drugs.
Yeah, I mean, the market's kind of shrugging that off,
care.
not a huge deal. But Lucid going to be interesting, I think. I mean, this thing got sold off heavily today, but deliveries, manufacturing, and more than anything, I think the market's going to be looking at funding going forward and their cash situation. So we'll keep an eye out for. Sorry?
But they have one of the best. If you're gonna have a backer, you need that money. Well, you might as well have the money coming from Saudi Arabia. You get the Saudi money, so they can probably last a long time.
Now they've cut Liv. They have some more money.
Exactly.
They got cash.
They just completely cut Liv out of the equation altogether. So yeah, go ahead.
What about Corvo here, guys? QRVO adjusted EPS 169, healthy beat versus 121 expected. 808.3 million for sales versus 800.5 million expected. LUMN also with earnings and a nice push to the upside. Revenue 2.9 bill versus 2.83 bill expected, but a larger than expected loss per share, guys. It lost 47 cents per share versus 14 cents expected. I'm going to check here on Lumentum. It has not come across my scanner yet, and I still don't have LITE.
Popping here. As you mentioned, 2.9 versus 2.83, 47 cents versus a loss of 14 cents on LUMN. So better than expected on the revenue side, I guess, is the bonus points here for Lumen, guys, about to take out $10.
Oh, LIT is dropping.
Yeah, Lumen, we're waiting for LITE right here.
It is
Lumentum.
Yeah, I got it.
They just lost $1,000 level.
Yeah, there it is, 970, 960, going lower, 950. Nice little pullback here for LITE. Let's go over to Adair and find out.
$808.4 million here is their net revenue. GAAP gross margin 44.2%. Non-GAAP gross margin 47.9%. Let me see here, year over year. Net revenue up 90% year over year, guys. GAAP gross margin improved by a whopping 1,540 basis points year over year. But Brendan, their GAAP operating margin also up 3,000 basis points year over year. So honestly, massive year over year growth here for LITE. You're seeing year-over-year growth across their different revenue segments as well, with systems revenue up 121% year-over-year and components revenue up 77% year-over-year.
Nice look. Coming back in a hurry here, Skyworks as well, already out here. Revenue $944 million, beating $899 million expected. Adjusted EPS $1.15 versus $1.03, so better than expected there. Q3 guidance $900 to $950 million. Topping estimates estimates were 861. So EPS on the guide 103 to 93 cents, also higher it is coming back in here for Skyworks, though, as well.
Tempest is also going to be up. But a quick note on Lumentum there, light. The 900 level looks pretty solid. It was a $1,000, I don't want to call it a fail because if you don't pull back that far, it's not a fail, but it was a $1,000 rejection a couple of days in a row on a ridiculous upward move. And you now look at that 900, which is holding for now with getting a little bit of a bounce. But Tempest has been, I feel like that one's always popular. If you can buy it at the same time as a certain somebody, I think everyone knows what we're talking about. Tempest to the downside was already getting beaten up today and then beaten up a little bit further. See if we can actually get the numbers. I don't know if you see them, Dara. I'm going to see if I can find them. I know they are out, TEM, and my source now stopped. It says their sales guidance has been raised.
I have the numbers.
But it doesn't look like much of a beat here.
They raised their fiscal 2026 sales guidance from 1.59 billion to, or I guess they just actually technically raised the midpoint here. So go from 1.59 billion to 1.595 billion. So like it's a raise if you squint, really. Yeah, but it is slightly above estimates of 1.592 billion. And their current quarter did beat estimates. Loss of 13 cents per share. That's better than the expected loss of 19 cents. Sales 348.116 million versus 345.45 million. And now let's talk about the earnings name where no one ever cares about what they actually reported. It's MSTR, guys. Revenue 124.3 million, beating estimates of 4.94 million? That can't be right. MSTR allegedly beating revenue here. But losses, guys, of, I am not joking, $38.25 per share.
Did you know they're actually a software company? The actual product.
At one point they were.
No, they still are. The product they sell is actually software. It has nothing to do with the actual business, though. It's a holding company.
That's crazy.
Essentially. So, yeah, it's not even moving. As no one expected it to. But it's 4:05, so we should be getting a few other
I have SMCI.
Nuggets here, yeah. Looks like that just came across. Go for it.
It did. Revenue, 10.2 billion versus 12.3 billion expected. That is a massive miss if I've ever seen one. Adjusted EPS, 84 cents versus 62 cents expected. That would be a beat. Revenue, 38.9 billion to 40.4 billion is what they're expecting for fiscal 2026 versus 41.4 billion expected. So fiscal 2026 revenue outlook is going to be a miss. Big old revenue miss for their current quarter and adjusted EPS beat. As always, weird little look here for SMCI.
Yeah, it's not really doing anything. I mean, down a little bit here. The initial move, guys, spiked down, but we're right back up.
I mean, it makes me wonder about the estimate. If you miss sales by that much, like what was going on with the estimates? You want to hear an explanation for it. Is if we're talking about an AI boom, you can't miss by 20%. If I saw that right, they're in SMCI, but it's not down that much. SMCI down a couple of points. I would consider that good when you get that kind of a revenue miss. So there's probably more to understand with that on the call would be my guess, because why wouldn't you be down double digits if it was really that bad? So yeah, maybe something positive will come on that call, which can turn around. It's been so badly beaten up on SMCI. You do kind of feel like at some point maybe there's a relief rally. You hope. It's the worst chip. I mean, it's the worst stock in the space.
Yeah, I mean, it hasn't been a good one, obviously, there for SMCI. I was just looking at SanDisk again, just to make sure there's any sort of reaction to anything right here. Nothing yet on SanDisk going out. Today was the all-time high, completely all-time high on all the pretty much all the major markets happening there today. So we're just going to keep waiting for more news to come out. Let's see if AMD is doing anything in the after hours right now. No, not really. Just cruising around here, $355, chilling out, waiting. We did have that long off VWAP. Obviously, as we look forward to today's moves, we're not worried about VWAP or anything like that into the close, right? So AMD waiting for that report. We are now, checks watch, we're now 7 minutes away from AMD, and there's Supermicro. Not much going on there. SMCI, a quick little look back here. We type it in here, SMCI, $29, up and down and around right now. Anything from you over there?
Yeah, there's NBTS just coming across here. Okay. Also Loan Depot for anyone keeping score.
Yeah, we'll talk about NVTS here, because NVTS revenue up 18% quarter over quarter up 18% here. High-powered markets representing a large majority of their revenue. That's up 35% year over year. Total revenue here 8.6 million. in Q1. It's down year over year, guys. That's why they kept talking about how it's up quarter over quarter. NBPS revenue down year over year from 14 million last year to 8.6 million this year. GAAP gross margin here, negative 9.3% compared to positive 9.1% last quarter. So, last year. So year over year for NBTS is just a hot mess.
That's not good for the, I mean, this name's in the semiconductor space.
Not at all.
Oh, I mean, well, you know, we all just sort of grit our teeth and bear it with some of these stocks. Big Bear AI, I'm just noticing right now, I was looking at this. I mean, thanks to Dara. Dara puts again out this amazing, oh, you don't have my screen over here, do you? You can use this screen if you can get it. No, you can't get my screen. No, you can't. That's okay. But anyways, Big Bear AI, there's a note out there from Trader TV Research. You can go grab that at some point as well. But Big Bear starting to go back up to the upside right now, $4.24 currently. We'll wait to see what happens now, up 1.47%. It's Big Bear AI. We'll wait for that report.
The latest here, A-Lab. It's coming back in, but nice pop already.
Let's talk about it here. I can't believe this is at $230. I remember when this IPO'd. Adjusted EPS, 61 cents versus 54 expected. Sales, 308.361 million versus 292.229 million expected. That's a nice double beat. They guided Q2 adjusted EPS between 68 and 70 cents per share. It's going to be well above estimates of 55 cents. Guiding sales between 355 and 365 million, well above estimates of $310.557 million.
These are not huge moves, guys. I mean, 8%, it's fine, I guess, but you know, we're obviously through the biggest names so far. This DaVita just coming across through the biggest names so far this earnings season.
Yeah.
I mean, Loan Depot, anyone?
No.
Is a dollar stock?
You mean to say Home Depot? I mean,
no. Loan Depot.
I know. I might need a
LDI?
loan.
It even sounds like you wouldn't be interested in it. While we're counting,
yeah, I mean, A-Lab, nice pop.
Well, while we're counting names that are maybe not having the best of days or not the biggest, you do have Wolfspeed reported. And if we're talking about misses, you know, if you're expected to lose $2 a share, you might not want to lose $3, which is exactly what Wolfspeed did. So if you're looking at that name, it's only down 7%. So I suppose it could be a heck of a lot worse. It was down double digits, now trying to come back a little bit. But I think everyone, with rightfully so, I feel like no matter what you're in, if you hold NVIDIA, if you hold any other chip name, you're kind of laser focused on what's going to happen with AMD in a few minutes here. And again, it's priced at this point so close to the highs. We've seen the story. It's a matter of what, like, if it dips, it's like, how long does the dip last? Is it a couple of days? Is it a couple of minutes? I don't know how long it'll be. It's just, generally speaking, the numbers are impressive and it dips. You're going to want to be not catching the falling knife, but you want to be buying the dip, whether or not that's waiting a couple of sessions or maybe getting it 5 minutes if it makes a really big move to the downside. Expected move 9.5%. We'll see if we get that. If it goes that to the downside, that's a natural bounce spot.
A couple more here. Arista off a cliff. Lucid is out as well.
Yeah, I'll talk about Arista in a second, but let's talk about everyone's favorite stock, Lucid. Produced vehicles up 149% year over year. Delivered vehicles here, 3,093 vehicles in Q1 26. Revenue here up 20% year over year to 282.5 million. They announced a capital raise on April 14th. Really, it's just a recap of their quarter. This is not an earnings report as much as it is like a yearbook. Let's talk here about ANET, Arista Networks. Revenue here is up 35% year over year to 2.709 billion. That will be beating estimates of 2.61 billion. Adjusted EPS 87 cents, above estimates of 81 cents. Guiding Q2 revenue of roughly 2.8 billion, above estimates of 2.78 billion. Guiding adjusted earnings of roughly 88 cents per share, above estimates of 86 cents per share. So this outlook pretty tight to the wire, but technically a beat for both EPS and sales. And just a recap, because I'm seeing people talk about it online, and I'm assuming in our chat, SMCI is to the upside despite honestly a massive revenue miss here. 10.2 billion in revenue versus 12.4 billion expected. It's up 123% year over year, Brendan, which is probably why they like it, even though it is a miss. Adjusted earnings of 84 cents per share, above estimates of 62. They did miss on their fiscal 26 revenue outlook, and they also missed on the midpoint of their Q4 26 revenue outlook. And guys, I do want to remind you as well, I mean, I don't have to remind you, we already know, but AMD earnings are coming out, and I have a visual for that if I can learn how to work a keyboard. Here you go. AMD AMD earnings coming up soon, $9.84 billion in revenue, $1.29 in earnings per share estimate. Let's see if Dr. Lisa Su can pull it out once again here, guys.
What is it, the eVTOL name that flew down the Hudson the other day in New York? Yeah, they just came across as well. I mean, they're not expected to make anything. EPS negative 12 cents, estimate was negative 21, so not bad. Revenue 24 million, estimated was 20, so a beat on both sides of the equation. Not really moving there, but that is a play for the future, obviously. But thoughts on SMCI, guys? About a minute here.
You can use my screen now, Fabian. It's good. I got it fixed there. On the daily chart, I mean, you can see over here $32. That's where we're at right now on SMCI. You're looking at a little bit of a pullback right now, but I think you're running right into some of that February, March area there on the daily chart for SMCI. So, yeah, it looks like they're going to continue to go up, man. We didn't have 15% up on the bingo card. We didn't even have them reporting potentially until 4:50, and they come out a little early. We're now 15 seconds away. We're going to wait to see. Let's see if AMD's doing anything right here. 356, so a spread right now of about $1. We'll wait to see if AMD has any momentum into this name as it's 5 seconds away. 3, 2, and 1. We can see if anything goes crazy on the charts here. Wow, downside. Okay, instantly down into 342 and change now. There goes AMD, a nice little red candle. Adair will parse the numbers. We'll get them right now. Let's go over and find out.
Yeah, I love when companies report instantaneously like that. Thank you, AMD. Thank you, Lisa Su. Revenue, $10.3 billion. Off the top of my head, that's already above estimates of $9.84 billion. Gross margin, 53%. Operating income, $1.5 billion. Net income, $1.4 billion. Diluted EPS, 84 cents per share. Let's see how these compare to last year. So you've got up 38% year over year, it looks like on a sequential basis here for the company. Year-over-year increase as well. It looks like you've got gross profit here, again, up year-over-year. Gross margin up year-over-year. Operating expenses up year-over-year. Operating income, you guessed it, Brendan, it's up year-over-year. Operating margin improvements here. Like, honestly, I'm not really seeing any declines on a year-over-year basis here for the company. 57% year-over-year increase for their data center segment, $5.8 billion. Now, I know off the top of my head that is a sequential decline from last quarter, but also last quarter was Q4, so generally you see a lot of backloading. That's kind of normal. 23% year-over-year increase in their client and gaming segment revenue. Gaming business up 11% year-over-year. Embedded segment actually up 6% year-over-year.
A little bit of profit taking coming in, guys. We're just about to take out the low from yesterday here for AMD.
Sequential decline, that's the kind of thing that maybe on the call you get a bit of a bounce on that gets easily explained away. But remember, with an expected 9.5% move down, you'd be looking at about 320, let's call it like 325-ish or 320 to 325 before you're looking at an obvious support area. And it's not even getting close to that. You're down at 336 at the lowest, already catching a bit of a bid there back into 340. So yeah, it's probably the sequential decline or just the whole it's priced to perfection because it was already at the highs. We talk about it being at that 360 level and rejecting some tops, but you've got a ways to go before you're really dipping into any of the potential support levels that I'd be looking for. Maybe you see that tomorrow. I don't know. Maybe it could be a call thing. But that's certainly 325 is where I'm going to be looking at 9.5%. And if you're watching for some sympathy plays in there, we said, hey, decent chance that you might see NVIDIA and Intel moving. And Intel doesn't care. Intel doesn't care. Intel ticked down a couple bucks, and it's already bouncing. Intel closing at an all-time high on a closed basis, still up at the 108 level. So AMD doing its thing. Good quarter. I haven't really found anything you can point to that you would hate that would keep you away from this thing here in the report yet. I'm sure they'll be able to nitpick this and maybe find something, but nothing yet.
Okay, it looks like I was looking, so first of all, 350. The funny thing about AMD is it's just right back to where it was. I mean, we're basically where we were. We went long right around here at 351, 352 again there today, so we'll have to watch out for Big Bear 354. Big Bear AI apparently is out, but it looks like their EPS still red, so we're not really getting too much reaction here to Big Bear AI. 38 million shares done today. I see it out. Revenue slightly higher, EPS of minus 12 cents. We can go over to Adara for it. Implied move 8%. It might not do anything as that EPS does not get green on Big Bear AI.
AMD just hit 360 again.
There we go. Yeah. I mean, this stock.
Right? Like there was nothing to point to. It didn't quite get to the obvious dip by level, but it just hit the high of the day, which close to it. It's now should be an all-time high, or at least very, very close to it if it goes about another 50 cents or so. You're going to get an all-time high break here in AMD. The dip buy doesn't last very long these days. You just got to be out there. It just didn't come anywhere close to what some obvious levels. But AMD, again, super, super strong. Adara?
Yeah, so you've got a revenue decline year over year for Big Bear AI, everyone. 34.4 million here, down 1% from 34.8 million last year. That's due to lower volume on their Army program. However, this was apparently offset by revenue from the Ask Sage acquisition. So kind of like weird offset here. Again, only down like 1% year over year. Gross margin, though, massively improving on a year over year basis from 21.3% to 34%. That's due to increased volume from that Ask Sage acquisition. Selling, general, and administrative expenses here up to $29.2 million from $22.7 million last year. Net loss, smaller though on a year-over-year basis, $56.8 million net loss versus $62 million net loss last year. So yeah, I mean, generally some improvements, slight year-over-year revenue decline, kind of meh for this BBAI report.
Well, just jumping back to AMD here real quick, back to highs. The only negative in this, again, just to rehash, the only negative in this is adjusted gross margin, 55% versus 55.06%.
Oh no, what will we do without that 0.06%?
They missed it by 0.6%. And back to high.
They're clearly not operating at high levels over there. I mean, yeah, I mean, so when we get a monster move in SMCI, we get a big move in AMD here, and it looks like all the other names continue to go higher too. SNDK ticking a little bit higher right now into the aftermarket.
Allegedly, AMC's even up on earnings.
Yeah, okay, $418 right now. Oh, AMC reported, and then here's SMCI again as well. 31 pulling back a little bit for SMCI, but yeah, it looks like it'll be all aboard tomorrow again as we'll look to make all new highs. Let's see if the Qs are doing anything just quickly into this one. Then overall NASDAQ, kind of just waiting on this. Not much going on as AMD will help us save some of the negativity potentially coming in the NASDAQ. Maybe this chip plays overdone. Doesn't look like it. AMD has more upside to go.
You know what didn't bounce in sympathy there when AMD was coming off the lows? Barely anything happening on NVIDIA. So, you know, the look, they don't move together anymore. There was a time when that would be a sort of a thing, but NVIDIA continues to hold the lows while AMD is flying. And I wasn't joking. I don't know what the numbers are.
No way, Randy's still here. That normally means Randy.
We could. Oh, never mind. AMC was up a bunch, and it just pulled back. It moved about 8 or 9% extra from the 11% it was already up. Now it's starting to pull back in. But the story should be, once again, the dip buyers coming in en masse. If you sell a blowout stock, it's just looking for a place to catch the bid. It does not exceed the expected move. I feel like that's one of the, if it exceeds the expected move, give up the long. If it doesn't, then you're good to go. You're at all-time highs.
366. No, it's all-time highs. It's not even. It's blown by.
Throw that $5 ago.
It was 362 all-time highs. The one thing I want to show you guys is this name, and it's not rocket science here. But Google a year ago today was like $160. We're looking at $400 now for Google. So I mean, stay in May and don't go away. I don't know what the saying should be these days, but it looks like another big year for all these tech names. 52-week gains are unreal.
Like we were talking this morning about the NVIDIA Google race, and it was 200 billion this morning going into today's session, away from surpassing NVIDIA. Top of the market cap list. So yeah, all-time highs. I just brought up the Qs, all-time highs for the Qs as well. You had more comments there.
I want to talk about something that's not at the top of the market cap list.
Oh, please,
or
can we?
Any list. I have to talk about AMC, and we have to give Adam Aron, CEO, a shout out for like some of the weirdest comments ever after earnings. I remember one time where he said that their revenue growth will be ebullient, which is a great word, but not a word that AMC should ever be using. This quarter, though, he says, significantly rising revenues is our continued expectation for full year 2026. Sounds like he's quoting Yoda with some of the phrasing there. Finally, after repeated flat years, primarily due to the crippling industry strikes of 2023, the box office is back in a big and powerful way. Is AMC back in a big and powerful way? I mean, we'll find out tomorrow. Q1 losses in line here, 36 cents per share. Sales were a beat. I do apologize for making light of AMC to those who follow this stock, but I mean, I got to laugh at those comments from CEO Adam Aron.
Don't apologize.
Okay, thank you.
Moved 8 cents. All-time highs tomorrow, guys. NASDAQ, what do we do? I mean, it's one thing that these things are coming out beating across the board, but market's at all-time highs.
Every time we fight the trend, we lose. So
Just find a dip somewhere, and there's usually something which is giving you a lag dip. Maybe it'll be on bad news. You know, you get a random bad news print on like Apple or something. You got one on Google today where it was basically Apple's gonna allow you to pick your stream, right? So there was a dip in the afternoon on Alphabet that was at 384, and now it's at 393. So I feel like you're looking for places to activate the bid because we're in an upward trend here. So, you know, Google up 2.5%.
Yeah, speaking of,
there's news on Google.
There's a note just came across here. Anthropic to spend $200 billion with Google over 5 years,
there you go.
according to the information. Say goodbye to that $200 billion NVIDIA versus Google on the market cap scale, because this thing just took out highs again.
Yeah, you might want to relook at some of your accounts if you're holding some Google, because now it's definitely going to be an outsized position. 395 right now for Google and going higher. I mean, there is no stopping this machine. I mean, you got to remember Amazon too. Amazon is the largest investor right now in Anthropic, so Amazon continuously going higher off their good report as well. And they're not doing anything right now, but Amazon and Google. Google also has, I think, a 10% stake or so in Anthropic. They just upped it a couple weeks ago. So, yeah, Google right now. It's always great to have a stake in somebody that's using your platform there on the cloud side.
They don't even need it. They've got, the thing about Alphabet is it's got easily out of the maximum. It's just the biggest and widest moat. They win everywhere. I think Joe called it a mini hedge fund. It is what it is. Like, they give you a little bit of everything, whether it's little things like quantum computing, which is upside there, whether it's going to be data center, whether it's going to be YouTube, which is unbelievable, an unbelievable product that everyone spends. Well, a lot of people spend most of their time on. Forget about streaming. They beat Netflix in there. So it's like the one-stop shop that you can own, and all the reason in the world that it's pretty much in everybody's portfolio. But as impressive as that is, the reversal on AMD, that's just even more impressive. Like, we've seen like the dip and rip. Like, the follow through here is what's really impressive. Like, it's still not even slowing down. Yeah, like, you can watch, there's no offer, there's no one sitting on the offer trying to pick anything out. It just continues to rise and rise and rise with nothing standing in its way. That's just so impressive.
Yeah, there's the numbers. We'll throw them up there just to recap things. $1.37, $1.37 versus $1.29, 2.27 billion, beating estimates of 2.1 billion handily. The candle is now off of my chart. I have to resize my chart because it's just mooning at this point. You want to recap those numbers again, then we'll get out of here.
Yeah, we can talk about AMD again here, guys. We could honestly, it's just been a really exciting, fun post-market session. There was just a lot of earnings to go over here. AMD here, just at EPS, as Brendan mentioned, 137 versus 128. Yeah, revenue was also going to be a beat. Expenses, though, above estimates, 2.4 billion. So they're spending money, guys, more than expected. Adjusted operating income, 2.54 billion, above estimates of 2.41 billion. Adjusted operating margin here, 25% versus 24.3% expected. CapEx, 389 million, nowhere near its Mag 7 peers, but above estimates of 215.2 million. Guiding Q2 revenue between 10.9 billion to 11.5 billion, above estimates of 10.52 billion, and guiding Q2 adjusted gross margin of roughly 56% versus 55.3% expected. Now, as you mentioned, like that 0.06% gross margin miss was apparently a big deal for the street, but not that big of a deal.
Very sad.
Yeah.
SMCI again still at or near the highs as well. So more all-time highs tomorrow to come, I imagine.
Long, I think, is the right call.
It's not Upstart, apparently. Yeah.
Oh, not Upstart. Yeah, not Lucid, things like that. But if you're a tech name, you got to go long. SMCI, nice report. Upside, we're just talking about those numbers. You never know what stocks are going to do when numbers come out, and it looks like today is going to be another great day. So thanks for everybody for joining us. The chat's up here. We had a really good after-hours show, and we're back tomorrow at 8 a.m.
Sounds good. See everybody at 8 o'clock. Have a great evening.
Ciao.